How's it going? Richard Hart here. You may know me from Richard Hart Official on Instagram, or Richard Hart Win on Twitter, or Richard Hart on YouTube. We're here today in sunny Amsterdam with Thierry. How do you say your last name?
Baudet.
All right, it's French. I'm scared to say French words. I'm not that good at it. He is the founder of his own political party here in, I don't know the difference between Holland and Netherlands. What is the difference?
Well, technically, Holland is a province of the Netherlands, but it's used as a synonym.
Okay. And so I should say Netherlands technically.
Yeah, well, both works for me.
Okay. And he's here with his blockchain advisor.
Shailin.
These names, man. Shailin. Shailil. Shailin.
Yes.
All right. That's your first name is Shai and your last name is Lin?
No, it's even more complicated. First name is Shailin.
Your first name is Shailin.
And my last name is Lim.
And your last name is Lim. Shailin Lim.
Love to get
all right, that's not that bad. So it's not that bad.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
Cambodia.
Cambodia. All right. Neat.
So we met a couple of months ago, actually, not so long ago. I founded a political party actually in this very room 5 years ago.
Good luck.
And it was, we have a different system from the system in America. We have a system of proportional representation in the Netherlands.
Right.
Thank you very much. We're getting drinks here, which is wonderful. But this means that we have lots of small or relatively small political parties. It's relatively easy to set up a new party and to enter the system. But my party grew very, very rapidly, and we topped the polls only 3 years after we were founded. So in 2019, my party turned out to be the largest party in the country. So we had significant success. But we also discovered that the establishment, the deep state, as it were, has means to exclude one when one becomes a real threat. So
how do they? Well, first, how big are you? Like in numbers? I don't know.
When we're at our largest, we had 15 to 20% of the electorate.
Wow.
And those were the Senate elections.
Right.
And now we're smaller. We're about 8% because we had all kinds of internal infighting, and you get the demonization campaigns.
Right.
But what it really meant to me, what it really taught me, all these adventures, is that it's going to be exceedingly difficult to change the system from within. And that's when I started to become interested in blockchain and cryptocurrencies, because they seem to be building a way to work around the current system and create something new, as if it's sort of a parallel system.
It's true.
And that's when we started talking, and I started following you, and I started following lots of other people. And I really think that something fantastically interesting is happening globally.
Well, I got to say, there's only There's a very finite number of innovations which can truly change man's relationship with government and man's relationship with labor and man's relationship with other people. I mean, money is what everybody sacrifices all of their time for.
Right.
And really all it is an accounting trick to try and represent goods and services, because goods and services are the only things that actually matter. The money is just accounting. But somehow we live in a world that's been slightly perverted in that, you know, if you look at who makes all the money, people in the financial game tend to make the most money. So Wall Street makes the most money, but what does Wall Street produce? They don't make cars, they don't make houses, they just are in the game, so to speak. And they add a lot of friction, a lot of rent seeking. Rent seeking is a fancy word for you guys watching of someone that has a position of control, makes it so that you can't get around them and they just get, you know, a portion of the money. So for instance, Visa and MasterCard rent seek. You cannot do retail without supporting Visa or MasterCard. I was on the highway on the way here from Paris, used a toll road. Tried to use American Express, didn't work. All right, I guess I'm going to try the next one. Visa worked. But here I am on, you know, a vital piece of infrastructure for the nation, and I'm having to play the, oh, which one of these rent-seeking companies will let me actually travel on this thing, right? So it's not good that the entire GDP of the world at retail is taxed 1% to 2% by Visa and MasterCard, slightly more by Amex, which is why many people don't take it because they charge higher fees. There should be a better way. It's just accounting. It's just math. We have, you know, every currency is digital now. The only difference is who gets to print it for free. So in Bitcoin, Bitcoin miners get to print it for free. Then Hex, stakers get to print it for free. And in the legacy financial markets, guys that you don't elect get to print it for free. So the Fed in the United States is not an elected agency. You don't choose who's in it. A bunch of banks decide who's in that board. And then those private bankers with private interests decide whether the interest rates are high or low. When you have artificially low interest rates, you get misinvestment and malinvestment, hunting for yield to try and stay alive in the face of inflation, where everything is more expensive every single day. So right now we're at all-time high prices in cryptocurrency, nearly. Hex, yes. Bitcoin and Ethereum, they had their highs about 6 months ago. Cars, houses, luxury goods. Luxury goods are sold out everywhere. You know, if you go, I was invited to a special client event because I spend like a couple $100,000 a year at Louis Vuitton for a laugh. They invited me to a special event where they, you know, wanted to sell me $40,000 pool stick, $100,000 pool table, $50,000 box to hold like a flask of whiskey. It's pretty funny. I bought some of this crap. Like I bought the, what did I buy? I bought an 18,000 euro color changing bag, like fiber optic lights in it. About like a 2,500 euro speaker. I don't know that I bought any of that other stuff. Maybe I'll buy their $60,000 foosball
But did you buy a
table.
home in Amsterdam?
Someone actually just offered me a home in Amsterdam for Hex. I don't know. I don't like selling Hex, so I'm probably gonna say no. But someone literally messaged me last night and said, I'll give you my 2 million euro house in the Netherlands. It wasn't in Amsterdam, it was another part. You know, if you give me Hex, I'm like, I don't want to sell Hex, you know. But it was funny, like.
Yeah, but I used to work for a fintech company, and this is a real story. We once had a guy who wanted to buy an airplane from Brazil, and he wanted to buy an airplane that was worth 800,000 euros, and he wanted to pay by credit card, I think by Mastercard.
I almost dropped my drink.
We wanted to set him up for 5% in transaction cost. 5% of 800,000 euros, 40,000. It's crazy. He could have done it with a cryptocurrency, with Bitcoin, for just a few USD.
Well, the thing is, when you pay somebody with Visa or MasterCard, the retailer doesn't actually get that money. The retailer can lose the money. So you can be paid it, and then you can get a charge back up to 6 months later, and then lose the money. And so this idea, you know, finality is a concept in consensus networks and in payment networks. If someone pays you in crypto, it's your money. Usually, there's some fake cryptos out there, but in real cryptocurrency, Hex, Ethereum, Bitcoin, when someone pays you, it's yours, and there's no takebacks. But in credit cards, there's takebacks, and wire transfers, there's takebacks. So, you know, So like ACH has the worst takebacks, and then Wires has the least, and then credit cards. Actually, credit cards are even worse than ACH. Well, after 6 months with credit card, you're good, but with ACH, apparently you can debate it for years later. Apparently,
Oh, wow.
not expert on it, but
Yeah, and this time component of I know that it takes 3 to 5 work days before the money actually enters the bank account of the merchant.
Right.
3 to 5 work days. In the weekend, it doesn't work.
Right.
You have to wait 7 full days.
Yeah.
It's very archaic, of course.
Well, yeah, there's a better way. I mean, cryptocurrency solves all this except for the volatility. But if the volatility is mostly upside and the price usually goes up more than it goes down, that's just extra yield. That's just extra profit for you.
Yeah.
So you would never want to take out a loan in cryptocurrency. Like you borrow Bitcoin and then you have to pay it back in Bitcoin. You get annihilated because the price of the Bitcoin goes up, and then your loan, in effect, was a lot more expensive than you thought it'd be. There's certain innovations which solve even the volatility component. So now that stablecoins exist, you get the instant, irreversible settlement. But most stablecoins actually have counterparty risk. Like they can invalidate your coins at will. So the stablecoin company can just turn your coins off and be like, yeah, they don't work anymore. Some stablecoins don't have that. Like DAI doesn't have that, but USDC and USDT do have that. So you have to be careful.
So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
It's a question about politics and cryptocurrency. Do you see a strategy for politics to embrace cryptocurrencies?
Sure.
What's the best way to go forward?
Well, there's a couple answers to it. First, a lot of politicians are for sale. Now you say, well, are they? You're like, yeah, they need money to win elections, literally. And so the people that give them that money tend to get what they want more than the people that didn't give them that money. So if you become wealthy with cryptocurrency, then you can pay lobbyists or directly fund election campaigns to either influence those that are running and will be in power, or create new entrants that can become in power that have a similar political mindset to what you have. The problem with that is that every dollar that you put into someone else's political campaign is a dollar you didn't put into coins, and coins tend to do very well. And so unless you already have more money than you know what to do with, it could cost you a multiple of what you thought it would to participate in these type of lobbying campaigns. There are other ways where you could just do good messaging, so align yourself with the goals. Do you want America to be competitive, or do you want all this innovation to go to another country? Because if you make very harsh draconian laws in the United States, you're going to see all this fintech innovation go somewhere else, and that's going to hurt America. And do you want to hurt America? So you can do your messaging in a way. You can do your messaging in a way that matches with the belief systems of the people that you're trying to influence.
Yeah.
Because really, what does cryptocurrency do? It removes middlemen. It increases efficiency. It's just better, right? And the only thing that it has as a downside is volatility. But as long as it's mostly to the upside, that's a good thing. Yeah. So, I think the other way that you could do this. So one is you fund campaigns directly. 2 is you pay lobbyists. 3 is, oh man, what was it?
You can skip the 3 and go to 4.
Yeah. I hate when this never happens. I blame my cold. No, there's you can pay the lobbyists, you can fund their campaigns directly, or you can get them to invest. So if they have a big bag of crypto, they're going to do what is in their own best interest anyway. So if they already have bought into something, then they're going to defend that. Yeah. So getting them to buy into cryptocurrency isn't in their own investment portfolio is probably actually the best of those 3, because they will act in their own self-interests even better than they'll act in somebody else's.
I agree with you on that as well. And the other party, we actually have an idea that matches the third thing. Would you like to explain that with the forum land?
So we are considering the options to release our own social token, or perhaps even cryptocurrency, our own blockchain system, where those who support our party can pay each other in our party's cryptocurrency.
Yep.
And so build a social network that actually connects people and that adds value to being a member of the party. And you can also, we're still thinking about this, but in theory, there should be all kinds of possibilities to acquire coins by supporting the party, by doing things for the party, by sharing messages on social media, by attending demonstrations, whatever, all kinds of things. So we're thinking of a way, because Forum is the single largest member party in the Netherlands. We've got 50,000 members, whereas the governing party has only 25,000 members. So we have a very significant group of people.
Why is like how? So why do they get to govern? Why do they get to govern with so few members?
Because the voters is a different thing than the members, of course.
Okay.
So a lot of people, I think this is true for every country, every democratic country, are rather complacent about the political process. And
Sure.
They follow it very shallowly, and then they go to vote, and they sort of vote for a mainstream party that is advertised in the mainstream media, and then they follow this. And I'm sure you've experienced this as well, that people they create they form a judgment on the basis of 2 or 3 slogans they've heard somewhere. They don't actually dig into the reality of things, right? They don't really follow debates, or they don't really read all the stuff that's there. So we've got a very dedicated group of followers, and then there's the social media group of people that follow us. But it may not be the thing that's advertised by the mass media, and that's why we're not the largest party in terms of elections. But still, we're looking for a way to weaponize is maybe too aggressive, but to monetize maybe, or to actionize this potential, and then maybe even go international by it. All of these things that are happening across the Western world, there's so many similarities between the things that are happening in France and the US and all over the place. So maybe we can develop a political currency.
Yeah, it's just hard. Like, so in business, you don't want to alienate half of your customer base, and because politics divides in half,
that's smart. That's
can't
precisely one of the issues that
like,
we're thinking about.
Right.
You're a quick thinker. That's precisely one of the questions.
Yeah. So
but on the other hand, if you're a farmer, let's say, and 10 or 15% of your yield from the land is distributed among the follower base, and you get a certain currency with euros or whatever as an extra. Sure. And then you can go to a garage and get your car fixed, which is owned.
Well, there's precedent for these things. So I mean, I can give you a lot of examples of similar things that have existed and do work to some degree. Frequent flyer miles is an affinity program for airlines. It seems to be successful.
Of course, Air Miles.
Yeah. And Karma on Reddit and other social media sites, where you get upvotes and downvotes. You can't really spend it, but because people care about our identities, we have ego, that tends to modify people's behavior to be more in line with what the community wants, because then you get more upvotes, less downvotes, you get more points. So social credit scores, Karma, frequent flyer miles, affinity programs in general, they are successful. Trying to attach an economic component, it is a little bit harder, because it depends on where the negative externality is. Where's the inflation? Who's minting it? At what rate? Yeah. And does the rate at which you on-ramp new users exceed that inflation? And then if it ever dips, then it's hard. So I would start with the easy stuff first. Blockchain's hard. Affinity program is easy. I would start there, and then if that's successful, then you could transition into adding more stuff to it. But there'd be no reason to delay what could be a successful project with Karma, right? Like points for doing the right stuff for your program, because you could just do that very easily.
So right now we're building an application called Forumland. It's like a social media application where people can join the app, and then they can create posts, they can chat with each other, they can create events, and then crowdfund each other. And I think that this is a very nice way to eventually draw people into the crypto space, because if people if they once have an app that they like to use, then later on we add an extra functionality so that everyone who has the app receives a wallet. And within this wallet, they can hold this forum token, and they can also hold other cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin has and many other different ones.
Yeah.
I think this is a very nice and non-violent way of drawing people into the world. And once they are drawn into the world, they finally have
it's just
have
like
skin in the game.
it's just like people will say, what if we made a game with like a crypto token involved? Look how popular games are. And you're like, yeah.
Something like that. It's vintage Richard Hart.
If I were doing reaction videos or keyboard reviews, I'd have more followers.
But you're currently on a tour through Europe.
Yeah, we did Estonia, Riga, Prague, Paris, Liechtenstein, Zurich.
You stayed in a hotel in
Warsaw.
Liechtenstein, where I also have stayed before.
All the rich people go to the
very
same
nice
places.
hotel.
Good
where you
food.
have this round place where you can have dinner and have the Africa room and
It's cool.
the
food is good.
Nice hotel.
The lady that like owns it or runs it always stops by. She's like 70. She comes and checks on you. You're like, yeah, everything's good. You know, it's cool. I don't know. It's crazy. You know, not too often is like, you know, the hotel manager, like super duper owner person.
And then, is there a particular purpose of this tour of Europe, or
not really?
Just fun?
They were shooting a documentary about me and Hex in Estonia. And we didn't have anything to shoot for content on a rainy day. And the only thing we could think of was shoot guns and buy a car. So now I got a car, and I'm like, oh well, might as well use it. So Grand Touring car, Grand Tour. Start driving around, but you know, as summer comes to an end, I'm thinking, don't need the car anymore. Probably, we'll see.
Yeah. So you're leaving the car to
I think I'm going to
party as a gift that you.
Yeah, you wish. He's presupposing. I like it. Always be closing.
Yeah. So this is the final stop of the trip, or?
No, I'm probably going to go to Hamburg or what's that? Scandinavian country, just slightly north.
Oh.
Denmark, Hamburg, Denmark, something like that. Maybe do Sweden. I don't know. I don't have it figured out. We're just kind of playing it by ear, you know.
Yeah.
I have some interesting political ideas for you guys. Want some interesting political ideas?
Yeah, sure. Tell us.
I don't think you'll be able to use any of these, but you might be able to. I don't know. So I think if you want good elected officials, and those elected officials are chosen from a pool of people that are running, if better people run, then you get better electorate. How do you get better people to run? You pay them more. So I think most people that want to be really wealthy, they're not going to go into politics because the pay is bad. It's not good. It also restricts how much fun you can have in your life. You start to do anything spicy, you get blown out, you know? So I think that paying elected officials more would be a way to get better candidates, and then you might get better people in office.
You should either pay them more or pay them less.
Yeah, maybe.
Now it's precisely the wrong intermediate.
Right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Because if you pay them less, then you get people who are already
just care, who are already successful. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
But
yeah.
This is precisely wrong. I agree, because it stimulates kind of career politician.
Yep. So then the other problem that you have is, so now you're even if you have the dumbest voters possible, at least they're more likely to choose someone good because a better quality person is running for office.
Yep.
Now, so let's say there are better and worse systems of voting. So in the United States, we use the worst voting system called first past the post, which means that extremists are elected. So whoever gets 51%, they're going to win. So democracy is served properly if 51% vote to gouge out the eyes of the other 49%. obviously a bad idea, but by the rules of democracy, that's what you get.
But I don't think that leads to more extreme voices. I think it leads to the common denominator, the largest common denominator, because everyone moves to the center. This is what we've seen with the Republicans and the Democrats. There's no difference at all between Bill Clinton, George Bush, Obama. It's all the same. I mean, Trump was different, but then Biden restores it again. I think it's just it's the same. It's one party.
I know what you mean. Yes, we have a very
with
non-diverse
proportional representation like we have. You have new ideas.
Yeah,
it's like a free market.
Well, this would be an example. So proportional representation is an example of getting more diverse stuff.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if you instead used a ranked list voting system, which we do not use in the United States, so if you want to get the least amount of data from a voter, you just say, give me one name. And that's what we get currently. But could we get more data from the voter? Yes, we could get a list. Okay, if you can't get this guy, who do you want second? That guy. Okay, if you can't get him, who do you want? This guy.
Yeah.
And you get everybody's list and you combine those lists and you can end up with somebody that's not everybody's favorite, but everyone likes enough that you can get consensus behind. Instead of the guy winning, half the people like a lot and half the people hate violently. And then it's very hard to get consensus because he needs to work with other people to get things passed. Like, you know, in Congress, you need 2/3 to get things passed sometimes, or in the Senate at least. I'm not an expert on these things, but so in governance, you need consensus to make progress. And if you have a voting system which tends towards choosing extremists over people that are the same, now this is one of these things about nuance. What you're saying is true. Most people tend to have the same beliefs. And yes, the left and the right are really just like corporate light and corporate strong. There's no labor, there's no green. There's really corporate and corporate in the United States. Those are the only two parties we really have. And they're both doing the same things. They're both blowing up people in Afghanistan. They're both stepping on your rights. They're both doing warrantless wiretaps. Like they're doing almost the same stuff. So I get that, but that's not a particular function of the system of voting. So I know ranked list is better, and there are a lot of countries that use it. They probably use it here. I wouldn't be surprised.
But what the danger of that is that you get the most boring guy.
I don't think you get the most boring.
This is what happens in the Netherlands.
Really?
If you look at our previous prime ministers, they're all among the boring people, the most outstandingly boring person. We've had that across the board for decades. And I think it's typical for lots of
You might be right.
democracies.
I don't know.
So,
I mean, I would need to look a little bit more into this because
My view is that the only sensible way to speak of democracy is to talk about referendums and direct democracy.
no.
To put a single specific question to the people. Like, do you want this or do you want it not?
This comes to my third point. So my
I
triumvirate.
thought we were skipping the third point. We're always going to the fourth.
The first one was we're going to pay more to get better people running for office.
Right.
The second was we're going to use a better voting system to choose them. The third one is voting tests. Most people don't deserve to vote. And this one's the exciting one.
Yeah.
Most people make poor decisions. And actually choosing who is not only capable, but will do a job better is a very hard skill set. And so, most people shouldn't be voting on who gets to be in charge because they'll make the wrong decision. They vote against their own interests. You see this all the time.
The weird thing is that if we would design such a test in the Netherlands, we would most probably exclude my voters. So the weird thing is that I've come to discover this.
Why?
The higher people are educated, the more susceptible they are to propaganda. It's very weird. It's a very weird paradox that I haven't discovered to why it exists. But if people have an academic degree, they're very likely to believe literally everything that the government and the mainstream media tell them.
Yeah.
Whereas if they are relatively uneducated, they're much more likely to think for themselves. So perhaps they won't pass the test that you. I don't know exactly what kind of test you would design, but it's a typical kind of.
It's super dangerous, right?
Right.
Like,
well, I'm all for it if I can design the test.
Yeah, right.
That used to be my typical answer to
Yeah.
that. But the weird thing is, and I haven't come around to this, but if people have been following,
so can we go? Do you have an idea of something that just everybody got wrong recently? So we could look into like the
climate
specifics
change.
of it. Okay.
the climate change thing.
Yeah.
It's or COVID.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It seems to be that all across the world, the elites are in agreement about these two things.
Right.
That climate change exists, that it is dangerous, that it is caused by man. We must reduce carbon dioxide emissions to fix it.
Yeah.
And all steps of these are ill-informed, irrational, stupid. They're not backed by facts and so on. The same with corona, the COVID virus, that it's super dangerous, which is not, that the lockdowns work to prevent it from spreading, which they do not, that vaccines work against it, which they do not, and that QR codes are sort of going to save us from that, whereas it's the beginning of a mass surveillance system that we've seen in China. But all of the elites and all of the newspaper readers and the highly educated academic people, they all go along with these two massive mysticist ideas.
Yeah, it's one of these things where, like, if you're young, COVID presents very little risk to you. If you're old, it presents risk, but so do all the other diseases we have out there, like flus and colds and things. And then the counterpoint for the COVID stuff is I see people present like stats from ICU, like who's in the hospital, and then who's in the emergency room, and then who's on a ventilator. And then I haven't had a chance to analyze whether these particular stats are accurate or not, but then they show that, like, the people that are, like, if you get the vaccine, then you are less likely to be annihilated and be in the ICU or on a ventilator. And maybe it's true. But I know that if you neither get the spike protein from a vaccine or from the virus, that's the best outcome. You're not going to have any side effects. You're not going to have any chance of death at all from that because you never got it. But if you force everyone to be exposed to it, then the people that had risk, some of them are going to get bit by it. Like if you're the kind of person that was going to die from COVID or from the jab, and you're forced to get the jab, well, then you die. Like it's not free. So you run into this, like, what is the minimum amount of risk that you have to expose people to in order to get herd immunity? And then the problem is, I don't think that this vaccine gets you herd immunity at all, because it's not effective against other variants, in which case it's not really a vaccine. It's like
and herd immunity doesn't exist with zoonotic diseases. This is something that's also carried by animals. Right. So you're never going to kill the thing. It's always going to come back, like the flu, like many other diseases. So the whole thing. But the weird thing is that when I give a speech in Parliament about this, and you see all these people with their academic degrees and their lifelong of reading newspapers and being in conversation with ambassadors and blah blah blah, and they just
hit them with Israel and be like, yeah, Israel had 3 vaccines and now they're on their 4th.
But it doesn't get through.
They had 95% vaccine rate and they're still in lockdown because it didn't work.
Exactly. Australia, they have many examples, and it's just terrible. And the same is, yesterday was the news that China has reopened its coal factories. So we did a little bit of calculation. In 3 hours, every 3 hours, China emits as much carbon dioxide as the Netherlands is trying to save for the coming 8 years.
Right.
Before 2030, we're going to try to save, and this is going to cost us 1,000 billion euros. It's completely ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
Even if you believe that we do have a responsibility for the planet and we do have to, this is just the path that we're walking. Yeah. But these people, they're incapable of breaking out of this path that they're walking through.
And that's particularly very obvious math. You're like, here's a number, here's another number.
Yeah.
Like,
but it's tragic. It's really, and it's probably more. There's much more understanding to be found in psychology or mass psychology or sociology than in political science or political philosophy, because this is really this phenomenon of groupthink that exists, particularly among the elites. Right. Is weird. Did you see the G7? The opening of the G7.
I didn't.
Boris Johnson was the host. It was in Britain, and they were doing all these phony greetings with their elbow. COVID, super dangerous. And then 5 minutes later, when they thought the cameras were off, they were like hugging, having a drink, and so on. What are these people thinking? are they even thinking, or is it just they're just machine? There's
I
robots.
feel kind of bad that I caught a cold because it could have been something worse. Like I try and have
Let's
good
have a
hygiene and
hug
stuff.
so I can show on camera that I'm not afraid of the Chinese flu.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wish that all this this stuff worked because I don't like colds or flus. I never have, and I'd be happy if the world were free of them. But even with all the lockdowns, still got a cold. So
My advice is typically Dutch, but you should have a Heineken. You should just have a Heineken and everything.
I never
will be
got into
fixed.
beer. I didn't start drinking until I was 30, and then I just never got into it. Like it always just tastes weird to me still. Like beer, alcohol, just unless I'm trying to feel different.
Now you know why you get the flu occasionally.
It could be. It could be. So as far as crypto and government goes, I mean, I think that the rich people get to decide what happens because they get to decide what ads get shown, and the ads that get shown gets to choose who gets elected. It's really that easy. At least in the United States. The United States, whoever has the biggest marketing budget wins the election. Usually. Trump was an exception because it gave him so much free press for being what was considered outrageous, which you might be able to use as well. Because if you need free press, you just need to do. I mean, it's like the Virgin Atlantic or the Virgin Galactic, whatever the dude is. The Virgin dude that's founded that company.
Richard Branson?
That guy, yeah. He used outrage to get free press. He's going to go around the world in a balloon. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. It works. People will give free press to the stupidest things. I mean, in the UK, they'll give press to anything. You see him like Tom Cruise lands his helicopter in some lady's yard. News. Some guy orders a curry. News. You're like, wow, I hate these things.
So why don't you do those things?
Well, I probably will do this, right? Like I got a couple $1 million of watches. I'm like just blowing money left and right. I probably will do those things because I mean, it's either that or you can get more free press by doing outrageous things, or you can get less paid press by just paying. Sucks, like they should cover you for free, but then you got to pay them. It's a little gross, in my opinion, but whatever. Whatever it takes to on-ramp new users, because if you want to make the world, people got to hear the message, and if they're not hearing it, you got to keep rotating your tactics until they do. And we're doing pretty good. I mean, so far we're the world's best performing asset to have ever existed on roughly only 250,000 people, maybe 1/3 people. So if you look at these numbers, tend to go up exponentially. They're not linear. So as we add more users, we add another 1/3 people. It should be really, really chart breaking. You saw the Jaws movie where it's like, we need a bigger boat. Basically with Hex, we need a bigger chart. Like it's really, I designed something and then it worked.
That's quite Trumpian to say. You're rather Trumpian in your.
Hey, it works, Poor Trump though. If he would have just taken the money his dad gave him and stuck in the S&P 500, he would have made more than doing all that work. But he didn't build buildings. Like he just hands his name out to other people to build the buildings. He's more of a brand than he is.
He should have commuted the sentences of several people, and he didn't.
Sure.
And he should have, for example, Russ Ulbricht, and he should really have interfered with the election counting because there were so many options for him to do a recount and to check things, and he didn't.
It's weird. He no longer exists. They deleted him. I haven't seen anything from him in a long time. Social media removed him. The president.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah.
The president. They can do that to the president. They can do it to anybody. So that's why I believe that these utilities should be regulated as utilities. So on the one hand,
me too. I agree.
That's it. I mean,
absolutely.
These are more important to people's lives than the telephone ever was.
They're public services rather than private things. So
allow data portability, allow a base layer that people can value add onto, just like DSL. When DSL came out, that's how it got spread when they broke up Mobile and stuff. So like, we need that in social media because it's only getting worse. If you talk about the C word, why don't I say the word? YouTube would penalize me.
What's the C word?
COVID.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. They literally have a filter. Yes. They have a filter.
Conservatism, conspiracy, like COVID, yes.
You can talk about the other things, they won't ban you. But if you talk about this thing, they'll penalize you.
Yeah.
And so how many,
I've been, videos of mine have been removed.
how are you going to have public discourse and a political
Innovation,
debate
progress. Yeah.
if you can't speak about things? And who are these scumbags to censor me? These maggots to censor me? Like, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm the best person in my industry. I raised $27 million for charity. I designed the world's best performing asset with 100% uptime since launch. For somebody in some far off place to censor my speech is disgusting. So it's.
But you live in California, don't you?
Nobody knows where I live. It's like a secret. I'm like a double agent, secret agent, 007 guy. I don't know.
Because I thought if you live in California, then you might run into those people occasionally.
Yeah, it would be nice.
And
I
speak to them.
I look forward to it.
Have you ever met Mark Zuckerberg, for example, or Eric Schmidt, or any of them?
I don't even know if Eric Schmidt works for Google anymore. I think he quit.
Or
I have to look it up.
What's his name?
Jack Dorsey runs Twitter. Yeah, he's a Bitcoin guy. He's on Team Crypto. That's what I mean. Is like once you get guys to buy in, they're going to support their investment. So Jack Dorsey bought a lot of Bitcoin. Now there's going to be Bitcoin tipping, and great. And then if you can get the political class to buy in, which they should, you guys like money? You like money? You should buy some of this stuff. Then this particular issue of crypto will just get solved on its own. Like they'll do the right thing for crypto once they own enough of it. And if they don't, well, here's the funny thing so you've seen El Salvador support it as a payment method, like it's currency in their country now. And then as you see other countries tend to do that, you could get to a point where the rest of the world just figures out like, yep, you have to play catch up now because they adopted it. It's working better over there,
But it will make the government less powerful.
I'm not sure about that
because
part.
The country will be richer. That's what you mean.
Well, the government has other ways of extracting resources. So like in general, successful business in the United States made it the hegemon, like the largest political actor, the largest military actor. So the United States was able to do that because of the effectiveness of its business infrastructure. And so if a country becomes more powerful economically through any industry, whether it be cryptocurrency, blockchain, et cetera, then that does eventually boil down into a more powerful government. It does. Mm-hmm. The concept of a less powerful government is like, unless you have a revolution, I can't really think of a government that has become less powerful. I mean, right now we've lost so many rights that we used to have. We used to have, if you read somebody's mail, it's a federal crime. But now everybody reads your mail. Gmail reads your mail. The ISP reads your mail. There's ads based on your mail. Well, what happened? I thought this was a federal crime. Nope. And then you had the right against unlawful search and seizure, which was your Fourth Amendment right. But in the EU, there's literally a law called the Data Retention Act that keeps a copy of every single SMS and email that you send for years to fuck you up later when they want it. So they don't know when they need it, but when they do come to fuck you up, there's a copy there by law. Well, what happened to like unlawful search and seizure? So you're pre-seizing my shit for later to fuck me up? Is that what's going on here? Yes, that's what's going on. So we lost our Fourth Amendment rights. Now with COVID, we've lost our right to association. So when I have a meetup and I want to, invite some Mexicans, show us your papers. That's where we're at. And then you have to have government permission. And then a lot of these places, the idea that you have the superior health class, which is no spike protein whatsoever, which is like a test that shows you're negative, isn't as good as the fake one, which is the jab, right? The vaccine, which you could still be a carrier. You could be carrying Delta all over the place. Mm-hmm. But that one you get a lot of credit for. So the stupid one that's less powerful, you get more credit for, but the best one, you don't get much credit for. Yeah. And then here, like we got a test here that was good for travel, but not good for getting into restaurants. What was this shit? Why would you give me that one, stupid nurse? Like, I want to go to the fucking restaurant. So,
well, it's a great pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I hope next time you're in the Netherlands, we'll have another sit down.
Yep, sounds good.
And yeah, good luck with everything.
Good luck, man. You're the first person I've ever met to start their own political party. A pleasure.
Don't try it at home.
All right.
sounds too arsey to me. So
Yeah,
I'm
it's
glad
pretty
you got
funny.
the disease. You've been to Australia before, haven't you?
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
Good man.
Yeah.
Richard,
So, are you
thanks for
guys still
joining
on
us
fire
today.
down there, or like, is it
No,
solved?
actually, I think the last time we spoke, the place was burning down. There
Yeah.
was smoke everywhere. But this time around, as in this summer, it's been very cool. It's been a very mild summer. So
That's good.
there's a lot of greenery everywhere. But compared to the last time we spoke, my country was essentially on fire.
Yeah, that was pretty crappy, mate. You see these pictures of like dying koalas, kind of like trying to find water. You know, you're like, damn, I
Oh,
like
you got that
koalas.
footage? Yep. Same with the kangaroos. Kangaroos were getting caught up in barbed wire as they're trying to run away and just getting cooked. It was horrific. Absolutely horrific.
Everything's trying to kill you in Australia. Poisonous animals and the weather, and not corona
I
though. You
heard.
guys got that fixed, right?
It depends who you ask. That's a whole new topic. But I heard during the 2000 Olympics that people were paying. So there's these, do we call them scammers or entrepreneurs? There was a fine line, but they were reaching out to the American community saying that when you land in Australia, we guarantee that we'll get you to your hotel safely without being attacked by a crocodile or any other dangerous creature.
What about
And
the
all these
drop bears?
Americans- there's a big list of all these, not so much imaginary, but threats that they thought were real. And so these good American people unwittingly were paying big money to get essentially a taxi ride from Sydney International Airport to their hotel, which doesn't cover any wildlife whatsoever. It's like LA, it's just a concrete city. But someone made a lot of money and they kept their deal. They said, hey, no crocodiles attacked you.
Seems scammy. I guess it depends on how much
not.
margin. If they didn't overcharge much, then it would be just funny. But if they're overcharging a lot, it's a scam. Yeah.
Richard, we've been on a long journey together in the sense that I started reviewing Hex well before it was launched. And when I was reviewing that coin, I got a lot of flack from the community, but I equally got a lot of support. So there's clearly a huge left and right per se of the Hex community, those who love it, those who hate it. But without any doubt, it's done very well. And congratulations to you. The price going up, I think, over 350% at time of recording. How's it all going?
Oh, no, no, not 350%, 350x. That's 35,000.
Sorry, yes, my apologies. Yep.
You're only off 100x.
What's a few zeros between friends?
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. Cryptocurrency is funny. People don't understand it at all, but they think they do. And that includes the developers. That includes the crypto personalities. Almost no one actually understands what's going on. So unless you understand reflexive systems and memes and margin, and you're just like, nobody knows what's really going on. So if you ask anyone what coins would be in the top 10 right now, no one would get it. They just wouldn't. They wouldn't. If you ask someone in 2000 and let's call it 11, like when I got into Bitcoin, and you said, okay, what is the top 10 market cap going to look like 10 years later? You would have never thought of stable coins ever, because why would anyone buy that? The dollar sucks. We're trying to build something to beat the dollar. So why would you buy something that is tied to the dollar, so it goes down in value just as much and doesn't pay you any yield and has extra counterparty risk? It's all the opposite of why crypto was invented. You would never, ever guess that there would be multiple billion-dollar stable coins. You'd never guess that. You would never guess that the world's richest guy would, in his free time, shitpost and promote an insecure cryptocurrency, which is Dogecoin. Dogecoin is actually not secure. There isn't enough hash rate to defend it against profitable 51% attacks. And the node software that you run to be the network, right? So it's just a fork of Bitcoin, an old, unupdated fork of Bitcoin, or fork of Litecoin, really, which is a fork of Bitcoin. So it's a fork of a fork. The node software even disagrees with what the current state of the network is, depending on which piece of software running and where. You're like, that's not good. You can't have a consensus network that's like falling out of consensus with itself. So the nodes are falling over. And you're like, you just, you would never guess that.
What you're raising now is that in preparing for this discussion today, you've already covered 3 of the points that I was going to talk to you about.
Oh,
So
lol.
I can't believe it. So
I'm killing your questions just outright, bro.
well,
before I
that's
know
actually
them.
reassuring because I thought, I wonder if he wants to talk about this. So I've got like 15 questions, and
Yeah, you talk about
I'm sure
anything,
it's
man.
probably just a guide or a discussion. But can I first dive into this divide within the crypto community? So I am in a bit further down going to talk about your interview with Harry Dent because, mate, that thing was epic. And
Thank you.
well, actually, I'll go right into it now.
All right.
So first of all, it was really heated, and credit to you. I think many fans in the crypto community like you for being very outspoken, telling the truth, being creative, mining full blocks of Bitcoin in the early days. But one of the strong points for me, if I may, that I really enjoyed with that is that you didn't lose your cool. So essentially, to the viewers out there, if you haven't seen the interview with Richard Hart and Harry Dent, you've got to see it because I actually thought he was way out of line. I thought he completely lost control. But what it did is it made you look better because you were just sitting there like a James Bond, taking everything that he was throwing at you. But what
Fat
you were
James
doing
Bond.
well, what I saw was exactly what you're describing about people who don't understand it, and they get so angry. So, can I ask you?
The amount of wrong that he is so when he first explained his concepts to me, I had to catch up on some things. So 30-year treasury bill or 30-year treasury bonds pay 2% interest. So I'm not an expert on garbage investments that pay 2% interest. I'm like, oh, okay. So you think you're going to make money buying something that pays 2%. So you look at the chart and you're like, okay, here's the yield rates of 30-year bonds over time. Start off at like 12% in the 70s, and then they just go down forever. And then you're like, well, you can't really set these interest rates negative because people just will never buy them. They won't. They will not buy negative interest rates because it's a penalty instead of a benefit. So you're telling me that you're going to buy this thing that yields 2% in the hopes that they lower rates under 2% so that the piece of garbage you bought that only yields 2% looks good because the new thing might only yield 1.5. But if they raise rates at all to try and like not overheat the economy with all-time highs and everything, then they raise rates a little bit, and the rates are actually naturally rising anyway. So his investment thesis is entirely wrong. Like he's betting that the chart will go from 2% to 0 when it can easily go to 8 or 10, and then he gets like nuked because his 2% paying bond is worth crap now because you can just go get a new one instead of his and get 3 times the yield. It's 6%.
So why was he so angry? Why was he screaming?
It's not. I have a ton of friends that are Asperger's light, but they don't realize it. So basically, libertarianism is Asperger's light, and here's how it works: you have a finite amount of processing power in your brain, and you have to decide, or just luck will decide for you, how much of it's going to be emotional intelligence and your ability to empathize and feel and live the artsy fartsy style of life. And then you've got this other side, which is cold, hard, calculating, clinical, doesn't care about the feels, the logical side. And you very rarely find someone that has both. So if you listen to Vitalik try and sell Ethereum, he's terrible at it. He absolutely sucks balls at selling Ethereum. I sell Ethereum way better than he does because I'm talking about the things that are interesting to everyone else because I understand everyone else. And he's just talking about the weird shit that's interesting to him that no one understands. So in his free time, he'll read, research reports on weird consensus styles. No one else is doing that shit because no one cares. We're all here to get rich. He's in some, tangent trying to figure out consensus networks. So basically like there's an area under the curve. So it's like torque and horsepower for a motor. You could have a lot of torque, but then if you run out of RPMs, you're not really going quick. Like a diesel engine has a ton of torque. You can pull trees out of the ground, but you're going to get smoked by anything that has more horsepower, because you've only got so many gears to do torque multiplication, etc. See, here I am going the other way. So this is what I'm talking about. I give you good analogies for why Vitalik doesn't sell his own product that well. And then I jump off into a weird tangent no one understands talking about horsepower and torque curves. So even I'm capable of getting Asperger's with it, right? So like the libertarian mind is that they know that they would be good people if they had lots of power, and then they assume everyone else would be too. And then they don't realize we've tried these experiments. So we've tried living without government. It sucks balls because everyone else turns evil quickly. And then you prefer the evil of the government to the evil of the gangs in the streets. And they just don't remember that because they weren't there for that. And so the same thing. So when he has an idea, like he thinks he understands the future with great certainty because he hasn't lost all of his money yet. He's probably only lost most of it. If you short or bearish on the market, you have lost all your money, period. Because the chart goes up and to the right because they keep printing money like it's going out of style. Now, if that chart was against a different pair, if it wasn't against the dollar, it might not go up and right to the forever. But since it is against the dollar, if the companies don't do any better at all and they just keep printing money out of thin air, the money has to go somewhere. And where do rich people put their money? Where they can get yield. And where can you get yield? Where everyone else is putting their money. It's a Keynesian beauty contest where everyone puts their money where everyone else thinks they're going to put their money. And then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy and the prices keep going up. So
there's a liquidity when everyone's putting their money there.
Well, yeah, but liquidity, everyone talks about liquidity. Liquidity, but if you're selling 100 grand, do you need $1 trillion liquidity? No. What's your slippage on the 100 grand? But nothing. So like everyone talks about liquidity, but the only people that make money on liquidity are the exchanges. Exchanges make money. So let's talk about volume. The exchanges make money on volume. Market makers money on volume. Do you, the retail trader, make money on volume? No.
You're making more on the move. No.
You cannot. There is no instrument for you to make money on volume. It's not even an instrument. You can't even find some weird derivative that has it. I've never even heard of it. So you can't make money on volume, but everyone talks about it because they just stick it on the chart because they don't know what else to stick there. There's a bunch of people out there that this is what I'm talking about. People that think that they're smart, but they're not. And I love this saying. It's like, if you're so smart, how come you ain't rich? Actually, that's actually a good saying. So the answer to that is you can be extremely smart and be not rich, but you're missing that other component. You're missing the component of direction and traction. So if you're really smart, you got a lot of horsepower and you could sit there and spin your wheels. Now you're just burning up your tires. Okay. Well, what if you now decide to get traction? Okay. Well, now you're using your horsepower, putting it to the ground. Now you're moving. What if you're moving in the wrong direction? The further you move along the wrong direction, the longer it's going to take to go back to go the right direction. So you're actually doing worse. So you need horsepower, which is intelligence. You need traction, which is, the skills to make that intelligence useful. And then you need direction, which is your strategy instead of tactics. It's 80% of your progress comes from 20% of your behaviors. 80% of your profit comes from 20% of your customers. 80% of your problems comes from 20% of your customers. 80% of what makes your company good comes from 20% of the features. The Pareto principles everywhere. So your direction, you doing the right thing, right? So look at me. Okay, I want to make a big impact in the world. All right, where's the opportunity? Well, everyone sacrifices all of their life for money, and money is just made up crap that's supposed to represent the scarcity of human time and resources. That's it. Okay, well, Satoshi invented an inferior money that I could invent a better one, man. Why not do that? And then you're printing money out of thin air. Can you have a better business than printing money out of thin air? No, you can't. You can't have a better business than printing money out of thin air. So, and then how long have I been telling people this? I've been telling people this since I wrote SciVive years ago, and I've been giving it out for free. And it's the same exact principles. It's like you want to get into a business that's scalable that can do a 10x, right? So I used to do consumer electronics retail. You open up a store. Now you want to make more money, got to open up another store. If you're doing installs, got to get a new storefront, got to open up new ads, got to hire new guys. And they don't show up on time. It's just a nightmare, right? So you want to do things that either ship boxes so you can scale, do 10x in a year, or you want to do digital things like software. So you go and you look at the richest people in the world, the Fortune 500, and you see that like 60 or 70% of the top 15 richest people in the world are software. Why? Because there's zero marginal cost to onboard a new customer. When you print money out of thin air, the profit margins are really good. So Bitcoin proved this. But the funny thing is, Bitcoin's actually inferior because they don't print money out of thin air. They burn billions of dollars of electricity, enriching electric companies to pollute the environment and weird third world companies that make mining ships. They enrich the hell out of those two entities to be able to inflate the currency to reward the miners to perform the security. That's a huge negative externality. It's bad for everybody. So if you piggyback another network that's already paying that cost, like Ethereum, more securely as well, has never had inflation bugs like Bitcoin. Anyone could have minted as many free Bitcoin as they wanted twice. One time they had to roll back the network. Another time, a developer caught it and reported it. A Bitcoin Cash developer caught it and alerted them before he could have just used it. He could have minted as many free Bitcoin as he wanted, period. And by the way, well, I know I figured out a way that if you do that, you can keep the money without the network like forking the money away from you. But I'm not going to tell you how to do it in case that ever happens again. I don't want you to figure out how to keep your money as a bad actor.
Are you worried about the gas fees in Ethereum though? Because it's just getting out of control.
Bear market solves all this, mate. People don't think the bear market's ever coming. What happened the last? Okay, so I think that crypto is going to have a bear market. Is it right this minute? Don't know. Don't know if it's right this minute. But I see a hell of a lot of topping indicators, a hell of a lot. So let's just assume, and it doesn't have to be the case, but let's take a look at the bear market from 2013 to the beginning of 2018. That bear market lasted, I believe, 1,000 days. Then we went from 20K to 3.
We had a run up at 2017. The end of 2017 was.
I'm talking about the 2013 bear from 1,300 down to 266.
Yep.
And then from 266 up to 20K to break the new all-time high of 1,300. So from 1,300 to 266 to 1,300 again, that was about 1,000 days. Then we went from 20K down to 3K, back to 20K, took exactly 1,000 days. Or like maybe 1,058, so they're both about 1,000 days. So you're like, so if you were just some noob and you're like, the market will always do the same thing over again. And the common saying in technical analysis is that the market doesn't repeat itself, but history does rhyme. So the new thing tends to do something similar to the last time. So you would have been right. You've been like, hey, you know what? I bet this reaches a new all-time high in 1,000 days, just like it did last time. And you would have been right. Oh, you know what? I bet it drops 85% just like last time. You would have been right. So, hey, man, if you're a retard and you look at the chart and you're like, yo, made a new all-time last 1,000 days, dropped 85%, printed money, on point, boom, easy. People say trend lines don't work. You're like, well, it keeps tapping this trend line. Like it's really, so some of this TA stuff is like, nah, it's not set in stone, but a lot of times, yeah, it's right. So if we're going to do another 85% drop, where might we do that from? And then you're like, well, I would want to see irrational exuberance, which I'm quoting from the History of Market Bubbles chart, right? So I'm going to look up this chart real quick because it's fun to quote and because it's a
Whilst
selling
you're
point.
looking up that chart, I mean,
Sure.
Of course, it's moving in cycles, and you've somehow tapped into another one of my future questions for you, which is TA. What value does it hold? It's a bit weird how connected we are here. But if you look at these cycles, we are due because you have these run-ups that go for a short time. But it's almost anticlimactic. Like for people saying that this is the end and we're now pulling back and we're going back into the bear market, I kind of feel that it's like, oh, was that it? It's kind of anticlimactic, like comparative to the other bull runs that we've had. And then we have a lot of push, a lot of commentators saying 100 grand is coming up. We've got 100 grand by the end of 2021.
But that's just a 2x, man. In crypto, I mean, Hex will do a 2x in a week. Like, are you really?
In altcoins, of course, you can do that in an afternoon.
Yeah, like, oh, you're really hoping for that 2x, but you're risking the negative 85%. So I'll give you some technical analysis tips and tricks. So I told you about fractals of measuring the horizontal width. How many days were you down? Then we've got elongating cycles. So we used to go up a lot higher and faster and then dip and then higher and faster. And basically on a logarithmic chart, we're kind of falling over, which means the cycles are elongating. So really like our last 1,000-day dip, I would have assumed would be maybe 1,200 days or something like that from cycle elongation, but it didn't happen. And then you have other commonalities. Like we had a big 40% dip washout of everybody back in the previous bear, and then we went up. And then this time we had a 65% washout of everybody because of the COVID dip, and then we went up. And you're like, hey, so you're trying to wonder, is that survivorship bias? Am I forcing a commonality there? Is this correlation and not causation? Things like that. In this particular instance, there's a lot of causation because the people that were forced to sell lower, now they can't sell higher. So when you have a huge capitulation wick that forces people to sell at prices they don't want to sell at, you reduce the sell pressure later because they're no longer in position to sell. So you wash out a lot of sell pressure. So there's structural market dynamics that look very simple on the chart, but have like actual massive underlying game theory as to why that looks like that. So if you look at the run up from 266 to 20K, after it broke the new all-time high, it did a 15x. So a 13K top to 20K is a 15x. Okay, well now, you know, Bitcoin went from 20K to 60K. Okay. So that's a 3x. Okay, so if it did a fractal of the 2017 madness, which ended in tears, by the way, 85% dip, just like it's done before, and just like I'm going to assume it's going to do again. Because I'll give you the evidence that says we might not get a dip as deep as 85%. And then you have to weight it. You're like, well, maybe we will, maybe we won't. And I'm going to give you both points, and you have to try and guess what the likelihood is. So the cycle length should have elongated, but it didn't. It just did 1,000 days. The previous all-time high was 1,300 to 20K, which is a 15x. So now our top was 20K. So what's a 15x on top of 20K? It's like what, like 300K? Okay, and we already did 60. Let me make sure I do the math right here. I wish I had my chart open. Like I'm just doing this from memory.
I'm looking at charts now.
Yeah, so 20K over 1,300 is a 15x. That's right. And then 20K times 1,500 or 15, it's 300K. So if we already did 60K and the top is 300K, then your maximum like upside from 60 is like a 5x. And that's like it. Now, remember how I told you the cycle's elongating? That cycle elongation also reduces the height of your tops. So if you do the regression chart of what mathematical formula linear regressed will generate a chart of this form, you end up with the cycle elongation and you end up with lower highs. So you're not going to do another 15x. So it's very easy for Bitcoin to go from a penny to $1, harder for it to go from $1 to 100, harder to go from 100 to 1,000. Now you see, from $1 to 100 is 100x, but from 100 to 1,000 is only 10x. You see? So your x's keep getting lower as the weight of the economic system gets heavier. It's like right now people are bragging. They're like, hey, look, you know, Elon Musk bought at 1.5 billion and he barely even moved the chart. And you're like, yeah. So who else is going to follow him up that could actually move the chart? You got a lot of extra Elon Musks lying around. You got a lot of extra.
Is this why? I mean, obviously these market caps are getting bigger. It's if you've got a market cap of $1 and you put in another dollar, you just double that. As they get bigger, it's harder to move it that
Sure.
much.
Yeah.
Do you think because of this is why it's altcoin season? Is this why we're going to see a bigger
that's
run
not
up where people are going to actually throw it in there?
No. Those are tied together for different reasons. So right now I'm trying to give you a guess as to like, if you were going to try and pick okay, we're going to 85% dump again, where from? I'm just giving you ideas as to where that might be from. And I'm trying to tell you what technical analysis would tell you your top is going to be. So if you look at the linear regression charts, you look at the stock to flow models, you look at elongating cycles, reducing height of increases, I don't think 300K is realistic. I don't think it's in the cards. And particularly considering those Mt. Gox coins are coming out, and that's going to be $5 billion of Bitcoin hitting the market at once. Probably more than $5 billion now.
Is that ever or just in 2021?
Oh, that's going to, as soon as they can. Bro, can you imagine how bad those guys want their money? Can you imagine how bad they want their money?
When you said that you won't see 300K, do you mean like we'll never see a 300K?
Oh, you'll see it eventually, but like maybe after an 85% dip. So that's $8.4 billion at 60K, the Mt. Gox is sitting on. So we'll just call it 8 billion. So Mt. Gox at some point is going to pay other creditors $8 billion and more. They also have Bitcoin Cash as well, but I mean, I guess it's only worth like 1% of that or whatever. So when $8 billion hits the market at one time, so if you take all of Michael Saylor's buys, which are maybe like 2 or 3 billion, let's call it 3 for giggles. I don't think it is, but we'll call it 3. So Michael Saylor bought 3 billion. Let's say Grayscale bought 3 billion. Or, I mean, I think Grayscale bought. So Grayscale has 3%. So they've got like less than 3 billion. And then let's say Michael Saylor has 2 billion. So that's like 5 billion. Square's only got 150 million. It's not shit. So
chump change.
pretty much, it really is. In Bitcoin, that really ain't shit. So you're not even gonna like 150 million is shit, but 8 billion is, because 8 billion is 8,000 billion, and 8,000 is a fuckload bigger than 150 by like 50x. So when those Gox coins come, Bitcoin price is getting fucked. Period. It is, because how are you going to find $8 billion of? Oh, I mean, I'm always just gonna go at the 85% dip, because it's what it's always done. Now, what is the case that you don't do an 85% dip? Now, by the way, I got a lot of other topping signals I'm going to give you. But here's the thing. I'm not coming out and calling the top, because you could get another 2x from here. Like Bitcoin could go 100, and I don't want to call the top, like, early. So I'm telling you, it's heat, it's hot. This is a fine place to take some profit. Yes, it can go higher, but people are spending $100,000 for JPEGs. Fuck you guys. If you're spending $100,000 on a JPEG, you're the irrational exuberance that makes markets fucking crash. So, well, why is the market going to crash just because some guy bought a $100,000 JPEG? Well, that guy used to be holding crypto. And the only reason he bought a $100,000 JPEG is because he feels rich now, because he's rich on crypto. So he's going to give his crypto, AKA spend, AKA sell his crypto, sell it. What does that do to the price? Moves the fucking price down. And he's going to sell it for some stupid JPEG picture. Why? Because he's a degenerate gambler, is why. Do they sell real art in the real world? Yes, they do. Do they sell digital art in the real world? Yes, they do. Is it beautiful? Yes, it is. Is there reason to reward speculators with the majority of the profit from these endeavors for creating virtual roulette wheels with pixelated, semi-artsy ticker symbols for the slots on the roulette wheel? It's just fucking gambling. It's degenerate. It's disgusting. Can you imagine selling your Bitcoin in 2011 to buy somebody's fucking JPEG and lose your 5 million X run? I mean, you didn't get 5 million X, maybe you got a 2 million X or a 200,000 X, whatever. You're not getting a 200,000 X in your stupid JPEG. You're not. So you're selling the world's best performing asset class, fungible tokens, where when one guy buys a ticker symbol, it's good for you, the other guy. And you're trading it for these non-fungible tokens where one guy buys some other guy's stupid, dumb JPEG, and now your stupid, dumb JPEG doesn't go up in value because it's non-fungible. It's horrible. It's disgusting. It's a giant waste of money.
We're seeing it everywhere, though. I mean, look at the Michael Jordan card that sold recently, I think for $750,000. And that's during are we in a global financial crisis? We're in a big pullback with
you're only in a financial
COVID.
crisis if you're poor. If you have a real job and work for a living, you're in a financial crisis. If you're a rich piece of shit, you're flying high with all-time highs fucking everywhere. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. This is what's happening.
So when we were talking to Mr. Dent, and he was getting quite fired up and passionate, do you think, is it because he was trying to say that you're wrong?
Well, no, it's just emotional unintelligence. So he is making outrageous claims that the chart doesn't support, and he's backing them up with fuck all non-outrageous evidence. So, I would say something like, hey, all the bears got killed off. They lost all their money. And he's like, yeah, that's why you should listen to me, because I'm the last one left. You're like, no, that's framing error. It means we shouldn't listen to you because you're going to die too. But you just don't understand that you made a framing error. Like, you think it's good that you're the last one left on the hangman's platform. Nope.
Did you help him with that information he was asking for? Do you remember he was talking about, show me later how to do these stable coins? Did you guys actually follow up after that?
I didn't follow up. I mean, I messaged him, but I didn't really follow up. I'm busy. I'd have to check my email to see whether he responded. I almost never check my email ever. I hate email. So basically, even if he is right, there's a dip. Buying bonds sucks balls. That's not good. It's just not. Find some other way to, like, the idea I gave him is better. And the idea that, and he agrees with this part, you're not going to get the top right. No one ever does. You are not going to time the top because tops almost never happen. And you're in a chart that's going up and to the right for almost ever. So statistically, with no other evidence or knowledge, Do you think new all-time highs causes dips? No, new all-time highs are usually followed by new all-time highs in the S&P 500 and Bitcoin and almost everything, because they just keep printing the money. Well, okay, so what are you going to use for an indicator? You're like, they're all dead. They're all extinct. And then I try and explain this. So if you're bearish on the market and you suggest that anyone ever take a short, you're horribly stupid. You don't know what you're doing. You're going to lose all your money, just like all the other shorts did. Do you think it is an accident or coincidence that on Wall Street, there are no firms left that just are short-only houses? They lose all their money all the time, and they all get destroyed. And what is left is thousands and thousands of people that just go long and get rich as hell because the market goes up and to the right all the time. And then these couple guys that think they're smarter than everyone else that just don't understand the math, and they all get wrecked and destroyed. Here's the math. If you invested $20,000 into Bitcoin at $1 and you wrote it up to 20,000, you'd have $40 million. Maybe more. I think you'd have 400 million. Yeah, you'd have 400 million. So 20 grand at $1 turned into 40 million. Now that we did 60K, it turned into 1.2 billion. So your 20 grand would have turned into $1.2 billion. God damn, it's a lot of money. Okay, now let's say instead you traded the same move of $1 to 60K. But you went short. You put in 20 grand. See, I like using the 20 grand top instead of the 60 grand top because the math's a little easier. So you bought 20 grand. It went up to 20,000. You made your 40 million or 400 million. Let me just do the math on that real quick. 20 grand squared. Pretty sure it's 400 million. Yeah, it's 400 million. So you got your 400 million bucks on your $20,000 investment. Instead, you decide to go short instead of long. You short the top at 20,000 back in 2018. Well, 2017. Ethereum's top was in 2018, the beginning. Is delayed about 42 days after Bitcoin's top. So you short your 20 grand and Bitcoin goes to fucking $1. Let's say it goes to zero, actually. Bitcoin goes from 20 grand down to zero. You can't possibly get a better performance on your short. How much money did you make on your 20 grand? Shorting Bitcoin at 20,000 and going down to zero. Do you know how much you made? If you don't, I'll tell you.
Less than had you longed it.
You made 20 grand. You made 20 grand.
That's it?
That's it. So you could have made $400 million long.
Yeah, but of course, those people would be leveraging that
No.
short, I'm guessing.
No, because you get fucking liquidated. So, okay, let's say you took leverage. Then it amplifies the 400 million even more because they just both multiply. So if you had taken leverage on your 20 grand long, you would have made billions and billions. If you had taken 10x leverage on your $20,000 purchase at $1 and you never got liquidated, which I'm not sure it's possible, but let's say for hypothetical in this example that you didn't get liquidated, right? So if you didn't, like, if it never dipped down to 80 cents, you didn't get liquidated. Well, like, 81 cents or something like that. So let's say you took 10x margin, and don't ever margin trade. You lose all your fucking money. Every other YouTuber on Twitter is going to tell you to margin trade because that's how they make rich. They get rich on you. You margin trade, you're losing all your money, and you'll regret the shit out of it. So,
and the margin trading platforms, just to interject there, they are out of control at the moment. The amount that are growing and the amount, I don't know if they're.
It's just because people think they're smarter than they are, and they lose all their money. And you're like, hey.
I mean, it's because obviously the market's there. People are.
Well, no one else is telling them the truth. I'm the only guy telling you you're going to lose all your fucking money. Everyone else on YouTube is giving you the referral link to go lose all your money. So they're making money on you losing all your money. I'm not making money on saving your ass. Saving your ass actually makes me a lot of enemies. Telling the truth about what's healthy for you makes me a lot of enemies. So whatever, fuck them. I've got fuck you money. I can tell the truth. I can afford it. So your 10x long, $20,000 investment at $1 got you a position of $200,000, which then multiplied 100x, or no, 20,000x actually, from $1 to 20,000. So instead of making 400 million, you would have made 10x 400 million, which would be 4 billion. So your 10x long, $20,000 risk from $1 to 20,000 made you $4 billion. Your 10x short, which gets liquidated in a fucking 5% up move. Now, what are the chances that you called a short actually 10x long is going to get you liquidated at a 10% move, or like 9.8, because there's some extra premium there. So like, do you think you called the top and it didn't ever for a second make a 10% bump over where you shorted? Get fucked. It ain't happening. It's not happening. You're going to get liquidated. You're not calling that top. There is going to be a scam wick that knocks you the fuck out. And you'll be right. The market will go where you thought it would, and you'll be watching it sad that you lost all your money. So now you got your 10x short, which is your position is now 200 grand. Bitcoin goes down to zero. You made 200 grand. That's how that shit works. So your $20,000 10x leverage short made 200 grand. Your $20,000 10x long made 4 billion. It's infinitely more profitable to be long than short. Now, this is counterintuitive to people. They're like, how can that be?
On that point, though, I mean, we're talking about huge spreads here. I mean, from a top to a bottom. Let's go the other way. Let's say we're talking about a 2% movement, and people are day trading or even week trading or month trading, and they're just waiting for a 1% pullback, and they short 1%. What are your thoughts on that?
What direction is the chart usually moving? Up and to the right.
Up and right. Yeah, up and right, of course.
So you're like, hey, you know what? Fuck this up and the right chart. I want to try and make money when it dips occasionally and hope I don't get scam liquidated. If you long, your maximum loss is the money you put up. Period. So if you put up 100 grand, so let's just talk about buying spot. Because look, all leverage does is multiply the spot shit, right? So if you buy for $1 and you sell for 20,000, you made 20,000x. Okay, you got 10x leverage, cool. You made 20,000x times 10, right? Okay, so the important part here is you got to take on, for $20,000, you got to take on 20,000 Bitcoin a position because Bitcoin was so cheap. But when the price has appreciated 20,000 fold, now for you to take on a Bitcoin a position costs you 20,000 per one. So your position size in Bitcoin is 20,000 times smaller, which is why your profit is 20,000 times lower. Because to play the game, to play the short game, you've got to buy, or rather sell, a Bitcoin of value. So it costs you 20,000x more to play the game after everything's already inflated. And it works this way for all assets, which is the reason all the shorts get annihilated forever. But everyone thinks they're smarter than the market. They look at an ecosystem where all the shorts have been killed for decades. And they're like, oh, well, I'm good with math. So, I don't care that the reality. Like, it would be like going out into the wilderness and seeing dead hikers all along this trail. And there's just a trail of dead bodies. And you're like, hey, what could go wrong? Step over to dead bodies here. You're getting fucking killed. There's something there killing the hikers. Do not walk over the trail of dead bodies. Your ass will get killed. So I'm telling you the math of why being long dominates being short, absolutely crushes it across all time frames. You're better off being flat. If you fuck up and you short with no leverage and the price doubles, you lost all your money. If you shorted with 2x, 50% pump, you lost all your money. And it doesn't stop. They will margin call you and take your house and take everything. And you'll just keep losing forever. Bitcoin did a 5 million X. Can you imagine being short the 5 million X for any point of time? You're just going to get fucking annihilated. So if you want to time markets, which you shouldn't, and you want to trade, which you shouldn't, there's only two people that get rich in crypto: founders and holders, and everyone else gets wrecked. So if you're not a holder or a founder, you're going to lose all your money, and you're going to amplify the returns of those two classes.
What about the exchanges, though, that are taking all
the
those
founders of currencies or exchanges? Okay. That's why I use the term founders. So, and that's it. Those are the only people that get rich. The traders get fucking annihilated.
But I think that the truth is in the markets. That the reality is that that's why you have so many, as I was saying, or we were saying, that they're making so many of these sites where they're encouraging shorting, longing and shorting, as well as margin trading, because it's like a casino. And as we can see, many people are treating this like a casino.
Because it is. It is. It's a fucking casino. Hey, you go to the roulette wheel, and you're like, the odds are stacked against you, but if you pick the right number, you make mad gains. And then they go to the roulette wheel of shitcoin market cap, and they're like, oh, well, there's my roulette wheel, but instead of numbers, I've got ticker symbols, and I don't know shit about shit. Now, here's the funny part. The funny part is, if you buy a currency with product market fit, the odds are actually in your favor because the ecosystem in general is expanding. because it's such a good underlying business idea of replacing the shit legacy systems with something with tax advantages, counterparty risk reduction, better hours, better uptime. So because all those underlying things are so awesome, you know, that you just, even if you fuck up, you're much likely to do better than just holding cash. You know, like it depends on how you're fucking up. Like you can fuck up to a degree where it just goes to zero. You get rug pulled, it goes to zero. Your thing gets hacked, it goes to zero. There's no product market fit, it goes to zero. You get in a scam, it goes to zero. There's a lot of ways to lose money in crypto. But if you choose the things that have product market fit and longevity, like look at Hex. Hex has people locking up money for 15 years at a time, millions and millions of dollars for 15 years at a time. Is there anything else in the entire world, in the history of the world, where anyone has locked up millions of dollars for 15 years? They can't sell it, they can't do anything with it. It's never happened. You buy T-bill, you can get out. You buy bond, you can get out. You get a mortgage, you can get out. You lock your Hex for 15 years, you can get out. You can't. You can wait 7.5 years, lose all of your interest, and get your principal back. You want to wait not 7.5 years? You only do 3? You get murdered with penalties. Murdered. And those benefit all the other stakers. So
let me touch on that point, because this actually leads to a question that I had written down before. I'm wondering, so when we reach those staking periods where people they've staked for a certain amount of time, and they reach that time, and of course they can now pull their money out and liquidate and take it for whatever they want. Mm-hmm. Is that a risk? Is that a risk in itself? So
we see all that all the time. How do you think the price has dipped so many times? I mean, we see people sell the living shit out of the Hex price all the fucking time. I mean, Hex has dipped like,
but if they've made those
like 5 or 6 times.
Oh, so, I'm looking at it now. It's a crazy. Well, it's like any other crypto. It's just going up and down all over the place.
It is not like any other crypto. That chart looks different. Hex really beats to the tune of its own drummer. I have never seen a chart like that in my life. I have never seen any other price chart that looks like the Hex price chart. I've never seen one. So right now against the dollar pair, here's what we're doing. But it's pointed up and to the right. Your lower lows, your higher lows are it's up and to the right with reducing volatility. So on the USD chart, you're getting like compression and like loading up of a spring. And then from TA, you'd expect it to break out to the top. So I mean,
I'm looking at. I agree. You've definitely got higher lows, but currently not higher highs. So you really have.
We made a new all-time high like a month and a half ago, like 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, and about the 2nd of November.
You know, like how often do you need your new all-time highs?
Since then, you've got higher lows but lower highs. What I see is a sideways wedge. So we've got an slightly ascending wedge moving to the right. But yeah, up and to the right, you'll get no argument from me there. Yeah. But so you're not concerned that when we get to these staking periods, people get there.
But we've already seen this. A guy with like 40,000 Bitcoin, which is like $2 billion. He free claimed all his coins. And he had a big ass stake.
He did the free stake. Say that again. Sorry, he had 40,000 Bitcoins.
Some guy had like 9% of all the free claims.
So he did the snapshot at 40,000 Bitcoins.
Yeah, he had 40,000 BTC that he used to free claim. That was 9% of all the claims.
Yeah.
And I was curious. I'm like, hey, what is this guy going to do?
Yeah.
So he had like 300 million coins come out, and he staked them for 15 years. And I was like, awesome. Love it.
And he pulled out early.
No. He because when you free claim, you have a minimum 350-day period you had to wait. And then most people figured, there'll be a dip then. So then they extend their stake a little bit longer. And this was very common practice. And so this particular guy, you know, he had maybe like a 360-day stake, if I remember correctly. And then, you know, I was curious what he was going to do, because 300 million coins is a lot of coins, you know? And I mean, it's maybe like almost 30 million bucks or something. I think. What's the price? Let's call it like.
Hang on, while you're doing that, because in my deep dive years ago, there was an anti-whale function. So that anti-whale function, I think it was 10,000 coins from memory. Was that the maximum?
But I think he split his wallet up to avoid that. So it was a silly whale penalty. But if you split your wallet into under 1,000, then it didn't affect you.
Was it 1,000? So does that mean he had 40 wallets, or he just put it all in?
Yeah. So I think.
So how'd you know?
Because he could use the same ETH address. So he split up his wallet, his BTC wallets, for different claim events, but he used the same ETH address. Is how you know that they're linked.
Just out of curiosity, you set that anti-whale I guess, parameter, but we even spoke about how to crack it quite openly, as you said, break it up into different wallets.
Mhm.
But out of curiosity, was there anyone who just didn't bother and said, "Oh, I've got 50,000, 20,000, 10,000 bitcoins," and
Yeah.
just staked
Yes.
it all in one
Yep.
shot?
We got
And they took
guys
the
that
whale
didn't.
penalty.
We got guys that didn't use referral links, which means they got 10% loss off the bat. We got guys that didn't
Yeah.
self-refer, which means they got 32% less off the bat, or 22%,
Wow.
the 32%. We got guys that yeah, we've seen all types of suboptimal game theory, operation. The people that just didn't care to learn the system well enough, and that's fine. It's like, okay,
So
then you
is
just
it
got
too
less
late
free money.
now?
Fine.
When
Oh yeah, there's no
people
more free
coming in-
claims. It's over. There's no more referral program. There's no more free claims. Which is so funny.
So why would, looking at people coming in now, so you've
Mhm.
got someone who's just hearing about Hex right now,
Mhm.
they come in, what's the benefit to them coming in? What's the benefit of a newbie coming in right now and buying some Hex?
Well, cryptocurrencies of product market fit tend to appreciate in excess of any other asset that's ever existed in the history of mankind. So Hex did 352x in its first year, and had you bought the dip after big payday, which everyone assumed there would be a dip, you're up 5 or 6x your money right now. So, basically in Hex, the volatility is a feature. It's a benefit. People that are patient receive money from people that are impatient. People that buy tops and sell bottoms give their money to people that buy bottoms and sell tops. So we created a system that rewards delayed gratification, which is what all personal development boils down to. Choose the long-term good thing over the short-term thing. And that's all personal development is. So,
Look, I got, so on my channel, I'm getting, even when I'm not talking about Hex, just because I've been, talking about Hex for years, but in my videos now, when I'm not talking about Hex, I get a lot of the people, good people from the community just saying they're so happy with Hex and they're grateful to me, to you. I mean, I didn't really do anything except take the risk of spending hours researching it and making that initial deep dive video, which actually still gets hits randomly,
Nice.
even though it's a couple of years old. But they're very grateful to me and they're very grateful to you. Is it fair to say that you made a lot of people very rich?
Yeah. What I invented works amazingly well. Everything else is getting fucked up all around us while we're perfectly functioning. Perfectly.
So why are people, this is the bit I don't
Because they're
get.
goddamn idiots. They're poor, stupid, wrecked plebs. Period.
You knew what question I was going to ask. What was the question I was going to ask? I think
why does everyone hate Hex? Why do people talk shit about it? Yeah.
Why are they so angry about
because
it?
Because they suck dicks in their free time. They literally find a bag of dicks and suck each one. They're the worst, stupidest, shittiest fucking people possible.
Look, the dicks aside, it really does get me wondering, like, the anger that's out there towards what you've done. And right back in my review, before you even launched, I said, I actually can't see the risk, in the sense that there was a bit of flack when they said, hang on, now he's getting Ethereum, but we'll get into Ethereum a bit later. But initially, all you were saying was, you give me a snapshot of your Bitcoin. Don't give me your Bitcoin. Just give me a snapshot that you've got a wallet.
This shit's already public. Your balance on the blockchain is motherfucking public. Yeah, but that's how we know it's not fake. So here's if you don't take free money, you are a fucking idiot. Let me tell you what coins gave you free fucking money. Here it comes. Ready? If you're a Bitcoin holder, you got free Bitcoin Gold, Bitcoin Rhodium, Bitcoin Cash. Yep. If you held your Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV. If you also got XLM. You also got XRP. Oh, you didn't take any of that free money? How fucking stupid are you? How fucking stupid are you? And don't you feel shit in the bear market when your net value keeps going fucking down and you could have got all this free money and that free money pumped hard as fuck. You know what else you could have got? You could have got free Hex. Now guess what else if you got Hex? So I used all the useful things before everyone else did. Hexicans were using Uniswap because we made Uniswap popular. Then Uniswap did an airdrop. Hexicans got millions and millions and millions of dollars of free fucking money for doing goddamn nothing. You literally got like $1,200 for just using that shit. And by the way, that was when the price was $4. Now the price is fucking 30 or 25.
Wow.
So, boy, using Hex, you're getting free money rammed down your throat all the time. Oh, you used 1-inch exchange because I told you how to use it. You set your limit orders there, or you used Mooniswap to be a liquidity provider, which is a competitive product to Uniswap. You use that. More free money, baby. Hex gives you free ass money. Oh, you want some more free money? Well, Papa Richard Hart has you covered. You want to get anonymity on Ethereum? Here's how you do it. Use tornado.cash. Oh, guess what, homies? If you use Tornado Cash, free more money. How much more free money do you want? And people will tell you shit like, oh, there's new free lunch. No, motherfucker, you ain't looking. There is a ton of free lunch. A goddamn veritable shit ton of free lunch. And the Hexkins have been fucking eating it up and buying more Hex with it. Hey, thank you, 1 inch. Dump it. Buy Hex. Thank you, Uni. Dump it. Buy Hex. Thank you, Torn from Tornado Cash. Dump it. Buy Hex. Thank you, all these free coins. Dump it. Buy Hex. Free ass money. Fucking free. And now who's been hacked from claiming any of this shit? Nobody. So who the fuck is right and who's wrong?
That's right.
I'm handing out free money by the damn millions. Millions and millions and millions. 300,000 Bitcoin claimed Hex. When by claimed Hex means they minted that shit in the contract themselves. It means they minted their own coins in the contract. They ran the hex code. They used the contract. Who had a problem? Anybody get doxxed? Nope. Anybody lose any money? Nope. Any downtime? Nope. 100% uptime. Goddamn perfect. Okay, let's talk about some motherfuckers with downtime. We ready to hear about some downtime? Kraken, down. Coinbase, down. OKX, down. KuCoin, down. And when I say down, I mean fucking hacked. OKX, founder arrested. BitMEX, founders arrested. Motherfucker Hex, 100% every day. 100% every day. Works perfect every day. Someone wants to talk shit? It just blows my mind. I give away free books, free chat, no ads on my YouTube channel, free everything, free coins, free fucking everything. People are going to talk shit about me, a self-help author trying to get people to quit smoking, quit drinking, quit gambling, quit trading, live better fucking lives. I get messages every day with people whose lives I have positively affected and positively changed. Who the fuck else in crypto gets messages like that? I'm not just helping people get rich. I'm helping people be fulfilled and find wealth and happiness and love in their fucking lives. Is anyone else in crypto doing that shit? No. It's a bunch of assholes out there just trying to pump their own bags. Don't really actually give a fuck about you. So I cannot possibly do more to be a better person. I cannot fucking give more than I'm giving. I'm leading the best life I can possibly live. And people talk shit and it just disgusts me. Absolutely fucking disgusts me.
It blows my mind as well. Like, and I'm not just, I think many of us in the crypto space feel it, not just what you're going through, but what we're going through at the other end. When we try and share information and look for new ways of making money and sharing the wealth, people get angry. And as we started this interview, I spoke about Dent getting angry. Now we've just explored people getting angry.
He got angry at me, even though I agreed with a lot of his shit. I mean, I agree.
Yeah, I know.
I agree with a lot of his shit. He's just
older school economist, if you will, in Australia. So his community, his audience is very different to our audience. And many people were intrigued about what we're talking about with crypto, but there was a lot of anger. People were getting very angry. Now,
hey, that's free likes and free clicks. Donald Trump became president on anger. Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to give me anger, the algorithm rewards it. You want to click dislike, YouTube's going to rank my site. Algorithm loves it. Hate me. I enjoy it. And here's the other thing. Right, you hate Hex? Oh, go ahead and sell it. Oh, you can't sell it, bitch? Because you didn't buy it? Well, I just don't really give a fuck if you don't like it then, huh? But some people that hear about it are going to fucking love it. So it's an asymmetrical upside. And people try and like avoid conflict. They're like, motherfucker, that's where all the profit is. Being interesting and fun to watch and saying the truth that happens to be outrageous is what is interesting. That's the reason I get more views than Andreas fuckboy Antonopoulos. Nobody watches his shit because they already heard it. They're like, yeah, Bitcoin good. All right, got it. Thanks, man. Government suck. Got it. Girls shouldn't be able to work at booths because you don't like girls.
Hey, I got to call you on one thing there. Let me tell you one about Andreas. The other day, I'm a big fan of his, and I watched a lot of his stuff, and he's the one who sort of made me grasp the concept of Bitcoin. But he did do the other day something that I thought was very powerful. He was at a presentation, like he was at some conference, and he smashed the crap out of the organization that actually sponsored the conference. He's basically said, if you want to know who's doing all this bad stuff, terrible paraphrasing here, but he said, look down on your name tag now. That logo of what's on your name tag is what's causing all this trouble. Again, terrible paraphrasing, but it was really amazing to see.
When he gets some shit right, I agree with some shit he gets right. Like government suck. Okay. Bitcoin good. Okay. Ethereum good. Yeah, I'm on board with that. If you book him for an event, he makes you sign a contract as an organizer that there will be no booth girls. So if you're smart, you can work at a booth. But if you're pretty, fuck yourself. You don't get any money because fuck capitalism. That's disgusting to me. So he decided he's a social justice warrior that has rainbow flags and peace symbols in his motherfucking username, who blocks everybody on site, who said bad shit about my product, well, my product's goddamn amazing, right? And
Yeah, he has knocked hex. Yep.
you're like, hey, fuck boy, you know, I'm a person that actually builds something. You ain't never built shit. You talk a lot. I read your fucking useless ass book, Mastering Ethereum. It didn't help me do a goddamn thing. It was entirely 100% waste of my fucking time. So, and I bought Bitcoin before your ass, and I mined blocks that you didn't mine. So I've done more. Like, he spread the word more about Bitcoin, but he don't fucking own any because he's not a good investor. He's not a good builder. He just likes flapping his lips and getting people to sign fucked up contracts that he will only speak at events that don't have booth girls, because those girls aren't allowed to make money because he says they're not allowed to make money because he's a fucking asshole. That's disgusting to me. Girls need goddamn money, man. They need fucking jobs. So now these girls can't get work at a fucking booth now. They can't hand out brochures or shit because fuckboy Andreas will literally ban the event and shit talk it because of that. It's fucking disgusting to me. I'm in cryptocurrency for freedom, not to follow social justice warriors motherfucking guidelines for, and it's more than that. He also gives you a recommended script for an agreement that the participants have to sign off on for how they'll behave at the event, with all types of weird shit on there. And you're like, man, what is this? So to get your fucking bald ass,
need to have a debate.
he's too much of a coward to even step. So I've made money trading. He has not. I've made my own currency. He has not. I have built multiple $1 million valuation companies. He is not. He's a fucking bitch that walks around the world saying, yeah, crypto good, government bad. Yeah, I could do that shit too, man. Cool. Now, when are you going to do more than that? When are you going to actually, this motherfucker don't even accept crypto for his donations, man. He doesn't even have a goddamn donation fucking address that you can give him money for crypto because he doesn't want your crypto. He wants to bill your fucking credit card on Patreon. The only way you can give this bitch money is through Patreon with motherfucking credit cards. He doesn't even accept fucking crypto.
I thought
You
he
gotta
only
be goddamn
accepted
kidding
Bitcoin. I thought he only accepted Bitcoin.
No, he doesn't accept shit. He accepts Patreon only. Because with crypto, you can't do recurring billing. And he wants to get your ass on that recurring. The only way we can keep billing your card every month is to get you on fucking Patreon.
In the crypto community, you both serve a really important role. I hear what you're saying, but what he does is for those who are on the fringes. And I think for what you do are those who are already in the community. So if you imagine someone who's outside the crypto community,
I think
right
he does
now,
a good job shilling, and I'm happy to see him keep shilling. I hope he keeps pumping my fucking bags. Homie, you want to pump Bitcoin bags? Good, I got some. Hey, you want to pump ETH bags? Good, I got some. Maybe one day your ass will get smart and pump Hex bag too. Fine, go keep pumping, motherfucker. But it's things he don't do right, and I'm gonna call it out on that shit. Period. I don't care who you are. Like, you do shit wrong, I'm gonna call you out on it.
What's the main angle with him? Like social justice warrior stuff?
Yeah, if you're a social justice warrior, man, you need to fuck off out of crypto. This is for freedom. This is a place to give people freedom. This ain't a place for you to try and execute your fucked up, weird, anti-reality stance on shit. It's just disgusting. We got a free market. Let the free market be free. How the fuck are you gonna make an event organizer sign some fucked up agreement that there ain't gonna be no booth girls, that people are gonna follow? You know what, man? I'll just read you the fucking guidelines, man. I'm gonna fucking find this
while
shit.
you do that, the irony when you're talking about social justice warriors, the distinction I made with crypto a long time ago was I actually believe that it brings the left and right together. Let me explain. So the left is really, let's face it, hates big corporation, and the right really hates, if you will, big government at a macro level. So the right wants less government, the left wants more government.
It's not true.
In any case,
it's not true.
Try and tell me that the left aren't pushing for what do they call it? Democratic socialism? Is that what they call it now?
So what you really have, saying, there is not actually a left. You've been
pull
fooled.
Back government power.
There's corporate insane and corporate moderate. There is no labor. There is no left. So let's talk. Okay. Both the parties suck balls. So, okay.
When you said labor just then, you meant the Labor Party of Australia, like left, didn't you?
I mean that most countries have an actual labor party that actually gives a fuck about the workers. As their primary concern. We do not have that in America. Unions got annihilated. Like,
I agree. That's why I'm surprised you raised it. I'm impressed that you know that. Yeah.
So like, in America, we have corporate insane and corporate light, and that's it. And you can't get elected unless you suck corporate dick. Period. Even people that are actually left, like maybe you say Bernie's actually left, he couldn't even get to the fucking nomination. Couldn't even get the nomination. If he runs as an independent, which he's actually more in style an independent than the corporate Democrats we have now. So like, there's shit that works. Insurance companies don't treat you. They don't produce medicine. They don't use the medicine to treat your ass. The only thing they do is steal a third of the money from the system to enrich themselves. That's all they fucking do. A third of the money of healthcare goes to enrich these dumb assholes that don't treat you and don't make any medicine. They make everything horrible. Some countries have got smart and they'd be like, hey, you know what? We don't need that shit. We're going to have single payer healthcare, which means everyone is now going to pay for the government health insurance, and the government's going to pay for all your care, and everyone gets cheaper health outcomes, superior health outcomes. It works in every fucking civilized country that speaks English in the whole goddamn world, and others. Works in France, works in Netherlands, works in fucking everywhere. Spain, Portugal, I don't give a fuck where you live. Shit works. But in America, they just can't figure out that it works everywhere. They're just like, nope. We see it obviously works absolutely everywhere, so we can't do that. You know what else works? Free education. Obviously works fucking everywhere, and it is what we have for young kids. But then as soon as the young kids are a little bit older, the little bit older kids, fuck them. We're not going to have that free college shit. Doesn't make any sense. You obviously already suck socialist dick for free high school and middle school. Why don't you suck a little extra dick for free college? Extra 4 years. It obviously works.
For, though.
You're obviously
That's
already doing
pushing.
it. No, but you're never going to get it. They're not pushing for that. What they push for the opposite of that, man. So in the United States,
hang on, but slow down. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a big success for Bernie and the left per se was that college was going to be free, university was going to they were going to wipe student debt.
No, they didn't. Those motherfuckers didn't get elected, homie. Like they don't care what their
I know they
dreams
didn't,
were.
but I know they didn't, but that's what their policy was. That's what their selling point was.
There is shit that works. We know it works. So if you're tired of seeing everybody get shot, having no guns works. We fucking know this for fact because we've got tons and tons of countries, most countries, where people aren't getting living shit killed out of them by guns because there ain't no goddamn guns. Americans just can't seem to figure it out. They're like, nope. Doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't work. Well, man, I lived in a hotel 5 years, traveled the whole fucking world, and it worked everywhere I went. And I went everywhere. I didn't hear no shootings, not a single shooting. America, I heard some fucking shootings. So you're like, yes, it obviously works. Free healthcare works. Getting rid of the fucking guns works. Now, look, I love guns. I used to do scenario shooting. I absolutely love guns. But if I have the option to live in a place without guns, I know it works. I know you ain't getting shot. It's a lot harder to find a bullet to get it into your body. But in America, it's real easy to get the bullets in you. Real easy. You you cut in front of somebody on a highway the wrong way, you might get lit up. Cop pulls you over, you're a little twitchy, you might get lit up. You will get your ass shot in America. Easy as fuck. It's also the easiest place in the world to go to jail. You want to go to jail? Okay, well, where is the highest percentage of the population in jail? United States. Highest percent. More than China? More than North Korea? More than any other country in history? Yes. The highest rate of incarceration of any country in the entire history of the world is the United States. So if you want to go to jail, the best possible place for your ass is the United States. If you want to get shot, the best possible place for you is the United States. Well, sounds fucked up to me. Sounds like some progress could be made. Sounds like you could adopt some successful strategies from other countries where they prove to be successful and have a little bit of that, a little bit less of everybody getting shot, a little bit less of everybody getting fucking robbed by the insurance companies, a little bit less of if you break your leg, now your life's over, you homeless, you living in the street, you're fucked. This ain't good, man. This ain't good. So there's better ways to do things. Now, you want to know what we do have in the United States? The exact opposite of what works. Now, you want to go to college? Get a big-ass loan. So now everyone's got loans. So now there's limited space. So now the prices go up. So now we got all-time high outpacing inflation in medical costs, and all-time high outpacing inflation in education costs. Now, if you get a student loan and you go $100,000 in debt, and now you got all these other people just graduated, anybody got no jobs, everyone's fucked because of COVID, there's no jobs, you still owe that money. Now in America, we got no debtors' prisons. You don't go to prison if you owe money. But in a lot of other countries, if you owe money and you can't pay it, your ass goes to jail. That's a thing. In America, we don't have debtors' prison. It used to happen before America got started. We didn't like it. We made it so we abolished that. We're like, yeah, you go bankrupt instead. So if you owe money, you're just going to go bankrupt. We're going to set you to zero. You can start over. but not on your student loans, motherfucker. You get a student loan, guess what? Passed a brand new law for your ass. Can't file bankruptcy on your student loan. Fuck you.
Yep.
You slave forever now. That's what they actually did. So when I hear shit about what the left's going to do, what the right's going to do, now I'm watching what the actual laws are. What the actual laws are now, that you used to be able to file bankruptcy on your student loan debt. Now, fuck you, you're slave forever. That's where we're at. So that's the progress that was made. The progress that was made is the kids are now enslaved to the fucking debt, and they still won't get a job anyway. So now they just owe extra $100,000. So they enslave forever, and then you owe interest on interest. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. And it would be easily cured, easily solved with what fucking works in every other country to have it. And you just make the education goddamn free because they're printing the fucking money anyway. This money's getting printed. The money is getting fucking printed. They're going to keep printing it. So now you just got to decide who you're going to give it to. You want to give it to the rich to make them richer, which is what they're doing today, pushing up the asset prices of everything rich people buy. Stocks, yachts, houses. That shit's new all-time highs. The shit that poor people need to buy, I guess it's lucky it's not new all-time highs. But the reason it's not is because they're just not getting any fucking money. So they can't bid up those prices. You know, rich people aren't buying loaves of bread. They don't even know what a fucking gallon of milk costs. They're drinking like oat milk and shit. They ain't even drinking cow milk. Drinking rich people milk. Shopping at fucking Whole Foods. So, man, you know, we never did finish the topic, all the topping signals, by the way.
Mate, we knew this was going to happen. I wrote a structure for this discussion. I don't know what to call it an interview. It's a discussion.
Yeah.
But I knew we'd go on these tangents, which is why we don't really have a time limit here. Well, I do want to touch on, and I did talk about this with you, I think during our first or second interview. The scaredest I've been of police in my life was when I went to university in America.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I shared the story about when I was pulled up by the police in Colorado. I was walking on a footpath. I think you call it a sidewalk.
You done fucked up, boy. Walking. Oh, this
mate,
looks suspicious, mate. Gonna have to fucking
yelling.
pull you over.
And they did. And they did. They grabbed me and they pulled me aside and they borderline roughed me up. Now, I'm going to call it out here. I'm a white guy. So the claim that they only do this to black people, I can only talk on my own experience, but
They do everybody.
You know, they
Statistically,
yeah.
white people get shot more than black people as a percentage. It's not just because they meet more white people. They not only meet more white people, but then they shoot them at higher percents too. So it's this concept that the police is just only mean to black people, not even mean to everybody. And you know why they're mean to everybody? Because the criminals are mean as fuck to them. So it's escalating on both sides. You pull someone over in Miami, the bullets start flying at your ass.
Yeah, what was the only good thing about that experience is like I guess I was treated equally in the sense that they didn't treat me any differently to what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing over there. You know, they were really, really aggressive. And as I said, my crime was walking on a footpath. I'd understand if I was throwing rocks or driving or.
I've had this shit all the time, man.
You know, and it was just, and in the, I said later, what seems to be the issue? And, you know, the accent didn't help. Color didn't help. The politeness didn't work. Nothing helped. All they wanted to do was rough me up. And and it really scared me. It scared me.
And it's not all cops, but it's just enough. It's like there are good cops too. But I got to tell you,
of course,
I'm pretty sure I've met more bad than good. I'm pretty fucking sure.
Are you?
Because you got to understand, like, how you meet them, right? Like, if you're just partying with them, okay, everyone's pretty happy. But if you're getting pulled over, man, you're getting fucked with hard. Okay, get out of the car. Sit on your hands. Try sitting on your hands on the ground for 30 minutes in a nice suit. Your back's going to hurt real bad. It's a stress position. It sucks a lot. You know, I love it when they come up to the car. First thing to do, hand on a gun, unclip the holster, ready to shoot your ass. They're like, hey, man, I like how you unclip that in case you got to draw and kill me real quick, huh? What's up with that shit?
Are you comfortable telling us, do you live in the States anymore?
I don't tell anybody where I live. Crypto, man.
I know. I thought I'd give it a go. Yeah, I get it. But the what's it called? The modern nomad or roaming nomad, he's got a channel. One of the things he says is quite powerful. He goes, go to where you are treated best. Live where you are treated best.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, he's a young entrepreneur, very successful. I'd really like to interview him actually, but that's one line that really sticks out. He makes it very clear with no emotion. He goes, just go to where you're treated best. Don't worry about national pride or flags or anything. Where your money goes the furthest and where you're treated best is where you're going to reside. But going back a step, Richard, I want to go back to, we're talking about making a lot of people rich off HEX.
Sure.
One of the questions that's in the community is, so this is a trigger point for many people. Many people say, well, Richard made a lot of money off it as well.
Holy
So-
shit! Wait a second.
Yeah,
Hold
know,
on a
before
second.
Hang on a second. Let me finish.
A
So on
dude
one
that
hand, I
invented
say,
some shit made money on it. That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
how
Shit,
dare, how
everything should
dare
be
an
free.
entrepreneur make money? How dare someone who put all that time and took all the 100% of the risk, 100% of the effort, 100% of the work? How dare they make some money? But can we get an idea?
Hey, did Satoshi make any money on Bitcoin? Just curious.
Probably.
Oh, he
if
had
he's
like
still
the
alive.
majority of the supply for like a really long time. Huh. And then he just actually fucked off and left and was like, fuck you guys. Good luck.
One of the
Hmm.
questions that was asked, and I don't think I'll get this out of you, but I am putting it forward. Did you make more money from Hex or from Bitcoin?
Can't tell you. It's one of these trick questions. Like people shit talk you. You're like, hey, Richard, what's it like being poor? You're like, you want to come hard, but then there's no upside to it, you know? So if you're
yeah.
smart in crypto, you talk about other people's crypto. You talk about crypto as a general topic. But you never talk about your personal crypto. There's just too much downside to it. I mean, look, if you Google me, the next common words is net worth or girlfriend. Because I've looked at this. If it's on a girl's phone, you Google Richard Hart, it auto completes girlfriend is the third word. I'm like, that's weird. But then I look on other people's phones and you type Richard Hart and the next word is like net worth. So you're like, oh, it's weird. So it's like a different result based on whose phone.
I'm curious.
You know?
I'm going to do this right now. I want to know what it's.
Well, yeah, tell me the autocomplete, man. I'm curious.
Okay. It actually says. Yeah, net worth. You're right. Net worth. So it goes net worth, Hex, YouTube, real name, crypto, scam, age.
Age. Who the fuck
Age.
is searching my age? Jesus.
Yeah. How old are you? Do you want to say?
I'm 41, but it's like
We're not far apart.
I feel old as shit, man. I mean, I feel
Oh,
young,
so-
but like I think the number 41 seems old as fuck.
Hey, I like that video you did ages ago. It's just a random feed where you were working out in the gym. you were doing deadlifts. I don't know, that sounds a bit how you're going, but
Yeah.
Well done. I can see that you've been working out. You've
I'm
gone peaks and
strong. I'm
troughs.
just fat
We all
on
do.
top of the strong. You're like, all right.
Oh, dude, those deadlifts
Look
were
shit
impressive.
at the beach.
Do you want to talk about a girlfriend? Things that everyone's googling.
I
Richard
don't do
girlfriend?
I do not do monogamy. I'm here to have fun. If you want to have
For you?
fun, we can
Okay.
have fun together. If you want exclusive fun, fuck off. I'm gonna show you the time of your life. We're gonna have a shitload of fun. But if you want to try and like limit my options and reduce my quality of life and reduce my enjoyment, reduce my variety because you feel some need to like extract extra protection resource value from me, that's too old school shit for me, man. Like we got contraceptives, you're not getting pregnant, you don't need to worry about starving to death in a field or some shit by choosing the wrong dude and get pregnant with him, whatnot. That's old school thinking. So there's a lot of girls out there just running this old program where, hey, you know, I can't have sex with the wrong guy because, you know, I might have fun, but it might not last or some shit. You're like, yeah, it's like going to dinner. It's like going to a restaurant. It's not supposed to last. When you're done eating, you leave. And you go to another restaurant. Like there's just, so I mean, I got girls I see, but I'm not doing monogamy. Like just not. So if any of you girls watching, if that makes you upset and you want to cancel a date, okay, just text me. It's fine. But like,
I've said it before, Richard, and I'll say it again. In your book, Sci-Vive, you wrote a little bit or a section on dating.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear a rooster in the background. Chicken out the back as we're talking about dating. I've got one rooster and 6 chickens, and the rooster is a real gentleman. He really looks after his women, but boy, he's noisy. I digress. But in your book, Sci-Vive, you actually spoke a bit about dating. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You need to expand on that. I think a lot of young men need to hear what you wrote in that book. I think it got lost because, as you know, the book is long and it's not properly laid out yet, which is fine. We've spoken about that.
Did you read the new edited one? The edited
No,
one's
I haven't.
like massively improved, man.
Oh, I take back what I said then. Okay, that's good.
I hired a
haven't
professional
seen it.
editor and he edited it.
Good.
It's like
Okay,
a lot
I think.
better.
Wait,
Yeah.
is it?
It's a t.me/scivive. You got to go on the Telegram channel.
Still free for everyone?
Yeah, for now. I mean, look, at some point when I have actually read what the editor output and then I put my finishing touches on it, shit ain't gonna be free no more. But as it is now, it's free. So, and it's more,
Okay,
it's
cool.
just
Yeah, I'm
everything
looking
that
at
you
it
would
now.
need is there already.
Hey, you haven't by chance ever listened to Tom Likas, have you?
No.
Okay, it's just that some of what you were saying echoes what he's saying, but he's from a different generation, from Los Angeles, and was
You get a lot of people that land. It's just like foxes look like dogs because they evolved to the same effective strategy, and there's a bunch of other animals that just like there's marsupials in Australia that also look like dogs. People used to think they'd eat the babies, not dingoes, but the other ones. Can't remember.
Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah, the Tasmanian tiger. So
Yeah,
that thing, it looks
and
like a dog
Tasmanian.
too, because it evolved because dog format is the most effective format for Earth, you know? And so no matter like where you came from, you're going to end up with eyes because they work so great. And so like the eye has evolved 100 different ways. Some detect phase, some are reflective, some are absorptive, some like there's all these different eyes, but they all perform the same function, like turn light into chemical signals or electrochemical signals. So you're like, yeah, you're gonna. So a lot of these ideas that work, people end up finding them on their own anyway. You know, so it's like parallel discovery, kind of.
So do you, just to close off on relationships and
Mhm.
I guess evolution, do you want to have a kid? Do you have kids?
I mean, look, it's a game. When you have the kid, it changes you, and then you make it the best thing that's ever happened to you. But if you don't have a kid yet, you don't really give a fuck, unless you're a girl. But if you're a guy, you don't really care that much usually. But then if you have one, why didn't I do this earlier? Best thing ever happened to me. So it changes you. It's like it's kind of a weird setup, you know. So yeah, eventually I'll get around to it, but like I don't. I've got a good 10 or 20 years before I have to, you know. Girls don't have
Mhm.
that option. If you're gonna have kids, you got to do it before you're 40, because your fertility rate gets fucked quickly.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at a girl's successful childbirth chart by year, it looks like the Bitcoin Cash chart. Dead.
Okay, so I've got a rapid round for you.
Good.
But before I get to that rapid round, so I'm going to actually ask a list of questions, and I want an answer, if I may, in 5 words or less.
Okay.
I know this is a challenge
5.
for you, but
Okay.
I actually want one word. I just want one word. You can pass, or you can ask to revisit at the end.
Okay.
But here's a quick list.
Did you say one word?
Yeah, one word, man. If you
What
can
happened
give
to
me
5?
5 is the maximum. Less than 5.
So
but
we're going for
one is
minimum words. Okay.
one is preferred. One is
Yeah.
preferred. 5 is the maximum.
Oh,
You
okay.
can pass, or you can ask to revisit. So if you
I
really
mean, you're
want to deep
basically giving
dive,
me a psychological word association test. So my
well,
answers are going to be
I'm
like
giving you a vocab.
flowers and world peace and shit.
No, you have fun. Some are crypto, some are non-crypto, but
I mean, this
because we
reminds me
like
of the scene. There's a Rorschach test that they give the character named Rorschach in the movie. Oh fuck! The guy with the blue dong superhero
oh,
movie.
dude, I
The
don't
blue
know.
dong superhero movie.
Dong.
Avengers. No, not Avengers. God damn it. Watchmen. So there's a scene in Watchmen where they're giving Rorschach this word association test. Or anyway, go ahead, do your thing.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right, rapid round before we get back into some hex stuff and
Okay.
other questions. Okay, here we go. Hey, the future of the US dollar.
Down.
Elon Musk.
Troll.
Cardano.
Vaporware.
Donald Trump.
Banned Orange Man.
Joe Biden.
Forgetful.
A World War III.
Fight with sticks after.
China.
Censorship.
Buffett.
Margaritaville. That's a joke, but I'll give you another one. Angry man yells at Bitcoin.
And yells at Bitcoin. That's 5. Well done. Okay. Apple.
Gay.
Dogecoin.
I just want to say gay to everything now, but let me think.
Ah, you can.
Well,
you can. There's no rule. Yeah. It's one word.
Dump incoming.
Robin Hood.
Rob from the poor, give to the rich. Rob poor, give rich.
Yep. Bitcoin Cash.
Wrecked.
The price of Bitcoin at the end of 2021.
I have my calculator. This is a fucking stupid guess here. So right now we're at so we're at 50.
It's 7 questions after this. You can see all on the live feed. This is fun. Everyone else who's watching live is just
33K.
33K. All right, locked in 33K.
Now look, this is just a fucking guess I pulled out of my ass. This assumes
with the
that
calculator.
the top happens within the next few months, and then
Hey, it's out there.
we're halfway through an 80% dump, and then
All right,
maybe we get a anyway.
We can revisit.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. CNN.
Fake news.
The future of
Wolf
BitChute.
Blitzer. Huh?
The future of BitChute.
Poop shoot.
The future of Facebook.
Global overlords.
4 more. Technical analysis.
Pay money, learn to lose.
XRP.
Pay money to lose money. Better.
Hang on, was that for
Pay
XRP
money to
or
lose money for TA.
technical analysis? Yeah. So pay money to lose money, yeah. And then XRP.
Bread garlic house wrecked.
Your book.
Clusterfuck.
This last one is this interview.
Big tits.
What?
You asked, dude.
All right, I'll take
Give
that.
me weird constraints. You're gonna get weird outputs.
Dude, I wanted to see what happened. I've never actually seen you do a rapid round like that before. I needed to see what happened. Now, that's the end of it.
All right.
You're now free to. There's no word limit on you anymore. Is there any one of those that you want to revisit?
Well, I mean, so the only thing people give a fuck is the price and getting rich. So just really all this other shit's just kind of for fun. So like my thesis is there's just too many goddamn top signals. So motherfuckers buying $100,000 JPEGs. Last time that happened, CryptoKitties was 15 days before the top. Now we've got all this other nearly identical, horrible dog shit that people are overpaying for again. And so part of me is just like, all right, you got 15 days, bitches. But then I Googled and I looked and I'm like, oh, they've been selling this dog shit for a little while now, but it's just getting hypey now. You're like, maybe these people got to get their bags first. So you got Gary Vee and fucking weird looking dude that owns the basketball team, broadcast.com guy. The fuck is his name? Owns the Mavericks. What's this dude's name?
Not into it.
Shark Tank guy. Anyway.
Oh, he was a Red Watch, I think.
Whatever, fuck. That guy. He, he's talking about NFTs. And he previously invested in some shit, or no. I think he or somebody else invested in some platform to do this dumbass shit called Wax, and it got wrecked as fuck. So I don't know, man. These guys, they buy shit, it gets wrecked, and then they just can't be free of it. It's like, it's people, okay.
Mark Cuban.
That guy. So
yeah.
Mark Cuban likes sports, owns a sports team. Mark Cuban likes collectibles because people that fucking like sports also like collecting shit. And for some reason, people that like sports and like collecting shit love gambling on shit. And for people that love sports and love collecting shit and love gambling on shit, NFTs is like, oh my God, I could fucking, evade taxes and fucking buy all this stupid bullshit and maybe have my little gambling rush and maybe someone else will buy this stupid shit after me. It's just horrible. Like, so first off, guys bouncing a rubber, 8 foot tall guys bouncing a rubber ball over and over again. It's actually a stupid, terrible sport. You're like, hey, why don't you just like hold the fucking ball and quit bouncing it? Stop. Why are you doing this over and over again? I don't get it. Like,
that's netball.
And then like, oh, so we're gonna have this fucking like business where the only people that can really do well at it now are mutants. And so we like, oh, you're just like a normal human that has like a long lifespan because you're normal shaped and shit. Yeah, this ain't the sport for you. We need people that are gonna die early from being mutant height. And you know, they're gonna live 20 years less long, but they're gonna be able to put this rubber bouncy ball that they just keep bouncing over and over again into this orange ring thing over and over and over again. And you're like, so you put the bouncy rubber ball into the orange ring thing while you're 8 foot tall and dying. And you're like, yeah. And then this is what everyone watches. And then while everyone's watching it, they collect cardboard pictures of these people that put the rubber bouncy ball in the orange ring. And you're like, okay. And then they hope to make more money on their cardboard card pictures they could just print more cardboard card pictures. But you're like, okay, yeah, I used to have cardboard card pictures of shit. I used to be addicted to false scarcity, but then I just got smarter. And I'm like, yo, like, is this like playing grinding games? Oh, look, false scarcity. If I keep hitting these buttons, I'm getting gems. I'm getting gems. You're a pigeon. Now you're a pigeon. You're literally doing what pigeons do all day. You just blew your life out.
I've got to throw a conversation bomb in here. Here's a good one for you. This will be fun. So the boardrooms that run these basketball teams, corporations, events, those boardrooms have quotas on colors, as in, do they have a diverse boardroom? I'm not seeing those same quotas on. I'm not seeing the same quotas on the court itself.
Hate it.
Hate
it. Hate it. It's disgusting. It's like, so they have in boxing, they have weight classes. Why not have a fucking height class? Hey, we have the mutant league, and then we have like the normal human league, right? So do you think people go watch boxing if like the heavyweight just go and fucking one hit knocked out the fucking lightweight guy? They get bored of watching that. It's just like car racing. You've got F1, you've got NASCAR, you've got F3, you've got, you know, all types of different ranges, just like college basketball, professional basketball, high school basketball. You got different ranges. It's fun to watch any of them if you like watching sports. I'd rather play sports. I would much rather play, like I used to play football when I was in high school, or I guess before high school. Man, Florida. Boy, some of them kids get old real quick. He's got like a beard and a family. And you're lining up against this guy, and you're like, bro, how do you have a beard and a family already? I'm in like 7th grade. The fuck's happening here? You're laying on your back like, shit, maybe I shouldn't be a lineman anymore. I'm getting fucking annihilated. Depends on who you're playing. So I used to play.
You could argue also that's
like right tackle.
Exploitation of humans. Like, if we're talking about the exploitation of what were you calling those girls, or Andreas was saying the box girls,
booth girls.
Yeah. If we're exploiting them for the way they look, if
I don't know if you've been looking, but that is what they prefer desperately. If you see a girl post a video on Telegram, Twitter, YouTube, here's how she got to hold her camera. So her tits will fit in the frame with her forehead. She got to hold her arm all the way out to get the forehead and the tits. Because if she holds it like normal and she puts it on her face, the tits ain't in the frame. So they know this. They want their tits in the frame. That's why they're hanging out. So out goes the camera. Head barely fits in there. And then they can get the boobs in the shot. They know the shit. They know all the shit, man. If a girl leaves it out, she likes it. If a girl covers it, she don't like it. So girl's wearing a fucking, sweater tied around her stomach, she feels chubby that day. Girl's got a tattoo. This shoulder, all her shirt's going to be unsymmetrical. This shoulder going to be hanging out. Girl gets a tattoo right under her titty. Here come the crop tops. She's like, it's just, they know what the fuck they're doing. And they want you to appreciate their looks, which is why they spend hours on their nails, hours on their clothes, hours on their face, hours on their hair, hours on their tan, hours on fucking everything. because they really, truly, genuinely fucking care about what they look like, because they really, truly know that it affects their quality of life, because it affects how people treat them. So this idea that you're objectifying women by paying attention to the hundreds of hours they put into shit, that's not objectification. That's appreciation. If a girl comes and spent hours on her hair and you don't say something nice about her hair, she's gonna get pissed at you. So you got to notice the bullshit that she's done, or she's gonna get upset at you because she wants you to appreciate it because she did it for your ass. Like,
don't you get worried about certain groups?
Fuck all those groups. I got fuck you money. If you're some group that don't like what I'm saying, suck my dick.
Yeah,
I'll come crush you on live stream. You cry like a little bitch. I got more money than you. I got more girls than you. I got more experience than you. I predict the future better than you. The only thing you got is some humility, which you should fucking have because you're less. So anybody that disagrees with anything I fucking say, come to the king. Let me educate your ass. You got more than 10,000 followers on your YouTube channel? Come to the fucking king. I'll educate you. Just direct message me. t.me/Richard Hart. I will fucking rip you up. Unless we agree. If we agree, we're gonna have a friendly conversation. But if we disagree on some shit, everyone's gonna know how stupid you are. Is where we're at. And I've been doing this for years. Motherfuckers are afraid to step. They are afraid to fucking
interview you, Richard, because many of the times you just can finish my question before I even ask it.
Yeah, right. I don't know. Maybe it looks shit for the interview. I don't know. I'll try and let you finish the question, I guess.
Well, yeah, I don't need to. You're actually covering me. Just what you're saying about Instagram, it was there was countless studies that show that if you take all the Instagram files or profiles of men and contrast them on an aggregate level, in case anyone gets triggered, with women, you can see that for men the camera is pointing out, whereas for women the camera is pointing in.
Always, yeah.
And it was it's a I thought it was quite a powerful finding.
Yeah. People like the guy. This ain't an accident. We're not the only animals to do this shit. We're basically smart monkeys, and you can see all of our behaviors, which we think are so unique and special, in other primates and other animals. People are like, "Oh, well, how will you follow the law if there's no religion?" Well, you're like, animals follow their own laws, and they ain't got no goddamn religion. So you don't. So like, when a dog is born, he ain't like, "Oh, I'm born. Let me attack my mom." No, this shit doesn't happen. Oh, let me attack my brother. No, it doesn't happen. Like they're organized, and their game theory operates, and they have loyalty, and they have, vengeance, and they have gossip, and they have jealousy. Animals have all those effective emotional strategies, and they have grieving. So animals have those without religion and without police and without structure, because they're emergent properties of effective social creatures that can communicate. So any creatures that can communicate and have sex and work in teams have human-like effective game theory behaviors. So like, people are like, "Oh, well, it would be so horrible without religion." We're like, all right, well, there was a time when there just wasn't any. So like, if you drop off two kids stranded somewhere, they ain't got no religion. It's them in the wilderness, So like, if you're Romulus and Remus and you're being raised by wolves in ancient Rome before Rome existed, that's the story. But there are history of people that have been abandoned in that way. I mean, there are history of children that have just literally been locked in a room for 15 years, and you can see how they worked out. And much of what makes us human generates these systems, and then people think that the system generated the human behavior, when in fact the human behavior is going to be the same anyway, and it generated the system. So I don't even remember how we got on this tangent, but
that's how we roll. Let's dive back into Hex. We'll bring it back. All right. We're going around circles. I like it. Yeah. So we're going to Hex. The commentators who say that this is as good as it gets. Someone said Hex has done its thing. People staked. They got their run up. They're dumping it. Although the charts don't reflect that right now. What do you say? Is Hex all downhill from here? And I would actually two-part this question.
Sure. So let's take a terrible piece of shit with no development and no features whatsoever, a fork of Litecoin. Its only notable feature whatsoever, other than its extremely high inflation rate and extremely low hash rate, and therefore extreme risk, is that it has a picture of a dog as a logo. Let's take that piece of shit. How did that piece of shit do this year? First, is it an old piece of shit? Yes, it is. I think it came out in 2014. How has that piece of shit performed this year? Up 30x. Is Bitcoin up 30x? No, it's not. It's up 12x max to the peak. Oh, hold on a second. Richard, wait a second. Are you telling me that in this last year, a total and complete rancid piece of shit, shilled as a joke by a billionaire who didn't even buy any, but bought some fucking actual crypto, Bitcoin, he pumped this fucking bag 30x, 3x more than Bitcoin? Yes, I'm telling you that a terrible piece of shit with no progress, no development, no merit whatsoever, literally made as a joke, literally made as a joke, went up 30x this year in like a couple weeks, month. Okay, so now we have Hex. All right, well, let's take a look at Hex. Does Hex have a good logo? Yep. Who's more rabid fan, a Doge fan or a Hexagon? Have you ever seen a Dogecoin tattoo? No. Have you ever seen a Hex tattoo? I've seen like 5 or 6 or 7. People are putting Hex logo on their body because they believe. Are people locking up Dogecoin for 15 years at a time? Nope. Are people locking up Hex for 15 years at a time? Yes. Do I see new YouTubers and new content creators making Hex shit all the time? Yes. Do I see that for Doge? Not really. Do you see live streams from the founder of Doge? Where's that motherfucker at? Yo, Doge founder, where you at, homie? Oh, he doesn't even own any anymore. He sold them all. No, he don't give a fuck. He sold out. Hi, I'm Richard, the founder of Hex. I do 8-hour-long live streams. You know other bitches in the cryptocurrency community that do 8-hour-long live streams that aren't Hexagons? Hexagons do 24-hour live streams. Richard Hart does 8-hour live streams. We fucking crush it. We dominate it. We have more dedication. We have more product market fit. We have a unique benefit statement. Like a piece of shitcoin went up 30x on a joke. A coin made as a joke went up 30x. So like Hex is hitting every single metric that you would want to hit. New users, new engagement, new features. Now you can trade Hex on layer 2 with no fees, like 1 penny fee instead of on layer 1. Can you do that with Doge? Nope. Sorry, Doge, fuck yourself. Like it's just like we do everything so fucking good. And it's like people aren't paying attention. So yes, if I believe that the future for Hex is up and to the right. Now, I tend not to make future-looking statements for Hex because I don't think it's responsible to pretend you can predict the future. Hex price has dumped 80% roughly 5 or 6 times. So is it likely to dump again? Yeah, it is. Is it likely to pump as hell again? Probably, yeah. So like, I'm the person that tells you the truth. I'm the honest guy. Who in the Doge community is like, yeah, man, this shit's going to dump? Who in the Bitcoin community is talking about the pending dump? Like, they're a bunch of shills that just lie to you about shit because they're trying to pump their bags. I tell you the truth, man. So I'm the only guy out there doing that. Who else out there is telling the truth in crypto? I don't know anybody who's doing it like me, man. I don't.
What about Charles Hoskinson? So I did a long interview with him. A lot of people are very inspired by him. Some people even say Charles Hoskinson is the Steve Jobs of crypto. You haven't heard that before? Oh God, here we go.
Get the fuck out of here. Come on.
I'm throwing another conversation grenade in there, people.
Bro, like, what possible commonality is there at all? So what, like, no.
Well, I'd go back a step and say, have you watched some of his interviews?
Yeah, they're queer. Like, I mean, some of the shit he says is okay. Like, he at least speaks, like, I don't have a problem with Charles Hoskinson.
He's so smart, bro. He is so smart. He's like next level.
Okay. You know what?
Well,
you want to sell me on that shit? Set up an interview with us and we'll see how smart he is. Maybe he is smart. Great. But here's what I know. This motherfucker helped launch Ethereum. Okay? So everybody that hates Ethereum, you guys all hate Ethereum. Well, you got to hate on Charles because he was there helping launch that shit. So all you hating ass motherfuckers out there, hate Ethereum, hate Vitalik. You also hate on him because he was there for that shit. So then he had a falling out with his homies, right? He wanted to do his own thing, just like every other fucking founder. So Gavin Wood is like, oh, I'm going to go do my own shit. I'm going to go do Polkadot. And fucking homie Cardano man is like, oh, I'm going to go do my own shit. I'm going to do the Cardano, right? And then all the little fucking founders, they go and do their own competing shit that hurts the value of the other shit. People have finite money, and that finite money gets into finite ticker symbols. And so people are like, hey, man, why don't you launch Hex on XYZ? Because I ain't pumping their bags. Fuck them. I'm not pumping their bags. I'd rather see Hexagons build something. that helps hexagons. I'm not pumping somebody else's fucking bags.
So, but you're still a fan of Ethereum, yeah?
Because Ethereum is the most secure blockchain. Ethereum has the best auditors. Ethereum has the best tooling infrastructure. Ethereum has the best adoption. Ethereum has the best features. Ethereum has the most secure blockchain software that exists currently. It is proven effective. It has the most on-chain liquidity for stablecoins. It has the most on-chain transactions of any blockchain ever in history ever. There's been twice as many transactions done on Ethereum in the 3 years or 4 years that it's existed, or whatever, like 6 years, than in the 10 years that Bitcoin's existed, because it has a higher performative network. The shit has earned respect. It has earned respect. And these other vaporware empty chains that no one's fucking using for anything, but people are just pumping up to the sky for fucking giggles, they do not deserve that respect. So like when Dogecoin does a 30x, am I now supposed to pretend that the software is good, or that anyone is developing anything for it, or that has any fucking features other than send? It doesn't. So this,
Yeah, we're
this
not comparing
concept,
apples with apples here, brother.
this concept that because a price is high, it is therefore good, is backwards. And Warren Buffett will clear you of this disillusion. Warren Buffett will tell you, he is right about a lot of shit, unfortunately, not right in crypto. He'll tell you, price is what you pay. Value is what you get. But most people think that price is value. So they're like, oh, Dogecoin is expensive, must be good now. Nope. It is it's worse than it was previously, because now it's less secure, because now the incentives to attack the network are larger. So it was more secure before you guys pumped the price, because they don't even have their own miners. They merge mine with Litecoin, and Litecoin security sucks.
We can't compare Doge with Cardano. It's two.
Why not? Doge has more
different
users.
worlds.
Doge has more users. Why not? Why can't you compare them? What can you do with Cardano
Well,
other than send?
So
Pretty
one
sure you can just send. Can
one
you do
is a
anything
joke
else?
and never designed to be anything else other than a meme coin.
Yeah,
and
but
only
I'm
a
talking
store of
about
value.
software features. Can you do anything else with Cardano other than send it? No, you can't. So then they are very similar networks, because you can just press send or not, and that's it.
Okay, as of right now. But what is?
So
Hang on,
vaporware, so
let's
promises
say-
of others, so promise coin. So you bought a security where you're
Hey,
hoping and
Richard,
praying that the work
To
of
be
others
fair,
pump your bags.
Richard, you made a promise about Hex, and you had
Nope.
to develop Hex.
Nope. Hex
No,
launched fully and totally complete, done and locked forever, with no promises of work from the others. There's no fucking code updates. There's no forks. There's none of that shit, because it's complete and finished. And everyone, if they want improvements, can do it on layer 2. So we now have layer 2, 2-cent trading with Uniswap on a fork of Ethereum called Matic that has lower fees. It's an L2. We have that. Cardano doesn't have that. Dogecoin doesn't have that. We have that. But I didn't need to change the fucking code to do that, because you can develop on top of it. There are people that now have developed tradable stakes. There's code in the developer chat where you can make a hex stake and then trade shares in that hex stake. Did we need to edit the code or change the code to do that? See, you're falling for the shit the EOS people fell for. It's the exact same fucking playbook. Hey guys, we've got this team of people that's going to build some shit. And everyone's going to switch to our new shit because it has higher throughput and lower fees. Exact same fucking sales pitch. Exact same sales pitch the EOS guys fell for. And how did EOS do this year? Fucking garbage. Because people buy their new bullshit vaporware coin that they think is going to be the new great next fucking thing. And everyone pumps the hypes it to shit. And then it has the misfortunate event of actually launching. And then when it actually launches, no one's dreams come true.
Though?
Huh?
Wasn't EOS built on Ethereum?
No.
Am I getting that right?
No.
Oh, sorry.
wasn't.
Okay. No, I'm thinking
So-
of Tron. Sorry.
Here's how EOS worked.
I was thinking
EOS
of
was
Tron.
like, hey, we want to create an Ethereum killer. Lower fees, higher throughput. Okay. We want money to do that. Okay, how are we going to get people's money? We're going to let you transform, or I'm not sure exactly how they did it, but you could put Ethereum in on the Ethereum blockchain, get their ERC20 EOS token out, and then when their mainnet came out, trade your ERC20 for their mainnet token. You know who else did that? TRX. You know who else did that? BNB. Those are all multi-billion-dollar projects. Okay, so TRX went from an ERC20 to their own mainnet. BNB went from an ERC20 to their own mainnet. EOS went from an ERC20 to their own mainnet. And I could probably list you other ones as well. Even Polkadot. I think Polkadot was an ERC20, and then they went to a mainnet. I think. I think Tezos might have done something similar too. Like, this is a very common thing. They're raising money, and then they're going to a mainnet. Okay. Now, who's building the mainnet? The people that you're enriching, the founders. Okay. And are you buying a complete finished product that is functional and operational? No, you're not. You're buying hopes and dreams. And how does the hopes and dreams usually work out? It usually works out like the 2017 ICOs, where 99% of them went to fucking zero. So, oh, here's Siren Labs. They're going to make a blockchain cell phone. Nah, actually, you're going to lose all your money. How about that? Oh, here's this guy that's real popular on Dilbert, the Dilbert founder. Who's the guy that writes Dilbert? Adams. Scott Adams? I think so. But I might be wrong. But let's say Scott Adams, okay? Scott Adams writes Dilbert. I might be wrong. I might be mixing them up. Whatever. The fucking Dilbert writer guy. He makes a stupid token called When You. How's that shit going? Going to zero, motherfucker. Straight down. Oh, okay. So what happened to all these 2017 fucking ICOs? They all went straight down. Were they bad ideas? No, ideas were fine. Was the execution that bad? Oh, some of them was, yeah. But some of them launched and then just went to zero anyway. Hey, what happened to the Wax token with its NFT shit? Zero. What happened to Salt? Bitcoin lending? Zero. Hey, what happened to, I could sit here all fucking day and list you shit that went to zero or close or massively 95% down or whatever, right? So maybe some of them didn't make zero because you can't even trade at zero. So nothing can really go to zero, but basically price annihilated, right? So I'll amend my statement for legal purposes to say not zero, but dipped hard as fuck, 90% plus, okay? And so now the EOS guys did the same shit. So the EOS does EOS work? Yes. Do people use it? Yes. Is the price chart wrecked this year? Yes. Why? Because people buy the hype, and then when the shit actually comes, the price dumps. Hex did the same thing, by the way. Hex had a similar launch style to EOS, and the price chart actually looked similar. People bought too high in the beginning, ran out of powder, made a bottom, went up high as fuck, and then they didn't have like any type of, I guess they had an end of their launch phase after 350 periods, which were 23 hours long. And our launch phase, or maybe it was 365, I can't remember. Our launch phase was like 353 days. And then we had the big payday, which acted like a stock split, which amplified returns for longer stakers. And so if you had a long stake, you got to double in your stack. So if you had a 10-year longer stake, you doubled your stack. If you had a 1-day stake, you got a 3x, a 30% on your stack just for that day. And then people front ran that by a few weeks and sold the price down. So the price pumped and then they sold it down. And we recently made a new all-time high after that. So that was like November 19th. And then I think we made a new all-time high just before the new year at 2 cents. So it's like, I'm going to teach you something about speculation, man. What matters is the ratio of people that know about the shit now to people that will know about it. That's what matters. So right now, when people didn't hear about something, price is low. Not, and then when everybody hears about it, price is a lot higher. Now, does that matter? The technical specifications? No. Does security matter? No. The only thing that matters is the ratio of how many people knew about it then and how many people know about it now. That's what actually moves the fucking price. Now, you can cancel that out with some bad structure, like rug pulls where shit goes to zero, where security, it goes to zero, where, some other bad thing happens, like fees get too high for anyone to use it, shit like that. Then those do negatively impact price. But they get solved in the fees issue by bear markets. Bear markets solve the fee problem. And then if other L2s solve the fee problem, other competitive chains, if people fuck off to those, it solves the fee problem. If USDT starts using an L2, solves the fee problem for a while, right? You buy time. So you're basically, if you bought Cardano, you just basically bought EOS. Hey guys, we're doing a new thing. It's going to have higher throughput, lower fees. Oh, cool. That's exactly EOS's pitch. We saw exactly how that worked out. It did a 40x in the bear market. That was nice. And then it just didn't do that well anymore because the ratio of people that had already heard about it to the people that will hear about it in the future, the ratio is just not that good. So in Hex, CoinMarketCap's got his gate cap to page 3. That's opportunity. On CoinGecko, those motherfuckers pretend we don't even have a market cap. Isn't that a good laugh? Isn't that a good laugh? The 100% uptime thing, they pretend it doesn't have a market cap, but they also at the front of the fucking top of all these price charts go, by the way, this could be a rug pull. So just be really careful buying it because they might just fucking, pull the rug on your ass and you never be able to sell it. And they put that on all these fucking pages. How disgusting is that? I have an idea. If you think some shit's gonna be a rug pull, how about you just don't fucking list it? How about you guys stop making money on views from fucking scams? Because they make money on scams. If you sell advertisements promoting scams, you make money on scams. I don't make no goddamn money on scams. A lot of other motherfuckers make money on scams. eToro, top of the website. 70% of users lose money with this. Top of the fucking website. Ads everywhere. So let me get it straight. You guys are advertising some shit that most people lose money on. Fuck's you hate your users? You hate your customers? Why are you doing it? Why are you hurting your fucking users? It obviously, the top of the website says everyone loses money. And it's worse than that. They don't just lose money. I bet if you do the measurements, so if 7 out of 10 people lose, the real question is how much did they lose? And how much did those few people win? And I bet the winners won this much, and I bet the fucking losers lost this much. And that's the data that they're hiding, is that it's even worse than 7 out of 10 losing. It's complete and total annihilation of the fucking users, and then the enrichment, a tiny little bit of a couple dudes. It's just disgusting. And then this shit's promoted everywhere. So Hex is being literally the 100% uptime, 100% awesome, fucking launched fully complete and secure while everything else around it failed. No hopes and dreams bullshit. If I die right now and Hex.com goes offline, Hex doesn't give a fuck. It's truly decentralized. It's truly distributed. It's truly complete. It's completely irrelevant whether I survive or not. It's completely irrelevant whether Hex.com survives or not. The code sits on that blockchain and keeps doing what it's doing for 150 fucking years. So if you buy Cardano and you're hoping for adoption and you're hoping people are going to build shit, you're buying into a 2017 ICO and the price will fucking dump hard as fuck. And the harder it rises up, the harder it will fucking dump. Because eventually when it finally comes out, then people will be like, oh, well, shit, another empty blockchain no one's using. How many of those do we have now? Do you want me to list you all the empty blockchains? DOT, ADA, Tezos, EOS, all of them. They're all empty. BSV, they're all fucking empty. You just don't have users, man. So you guys are all hoping and dreaming you're going to get users, and you're going to find the same thing when Hex launched. The price is going to dump because the hopes and dreams of day one, they just aren't, they're too hard to meet. You know what Hex was valued at day one by guys that bought it then on a diluted valuation? Day one, they valued it at 1.6 billion. Day one. And then this is after me publishing the chart that says, hey, look at how EOS launched. It dumped for 80 to 120 days and made the bottom here. And then I published the CSV charts to show you, here's the fucking EOS price every single day. Look, it did this, and then it did this, and it had a nearly identical launch system. Maybe don't go in all in one day, right? When everyone else is. And, people don't fucking listen. So I'm telling you
let me
now.
bring this to what you believe in, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So Hex, there's no doubt there. Bitcoin and Ethereum. Are those the three? Is that fair in saying those three?
Depends what you want. It depends what you're in crypto for. You want anonymity? Probably Monero's better. You want price performance? Probably Monero sucks. You want, but like you can get anonymity in Ethereum.
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Sure.
Let's, as you said at the beginning of the interview, why many people are in here to get rich.
Yeah.
Lambo rich.
Yes.
Which three do you believe in? Or is there more than three? Or
Look,
which
man,
two?
If you buy
the
Bitcoin,
people.
if you buy Bitcoin today, let's say it's 50K today, and let's say it goes up to 300K and breaks out the top of everyone's regression chart, everyone's rainbow chart, everyone's stock to flow model. Okay, 300K, top that bitch. Okay, you got a 6X. Okay, you want to buy a Lambo. What's a Lambo cost? $250. All right. So let's do some math real quick. So 250 over 6. All right. You got to have 41 grand. So if you've got 41 grand and you put it into Bitcoin at 50K and you get a 6X and you sell the top and you don't pay any taxes, good luck on that one. Well, then you could buy a 250K Lambo. Now, I mean, you basically gave me a speed round and made me guess the Bitcoin price in a year, and I guessed 33. Well, shit. Then you've only got like what? Your 40K turned into 30K. Oops. So like, I just, if you really want to get a Lambo, you're probably going to need a higher multiple. And if you really need a higher multiple, you're not going to get it in Bitcoin. It's too fucking heavy. Bitcoin has got its shit demolished this year by ADA, by Ethereum, by Hex. By when I say this year as a trader, I mean the last 365 days. I'm not like, oh, look, history is only fucking 3 months old. I mean like the start of 2021. That's not what I mean. I mean the last 365 days. So everything's kicking Bitcoin's ass. Link, fucking a whole ton of things. EOS isn't. EOS is losing to Bitcoin. You got to understand, Bitcoin's only done a 6x this year. Or no, like, well, yeah, from the beginning of it's up 12x from the COVID dip. So in a year going backwards, it's up at 12x. Ethereum's up at 22x. So Ethereum has risen from the COVID dip twice as high, and you made twice the money by having Ethereum instead of Bitcoin. And if you had Hex, you made 10 or 12x Bitcoin's returns. I think it might be 12x now or 10x or something like that. So you used to trade under a sat, and now it's like 20 sats. So you're up 20x in Bitcoin terms had you bought the COVID dip on like, I don't know, March 12th or something. I can't remember the exact date, but like March of 2020. Yeah. So if you need big multiples and you want to buy really cool shit, Hex has outperformed like hell. And Ethereum has outperformed Bitcoin. And Bitcoin has outperformed some or most stocks. Tesla beat Bitcoin's ass this year. You don't hear people talking about that. Hey, good job, Bitcoin. Good job. Tesla beat your ass this year. What's up? That's how it is. People ignore that shit like it didn't happen. It happened. But motherfuckers don't read the charts. They just want to live in their little dream world, little fantasy world, you know? So now look, ADA, hope it comes out, hope it does great. But if I want to launch Hex on an ERC20 supporting high throughput blockchain, I got a whole fuckload of options. And why would I pump their bags when I can just press the fork button? It's open source software. Why wouldn't I press the fork button and have my own fucking ticker instead of pumping their bags? Why not? Did they pump my bags? Did they say nice shit about me? Did they say nice shit about Hex? Did they do anything for me? Did they do anything for Hex? No. Fuck you guys. I ain't pumping your bags. That's
yeah, but that aside, when it comes just to delivering a product to the market, I mean, as we spoke about earlier, the Ethereum gas fees are just out of control.
Bear market solves that, bro. This ain't the first time we've seen this. CryptoKitties killed the Ethereum network. CryptoKitties killed the Ethereum market 2 weeks before the top. Do we have the same bullshit going on now? Yes. So you've got Elon Musk all's in his $1.5 billion bag. All right, who's going to follow him? Michael Saylor bought his bag. Elon Musk bought his bag. Stripe bought his bag. Square, maybe. I don't fucking know. I can't remember. So, okay, these guys are in. These are the guys talking shit, saying good things about Bitcoin. Okay, they bought their bags. And Michael Saylor's buys keep getting smaller. Hey, guys, we bought 1.5 billion. Hey, guys, we bought 600 million. Hey, guys, we bought 15 million. Hey, guys, come on, man, buy this shit, please. That's what's happening right now. So, like, this is what causes the irrational exuberance. This is what causes the blow off tops. This is what causes the fucking insane parabolas. So it's like, we have seen this before. Why don't we do a big ass dip from here? Why not? Because there's some other fucking Elon Musk waiting to buy a 1.5B? Maybe. Or maybe they'll just set a limit order and not pump the price and just buy dip. So maybe we'll get smaller dips. Maybe we won't get an 85% dump. Maybe we'll get a 75 or 65. Here's another thing people don't understand. Basically, I spend my life telling people shit that they have never heard of in their fucking life, that they never knew was even able to be understood. You know what the difference is between a stock that's down 80% and a stock that's down 90%? Let me check it. Losing an extra half your money. Stock goes down 80%. You got $20 left. $100 stock drops 80%. Congrats. You got $20 left. Only goes down another 10%. only goes down from a negative 80 to a negative 90. No big deal, right? Nah, it's a big deal. Now you only got $10 instead of 20. You lost half your money again. But people don't realize this shit because I got to teach these motherfuckers. I got to teach them how much better long is than short. I got to teach them what vaporware is. I got to teach them what promise coins are. I got to teach them about the ratio of how many people did hear about shit, but between how many are going to hear about it. And by the way, if you've never seen it, there's an episode of a television show by Mike Judge who made a lot of great stuff. Silicon Valley is this one that I'm talking about, but he's also made Beavis and Butthead and Idiocracy and a lot of other really cool things. There's a scene in Silicon Valley where these guys have got their startup that does data compression, and they're talking about how to pay for their servers, and they're going to pay for their servers by getting some users, and they're going to get money from the users to pay for their servers. And the dude's looking at his phone, the VC, venture capitalist guy that gave him some money to get equity ownership. And he's looking at his phone. He's like, oh, whoa. Users? No users. And the founder, the tech guy that wrote the algorithm, did the data compression, he's like, what do you mean no users? And he explains it very clearly and very accurately and very realistic how it really works. And how it really works is, as soon as you get real users, everyone's going to realize this is bullshit. But if you don't get any users, then you're the next big thing. You're the paradigm shift. You could be the next Apple. You could be the next this. And so you always want to have vaporware because vaporware can't disappoint anyone. Vaporware always has the next big thing. OneCoin that never even had a coin had huge promises of we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And one day you'll be able to sell it. One day there'll be an exchange and we're going to change everything. It's going to change the world. And it's all this hopium bullshit. And everyone buys this fucking hopium and they don't sell because they think, oh, well, the big thing's going to come. The big thing's going to come. The dreams, the hopium's going to come true. And then when you actually launch and when you actually get a couple users and people realize that their projections are totally fucking wrong and there's no way they're going to get that many users at all, the price goes to shit. Because then people see, oh, well, fuck. There's none of these hopium shit was true at all. It's just like crypto, just like Bitcoin. Programmable money. Nope. Peer-to-peer digital cash. Nope. It's like $50 to send a fucking transaction. That ain't working. Throughput increases. Nope. It was on the roadmap. We're going to get a block size increase. It's on the roadmap. When I argued for smaller blocks, Blockstream had on the roadmap a block size increase. Because why wouldn't you? Everyone's computer's faster. Everyone's bandwidth is bigger. Why the fuck wouldn't you have a block size increase when everything else is increased? Nope. Didn't even get what was on the roadmap. Fuck yourselves. Sorry. And then they launch cloud mining. Haha. Good one. Good centralization, bro. And then all the good devs leave there. Greg Maxwell left. Peter Woolley left. Okay, so who's left over there? I don't even know. So like, which one of these points was I talking about? I went through so many of these educational things.
We originally started talking about ADA and originally.
Yeah, it's just EOS again. You're buying EOS again. You're buying another high throughput ETH killer, of which there are 10 or 20 of them, and they all pump.
So
and
nothing,
then they all go down.
Nothing
again.
will kill Ethereum in your mind. Ethereum
there's not enough new users to support all the ETH killers. You have fucking very limited new users, and people are just cycling their money from the next pump to the next pump. It's the same guys. You need actual new users, and you're not gonna. All right, let me share some more shit with you, man, because I like you. I like these interviews. I like your questions. I like doing interviews with you. People are like, "Why are you doing an interview with a guy with no views?" Because I like doing interviews. Fuck you guys. you want me to do an interview with a guy with more views? Have the more view guys fucking message me.
Well, so, I say it goes back to you being non-discriminatory and just getting out there to help the people who want to be helped.
Yeah. So why did Ethereum top 42 days after Bitcoin in 2017? Because people's rotating. They're like, oh shit, this Bitcoin's running out of steam. Where's the new hotness? Oh, this other thing. Okay, let's rotate into it. And then they rotate into Ethereum. And then what happened? People sold Bitcoin to buy Ethereum. Ethereum outpumped Bitcoin. But then the Bitcoin price kept coming down. So what happens is then as this is pulling down, then it pulls down the next one, and then it pulls down everything. It's because this is reflexivity. It's reflexivity on a lag. So you're getting a huge pump in Bitcoin, which then gives you a huge pump in the number two, which is Ethereum, which then gives you a huge pump, in this case, all the ETH killers and DeFi and Hex and everything. But Hex is mostly decoupled. Like when ETH dumps, we don't dump. Like look on the charts. Hex is really decorrelated from the rest of the crypto market, particularly now that it's got USDC as its primary trading pair. So the majority of liquidity on Uniswap for Hex is the USDC pair, which means that when ETH dumps, Hex is less likely to dump with it, because the people that were willing to pay this price are still willing to pay that price. But when you have ETH only liquidity, when ETH dumps, now the order book on the ETH pair, the people are only willing to pay less price now versus the dollar, because ETH dumped versus the dollar, so their bids dumped versus the dollar, shit like that, and their sells went down with it. So basically, in a bear market, Bitcoin, or rather Hex, having its primary liquidity pair against USDC is massive advantage, because when everything else dumps with ETH or dumps with BTC, the thing that has only USDC pair as its backing doesn't dump with it. It requires people to actually sell Hex. So if all the liquidity is on ETH, then the Hex price is going to track with ETH. If ETH goes up, Hex is going to go up. If ETH goes down, Hex is going to go down. But when you have the majority of your liquidity on USDC, ETH moving around has a much smaller effect, because the price of Hex is only people trading Hex. You know, like you still got like 1/3 maybe Ethereum price fluctuation in there. So like, it's also much easier to outcompete the dollar than it is to outcompete ETH, because ETH went up 22x over the last year and the dollar went down. So would you rather compete against something that's going up 22x a year, or would you rather compete against something that's like going down, right? So it's an easier thing to compete against. It's better for the bear market. So, okay, that was how liquidity works. Oh, so I'm talking about cycling, musical chairs. So people get into Bitcoin, okay, it stalls out. They get into ETH, okay, it stalls out. They get into this third thing, and then these other two keep falling, and then it collapses and everything recompresses and everything goes to shit. So everything that has its primary trading pairs as Ethereum or Bitcoin will go to shit when Ethereum and Bitcoin go to shit, because the same insane pumps that you got from $1 million comes into crypto, goes into Bitcoin. Guy feels rich. Got to diversify. Okay. Takes his $1 million that he had in Bitcoin, sells $500,000 for it for some other coins. What does that do? Hurts the Bitcoin price, pushes the other prices up. But it hurts the Bitcoin price only a little bit because it's a much more liquid market, but it pushes all the other markets up a lot higher because they're thinner markets. And the thinnest markets move up the most, which is why, like, if you want to buy Hex right now and you put in $1 million, you're moving the price up with just $1 million. You put in $1 million in Bitcoin, it ain't going nowhere. You put $1 million in Ethereum, it ain't going nowhere. But if you want to put $1 million in Hex, you're moving the price up. That's a feature. That's the maximum opportunity in any coin is when its liquidity was lowest. Your maximum gains of Bitcoin was when liquidity was lowest. Your maximum gains of Facebook, any coin, any equity, anything.
Sorry to interrupt, but as the Hex market cap grows, then that $1 million going there is going to have less of effect.
Nope, that's not how it works. The order book has nothing to do with the market cap. It's a common misconception. The order book is the order book. It's the only thing that matters. Oh, some more coins printed. Yeah, and did those coins meet the order book? No. Well, then they don't matter. What matters is the order book. So people willing to sell is what holds price down. People willing to buy is what holds price up. And the actual market cap has very little to do with it. Hey, Bitcoin's, if Satoshi's coins that he's never moved, his 1 million coins are sitting in the Bitcoin market cap. They're not for sale. So should they be counted as circulating supply? See, do they affect the order book? What if they just disappeared? What if he burnt them? You know, you're like, well, they weren't on the order book to start with. So unless there's people out there like using them for some calculations to assign value, they don't really matter. So like what matters is the order book. The order book is what sets the prices and the people's behavior in the order book. So what you'll have is a person puts in $1 million. They now feel like they have 10 million, even though they actually don't, because there's going to be slippage, right? So, you know, you get fees, you get slippage, you get taxes and shit. So now he takes his 10 million, he puts 5 million into ETH, 2 million into alts, does that, hurts that price, helps those prices. And so what you have is you have Bitcoin down, ETH up. ETH is just going up because it's vastly superior. But even if it wasn't, it would just go up on its own because it's a thinner market and the number two. And then you've got, you know, ETH down and now other quote ETH killers up and stupid NFT retarded JPEGs and things. And then what's going to happen is these things will fall down enough to collapse the house of cards. And then everyone's like, oh, fuck, I don't want fake money anymore. I want real money. I want dollars. Give me the dollars. Give me the dollars. And then everyone that thought they were really rich on paper is selling like fuck, trying to get real dollars they can do shit with. And then they all get shaken out. They sell the bottom. And then it's time to go back up and do the cycle again from higher. And we've done this time and time and time again. So the impatient people, the people that buy tops and then sell bottoms, they give their money to the patient people that bought bottoms and sold tops. And it's in every market. It's in crypto. It's everywhere. The impatient pay the patient. So, and this is why I'm so bullish about Hex is while everyone else is getting fucked tied to Bitcoin and ETH and a bear, you're like, well, we're ready for a bear. Like, come on. My gut feeling is that Hex will do fabulous in a bear. Might be wrong. Might suck dick in a bear. But my gut feeling is that it's going to overperform. And we've seen it overperform in bear market conditions. When everything else is dumping, Hex tends to go up. And I post about it. Pisses a lot of people off. Fuck you guys. You want to feel good when Hex is up and your shit's down? Buy Hex. You want to feel good when the green candles are green for us? Buy some. Then you can feel good too. You can feel
Give
good
us
like
a
we do.
price forecast then. So 1, 5, and 10 years. If you,
I can't make forward-looking statements on Hex price.
I know, but I squeezed one out of you for Bitcoin.
I don't mind. Like, I'm not the founder of Bitcoin, but I am the founder of Hex. I don't make forward-looking price statements. I can tell you it's possible. We can do a 10,000x. We could go up to $100. That people be like, no, the market cap will be too high. You'll be like, market cap is a made-up number, man. That the market cap is a vanity metric. If you think Bitcoin's worth $1 trillion, try and sell 100 billion of it and watch how much money you actually get. The market will collapse quicker than fuck. So if you think the market cap's $1 trillion and you're going to be able to sell 100 billion, you're not. That ain't how it works. It doesn't work that way in equities. It doesn't work that way in crypto. You actually have a lot less. So when this is a funny thing, like Michael Saylor brags about when he's finished buying. You're like, hey, Michael, pro tip. When you're finished buying, it means the price is likely to come down a bit because you're finished buying. If you wanted to fucking make the price go up, tell people you're going to buy, and then they might try and front run you, and then you can pay a higher price, but then the price is likely to go up. And I don't like this like decreasing smaller buys thing. That's not good. I don't like that Elon Musk is already in. Elon Musk being in means probably not getting in again, right? Like he's in. He got his allocation. Mr. Shark Tank guy, I don't remember his name, bought 3% of his portfolio and like Bitcoin and ETH. You're like, okay, cool. But now you're done buying, ain't you? Yeah. Okay, so that's bearish, not bullish. It was more bullish before you bought. It's bearish after you buy. It's bullish after you sold. It's bearish before you sold, right? Like people just get their timings backwards. So are there other Teslas that want to buy billions of Bitcoin? I sure hope so. I wouldn't mind the price going up forever.
Well, that was my next question.
But historically, it doesn't.
They're only one set of high rollers, if you will, who put in the money. If they start the next one or trigger next round of billionaires putting money in,
these guys are strong.
Someone's got to go first.
These guys are strong hands, which is nice, right? They never have to sell. Like Grayscale, they never have to sell. They can literally, they bought those coins and they can just sit on them forever. That's awesome. That's really good for price. I like that. So we might not get dips as deep. And we didn't have dips on this run up as deep at all. We haven't had a 40% dip, not a single 40% dip, which we used to have all the time in 2017. We haven't had a single 40% dip in Bitcoin from 3,300 up to, actually, how deep did the dip go? I think it was like 3,380 or something like that. I think it was 3,400. So we haven't had a dip from 3,400 up to 60K that's been 40%. Not a single one, not even one. That's abnormal. It's irregular. We've never done that before. So there has been more buy pressure than we've ever seen before. And people will tell you, here's another metric. You want metrics for, okay, we don't have to have a bear market yet. We've only gone a 3x over the previous all-time high. And the previous all-time high before that, we did a 15x. But elongating cycles, compression due to weight of the market cap, maybe you're only good for maybe a 9x maybe. And so we've only done 3x of a 9x. Sure, we could keep going up. Sure, we could have irrational exuberance and people's $100,000 JPEGs could go to 300,000 and Bitcoin could go to 300K. Sure, all that's possible. Yeah, or we could just dump in the next week or two. Could do either one. Now, which one have we seen before? The dump. But hey, it's bullish as hell. real billionaires are buying, real companies are buying, real nations are buying. I think there's some African nations that have exposure now, but they're broke, so who really cares? But we do have them Gox coins coming. And so you're just like, and we do have people dumping for these quote ETH killers. Okay. Right. And so when I see these rotations into weird shit, you're like, well, that's what we did in 2017 and 2018. We had rotations into weird shit and we had dumperoo. And you're like, this would play pretty good on the fractal now. But it could also be weird, right? It could just be like, oh, maybe we'll go sideways for a while and just fuck everybody up. No pumps and no dumps and just get sideways from here. Yeah, we could do that.
That actually
Nobody's waiting for that one.
Into what is the biggest threat to Hex? Like, what keeps you up at night if you're worried about anything about Hex, and what are you doing about it?
I'm not worried about anything. Like
nothing. There's got to be something. Come on, let's just go down to swap basics. What's your biggest threat or weakness? There's got to be something.
We don't really have one. We're already gate capped by the exchanges. So what are we going to get unlisted? No, we're not listed anyway. It's just opportunity. We're already gate capped by the fucking market cap sites. So what are they going to unlist us? We're already unlisted anyway, right? They're already gatekeeping us. So it's just opportunity. You're like,
where can you buy Hex?
Well, you saw peer-to-peer. It's decentralized. It's non-custodial. So you get Ethereum or USDC or any other of thousands of ERC20s and trade them for Hex on 1inch.exchange, 1inch.eth.link, ethhex.com, matcha.xyz. There's 20 or 30 exchanges it's on, but why would you use a centralized exchange for a thinner Hex order book when you can trade on the thickest Hex order book, peer-to-peer, non-custodial, no counterparty risk on the blockchain? It's vastly superior.
But this is, why aren't these exchanges listing Hex?
Well, I can tell you in some cases, they are a pay-to-play centralized entity that wants millions of dollars to list something that's amazing when they'll list total dog shit rug pulls for free. So if you want to go enrich one of these centralized cocksuckers that like suspends people's withdrawals for a month and shit like that and has their founders arrested and shit like that, if you want to enrich those guys, you can go ahead and do that. I won't do it. I'm not paying these motherfuckers to then get Hexicans to put their money there, to then get the Hexicans' money's lost to hacks. KuCoin got hacked. You know how many Hexicans lost money in the hack? None. Why? Because there ain't no fucking Hex on their bullshit. OKX suspended withdrawals for a month. You know how many Hexicans had problems from that? None. Why? Because there ain't no Hex in their system. I hate centralized exchanges. They're the enemy. They're the opposite of crypto. They're gatekeeping, privacy reducing horror. So if we can never have a Hex in a central exchange, that's actually better for everybody. You want to buy Hex? Easy. Go get Ethereum. You can go get USDC as an American citizen from Coinbase with no fees. Send your money to Coinbase, get USDC with no fee, buy a little bit of Ethereum, $40, $30, and then send it to your MetaMask, send your Ethereum there, send your Hex there, and then you could go on 1inch.eth.link or matcha.xyz, and it's going to load balance your order across all the liquidity. It's going to load balance it across the USDC pair, which is 2/3 of the liquidity in Uniswap, or yeah, 2/3. It's going to load balance it across the ETH pair, which is 1/3 of the liquidity on Uniswap. And by the way, if the ETH price dumps, then the USDC pair will be stronger and the ETH pair will be weaker because ETH would be worth less on there on the bid side. So, and then now there's like $500,000 or $1 million of liquidity on this layer 2 called QuickSwap. And I don't think Matcha or 1inch can access that. So you might want to load balance some of your order across there too, or you can just use limit orders and be the liquidity. So you're like, hey, I want to buy in. I'm willing to pay this. Anybody want to hit my orders? Okay, I'll pay a little bit more. Anybody want to hit it? I'll pay a little bit more. Anyone want to hit it? And then you don't have to push the price against yourself. You can hope people sell into you. And why do we need a centralized exchange for that? So like for instance, if what the QuickSwap people are saying is true, and they have Transact integrated with their L2, then you'll be able to onboard credit card or bank wire directly into Hex using their system. Now, I didn't find, I just heard about it yesterday and I looked around and couldn't find it. So it might not exist yet, but they said it existed. So maybe it's somewhere, but I wasn't able to find it. So my point is, if Hex had a thinner pair on your centralized piece of shit, gets hacked, suspends withdrawals, fucks you up with the authorities, just makes you beg for your own money, That is the worst world. That is what crypto is designed to get rid of. So I would rather you get into an exchange with a small amount of money, get that money the fuck out of that exchange as quickly as you possibly can, and then use peer-to-peer non-custodial open source software like Uniswap, which is, I'm telling you to access it, right? So all these other things I'm telling you about, they usually end up in Uniswap trades because that's where the majority of the liquidity is. I'd rather see you do that. So now you're on a thick ass order book. When you onboard at your exchange, you're using a really thick order book with, let's say, USDC or Ethereum. And then you're using that to get the least slippage possible there. No, I mean, shit, if you buy USDC on Coinbase as an American citizen, there's no slippage. There's no order book. There's no slippage. There's no fee. They just turn it into their coin for you. Cool. Okay. Take that, swap it for Hex, and now you're in the other thickest order book for Hex in the world. There is no thicker order book for Hex in the world than Uniswap. And so you're load balancing across the two popular Uniswap pairs using matcha.xyz or 1inch.eth.link. You can't get better order execution. The whole round trip, turning your fiat into USDC or ETH and then turning it into Hex has the thickest order books, period. And then if Hex had launched directly on the exchange, it would be a thinner order book and you would get more slippage and you would have more counterparty risk and you might leave your money there, which we don't want. And so I want people to fuck out of exchanges. Cryptocurrency means no counterparty risk. You are in control of your own finances. If you were leaving your money on exchange, you are the reason that these hackers get so rich, because you're not supposed to leave your money on the damn exchange. So Hex is actually set up wonderfully. And by the way, the scams in the world that were more popular and successful than Hex, the straight scams like OneCoin, they didn't list on any fucking exchanges. Plus Token Ponzi got $8 billion of Bitcoin. They didn't list on any fucking exchanges. So we know this method works. We know this method of on-ramping people without exchanges works just fine because it works for shitty scams. So it'll work for an honest, amazing project. So right now, Hex is we're just keep building things that are awesome, right? So we got staker.app now, which is awesome. We got this layer 2 Uniswap trading, which is awesome. We've got, I don't know, ZK rollups, high throughput thing on zksync.io. Cool if you want to use that. We've got anonymity if you want to use it, but almost no one does, which means the anonymity set's low, which means it has low utility, and the fees are retardedly high. So I would suggest using tornado.cash with ETH or whatever other things have liquidity there, or anonymity set, you'd call it. Because anonymity set for Hex is garbage. Like I wouldn't use that. So you can't, like, what else do you want? You want high throughput? We got it. You want low fees? It's lower in Bitcoin. Or if you're on the layer 2, it's really low. It's just pennies. And we've got 2 layer 2s. We've got zksync.io and we've got QuickSwap. What else do you want? Oh, by the way, Cardano has none of that. None of it.
What will you actually be using it for from here? So in the first instance, correct me if I'm wrong, it was really about getting in there early, staking those Hex within the Hexagon community. Love that term, by the way, Hexagon. It's gold. Every time I hear it, I laugh. When I lived in America, side note, I used to call all Texans Texicans. And I do enjoy that. But Hexagon, it works even better.
Oh, yeah.
But what are we actually using Hex for now? Will it be a medium of exchange?
If you want to use it that way, you can, but there is not much utility to the currency for being used that way.
So ultimately, we're essentially, in the simplest terms, my friend, we're buying low and selling high.
Yeah. So if you bought Bitcoin at a penny and shoved your thumb up your ass and fell asleep and woke up 11 years later, you would have made a 5 million X, 6 million X. Okay. Does anyone use it for payments? No. Can you buy anything with it? No. You can buy less things with it now than you could in 2017. Negative growth over years for retail adoption. Okay. Are the fees lower? No, they're higher. Is the throughput higher? No, not really. I mean, maybe SegWit gave us like a 40% throughput increase because it moved the block weight to a 1.4 meg max and made some transactions more efficient. So you're like, hey, okay. So like the price goes up not because the software got better, not because people are using it for retail, not because it's programmable money, not because the Lightning is doing anything. There's like 100 times more wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum than there is in a Lightning network. Layer 2 scaling for Bitcoin, by the way, is called Ethereum. The only thing that's actually scaling Bitcoin right now is Ethereum. Like, oh, well, that's, counterparty risk. Yes, it is. Bitcoin sucks. So if you want to make yield on your Bitcoin coins, You could either free claim them and got your free hacks and got yield, or you could wrap it and put it and make like, you know, percent or two a year, providing liquidity on something on Ethereum with wrapped Bitcoin. But then if BitGo just doesn't give you your money back, you're fucked, because BitGo runs the wrapped Bitcoin, and they could just be like, nope, we're not giving you your money. Haha, we're keeping your Bitcoin. Fuck yourself. They could do that. BitGo could be like, yo, wrapped Bitcoin, nice. We're just gonna keep it all. Fuck yourselves. And they could do that anytime they want. We can do cry. Give us our Bitcoin. How's that working out from Mt. Gox's perspective? Mt. Gox has had everybody's Bitcoin for near a decade or some shit. That's a long time, man. 8 years. Long time.
I want to get your thoughts on things we're talking about settlements. I've released a series of videos on XRP, and whenever I do, the world erupts as if the world's going to end. What's your thoughts on XRP? I won't even do a leading question.
Well, it's just another. So does XRP function? Yes. Does XRP transmit value? Yes. Have people lost money to hacks in XRP? No. Does it have brand recognition? Yes. Is the price chart fucked? Yes. Do they have massive useless overhead with dumping the fucking living shit out of the coin to have a bunch of people working in a giant building what appears to be absolutely nothing useful at all? Yeah. Is it promise of false hopes and dreams of other people's effort? Hi, I'm Brad Garlinghouse, and I'm flying around the world trying to make this price go up while I'm dumping the living fuck out of it in my free time. Like, no. So it's the banks are going to use us. And you go check with a bank. You're like, hey, banks, are you using this shit? Nah, we don't use that shit. As a matter of fact, we don't even pay to use it. They beg us to use it. They buy 10% of MoneyGram, and then MoneyGram's like, yo, first of all, the MoneyGram price went up more than the XRP price did. So XRP bought 10% of MoneyGram, and then MoneyGram stock pumped way harder than XRP stock or price. And you're like, oh, haha, you guys just pumped legacy. Oops, dummy dumbs. I thought you were going to replace this shit. So you bought stock in it? Oh, you fucked up. So now MoneyGram is like, oh, government suing XRP? Yeah, we don't use that shit. We dump it the second we get it. Literally. They're like, whatever they give us, we dump, and we don't use it. That's what the fucking MoneyGram dude said. You're like, okay, so this is all a scam then. So you guys talking about banks are going to use you, banks are using you, but in reality, banks won't be using you and are not. Scam. So their narrative's a fucking scam. Hey, Hex, what's our narrative? You buy it, you lock it up. It has less negative externalities than Bitcoin. It's more secure than Bitcoin. It's had more audits than Bitcoin. It's had 100% uptime. Bitcoin hasn't had 100% uptime. Hex has. Bitcoin had a rollback.
So you wouldn't invest in XRP with the belief that it's going to be?
Hell no. There's too many bag holders, man.
I don't understand why there's. Yeah, I mean, the passion around it is beyond. Like, it's almost dangerous talking about it, I find.
Okay. Have you seen it on television? Yes. Have you seen a guy shilling how to buy XRP at $3 on CNBC? Yes, you have. And that was the top. Oh, okay. So have you seen anybody shilling Hex on CNBC yet? That's opportunity, homie. Have you seen, so this ratio of how many people have heard of the shit to how many people will hear about it, it's a really big deal. Hex has tons of potential these other coins don't have because everyone's already heard of them. So you reach your narrative, like you have a specific number of people that will be susceptible to a narrative, and then your project has a certain number of narratives available to it that it can rotate through, and then it captures those users that it reaches. So, I mean, Hex's narrative is goddamn fabulous. 352x up first year, up currently like 12x or 10x versus Bitcoin, or maybe 20x, I can't remember. And then probably 20x, I think. And then pays 40% interest per year. And by the way, that's before USD appreciation. So if the price doubles, you got 80%. Price triples, you got, 200, well, whatever, 120%. You get the idea. Imagine what so let's say the price is up 100x right now, but you got a double on your stack, or at least a 30% on your stack just from Big Payday. That's a lot of free ass money, man. So your stack went up 30%, and you made interest, and the value of the interest you got and your principal all went up 100x. So you're up 130x, 135x, 140x when you account for the extra coins you got, which aren't on the chart. So that's the one thing that sucks about Hex. There's the one thing that sucks about Hex. When you look at the price chart isn't showing you how rich people are getting from being stakers. It's only showing you how rich people are getting from not staking, if you didn't stake at all. So that amazing 354x performance, that does not include the fucking gains that you got from being staked, which is the whole idea. So it's underselling the performance. Another thing we have is a share price chart. Share price chart's goddamn amazing. Share price only goes up. It's how we simulate compounding interest. It gets harder and harder and harder for new guys to compete against you, to dilute you for those rewards. So if you bought your shares early, you got the lowest possible share price you'll ever get. And it will only go up in Hex terms versus the dollar, that's going to float with the exchange rate. So that price chart just looks damn fabulous, because that price chart also includes how much you received as a staker. So the price chart, normal price chart, doesn't show you the gains you get as a staker, but the share price chart does, because the share price chart ratchets up based on people's gains. So we could still even show a better one. Like in theory, we could show a chart of, on this day, this person was the person that had the highest equity increase. And then we could just track, like, look at this fucking guy, look how well he's doing. And then show that guy's paper gains. And then it would be like, yo, he got, on the big payday, he got 100% on his coins because he had a 10-year stake or longer. So he doubled his stack on that day. And then his stack's up 100x. So he's really up 200x. And then, right? So like, I could actually, and I should really work on being even more accurate displaying the gains that people are getting in Hex, because the price chart unknown, it's not fucking doing it. Price chart unknown shows big payday. Everyone got fucked by a big price dip. But in reality, they got fucked a lot less on that dip that everyone expected, because they got a huge shitload of new coins. But you can't see that on the chart. Every single staker, 90% of coins were staked for that day, got in between a 30% and 100% payout on that day. And you don't see that in the chart. So the share price chart is really, and by the way, you could wrap Hex stakes on layer 1 and sell shares in them on layer 2. So that's what Grayscale does. Grayscale wraps Bitcoin in their corporate structure bullshit and then sells shares of it on the OTC market. That's what they do. And so you could do the same thing with Hex, where you take a layer 1 stake at 5,555 days, which is maximum yield you can get in Hex terms. And then you don't have to restake it when it expires. Like, you could max out the yield at a 10-year stake, but then when it expires, you've got to restake it at a shittier rate with a higher share price, because the share price only goes up. So it's, if you care about long-term gains, a 5555 day, a Quattro Cinco stake is the best yield you can get long-term in Hex terms. And then sell shares in that. And then you could do that on layer 2. You could do that on Cardano. You could do it on EOS. You could do it on all the different networks, just like Tether does. So Tether, they're just like, all right, we're going to have Tether on other networks, because it's just a centralized fake crypto anyway. There's no real crypto there. They can just turn off everyone's coins. They'd be like, fuck you guys, we deactivated all our coins. They do that. Tether literally has a function that's called, like, the fuck you function. Not called the fuck you function, but basically they can just turn off your coins won't work anymore. They can also not redeem them as well. So they can make it so you can't transfer them, and they can also not redeem them, both. But they launch on multiple networks. So encapsulated Hex stakes could trade on multiple networks, get the advantages of on-ramping people from those ecosystems, get the advantages of layer 2, more affordable order execution, and get the advantages of locking up more Hex for longer. Because now, whereas some people might be fearful, so our average stake length is 5 years. Some people might be fearful to open up a 15-year stake, but this encapsulated stake wouldn't be fearful to open up a 15-year stake, because we see this already with Grayscale. So Grayscale has no right of redemption. When you buy Grayscale stock, you cannot turn your money in your Grayscale stock into actual crypto. It's not allowed. So what do you really have? You have a greater fool game. You're like, okay, well, I hope someone pays more for this thing, because it's kind of tied to Bitcoin, I guess, even though I can't actually turn it into Bitcoin. And then everyone's fine with it. You're like, all right, well, if everyone's fine with that, then we're doing I think that we should do the encapsulated 15-year stakes, because you're going to end up with more 15-year stakes in the ecosystem. And that just means that the layer 1 price should benefit from that. So if the analogy holds, if my analogy as to the way that Grayscale's acquisition of Bitcoin, buying it and never selling it, has helped the Bitcoin price, and I do think that it has, then I also believe that a nearly identical system that purchased and staked Hex for long as fuck and sold shares in the stakes, T shares, it sold the T shares, right? So you'd have like, they're like bonds. This is how many T shares you got, and this is how long you got them for. There you go. So you're gonna have an expiration date, and you're gonna have, but I mean, really, the expiration date is gonna be pretty far out there, right? So really, just gonna kind of have T shares. It should be interesting. Like, the code's already
Would you
there,
do it
so.
again? Like, is there anything stopping you doing a Hex 2?
Yeah,
And
I
actually on
don't want to
that, I
hurt the
saw-
Hex 1 price. I could just iterate
this
and do the
Hex?
same thing over 100 times. I'd be like, hey guys,
Yeah.
we're having Hex 2. We're having Hex 3. We're having Hex 4. Look, it's Hex 5 is here. But I don't believe in that. I believe in Hex, and I want Hex to do well.
So what's this Hex Cash I see on Coin Market Cap?
It's some fake thing that I think even existed before Hex did. It's just some stupid coin that doesn't do anything. Like, it's not, I don't, it ain't got shit to do with Hex. It literally has nothing to do with Hex. It just has a similar name. That's it.
Yeah, because when I was looking it up today, I'm like, am I behind the times?
I think it might have been
Hex
some like
Cash before.
medical care play or some shit, like a medical care ICO or something. But if I remember off the top of my head, but like, it has no relationship to Hex whatsoever.
All
There's
right,
only one Hex.
So help us out, Richard. We've spoken a lot about the coins that won't work, the strengths and weaknesses if they're only of Hex.
Well, I mean, the
new kids
weaknesses,
coming
if
in.
I can give you weaknesses
we're
if you
looking-
want them.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, the fees are higher than they used to be, but that's the bear market. Layer 2 solves that. Encapsulated stake solves that. Bear market solves that in Ethereum bear market. And it's still cheaper than Bitcoin. So if you're comparing yourself to Bitcoin, we're more secure, faster, higher throughput, better price performative, more features, better community, better logo. You're just like, yeah, it's just about everything better except liquidity. Okay, now who needs liquidity? You trying to buy 100 million? No. Okay, you trying to buy 10 million? No. Trying to buy a million? No. You don't need liquidity. So stop talking about it. What you need is enough liquidity so you don't get that much slippage. Okay, you want to buy 100 grand? No problem. You're not going to get much slippage. So, the point of maximum opportunity is when liquidity is the lowest. And if you give people extra liquidity to give them cheaper coins now so they don't have to pay as much, they then hurt the price later with those cheap coins they got. So Hex was too liquid in the beginning. Hex had too much liquidity. And then people got cheaper coins. And then when those guys get out, someone's got to take their position for the price to be where it was, So like, it's better to have thicker order books on the bid side, thinner order books on the sell side, and then buyers move the price up, and then sellers don't move the price down as much. And Hex has that currently. If you look at the order books that are static, the ones that you can set limit orders in, there's a shitload more buy pressure than there is sell pressure. So.
And outside of Hex, what should we be investing in? I mean, we got Hex, Ethereum, and Bitcoin.
Look, I mean,
touched on this
Ethereum.
before,
Look,
but
like, bro, if it's the top, is this where you start getting in?
yeah.
I mean, look, man. So you're buying after Ethereum's 22x, yeah? That's when you're going to buy. You're going to buy the after the 22x.
But beyond entering, at a
Okay,
certain
I guess
point,
you can
what-
do that,
what
or you
else
can
have we
fucking
got, though,
wait.
out there? Is there anything else out there that is appealing to you at all? Like,
No,
are you
bro,
investing
if it's
in
the
any?
top, it's going to be the top in everything except a couple rare things, like maybe Hex.
Yeah.
But really, everything else is going to dump, man. Why would, like, hey, everything that pumped with Bitcoin and everything that pumped with ETH is likely to dump when they dump. That's just how the markets go, man. And by the way, if equities dumps, crypto's dumping. And if they raise inflation rates, equities are going to dump. So basically, the Fed can hurt the crypto price whenever they want.
I'm still going to squeeze it out of you, Richard. We've got these 3 coins. We're excusing when we're going to.
I think
enter these
Bitcoin's a
markets.
piece of shit. I would be much happier taking
So now we're
double
down-
the returns on Ethereum than Bitcoin.
Hex and Ethereum are really the only 2 out of the entire market that you like.
If you're coming into a bear market, I only like Hex. If we're not at the bear market yet and we get to fuck around for a couple months, or maybe, hey, we just blow out everyone's expectations and we just keep going up with irrational exuberance for a fucking year because, hey, why not? Okay, fine. If that's what we're doing, fine. It's not a fractal of the past. The past didn't do that shit. We had 40% dips, now we don't. Oh, that's weird. Okay. So that's the other thing that scares me. Is like, all right, we went up with no dips. It probably means we can go down with no rips. Like it means that like the market structure is different. So all the fractals aren't holding, you know? Um, so we could go up for longer, or we could dump from here, or, you know, like it's, you got to look at it from a Pareto principle. It's like, who hasn't heard about this shit yet that's going to buy a big bag? Okay, we got Elon, we got Mark Cuban, we got the other Shark Tank dude, we got fucking Sailor taking loans apparently to get some extra exposure. We got fucking, you know, all right, well, like who's left to follow up with these dudes? You kind of run out of big names. You're like, either I don't understand the market and there's just all these other huge names that just no one hears about. They're just going to buy huge bags.
Well, I guess we're just waiting for Gates, Buffett, and Munger.
I think Buffett will die before he buys. Die before buy. I think Munger is going to die before buy. I think Gates is going to die before buy. So you're not getting them dudes. You could hope for some sovereign people to jump in, like, hey, maybe Norway can jump in with their sovereign wealth fund or some shit. That's like the only guys I can think of to follow up to help pump this shit. And then you are going to get 5 billion or 8 billion of Gox coins. You're going to get that. Who the fuck knows when? But when that market, man, when that news comes out, Bitcoin price is fucked. It's fucked. So you saw what Michael Saylor and Grayscale could do buying 3 billion worth. Wait till you see what 8 billion a sell can do. Now maybe some people hold, maybe I'll get 4 billion sell, and maybe there's some side OTC shit. Maybe it's only 2 billion net sell or whatever. But like, people think crypto price can't go down. So once the price goes up for a year straight and just is making new all-time highs all the time, doesn't even have a single 40% dip, people think this shit can only go up. That's what they think. They're gonna learn. They're gonna learn. Crypto can go down, and it can go up higher than you think, and it could go down lower than you think. So I believe in a dip. Hey, we went up with no big 40% dip. Cool, that's great. My paper net worth is looking fabulous, but I believe in a dip, man. So look,
what stable?
I'm already thinking when I'm making tweets, like, okay, after the dip happens, am I going to be able to brag like a motherfucker about this particular tweet? Because when everyone's on their fucking knees selling the bottom, I'm like, hey guys, remember when I told you about this shit? I told you not to buy them NFTs, remember? I told you not to spend 100,000 on JPEGs, remember? Yeah, remember? Now I'm going to remind you. I'm going to shove this in your face. Yeah, I know you shouldn't add insult to injury, but fuck you. I tried to save you and you said no. So, you know.
Is like, USDC your coin of choice for a stable coin?
Here's the issue. USDC can just turn your shit off whenever they want. But that would blow out their business model and they would lose tons of money doing that. So I think they've only done it once or twice due to court orders. So it seems like a low risk point for people that aren't committing crimes. If you're not committing crimes, probably USDC ain't going to fuck you. I do think that they are the best counterparty. So if Tether, they're getting sued left and right, covered up lost funds before. I'm not cool with that shit. You read them chat logs look a little funky. So I'm like, nope, I'm not cool with that. So I would definitely trust USDC's counterparty risk and banking relationships in the fucking United States over all the third world bullshit. Because even if Tether plays legit as possible, let's say Tether is legit as could possibly be, we've seen banks straight jack them before. And who are their banking partners? They're banking with Silvergate Bank in the US. They're banking with Silicon Valley Bank. Who are they banking with? Now they're banking with some people in the third world. Okay, well, I've lived in the third world and I lost a lot of money there. And I know how it goes. The third world is the third world for a reason. It's not the first world. So shit does not work well over there. And you can get fucked up. So the banks that they're working with could just be like, oh, you want to let your customers redeem? Nah, we're just not going to let that happen. Sorry. And what are they going to do? Cry, complain to the third world judge? So, I would choose USDC over Tether in a fucking heartbeat. And I would choose some exposure to DAI as well because it is more federated, kind of decentralized. But the problem with DAI is that they made it multi-collateral, and now you can use Tether to mint DAI. And you're like, fuck. So now y'all polluted. So now someone's trying to launch an alternative, less pollutable kind of DAI thing. And, DAI is how you spell it. Maybe The USDC and DAI are probably the premier stable coins, in my opinion. I wouldn't have any
Yeah,
tether
you were
exposure at all.
talking about that before with Dent going into that a lot, and that's why I asked at the beginning if he ever got back to you, because I think you were going to school him on it, but it never actually happened in the end.
Well, look, man, I hand out free knowledge all day, every day. And, you know, some people listen and they do real well. And some people don't listen and I make fun of them later. You can be a
I've got
warning or an example.
Just a random question. Remember pre-COVID days, it was like all these crypto conferences where people would get together. I think there's one where people actually got onto a ship. I believe it's sponsored by Russians. Synth from Skycoin was telling me about it, where they'd fly in all these Russian hookers and they would get them all on a ship and everyone would be there plugging a coin. Did you ever go to any of these? I've seen you talk live,
Man,
in certain conferences. Are
so
they coming back? Do they have any value?
I have a weird relationship with conferences. So I love to sell, love it. And I love to speak about shit I'm passionate about. And I like being on stage. I'm a good speaker. Crowd's happy. I'm happy. It's a symbiotic relationship. And I also know that every money you spend, every penny you spend on a conference, you could have bought a coin and got rich with. But instead, you blew it at a stupid conference. So if you think about money you spent, so I was at the 2013 Amsterdam Bitcoin conference. There's videos of me walking around there. You can see me on YouTube. And I was even earlier. I was at like a late 2012 or early 2013, another conference in Amsterdam that like Adam Back was at, and like everybody was there, right? Like there was only like 20 people there, so like 1 to 20 people at the conference, and then a lot of those guys went on to do other shit in the ecosystem, in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So like Mo, I think, runs the Bitcoin Miami kind of meetup thing, like their big conference thing, and then some other dude that I met there. Can't remember his name exactly, but he launched some other coin called Fund Fair. And so like a lot of the people that you see at these events, they went on to launch big coins, you know. And then other people that have met me at events are like, oh, I met Richard at this event. He launched Hex and shit. Like, so we get these early beginnings and then we branch out and do big shit. But if you think about the money you spent on that conference, if you had bought Bitcoin instead of the fucking conference ticket, you would have made a lot of money. So I like conferences. I like, you know, people, I ain't gonna say worship, but man, I'm popular at these fucking things. And that was before Hex. So I was popular at these events, people taking selfies and being super happy and shit, you know, before Hex. Now after Hex, I imagine it's gonna be fucking pandemonium. Because I mean, how many millionaires did we make? And I know people took their money out, cash. Cash went in, multiplied by a shitload, cash came out. I mean, I got a video, dude, bought a full spec, maxed out Lambo Aventador, maxed. You know, I got fucking, you know, people send me sometimes some pictures of the shit they got. I'm like, man, that's cool. You know, congrats, man. Congrats. You'll regret that later, though. Price keeps going up. You're going to think that was stupid, but it feels awesome right now, huh? You know, it's just like Bitcoin. You're like, all right. What if you sold a little coin? So it went up to 20K and you're like, all right, I'm going to take some off at 10, buy something cool. And that felt good when it went to 3. You're like, yeah, man, look at that. Got 3 times as much shit selling at 10 instead of 3. But then it goes to 60 and you're like, oh, fuck. See what I mean? Because if you wait 3 years, you're making new highs with a good product market fit.
When do you sell? But is it difficult?
You just sell it. Look at me. Have you seen anything change? I mean, I took away my cup because I don't want to hit it with my elbow again.
Yeah, that's 2 things, actually. One, your candlestick holder is straight. Remember bent, right?
I zip tied it and super glued it and fucking
is that what
like,
you did?
Yeah, I got a zip tie here. I got hot glue. I got fucking.
Didn't you say some drunk chick fell over and knocked it over?
Yeah, she knocked it off a pedestal. I used to have it on this big pedestal, and then this drunk chick knocked it over, and then it fell on the bench and broke the bench. But breaking the bench absorbed a lot of the energy. It would have fucked it up more. So I guess that was good. I could tell you. So where this used to be, something new has replaced it. I have a giant disco ball panther that's about this tall. But the reason I don't put it here is from all the mirrors, because it fucks my OPSEC, right? Like right now, I'm not sharing screen with you. But if I have a bunch of fucking mirrors sitting here, I am virtually sharing screen with you, right? So if a girl sends me some nudes or something, now I'm like fucking up my stream with the reflection. So I have to have only non-reflective shit here, which is why I'm happy to like see, like I'm not shining this, you know? I'm just letting it be fucking like grungy or whatever because I'm not trying to virtually share screen with you, you know. But I wish so I call it the disco cat, but it's really a panther. I was thinking of just setting this motherfucker like here or something. It's really cool looking, man. Super cool looking.
Just tweet it so we can see it. Do a tweet shot at least so we can see it.
Production value, man. It's got to be baller. Nothing's baller enough for people, man. You're like,
hey, that glass that you knocked off the other day.
It's fine.
Did it smash?
It's fine. It's just sitting right here.
Dude,
you
it was hilarious.
I can grab it.
No,
but I don't want to knock it over again. There's no like, and actually, I have enough hexagons here. Like this shirt is hexagon enough. I don't really need the cup. Also, like
No. There was another question I had for you, just with those conferences. Are you finding it now that the more money you make and the more successful you become, the harder it is to make friends? I mean, not meet people, but deep friendships.
Oh.
No?
No. Everyone thinks that shit. When you get really rich, people are like, oh, they're just fucking you for your money. You're like, maybe they come in for that, but that's not what I stay for. It's just like when you go in to buy a car, right? You're going to get upsold. So if a chick likes me for the money, then she'll be like, actually, I like him for the dick. You know, like you just, whatever gets them in the door to get your audition, like that's fine. So like people don't even ask me for money because they know I'm going to say no. So I don't even get DMs. I really rarely receive DMs for people asking me money because they just know I'm going to tell them to fuck off. Hey man, some bad shit happened. I need some money. Hey, you know who else has some bad shit? People that don't have internet access. They can't even send me a message like this. If I'm going to go hand out money, help people out, I'll help them out. Maybe, you don't really need it. Like, so I'm not, my goal is to promote medical research. That's the end game. And if I don't get it right, I'm going to die. If I do get it right, I might live 10 years longer. I want my 10 years. So helping some other dude that fucked up a trade, nah, dude, go get a job, bitch. Oh, you broke. You fucked your trade up. Go get a job. Get a fucking job. Go add value to someone's life. I worked a job for a long time. You can go work a job and bailing your ass out. So like.
Beyond strangers, though, are there family members leaning on you?
My family doesn't.
Extended family?
I'm literally like, hey, you can have anything you want. What do you want? They don't want nothing. Nothing. I'm just like, you sure you don't want anything? You have anything you want? Nope. It's crazy. It's like, wow. I don't get it. If someone went to me and was like, hey, Richard, man, you can have anything you want. I'd be like, yeah, well, we're going shopping. I'll take free shit. You want to give me free shit? I'm taking it. People want to buy me dinner? Pay the bill. I love it. I love free shit. I absolutely love it. So when you buy people stuff, they resent it. They hate it. So you hurt your relationships and you hurt your friendships when you give people money. Because inside they feel like they owe you, which means they feel like they got to work to pay you back, which feels like work. And so their option is, their brain is like, okay, either we could work, which sucks, or we could just not like them anymore and make up some reason we don't like them. And then we don't have to work because magically that absolves our debt somehow if they suck. So we'll just think they suck. And then I don't have to work to pay this money back. And then I'll forget they exist. And then I'll move on with my shitty life. That's what people's brains do. But if you borrow money from people, then they love you forever. So if someone buys you dinner, and they think you owe them, they're happy to stick around. No reason to say mean shit about you at all. Because some part of their brain's like, better not say mean shit. He might not pay me back. So when you give people money, you hurt your relationship. When you borrow from money, you help the relationship. It's crazy.
Hang on. So if you lend someone money,
you're fucking your relationship in the ass.
If you lend it to them.
Yes. You never lend money to friends or family. You will lose the friends and family. You must give it or not give it. But if you lend it, your relationship is wrecked. But if you can borrow money from them, your relationship is good to go. Because they're going to be nice to you because they want you to pay them back. But if they owe you money, they're going to be mean to you so they don't have to pay you back. So you always want to be on the receiving side and owe people. You do not want to be on the being owed side because you will lose the money and the friendship. I know this.
Are there any crypto goers in the crypto space? I don't know, perhaps
goers
that you're mates with? Like, who's your buddy in the crypto space? Who's your wingman? Is there such a thing? And I'm not
I
talking
don't.
with the
I don't
text
have
community.
that. I don't have that.
So you
So,
go to,
like-
let's say we go to this conference. You go to a conference post-COVID days, if it ever
Mhm.
happens.
Yep.
You see all these big boys, if you will.
hmm
Who is there any that you'd sit down and have a beer with or hang out with?
Yeah, any of them. I mean, look, when you go to a conference, you're gonna hang out with other speakers and talk shit, and you're all gonna like try and do your value exchange and find synergy and all that. But like in my free time, I'm not hanging out with crypto people. Because we have hexagons now, maybe that changes because I respect hexagons and I like so many other things about them. But like I've already got all this shit figured out. So me saying the same thing over and over again to my quote like friends, I'm not interested in doing that shit. Like my friends have to already know everything pretty much, like, you know? So like is there like a forum for people that love the US dollar and try and promote the US dollar? Not really. But it's much more popular. But it's not fun, you know? So like I just if I go to a crypto conference and the conference is over, I'm going to try and get laid is what I'm doing. If I can't do that, all right, I'm gonna fucking network, fine. I'll do it. But I would much rather get laid than talk about crypto. Like I would much rather get laid than talk about crypto. Because I'm already like, what am I fuck like watch my
Yeah, but
trillion hours of videos, guys. Like why do I need to say
how
the
many
same shit
girls
to you in
go to-
person?
How many
Oh, it's wrecked. It's
gotta be-
wrecked. Your
I've never
only
been to
hope is
one.
booth girls. It's wrecked.
Really?
There could be you
Why
couldn't have
then-
a worse demographic. It's all
Why are there
dudes.
not more women in the crypto space besides booth girls? Like that.
Because girls just aren't as cool as guys.
Oh, God, you can create trouble.
That's what's
Richard.
up. Hey, why don't girls fix their cars? Because they're not as cool as guys. Hey, why don't girls like, you know, fucking what other cool shit guys do? Why don't girls shoot guns more? Well, they're just not as cool. Like why don't they fucking you know, do more extreme sports? They're just not as cool. Why don't they do like more good comedy? They're just not as cool. That's what's up. They're more caring. They're more pretty. They're like, you know, they have other shit they can do that guys can't do. This concept that like everybody has to be gray goo that's identical to each other and there could be no specialization or difference. So diversity is strength. Oh, but also if you're diverse, you're disgusting, be just like everybody else. That's what they want. Like guys and girls have to be the same. No, they don't. Sexual dimorphism exists. Girls are supposed to act like this. Guys are supposed to act like that. That shit works really good. And then the shit that's not like that, it doesn't. So if I go to a lesbian bar trying to hook up three ways, the short hair, tank top lesbian girls, they don't like me. Because there's only like 1% of the patrons are the long hair unicorn, bisexual, probably just new to that shit, girls that'll play both ways. Those are the fucking unicorns that I'm there for. And I'm taking them from the short, chubby, shaved head, fucking bull dykes. Like I'm getting that girl, and she's not getting that girl because I make a better guy than the bull dyke does. And that pisses them off. So they're basically
because you're
just
the
like
competition.
Right, exactly, because we're both there trying to hook up with the same people. So, you know, I show people respect, and I don't blow people's sets out or amog them or like fucking, I would just go do my own thing, right? Like I'm not trying to get into fist fights over this shit. But yeah, like people are supposed to act different. There's a male energy and a female energy. Some girls have a male energy. Some guys have a female energy. It's just is what it is. It's the same in penguins, the same in giraffes. It's the same in all the animals. You get the luck of the draw, you know? Some people like this kinky thing. Some people like that kinky thing. Some people don't like sex at all. You're just born with what you're born with, man. And you've got some variance in there that you can try and like shift around. But, you know, there's a girl, you grab by a throat choker, she's getting wet. There's another girl, that shit'll make her cry in a fucking heartbeat. And you got to know what type of person you're dealing with. And we've all got this same shit ourselves. There's shit I like, there's shit I don't like. I didn't get to choose it, man. It's just what it is, you know? So you got to, when you're trying to make people happy and make people feel good and bring value to their life, you've got to blueprint and identify what is going to work for them. So if you're like an Asperger's libertarian bro and you go into a bar and you start trying to talk to a girl about like thermodynamics or crypto, you're out, dude. Don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, I do not care about that shit. Which is why all the people watching the stream right now are dudes. There's 99% dudes watching this shit right now. Is it because I chose my audience and was like, I don't like girls? No. I would hate it if really hot girls liked my coin that I founded. Oh God, that would be horrible. Trying to text me and hang out with me all the time. Oh God, what would I do? I only want dudes, just dudes only. No, I didn't check that fucking box. I didn't check the dudes only box. But for whatever reason, dudes just like power and strength more, and girls like pretty more. And so girls do pretty and guys do power. It's just like our deodorant, man. Our deodorant is called like kill, fuck, murder zone. And the fucking girls'
Axe.
deodorant is called like jasmine, lavender, lush. There's just, we're not built to be the same, man. Not like at all, which is why we can lift double the weight. I don't give a fuck if you're trained or untrained. You lift double what a girl does, period. And they get to live longer and come for longer. And you're like, all right, so there's some trade-offs, fine. But let's not pretend the trade-offs don't exist or pretend the system works better getting rid of all the fucking specialization. Women make great women. Let them do that. And they learn this in societies. It's called the paradox, the welfare paradox, if you want to Google it. The welfare paradox is that when you give people more freedom, they become more masculine and more feminine and less similar. So in a society where
Say that again. When they get more welfare,
more freedom equals
More
more
freedom.
differentiation. So if you go into a society where there's no strife and everyone gets free education, everyone can do whatever they want, in those societies, all the nurses are girls and all the firemen are guys. And when societies get more fucked up and more hard, then you get girls acting like guys and guys acting like girls, and it just gets more wacky like. So when you give people maximum freedom and maximum prosperity, the girls act more girly and the guys act more like guys. Just what happens. It's a paradox. Like people thought it would be the other way. People thought like, actually guys want to be nurses and they're just not able to because they're not empowered. And really girls want to pick up garbage and they're just, no, actually they don't. Girls don't want to pick up garbage. Girls don't want to do construction. Girls don't want to fucking be firemen. They don't. If a girl wants that, she has a masculine energy, and I wouldn't be surprised if she was making out with girls after work. So, you got to respect how it is, man, and stop trying to put your own human fucking dumb ideas that you think you know better than the system, because they're literally discongruent internally. They have cognitive dissonance. Diversity is power. That's true. I would like Italian restaurants to exist and Mexican restaurants to exist and fucking steakhouses to exist. And I am not sure that my steakhouse would be better if they sold chalupas and fucking pasta and shit. Like maybe it would be okay, or maybe you can only have one narrative at a time. Like maybe my documentary is not my horror film, is not my drama, is not my comedy. Maybe my pickup truck is not my the addresses that are there at the very bottom of the sense.org/donate page in order to get the tax write-off if you're in the UK. If you're in the US, all their other addresses work fine. Biggest donation we've seen so far was $10 million straight out of Coinbase in USDC. And then, I published some videos with Aubrey de Grey nearly crying and talking about all the things he's going to do with the money. And then he also talked about how Vitalik Buterin actually supports the project, which a lot of people were scared he wouldn't because it's a fork of Ethereum. And I think it's the right move by him because we're the ones that are making the Ethereum software better. There's only 5 Ethereum devs that actually improve the Ethereum code itself. The 10,000 other Ethereum devs, in quotes, just build things on top of Ethereum that load Ethereum up and make it harder for those 5 guys to do their job. So the 5 guys that maintain Geth, Geth, which is Go Ethereum, it's the premier node software that everyone uses, and 90% of miners use it, and it's 90% of the network. So basically, 5 guys are in charge of the entire Ethereum network. And so us adding our team and committing improvements to the software upstream makes open source better for everybody. And, Vitalik gave $8 million to the Sense Foundation. The airdrop that I came up with incentivized another 23 million so far. And I hope there's more coming, because just in the next day and 6 hours or something like that, the price, or rather the rate, not price, starts ratcheting up 5% every day. And then there's only 14 days left after that. And then it's over. That's the end of the sacrifice phase. So with me here today, I've got, and I'm going to make sure I'm live. I've done this a few times where I'm talking a lot. I'm not live. I'm live. Yay. Okay.
I think you're live.
Yeah. Thank goodness. So with us here is Alex Saunders. He's one of the guys that says only bad things about Hex and only bad things about me. And I figured I would bring him on here so that he could say bad things about me on my stream to all my followers. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you, Richard.
My pleasure.
That's not true at all.
All right.
I don't just say bad things about you, but I've certainly got my concerns about Hex that I shared from day one.
Let's jump in. Screw it up. Let's do it.
on-
Kill Hex. I'm ready.
Yeah. it's perpetuated and lasted a lot longer than I thought it would have. But again, diving into the mechanics of it, that's the way you designed it. So before
Well,
we get
let's
into all
let's
that-
go over what let's pick what we're gonna attack first. So we could attack me, or we could attack Hex, or we could attack Pulse, or just pick one, and I'm ready.
Let's
Run
maybe
with it.
Start off on something that we do agree on. So I was a pharmacist by trade background. So there's good and bad parts about the medical world. So tell me about this medical research donations. And
Oh, sure.
All I know so far is that Pulse is a fork of ETH, and what are the differences there, and why are you doing all that?
Sure. All right. Well, I'll cover the medical one first. There's a magical, very super duper important fact about humans and how long they live that I know and that nobody else knows. And I don't want it to be a secret, but for some reason that it is. So I'll tell it to you now, and I'll form it as a trivia question. Everyone gets it wrong, so you don't have to get it right. The top 2 kill, and I'll just tell you the facts first so that you can reason about your decision. The top 2 killers of human beings on Earth are cancer and heart disease. Cancer kills 40% of all people. Heart disease kills 40% of all people. Those 2 combined kill 80% of everybody. Why are they saying volume? What is desktop audio on? Everything's fine. Your audio's, they can't hear you. Can you turn your volume up, dude?
Is that a little bit better, guys? It should be.
I mean,
fine.
just max it out, dude, because on my side, you're
Should be fine.
not this again. All right, I'm going to turn my mic down to try and match yours, and then we'll just both have low volume. Go ahead. Speak.
Yep, testing.
All
Is
right.
that all right, guys?
Just eat the mic. Get it really close to your mouth.
Yeah, I'm talking as loud as I can.
Okay.
Considering
All right.
I've got a 2-year-old,
Sure.
2-year-old asleep next door.
Well, oh yeah. Well then, guys, I have desktop audio maxed out. That's as loud as I can make them. I'm going to check these settings real quick, see if there's anything else I can do. There's no
Okay.
settings in Zoom. I mean, all right, let me see if there's, hold on. Let's see if there's anything else I could do here. Microphone settings.
It's got to automatically adjust my mic.
Oh,
I reckon.
well, that's what I'm looking for too.
Yeah,
Microphone.
testing.
Let me see. Go ahead, do it again.
I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to turn off Zoom automatically adjusting my mic. I reckon that was mucking it up.
All right.
Let's see what they say in the chat room. Is that better?
Hey, everybody in chat. We're still working to try and get his mic louder. I turned my volume down a lot, but I still want his to be louder. I'm working on it.
My boost is on maximum as well.
What is the text that they use to describe when they reduce the mic volume? Reduce. Oh. Volume. Lower the volume of other apps. when narrator speaking. No. Adjust volume. I'll fight this for a few minutes, guys. I'll do it. Recording,
Okay.
properties, listen, levels, advanced, exclusive. I wonder if there's anything else I can do to like playback. Oh, well, maybe this helps. Set as default. Maybe this helps. I'm working on it, guys. Can you speak a little bit just for luck?
Yeah. Testing. Blah blah blah. Is that any better, guys?
Let me know if they said it was any
Not sure
better.
why.
Lock volume. Okay, it's maxed out. Check zoom
It's the
volume
exact same
output
settings
level.
I have for like
Zoom volume output level. Okay, where's that? Where's that? Where's zoom volume output level, bro? Settings. Audio. Automatically adjust mic. No. Output levels maxed out. Can't get any higher.
automatically join audio by computer.
Yeah, the last time this happened, I think it's like something tries to make your speakers quieter when it thinks that you're talking. And then it's
I
like,
reckon that's
where's
it,
that
like,
setting?
oh.
Failed to detect my speaker.
Automatically adjust mic volume. Input level.
I'll fight this for another 2 minutes, guys. He does sound better. He's just super quiet. You're not super quiet on my end. You seem okay on my end. But just
Windows. These are all the settings that I have like every time I stream, and it's fine on my end.
hold on. Microphone setup. Nope. Microphone privacy. Nope. Microphone. All right. I'm just going to look to see if it fixed and pray that it did, because I can't find the setting, man.
No. Okay.
I tweeted it once. You are good with the YouTube volume now, it says. Everybody says it's good. Okay,
good
you know
now.
what I think it was? Let me tell you guys what I think fixed this. The computer tries to mute your speakers when you're on the phone, and Zoom says you're on the phone. So if you have your default communication device as the device that your OBS is listening to, then it doesn't mute that because it doesn't think it's music speakers. It thinks it's your talking speakers. I think that's what fixed it. So I think we're good to go now. Sweet.
Woohoo.
All right.
Perfect.
So basically the default communications device setting. Yeah. Sweet.
Okay.
I'm going to let me check our levels and OBS here. Go ahead. Give me a test.
Testing.
Okay. Yeah, we're about the same level, so we're good. Cool. So back to the savagery. I think we were going actually to agree on stuff, medical research. So here's the trivia question. If you cured cancer, which kills 40% of all people, cured it, no longer exists, how much longer do you think people would live?
If you cured cancer,
yeah, just cure it. It's gone.
I'd almost say no longer at all. Everyone dies of something in cancer. It's one of those things you die of as you're getting older anyway. So I don't think it would change the statistic much at all.
Your guess was very, very close to accurate. Most people guessed 20 years. When I first heard it, I guessed 20 years. The actual answer is only 3 years. So your guess was very right. Same thing applies for heart disease. If you cure it, which kills 40% of all people, you only live about 3 years longer. So now they can't see you. Ah, nice. Now you're hidden. God darn it. Yeah, it's me. This is my bad. I minimized the window.
Richard.
Yeah, terrified. Where'd you go? Oh, you became like little. All right, you're back. Zoom. Show. What is going on here? Why am I being trolled by my computer? Please stop trolling. Yay. Thanks, computer. All right, you're good.
Okay, we're good.
If we only just had audio problems, they had video problems, but hey, we're willing to endure. So if curing cancer is only worth 3 years, why do we put so much money into it? If curing heart disease is only worth 3 years, why do we put so much money into it? Because people don't understand the math. That's the math. The reason that they're only worth 3 years is because they're not actually causative on their own. They're side effects, they're pathologies that are a result of a decaying system. And if you cure those specific pathologies, the decaying system just causes the next thing. So if you cure cancer and heart disease, you die of stroke. So you're not going to win the game of making healthier, happier, longer health spans people by putting band-aids on when they're already decayed into oblivion. The only way to win the game is to reduce the damage before it accrues to pathological levels. And the side effects of doing that are that you'll have better hard-ons and you'll be faster and you'll be stronger and your skin will look better and everything will be better. So regenerative medicine and repair cures everything at once and delays everything happening at once. And it's just beautiful and amazing. And no one puts any money into it because they don't know the math. The math is if I can get you 4 years by any way possible, whether it's diet, exercise, or pills, that's better than curing cancer. And cancer kills 40% of people. That's amazing.
Well, you're preaching to the converted. So I quit pharmacy because, because of big pharma and all the stuff that most of our audience kind of know. And no one wants to get healthy. People want to come in and grab their bag of 10 pills. They're all band-aids. 90% of health conditions I can fix in a month by getting people on a nice healthy diet, doing some light exercise. There's probably only 10% of things that are genetic, that are like can't be reversible. Our bodies are made to heal themselves. I think we'll look back in a generation's time and say most diseases are caused by chronic inflammation, caused by poor diet, mainly sugar, things like leaky gut. They're starting to find out now that the things that cause leaky gut are the same things that cause leaking in all the cells. And in that regard, there's some research to show that even things like cancer is not that much different to things like Parkinson's disease, and we're getting build up of proteins in the brain because of the leaky cells. So
it's the same.
Yeah,
So
we're
there's
so-
a whole
so
there's a
far
whole there's a whole branch of innovation called senolytics, where you clear cells of things that don't belong there, that their enzymes can't otherwise clear, like 7-ketoglycolesterol, et cetera. And you get massive improvements of health, massive. And they're
Well,
they're like coming out of human trials now, and their results in
the
mice
things
are
that
just awesome.
the things that clear up a lot of what we don't need and do the chemical reactions that we do need are the bacteria. And so, not here's another fact for you. Do you know how many bacterial cells the average human being has? Or the ratio?
I think it's like I think it was 10 times more bacterial cells than you have your own cells. I think it's like 10 or 20 to 1.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. So I think it's if a human has 1 trillion cells, there's 10 trillion bacterial cells,
Mhm.
And so most of those are in your gut. People don't think of your gut as a external surface. It's actually just a pipe that goes all the way through, and it's
Yep.
kind of external to your body, and so things shouldn't be getting into your body. So
Well, some should. I mean, that's why yogurt is good, probiotic. I mean, you're evolved to have specific things that help you do stuff, and that's the reason. Like
Yes.
a baby koala will eat the pap from its mother's armpit or puke or butt or poop or whatever. I can't remember. I think it's poop, in order to get the bacteria it needs to digest eucalyptus. So like eating mom's crap
it's
is
the
part
same
of a
reason
koala's life.
why naturally born babies are healthier than
Sure.
cesarean babies, because
Yep.
you actually need all that bacteria from mum. No, so if you have the right gut bacteria, that's just like the start of everything. It
Yep.
all comes from there, and you've
That's
seen
why
those
they
things
swap
like
it. That's why they swap out and do fecal transplants
poop
into your gut
transplants.
in order
Exactly.
to cure IBS, etc. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Anyway, that's good.
I've got $23 million so far, and hopefully it will be much more, given to a foundation that invests in longer term thinking, that will reverse and directly attack through engineering this buildup of things that end up killing you. So, for instance, you get heart attack because you have arterial plaque. You have arterial plaque because your white blood cells become plaque. Your white blood cells become plaque because when they try and get rid of 7 keto cholesterol, their enzymes can't do it, and so they get poisoned and die trying to kill the 7-KC, and then they become plaque, and then the next one comes along to try and clear it, and it dies and becomes plaque. And so if you transgenically introduce the ability into the enzyme to break down 7-KC, the white blood cells can do what they need to do. And there's other innovations that are able to use that same type of method. There's basically something called the microbial infallibility theorem, which states that unless you see a pile of organic material just sitting somewhere, it means that something eats it. And therefore, since we don't have that, there are no piles of organic material just sitting somewhere, not decomposing. It means that there is a creature that eats absolutely every piece of organic material in this world. And so if you're trying to break down 7-KC, an organic molecule, you have a wide array of bacteria, which has learned how to digest that. And then you can use that to tailor interventions. And there's a company, I think they're in Boston, MIT area, that is doing this and in his trials now. And it's the guy that runs. His name is Reason ATM on Hacker News.
Boston
and
Analytics.
No, I'm not. I don't think it's Analytics is the company name. I can't remember that. I mean, just you'd have to find Reason ATM's posts and be like, "Hey, man, what was the name of your company again?" I tweeted it, but like basically, that's a spin-off of Ascend's idea. So that idea was invented by the Ascend's Foundation, and then he picked it up and ran with it. And they've done about 12 spin-offs like that, where people go to commercialize things that'll save our lives and make us happier and healthier, and they just need more money. They're doing a great job. They're doing the right things. They're focusing on the long term. They're not doing what Google's doing and what these drug companies are doing, where they're just trying to find a single molecule. See, in chips, you have what's called Moore's Law, where the number of transistors doubles every 2 years. But in biotech, you have the opposite of Moore's Law. It's called Eroom's Law. And it is basically that the number of drugs that come out of FDA approval is cut by half every 2 years, because there's less and less low-hanging fruit of small molecule interventions that you can find that are effective. And so you need to do other things. So CRISPR is another thing. Senolytics is another thing. Bacterial-based antibiotics is another thing. So there's like paradigm shifts that you need to do to beat Eroom's Law. And we're focusing on
what
this.
tends to happen is these companies get a what's it called, where no one else can make it for 8 years or whatever,
patent.
like a patent.
Yeah.
And when that's coming close to expiry, they'll tweak one molecule.
Sure. But sometimes they expire.
Study.
Like Viagra expired, so you have sildenafil, and
Yeah.
and
so
sometimes
the
they
drug
do expire.
they try and get a year ahead of the generic before it comes out and push
Sure.
a study that shows the generic slightly better and the thing that they've got a patent on. And so it's almost incentivizing like no change.
India doesn't care. You just go. India's like, yeah, great, we don't care, and they just knock it off anyway. But I mean, look, in the end, all these stupid pills, they're not the solution. The solution is real badass engineering. Like cancer. Your white blood cells kill and get rid of cancer all day, every day. But every once in a while, they run into one that either hides, and so it can't be identified and marked by the T cells to get killed, and then avoids apoptosis by activating telomerase and a bunch of other things. Like we can win this game. We just need more damn money. We need more money and more people doing stuff that matters.
There's a video, or if you YouTube like the 5 things that people have in common that live over 100.
Well, they're all women, and they all eat almost the same thing every day, and they mostly tend to exercise, but a couple of them don't. I've done studies on super
They actually do very little exercises, low impact exercise, healthy plant-based diet, sense of community and family, reason to live. The year you're most likely to die is the year you retire, other than the year you're born.
I'm screwed. I retired 20 years ago. Fuck, I'm dead already.
And it's like a sense of importance, like self-importance and all that kind of thing. Family, strong connections, respect for elders. But there's plenty of people out there that live over 100, and we don't need crazy medical research. So that, those people don't get cancer and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but here's the problem. That is just called compression of morbidity. So we've never had anyone go over 122. Jean Calmet and in the Côte d'Azur in France did 122 and had a reverse mortgage, which is pretty funny. If you know how those work. Someone buys your house and pays you every year till you die, and she just like never died. So that guy was paying for her house forever and just never got it. Hilarious. So, we have morbidity compression where it's more likely that you'll reach near 122, but the chance that you'll go over it is not improved whatsoever at all. 22 number. I want you to be, when you're 40, 30 biologically. When you're 50, I want you to be 30 biologically. When you're 60, I want you to be 30 biologically. I want that number to keep moving farther out. If you get bored and you don't like the game, kill yourself. Go ahead. But you don't have to commit everyone else. It does easily. Sure. It's a really big universe out there. Really big universe. It'd be funny if we weren't meant to use any of that. If we were just meant to live and die on this little blue dot, which is point infinite zeros of the universe.
Oh yeah, there's aliens everywhere. But I'm just saying we're a long way away from going to find veggie gardens on other planets.
No, you could easily colonize the upper stratosphere of Venus. Okay, easily is not exactly the right word. But I mean, it would be easier to colonize the upper atmosphere in Venus than it would be to actually colonize Mars. So, I mean, you've got more atmosphere there to work with. It's easier to synthesize oxygen. There's less radiation problems.
I don't know much about that topic. No. Sorry.
It's all good. So, I mean, I am personally trying to save everyone's life. That is what I'm doing. My first YouTube videos were about giving better apologies, having better relationships, drinking less, stopping gambling, stopping trading, stopping playing poker, stopping playing video games, doing things where you create the narrative, speaking your mind to the world, finding commonality in politics, to stop polarization. And then I publish self-help books for free that you can download for free at t.me/sci-vive, where I teach you how to hire people, how to start a business, how to get laid, how to find a woman, what you name it. It's in there. How to poop better, how to pee better. Why does your hair have butt on it? Why do you have hair in your armpits? I tell you the answers to all these. Why does your girlfriend get mad at you when she has her period? I tell you the answer for all these things. And, I give all the stuff away for free. I give away free coins, 300,000 Bitcoiners minted for free hex. I give away the world's largest airdrop. Pulse, a fork of Ethereum, will bring into this world 10,000 coins that are identical code to what came before them, and they'll be given out for free. I give away, my cryptocurrency I invented went up 380,000% in a year and a half, and that's before interest. And most people got, 40% to 100% interest, even more, really. And then you're up like 5,000x in a year and a half with 100% uptime in the contract, 100% uptime on the front end, 100% uptime in the trading. You know who has 100% uptime in crypto? Nobody. Coinbase is down all the time. Kraken's down all the time. BitMEX founders got arrested. OKX founders got arrested. KuCoin got hacked. Binance got hacked. Who is doing it as good as we are? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. We're absolutely 100% killing it by every metric possible. And I demand respect. It's that easy. We won the game. Everybody else lost. The naysayers lost. If you're still a naysayer, hopefully I can educate you and you can become a hexagon at the end of the call. We'll see how it goes.
Cool. Yeah, I'm open-minded. But when you say everyone won, what do you mean by that? How many people have invested? Do you know the rough numbers?
Well, if you count the addresses, so if you go on etherscan.io, I think there's maybe 150,000 addresses. If you count the stakers, which I think is the most reliable count for hardcore hexagons, because on the just raw count of addresses, you've got a lot of airdrop guys in there. But those airdrops only happened a really long time ago. And so all this new user growth you see, ain't nobody airdropping when it costs $1 or $3 or $6 to send some coins. That's not happening. So all of the coin count, number of users that you see now, that's just totally organic. We were the first people in the world to do a tier 2 airdrop on ZK rollups. We were the first people to do it. 250,000 people received an airdrop there. And now that's worth a lot of money because the price went up a lot. And so all those guys that got all this free stuff, now that free stuff is worth tons and tons and tons. And this is people, I've seen people cash out millions. I mean, people, when you see the price dip in Hex, prices dipped 70% 5 or 6 times. When you see that price dip that hard, people are taking profits. So I've seen people buy Lamborghinis. I've seen 2 McLarens, Ferrari, a Maybach, a maxed out Lamborghini Aventador, a Model S, 3 Model 3s, a house, big tractor trailer, like for vacationing, like a vacation trailer thing, boats, you name it, Rolexes. Somebody like this Rolex is $250,000. A Hexagon Hex Toys just bought one without the diamond bracelet, but diamond everywhere else. I think it's like 200K, maybe 190. You know, they're just Hexagons are rich, man, rich. And why? Why is that? Where does the money come from? You want to know where the money comes from? You ready? I'm going to tell you the big secret. Here comes the big secret. I'm going to tell you why all the Hexagons get to be rich. Because the biggest, wealthiest people in cryptocurrency that have the most money also have the longest time preference, and they're willing to delay gratification the longest. So there's a guy today that just put in $10 million of Ethereum. 10 million? 20 million. It was 10,000 Ethereum, which is $20 million. He sacrificed that today into the sacrifice phase to get points, which will be airdropped free pulse when it comes out, the Ethereum fork. So, and it's really to make a political statement that you support free speech. It's a protected human right, and blockchains are speech. And lucky you, you also get some free points, and you'll get these free tokens. Glad you're, making political statements with your funds. So this guy, if you look at his account and you look up his address, he's also bought tons of Hex, and he's also staked tons of Hex. And this guy had Ethereum back from the Genesis sale, and he has 100,000 Ethereum. I guess he's got 10,000 less now that, he just sacrificed 10,000 of it. Now, because this gentleman has invested so heavily and purchased so much Hex and locked it for 15 years, he is waiting for a much larger reward in the future. And everyone else that has a shorter time preference now gets to benefit from his delayed gratification. And so when you see Hexagons buying Rolexes and stuff, this God whale, I call him, and I think there's a couple of them, because I've seen two guys that have put in just tons and tons of money. We also got a sacrifice for $10,000 or 11 million. I think it was 11.1 million USDC, and just a single guy. So I think those are the leaderboard of like the top two sacrificers right now. Now, I don't think the 11.1 million guy ever bought Hex before.
You're talking about Pulse now, are you? New thing?
Well, they're kind of related, right? Because it's the same, like, I see the address. So like this guy that just put in 11.1 million of USDC, I don't think he has that much Hex in his account. But this guy that put in 10,000 ETH just a few hours ago, this guy's got a lot of Hex in his account. And so if you go to the Hex trading room, t.me/Hex trading, those guys eyeball every single transaction. And when someone ends their stake, they have an idea whether that guy's going to dump it or just restake it, because they look at his history and they go, okay, when this guy's stakes end, does he usually dump them or does he usually restake them? And then they're watching the Godwhale accounts that are the giants.
Can I get into
sure
why I just don't think that, like, I think it's all just still smoke and mirrors. And a lot of people at the moment are saying,
go ahead.
Okay, a lot of people are saying, we're number 3 on CoinMarketCap, but these other sites aren't showing us, and all these kind of things.
We're 201
so
forever.
Before I dive into it, what's your understanding of realized market cap and that kind of thing?
Oh, that doesn't exist. That's not a thing. So, okay, hey man, what happens if everybody sells their house at once? It goes to zero. Okay, what if everybody sells their car at once? It goes to zero. What if everybody sells all their anything at once? What if everybody sells all their dollars at once? It goes to zero. So this concept of ignoring probabilistic outcomes and just saying, hey, what if everyone sells everything at once? It's really stupid. So it doesn't make any sense. What matters is what you can actually sell for right now. And I'll tell you what the slippage is in Hex. If you go to 1inch.io, which spreads your order across all the order books, is what you definitely should do. I don't care what you're trading. If you're trading anything in the Ethereum network, you should be doing it at 1inch.io or matcha.xyz, because you're going to get way better order execution. You're going to make way more money. You're going to save a lot of money. So if you go to, if you go to 1inch.io and you type in Hex and you see how much you can dump it for, you want to dump your Hex, you want to dump it for USDC. If you were to dump $1 million of Hex, you're going to get 3% slippage. It's awesome. It's great. If you want to buy it, you're going to get 3% slippage. It's awesome. It's great. And the funny thing is, the higher the price goes, the lower the slippage gets, because the price is a function of how much liquidity is there, because it's a ratio, because the majority of the liquidity is on Uniswap V2. So the only way that the price actually goes up when the majority of your trading is on Uniswap V2 is if the ratio of the ERC20 is going down versus its trading pair, which in Hex is majority USDC. So the majority of liquidity for Hex is the USDC stablecoin. Only 15%.
So if I want to sell, if I want
Mhm.
to sell $10 million,
Yeah,
of
who's
Hex.
selling? Who's market selling $10 million? If you're gonna perform a $10 million sell, I suggest you be the liquidity and get a better deal by using a limit order than trying to eat someone else's liquidity and eat a lot of slippage. So if you want to get out, you be the liquidity and get out. Don't market sell 10 million and get beat up. I mean, you probably get 10% slippage. My guess on a 10 million sell. We'll go look it up. Let's go look it up.
That's what I'm looking up right now. And the point I want to get to is that you're claiming that you're number 3, but if you go and have a look at these metrics, like you know your 24-hour volume and all that is off everything above and below it, similar size by a factor of 100 to 1,000, and that's what I'm trying to get into. All the
You realize that
metrics
those numbers are very visible and obvious. They're right next to the
Yeah.
other numbers that you're talking about. So you're pretending that there's some type of hidden information, but it's not hidden. It's literally right
No,
there.
that's
it shows
that's
market
not the
cap,
information that,
and then it shows
that's not the
volume
information that's hidden.
right next to them.
That's not the information that's hidden. If you let me get to the second and third order things, these are the things that people don't think critically about. And so when there's only this tiny little fraction of 1%, if that, between 1% and 0.1% actually being traded, and then you extrapolate the price that it's trading at and say that this is the market cap, the fact is that it's not. And it's not.
No,
I agree.
You're
If
wrong.
everyone tries to sell house
You're
or cars
wrong.
and it goes to zero,
You're wrong.
That's irrelevant.
Listen,
That's-
you're wrong, and I will get your point across for you. Okay, the point that Alex here is trying to make.
Are you gonna let me finish?
I'm going to make your point for you, and you're going to be proud of it. Watch, I'm going to make your point for you, and you're going to be proud that I phrased it so well. The point that Alex is trying to make is that our market cap, although it is the third highest, has other parameters next to it that are very different from other coins at similar market caps. The trading volume is extremely lower. The slippage is higher. Your ability to enter or exit a position is smaller. You're going to eat more slippage, right? Have I properly represented what you're trying to tell everybody?
No.
No? Okay. Good.
So all those metrics are a factor of 100 or 1,000 lower than comparable coins, like you just said.
Yep, that's right.
Here's the but. When people try to sell all their houses, all their cars, and it goes to zero, if people try to sell all their Bitcoin, it's going to zero. I agree with that. But we have to allow for a reasonable number of people, like fair market, to be able to buy and sell and realize the price if they want to.
Yep.
And the problem with Hex is that it's advertising or coming across as everyone has made this much money. It's up this much percent.
It's not. Yes, it is advertising that.
The data is the numbers. That's true. Sure. But if any meaningful number of people between 1% and 0.1% of people try to sell, the price is going to collapse towards zero.
No.
Because
what you're saying is not true.
Between 1% and 0.1% of the volume, the actual trading, the market depth. And so 99.9%
you don't know what you're
of
talking
people
about.
think that they have this amount of money, but if anyone tries to realize that, it's going to zero. And that's the math.
Let's play. No, it's not the math. Okay, I know the math because it's on the chart. It's public. No, that's your fantasy theory. Okay, the reality is on the chart.
The numbers. There's $50 million of daily volume, and you're claiming that it's a $50 billion coin.
I'm going to educate you.
0.1% of people try to sell, it's going to zero.
I'm going to educate you. You're going to learn some things on this call. I'm going to make you smarter, and you're going to be able to make more money. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay. Were you there when Bitcoin was started? When it was founded? Like when did you get into Bitcoin? 2012. Yeah. Nice. I got into 2011, first quarter. I mined full blocks on my own, no pull. Me and my computer, video cards, mining full blocks on my own, 50 BTC block reward, no pool. Back then, you didn't even have to include a fee. Okay.
I know. Yeah.
Do you wish that you bought in 2011 or 2012?
Sure. Who wouldn't?
Well, the price went up a lot. I think 2011 was a better deal. The price was probably 10x different. Yeah. Now, when do you think was the most profitable time to buy Bitcoin?
Well, the earlier the better, isn't it?
Yeah. And do you know what other parameters earlier had? The lowest liquidity, the most slippage. Satoshi owned 100% of the coins. The best time in the world to have bought Bitcoin was when Satoshi owned all the coins. There was no liquidity. There was tons of slippage and there was no volume. Wasn't that interesting? Huh. So you're accusing Hex of having the same parameters that Bitcoin had when that was the best time to buy it.
No,
Interesting.
That's not the comparable.
It is that comparable. You just don't realize it. You think you're smarter than the market. Your understanding is what caused you to miss a 380,000% run up. I was right. My design was right. Hex was right. You are wrecked. You think that you're smart, but you don't learn from your mistakes. You should have bought Hex and made 380,000% return, but instead you thought you were smarter than the market. You're not. The market's smarter than you.
No. Okay, here's the problem. So 2 things that you've got wrong there. Bitcoin had those comparables, but at all times you had the ability to sell and realize if you want. It was a free market at all times.
Bullshit. I was there. There was one place in the whole fucking planet to buy called Mt. Gox. I know because I fucking bought there. I made the $30 fucking top. There was no fucking other place to sell. It was just Mt. Gox. And guess what? Their fucking shit went down. What are you going to do when it went down? You know how many people lost their coins in Mt. Gox? 200,000 Bitcoin is sitting there still. They nuked 60,000 and sold on a market in 2018.
What's that got to do with my point that anyone?
Your point is that you could get out whenever you wanted. No, you couldn't. No, you fucking couldn't. There was decentralized exchanges. There was no exchange where you could trade without AML KYC. The vast majority of Hex trading has no AML KYC. It's on decentralized exchanges where you can't lose your money. It's a superior system to what Bitcoin had when it launched. Hex trading is vastly, infinitely superior to what Bitcoin had for decades, if not now, if not fucking now. You want to get into a stable coin out of Bitcoin? Tell me what you're going to do. What are you going to do? You want to get out of Bitcoin into a stable coin? What are you going to do now, today? You're going to suck middleman dick is what you're going to do. You are going to suck middleman dick to turn your Bitcoin into a stable coin. Now let's look at Hex. You want to get out of Hex into a stable coin? You got to suck middleman dick?
If I want to get out of a Bitcoin right now, I go and use ThorChain or I wrap it and I go.
Yeah, ThorChain just got hacked. How's that, bro? ThorChain just got hacked for $24 million. What's up?
I go use Republic Protocol. I go use.
You just advertised a protocol that was hacked for $24 million 2 days ago. You just did that.
And they fixed it. It has a bug. You can go and wrap your Bitcoin. You can go and use it.
Oh yeah, tell me about wrap Bitcoin. Yeah, who's your counterparty when you wrap Bitcoin, bro? Who's your counterparty?
You can use
BitGo
Bitcoin without going to BitGo.
Bullshit.
Through balanceables and synthetics.
Nope. I don't think so, bro.
Yes, you can.
Nope.
But let me get back to my original point.
Hex is better than Bitcoin today, and it's way better than Bitcoin was 10 years ago, but you just don't realize it.
My point was that anyone that had coins was able to move them or try to sell them and move them to sell them if they wanted to.
So who are these people in Hex that are fucked that you're talking about?
Let me finish my point. 99.99% of Hex coins are locked up or they can't be sold.
No, they're not. You're retarded.
They tried to sell, the price collapsed as soon as 1% or 0.1% of people try to sell.
No, you're retarded and wrong, and the numbers you're quoting are literally wrong. 90% are liquid, 10% are staked. What the fuck are you talking about? Why don't you go to hex.vision and go look at the fucking chart? 90% are liquid, 10% are staked. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just literally quoted the shit backwards. You just said
99% of coins aren't being traded in the 24-hour volume each day compared to Bitcoin and those others around.
Let's talk about volume.
Those high ratios.
Let's talk about volume. Do you make money on volume?
What do you mean by that?
Do you, Alex Saunders, make money on volume? When you look at the volume chart and it goes up, do you make more money?
You need a healthy market needs volume in terms.
Yo, dog, this is not a hard question. I'm just asking you if you can make money on volume or not. You personally, whatever shit you're holding, when it has more volume, do you make more money?
Indirectly, you don't want to invest in something that has no volume and liquidity. No,
you dodged the question twice. That's badass, bro. How many times are you going to dodge that question? See, I'm just going to answer it for you because you didn't answer it.
Yes, it does. It does affect you.
That wasn't a question. I asked you if you make money on volume, and you keep saying everything except the answer. The answer is no, you don't make money on volume. Do you know who makes money on volume? Do you want me to tell you who makes money on volume? No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
You're not getting out.
No, you don't.
You're not getting out without volume.
How many fucking Rolexes? I got $1 million of Rolexes here. Didn't get made on volume, dog. Didn't. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I do, okay? Volume is how market makers make money. You know who they make the money on the backs of? The poor son of a bitch users I guess you, that pay them for the fucking privilege of using their liquidity. Exchanges who steal your data, leak your data, make you beg and send selfies and hostage videos to get your money back. They make money on volume. The users lose money on volume. The fucking more volume you see on the chart, the more the users are losing their money to middlemen and fucking exchanges. And you ain't neither of those. So why are you promoting the fucking middlemen getting rich? Why are you promoting the liquidity providers getting rich? Why are you promoting the exchanges getting rich, sucking volume dick when you can't make any money on it? Because you're an idiot. You don't understand what's good for the world. What's good for the world is not volume. Volume is people getting chopped up. Volume is buying tops and selling bottoms. You want to know how you get rich in crypto? You delay gratification. You know how many people got to run up the 6.5 million X run up in Bitcoin? Barely anyone, because they sold. Imagine if there was a product that you could buy it and it would stop your weak-handed ass from selling your future. And then you would have the most price-performant asset of the world still in your hands because you didn't sell it in a 2X when it did a 6,000X. I invented something that monetizes the most important investing concept and most important self-development concept in the world, which is delaying gratification. And you don't see the magic. You don't see the beauty. You're caught up in promoting shit that sucks. You're promoting fucking volume. And the volume only hurts the users and enriches the middlemen. And middlemen, getting rid of them is the whole reason cryptocurrency was invented. Cryptocurrency was invented to get rid of the shit that you're promoting. You want fucking volume to enrich market makers, to enrich exchanges, not users. Users lose money on that. Users pay the fucking fees on that volume. But you don't understand, you're backwards. You want to know how you get rich in crypto? You buy something that has product market fit.
You need to stop ranting. Mate, think about Ethereum.
Mm-hmm.
Uniswap does more volume than Coinbase. I did a tutorial the other day of how to use optimism.
Yeah.
I'm not promoting volume, isn't promoting fucking.
Do you know who made Uniswap popular? I made Uniswap popular personally. Me. I carried them on my fucking back. Do you know who was the majority of Uniswap's liquidity for months? Hex. Yeah. So bow down and fucking respect because you only know about it because I made it popular. So I'm glad you're doing tutorial videos about the shit I made popular.
On Uniswap before you were using it.
Bullshit. Show me.
Here you go.
Fucking show me.
Too scared.
Timestamp it.
You're too scared to let me share my screen. And
share your fucking screen. Go ahead.
Show some more hex data.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm ready. I'll make your screen bigger. I'll hide. Let's go. Show me this low ass volume, dude. Show me these people trapped into 380,000% gains. The fucking horror. Show it to me. Let's go.
You've disabled screen sharing.
I didn't.
Host has disabled participant screen sharing. Can you enable my ability to share the screen?
Advanced sharing options. All participants. There you go, buddy.
Okay.
Attack. Let's see that screen. I'm going to make it larger.
Can you see that?
Hell yeah, dude. Took over my whole screen. I can't see shit. All I see is your screen. No one on my channel can even see me anymore. Let's do it.
Okay. So here we go.
Yeah.
You've got, market cap. This is what we were just talking about before. This is healthy, 16 billion.
Healthy.
And here we've got.
Hold on. Why is that healthy?
Hex that claims to be 84 billion in market cap, yet only 50, factor of 1,000.
Oh, it claims it. It claims it. Okay, hold on. Let's get rid of these lies. Let's get rid of the lies. How is market cap calculated?
Price times circulating supply.
Okay, nice. And where is volume in that equation?
This is what you were just talking about before.
No. This is math, motherfucker. This ain't hard to tell, okay? You just told me the formula for market cap, and I didn't hear the word volume. So can you tell me where volume is in the market cap calculation?
I'm not. That's not the point I'm making.
The point is that there's no volume in the market cap calculation, but you fucking wish there were. Even though it's visible right fucking there, you think people don't see it or some shit, like they're retarded. No, it's right there, bro. They see it. It's a fucking M instead of a B.
That's not what I'm saying at all. That's what I'm saying.
No, you're wishing that there was an extra mechanic on market cap because you have your feels about what you feel the market should do. And you feel that the fucking market cap shouldn't be what it is because you feel that the volume isn't high enough because you're targeted.
Know that if any more than 1/1000th of them ever tries to sell, price collapses and goes to zero. That's what I'm trying to say.
You're retarded, dude. You're retarded. Sure. So let's do this.
Active addresses. You've got 1,000 active addresses. Bitcoin and Ethereum have got 1,000 times more than that.
How old is Bitcoin and Ethereum? How old are they? Are they a year and a half old? How many fucking active users did they have when they were a year and a half old?
got 100 new users a day, and you're trying to
No,
claim that,
it's like
this is-
3,000 new users a day, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're talking
But
about.
here's the
Go
real,
to
here's the real
Etherscan.
kicker. Here's the real kicker for everyone at home.
Why do you keep quoting
What was-
wrong
what-
numbers? We're literally
what
looking
happened
at
on the-
charts. Like, why don't you
What
quote
happened
the
on
real
19th
numbers?
of November? Was it, what was it? Big payout day or Hex? What was it called?
Yeah, big payday. Yeah.
So this is showing people something really important here, that this is the realized market cap. This is when coins actually had a chance to move that day,
Oh my God, you're
rather
so
than 90
dumb.
to 99% of
Oh
them
my
not
God.
being moved and in circulation. And realized
Wow.
market cap and all the metrics went to zero that day.
So hold on.
And
Let me
then-
get this right. The price is up 380,000 plus % before staking.
For the 1/1000th of people that get to sell them, yes.
You understand that 90% are not locked. You understand you're talking shit that doesn't make sense. No, you don't understand that. So I have to tell it to you. You literally, why don't you show the price chart? Why don't we start there?
No, well, I'm showing my points, and you haven't been able to debunk them. I'm just saying that the price and all that is fine.
Yo,
But it's
okay, it's
for the
fine.
one
Let's
in
rewind.
every 1,000
Let's
people.
rewind.
And if ever
Yeah.
anyone more than
Uh-huh.
that tries to sell, it goes to zero.
Great. Okay, let's rewind. Ready? Let me make your point for you very clearly. Everyone that's listening, you're listening. Alex Saunders, who did not participate in a 380,000% run up, and who does not have $1 million of watches sitting behind him, and who did not get $23 million given to charity in the last 2 days, and did not have some god whale just sacrifice 20 million in a single transaction, and another guy 11 million at USDC in a single transaction. A guy that has never been successful, as far as I can tell, and has missed the biggest opportunity of his life with Hex, even though he knew about it. Instead of participating, he wanted to shit talk it. He is now telling you that everything is doomed, and that in fact, even though everything's going wonderfully, one day the rug is going to get pulled and everyone's going to lose everything because he doesn't understand markets. He doesn't
So
get
this
it.
is the most important take-home point I want everyone to understand today.
Mhm.
This is circulation, the number of coins that are actually moving. And here you can see it's around 15, 10 billion. And what's the Hex circulating supply? About 500, whatever. So what this is
I don't know.
showing you here, guys, is that Richard controls 90%. In one day, in one move, 500 billion coins move, then they go back dormant, and that's those coins
Alex,
are moving.
hold on.
And then from there, you can make
You're
false
arguing
metrics
against
look
yourself.
however you want.
You're arguing against yourself, bro. Hold on a second. Let me make sure I got your math right. Your math was everybody's locked up. No one can get out. But the chart shows the opposite. 90% is unlocked. And then you add some new data. You're like, hold on. Richard owns 90% of the coins. Well, if that were true, which I don't think it is, but if it were true, wouldn't that make it 10 times easier for everyone to get out? Because in fact, that fucking the origin address has never sold a coin. It's never sold a coin. So half the supply was in the origin address, and then it got sent to daughter addresses, and nobody knows what that transfers were. Maybe they were sales, maybe they're just transfers to other addresses. But then when you go look at those coins, they're just sitting there getting diluted while everyone else is staked and making interest and making 40% a year average interest. Those coins are just sitting there, not making interest. Well, God, isn't that nice for those other guys? I bet they sure do enjoy their outsized returns. And so, like,
that's how you have to design the system, so that 45% or whatever it is of coins keep going to this address. And I don't know whether you control it or not, but the more you can do that, the bigger you can make the market cap appear. And the very few people that are left to actually give it a price and that tiny piddly little volume each day make everything look so inflated. And then you start telling people, oh, we're number 3 on coin market cap.
Okay.
But the fact is, it's a 1/1000th metric that keeps getting more and more diluted to your address.
Hey,
and it just feeds on itself.
You know, it'd be awesome. You know, it'd be really cool. Let me. So I have so much to teach you, bro. I'm not sure you're going to get it, but you guys that are listening, you're going to get it. You know who makes money on market cap? You know who makes money on it? Nobody. It's a fake number. It's made up. You can't trade it. You can't put a bid on the market cap chart. You can't put an ask on the market cap chart. Your order can't get filled because you can't place fucking orders on it. It's in a totally made up bullshit metric that no one can make money on. Not even the exchanges, not even the market makers. Absolutely no one can make money on the market cap number. I don't actually understand why people give a fuck about it, to tell you the truth.
Because
it's
a sign
literally
of a healthy
useless.
Market. It's part of. It's one of many metrics you look
Oh,
at.
is
for a
it?
healthy
Is
market.
it? How do you feel about Dogecoin's market cap, brother? How you feeling about that?
Dogecoin suffers from similar problems to Hex, but for the same reason: lost coins, circulating supply. I agree. It has similar properties.
Yeah. And how did Dogecoin do versus Bitcoin this year? Murdered it.
This is
So the market
this is
tries
why
to
this is the
teach you
same
shit,
point.
but you can't learn it. It's funny. So
No,
let me
I'm
ask you
agreeing
this.
with you.
Let me
I'm
ask you this.
agreeing with you.
Okay.
It's the reason why Doge pumped. It's the same.
Ga-
It's the same
Galaxy
phenomenon
brain.
that I've just
Galaxy brain.
described.
Galaxy brain. Let me ask you a question. Okay. A guy buys hundreds of millions of dollars of hex. I don't think he bought hundreds. Let's take this just one Godwill, this one guy who has ETH from the Genesis address. I think he's got like 3 billion hex or something. I think it might have cost him maybe 20 or 30,000 ETH to get that because he was buying like early.
You tell me what day, we'll go and have a look, because I looked at all the on-chain data before, and there hasn't been that much. There's
Well,
been
when you saw the very beginning,
a lot of recycling of hex.
What? What are you talking
There's
about?
been a lot of recycling of the ETH.
Tell me
You
about
can
that.
look at the velocity.
Oh, recycling of ETH. Okay. Well, tell me more.
Yes.
I want to know about it.
If we dive into the on-chain data, you
Uh-huh.
can see that particularly early on, the velocity and the turnover is a lot of the
Why
same.
don't you Lard,
show
show your screen, bro? Why don't you just keep your screen shared, man? Let's. Nobody wants to see my face. Nobody wants to see your face. Let's show that badass screen. Can we see the price chart, or you want to hide that?
What do you want to look at now? Price? Yeah.
Yeah, the thing that you can actually make money on. The only thing you can actually make money on, unless you
That's
take a liquidity
because
provider
you
risk.
can't make money if you're telling people they've got these huge gains, and if people go, great, I invested whatever, and now I've got this 100 million they think they're sitting on. The fact is they can't. If anyone ever tries, if 50 people try to sell $1 million, that goes to zero.
Let's do this math real quick. So when I go on Twitter and I see people buying McLarens, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, boats, houses, and shit, that's fake. Those aren't real. Or are those real?
What's that got to do with this?
Well, you're telling me that can't happen because the price is going to go to zero. But I see it with my eyes. I don't get it.
I said if people are trying to sell in a liquid market, it's going to zero.
Oh, okay. Well, here's
cars.
what's funny. Here's what's funny. It doesn't look like they want to sell the world's best performing asset. It looks like they want to buy it.
That's
so it
because
kind
they
of
haven't
fucks up
realized
your
this yet.
thesis, bro. No, they do realize
And that's
it because
why
we've
I'm
dipped in
worried,
price
because
75%
it's
5 or 6 times. We dipped in price.
Mathematically impossible for all these people to make money while the realized market cap isn't there. There's never been more than 20 or
Bro,
30
didn't you
million
just
dollars
say? Didn't you
enter
just say
Hex.
I owned 90% of the coins? Well, wouldn't that, in theory, make the market cap 10 times less, so you could shut the fuck up about it 10 times more? You can't have it both ways, bro. You come up with this fan fiction bullshit that 1, I own all the coins, but 2, no one can get out. But 3, actually, 10 times less people need to get out because actually fucking Richard owns all that shit. You can't have it both ways. You're arguing against yourself.
No, I'm agreeing with you. 10 times less people still can't get out because of how bullshit this system is.
Right. Okay. So when we were the number 1 liquidity provider on Uniswap for months, and then anyone that wanted to get out could, and we would have like you have a fantasy in your head. You know what? Let's try role reversal. I'm gonna try new shit with you today. Right? Let's try role reversal. Do you like Bitcoin?
I might have to go on a tick. I've got a crying baby, but I do like Bitcoin.
Okay. I think it's a Ponzi. You can't sell. It's all going to go to zero. Market cap's too high. There's not enough volume. You're promoting a Ponzi. Why are you doing that? It's all going to go to zero, bro. You can't sell it.
No, it's not, mate. It's got
Whoa,
a nice
hold up. Oh, yeah? Yeah, because I read reports all that volume's fake. I read a report from Bitwise that said that all that volume was fake. And then I have to use nomics.com to filter out all the fake volume where people are putting orders in between the bid-ask spread. Boop, 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 boop. No actual orders are getting filled. The order book's never changing, but look at all the volume. Look at all the fake volume. The majority of volume in cryptocurrency is fake. So you're looking at fake numbers. So you have to go to nomics.com and look at their transparent volume indicator. So why don't you go to nomics.com real quick and look at their transparent volume indicator?
That was Nomics I was on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead. You skipped one of the 5 columns. It's called transparent volume. We'll go back to Nomics. There's only 5 columns there. There's no reason to miss it, ignore some of them. You've already tried to change what market cap means by introducing a volume parameter magically, because sticking it right next to it doesn't work for you because you think you understand the market better.
That moves in any given 7-day period is about a few 100 million, maybe 1 billion if we're being generous. And
yes,
again,
you understand.
Right back to my theory that it's around 1/1000th is reality. Everything else is 90% Richard and 90% can't move.
All right. Okay.
1/1000th.
So everyone's
smoke and mirrors.
Everyone's the happiest they've ever been. Everyone's buying Rolexes and Ferraris and Lamborghinis, but you think it's not real. Don't understand it. And then you invent some fan fiction bullshit that all of a sudden everybody's going to sell and murder the price. But the rate at which people are locking up their coins is getting longer. So it used to be 4.8 years. Now it's 5.8 years.
All you've built is a BitConnect. Everyone was happy in BitConnect when the number on the screen tells them they're rich. But then you're making people lock up for even longer. And BitConnect would have survived longer if you made people lock up for years at a time. That's all it is.
Bitcoin's
it's just a fancy BitConnect where you're making people lock up for longer.
I forgot we were doing
a number on the screen that tells them they're rich. But
I forgot. Sure, I forgot that we were doing this. Bitcoin's going to go to zero because everyone can't sell. There's not enough volume. There's not enough liquidity. Michael Saylor bought hundreds of millions of dollars and he's at a loss now with the slippage he'd have to eat if he had to sell.
Bitcoin doesn't make people lock up for years
whoa,
at a time.
Whoa. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. I think you're full of shit. Let's go check on that. Let's go check that, bro. Go to bitinfocharts.com and let's show you how dumb you are. Go bitinfocharts.com. Let's go.
What metric do you want to look up?
Just go to bitinfocharts.com. What do you think it is? A porn site, bro? Come on, just go.
I'm telling you that
nice.
Bitcoin doesn't
there we go.
People lock up for years
now go,
at a time, does
go
it?
to, where's the rich list? Where's rich list? See, top left corner right there. Boom. Bitcoin rich list. Yeah. Yep. Says here that 42% of the coins are in the top 2,000 addresses. What if they want to sell, bro? What if those 2,000 people want to sell? What's going to happen to the price? Huh? What's going to happen? What's going to happen when those 2,000 wallets want to sell, bro? I don't know. Oh my God, it's going to go to zero. It's going to go to zero. It's going to go to zero.
The Bitcoin market has the ability to absorb
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because it dropped 65% in 2 weeks during the COVID dip, and it drops 85% every 4 fucking years. So, bro, it drops 85% every 4 years.
Hex, it goes
oh my
to
God,
zero. That's just what I want people to know.
You're full of shit. You're full of shit, and the chart thinks you're dumb.
It's the one thing.
Hey, everybody, Alex Saunders believes that you can't sell your hex for money, and it'll go to zero if you try to. That's what Alex Saunders believes. Alex Saunders believes this is a black hole in the future that it's going to hit, and everyone's going to try and sell, and no one's going to be able to get their money out, and it's going to go to fucking zero. The world's biggest rug pull ever. Did I accurately represent your prediction?
If there's 1,000 people out there that are hexicans that think that they're millionaires, if 50 of you try and sell $1 million worth of hex, it's going to go to zero. And it's going to go
zero, mate. It's going to go zero. You're retarded. Let's go to look at this dormant addresses. All right. You see that link? Top dormant addresses for 5 years on Bitcoin. Why don't you click that? It's dead center of the pitch. Down. Yep. That's it. Now, you told me that Bitcoin wasn't locked up, and you told me that you could sell your Bitcoin whenever you want, but it kind of looks to me with the data on chain that it is locked up because the coins never ever move. So why don't you mouse over that chart right there?
But these mouse over have the freedom to do it.
Oh yeah, and 90% of the hexagons do too. As a matter of fact, I would say a lot more coins have moved in Hex's recent history than in Bitcoin's recent history. So imagine if all those guys who have never moved their Bitcoins, imagine if all those guys that have never moved their Bitcoins, like Satoshi, who has 1 million of them, okay? What if they just start selling all at once, bro? What's going to happen to the price? It's going to go to zero, to quote you. And what's going to happen to all the other coins? Like Ethereum dropped 95%. Hey, bro, what's an extra 5%? It could go to zero, right? Your argument's silly. It's farcical. But you just think that Bitcoin and Ethereum have some special property. They don't. As a matter of fact, they're inferior systems to Hex. Vastly inferior.
I just want people to know that the Hex numbers are just so much lower than what's been promoted. There's 1,000 active addresses.
Show me the lie, dog.
This is pathetic.
So let me ask you a question. In a system where people stake on an average of 5.5 years, what kind of activity do you want them to do once they've burnt their coins? You want them to spam up the ETH network so that you like it more because you think the wrong metrics are the right metrics? Would that be better? Hey guys, let's go spam up let's spam up the volume, and we'll spam up the transactions, and we'll make a bunch of fake users, and then Alex will be happy because that makes his metrics, even though he's wrecked, and Richard's basically the price god, right? I called the top on the day. I predicted $60,000 Bitcoin 2 years ago on stage on Malta. I called the $20,000 top in 2017, and I called it from months ahead of time as well when it was 3,000. I'm basically the price prediction god. But you, a pleb, come here and speak to the man who invented the 380,000% run-up thing, and your appeal to, oh my God, I'm going to save everybody, is that everyone, when they go to sell, there's not going to be any liquidity. even though you probably own Ethereum and it dropped 95%. Sup, bro. And you probably own Bitcoin, dropped 85% every 4 years. Sup, bro. Let me tell you how many times you could have sold your hex on a double.
You know that I've got a pay group.
Yeah, and you're a scammer for doing that. Paid groups are scams. You are a wrecked pleb. You can't make money in the market. And then you steal money from other people, promising them the concept that they're going to make money when they could have actually made money, not enriching you to tell them stories, but actually buying coins that go up thousands of X. Thousands of X.
We have a resubscription rate in the high 90% for 4 years because of how good our research and information is.
Right.
And that's why we have 6,000 people in the biggest pay group in the world. But I don't talk about it much because I don't need to call myself the crypto
let's
god
you know what?
like
Let's
you
bet
do.
some money right now. Let's make some price predictions. I think Bitcoin's going to 10K. Let's bet. How much you want to bet? 100,000 US. Let's do it.
Yeah, fine.
I'll take your money.
Going to 10K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a bet.
Yeah.
Make it up. What do you want to do?
Fine. That's fine.
I'll bet you $100,000 Bitcoin's going to 10K.
I'll take the other side of that bet.
Yep.
That it does.
Yep. So what's the time frame? And what do I get if I win?
You just said 100 grand, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So Bitcoin goes to 10K within the next year. Yep. Bitcoin goes to 10K within the next year. You're going to give me 100 grand if it does, right?
Yeah.
How are you going to pay me? You're going to give me more Bitcoin because it's like worth less, right?
I'll pay you in hex because you won't be able to sell that much.
Okay. So you're going to buy $100,000 of hex to pay me the $100,000 of hex. If Bitcoin goes to $10,000, what is this here? Let me find this here. What is the date? It's today's date. Notepad. Where we at here, homie? Now, I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to collect off your broke ass, but we'll see how it goes. 7/18.
You crunch those numbers for
2021. Yeah. And it's now 150. What the hell date is this? This time zone is wrong. What fucking time is it?
Right, back to you.
How is it? What time is it? Is it 1:58 UTC?
It's midnight in Australia, which is 1.
My time zones are all backwards. 13:59 UTC time. Yeah. All right. So you're going to give me $100,000 of hex on the moment that Bitcoin hits 10K, time weighted average price on, well, I don't know about a time weighted average price. Let's go with which exchange?
Any exchange. You want to do a daily close, or like we have a wick down below 10,000? You're going to claim it, or you?
I think it's going to be a wick. I don't think it's going to live down there, so I just need a wick at 10K.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's going anywhere near that. So either way,
okay.
You do you.
BitMEX.
Yep. BitMEX.
Pick an exchange.
FTX is going to be the number one exchange.
All right. So FTX perpetuals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now look, I need another side of this bet. Is this a good? What do you think? I think Bitcoin is going to 10K. You're going to give me 100 grand if it does within the next year. I just think I'm on the wrong side of this bet. Hey, chat, is my bet dumb? Am I supposed to include another parameter here? I'm not used to doing these weird option bet things.
24-hour volume. I just want to get people are thinking
dude, I have a better one.
Millions and
I have a better
billions,
one. I have a better one. Hold on. I have a better bet. This bet's too weird for me. I feel like I'm getting fucked on time option here. What do you think is going to double in price first? Bitcoin or Hex? And we can move that number around. We can make it harder for Hex. We can option it.
Shitcoin is going to keep going to the freaking moon, but no one can sell. It doesn't matter. It's a number on the screen that no one can realize. That's the whole point. Hex is probably going to be the best performing coin for the next 5 years, but it fucking doesn't matter. No one can buy or sell any meaningful amount of it.
For the record, Alexander says Hex is likely to be the best performing coin for 5 years. No, I just want to get the parameters right. Shh. I'm trying to make this bet fair. I'm not sure it's fair unless there's another parameter in there. because I'm not used to making these weird single option bets, and I don't want to just give you 100 grand unless you have a very high likelihood of losing it, at least as high as the one that I have. All right. So you don't want to play the like, we have to do a 10x and you have to make a 1x. Like Bitcoin could go up 2x and we have to do up 20x. That seems fair. I mean, we'd be 10x Ethereum's market cap then, right? That seems like a hard thing to do, right?
No, not at all. Hex could go to the trillions in market cap, but it's all smoke and mirrors. It doesn't matter. No one can ever sell or realize that. That's my whole point.
Look, if chat wants to suggest me a way that I don't feel like I'm making a bad bet here, tell it to me. So I think Bitcoin is going to 10K, but then usually I've only done this once before betting somebody or trying to. So I feel like you have to have some other like thing, like failure point to make it fair. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm actually making a good bet. I'm not convinced.
What are you going to give me if I make a coin that gets higher on nomics than Hex?
I don't know, dude. I haven't thought about it.
Look, you call me a loser that I've never done anything, and then you just
well, no, you're obviously not a loser. You have a paid group. I mean, that industry is a history of just winners. I mean, paid groups are the most highly looked upon thing in all of crypto. It's not like everyone that runs one is a disgusting scumbag. Or actually, wait, yes, actually, it is.
It's a research business.
Right. Yeah. Well, so how many people you tell to buy Hex?
Do you know how many in there did?
Yeah. Do you know how many times
in there did?
Do you know how many times
I said that I didn't like the ethics around it, the way it's constructed, and like I said, I think it had those Ponzi aspects. Where
do you understand it's just Bitcoin with a proof of work change? Hex is just Bitcoin with a proof of work change. Yes, it is. I'll show it to you.
You've got the incentives and mechanics to get people to encourage them to lock up, and it's the same as a Ponzi. You're trying to do everything you can to get people to not run to the exits, and if and when they do, half it all goes to you anyway. That's a brilliant system.
That doesn't make any sense.
And a brilliant
what
system.
You're saying doesn't make any sense.
But it's no good for everyone that's involved.
The origin address does not receive any interest from anyone's stakes whatsoever. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The origin address only received 50% of the supply in the beginning. It does not get paid when you stake. It does not get paid when you profitably end your stake. The only time it gets anything is if you lie and don't stake like you said you would, and you emergency end stake and screw over everybody and don't do what you said you would. Then that penalty gets split between the origin address and all the other stakers.
You mean screw over everybody, like God forbid someone tries to sell? That's what you have to prevent at all costs. That's why there's so harsh penalties. That's what you said. If you get penalized heavily, but you got to try and stop people from selling, because if 1/1000th of people try to sell, it goes to zero.
That's a cool story, bro. Let me ask you a question. I'm launching a fork of Ethereum, creates 10,000 new coins in the world. About 1 billion hex has been sacrificed into that. I have to describe it specifically. Look, there's 1 billion hex that was sacrificed to make the political statement that you believe blockchains are free speech and free speech is a protected human right.
Where did
those people that do that earn points. Those points get free coins. Okay. You're telling me that people can't sell their hex, but yet they all just divested of it and all just got rid of it. And yet the price didn't go down. So I don't understand how you're wrong. Everybody just got rid of their hex.
They gave it to someone else. They didn't sell it.
Oh, so when you give something away and the price doesn't go down, that's bad? Or like what? I don't get it. Well, so 1 billion hex just got removed from the market, and you can see who did it
on the market. It got the ownership got transferred to someone else. It did not get sold.
So you're saying the market supply just went down?
No, it got transferred.
And what does that
from
do?
One person to another. How does that affect price? What's that got to do with anything?
Oh, so supply doesn't affect price.
Why? How is it changing supply? This because you're using this term sacrifice.
How is it changing supply? Okay. Do you remember how I told you that the people that stake the longest? Let me try proving this another way to you.
Because anyone that sells wrecks the system. So you got to try and get them to lock up for as long as possible. Yes, I know.
Hey, everybody, listen. I'm going to make Alex's point for him about 10 times so you get it. Alex thinks hex is going to zero because you can't sell. Alex thinks hex is going to zero because you can't sell. Alex thinks hex is going to zero because you can't sell. Alex, do you want to sing it with me? Let's sing it together, bro. because you have
Oh,
one
I'm
point,
not
a
against
dumb
that.
point, but all you do is say it 20 or 40 times. So I want it's called in neurolinguistic programming, satiation. I want your brain to get satiated so you don't feel like saying it over and over and over again because it's the only thing you say. Hey, everybody, Alex doesn't think there's enough buy support for you to sell. And then
when
it's
you
going to go to
copy what I
zero.
do, it's called mimetic desire.
Nice. Great. I'm going to repeat it so everyone hears it. Alex thinks hex is going to zero. Alex thinks hex is going to zero. Can we shut the fuck up about it now? Have we covered it? Can we do new shit now? Okay.
You're the one that's.
Let me tell you how many
manipulating.
times you could have sold on a double in hex. You could have bought January 5th, a year and a half ago, and sold on a double, 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 or sold on a
No,
fucking
you
double.
couldn't have.
Yes, you
Couldn't have,
could.
because if more
Yes,
than
you
one in
could.
every 1,000
How do you
people
think
did
the
that, it
price
would
dropped
refresh the market.
70%? How do you think the
It would
price dropped
refresh the
70%
market.
6 times? How do you think the price dropped 70% 6 times? How do you think that happens? Because people sell the fuck out of it. Because
One
people sell the
person
fuck
must
out of it.
oversell.
Do you know how many millions of dollars of fucking hex I've seen people sell over the last 2 weeks? Millions and millions and millions and millions. And we see where the money goes. We see where the money goes. But your brain doesn't understand it. We see with our eyes where the money goes when people sell their fucking hex. People dump the hex price constantly, all the time. But because the demand exceeds the supply, the price keeps going up and people keep dumping it and they dump it and they empty their fucking wallets. And it doesn't matter because the God whale who's buying it has more money than all their little pleb bags put together. And that guy stakes forever. I love him. God whale, if you're listening, bro, you're the best. Seriously. Consider donating to sends.org. Save your life, be able to spend that money. You know what I mean? So like you just don't understand how liquid the market is. Do you understand how many people sell their bags on the way up 380,000%? Do you know how many people sold earlier? Shitloads, tons and tons and tons of people emptied their hex bags earlier. They did everything they could to murder the price over and over again. We got a video of a guy that's like, I emergency end staked my 500 million hex and paid a penalty. But in reality,
So
I made a
what- so
2.5x.
what I
He
want
sold
people
half
to
a billion
see-
hex. But you don't realize that because you're not looking at the chart. I have personally seen tons of people make millions of dollars, and you're telling me it's not happening because you don't understand that the demand exceeds the supply. There's guys with billions of dollars that want hex. I had a phone call with a billionaire. He bought a lot. Like
So
I
what
just
we can see here is that when Hex's
You're just
prices
dumb, dude.
dumped 70%, we've barely
It's
got
done it 5
any-
times. It's
any
done it 5
circulation.
times.
But look how piss weak the circulation and active addresses are. Like this is tiny amounts that are crushing the price 70%.
God.
You're just proving my point.
Yeah, I'm proving your
tiny
point.
amounts
The
of
best
crushing
time
the
to buy
price
Bitcoin when there was
70%.
no volume and no users and Satoshi owned all the coins. You're making fun of the best opportunity you'll have in your life. You're making fun of something pre-viral. You're making fun of something that's on no big exchanges yet, on no front pages of large coin market cap sites yet, with no positive press from anyone, with no one saying anything nice anywhere. It's pre-viral. You're looking opportunity in the face, but thinking that it's not opportunity because you're retarded. You don't know what you're doing. You're looking at the most potentially profitable thing. You literally said that you think this is going to be the highest performing asset in the next 5 years, but you're too dumb to buy it. What is wrong with your
Because I
brain,
can't sell it,
dude?
because no one can sell it, mate.
Sell it on a double, like just happened 11 times. Like, what are you talking about? You
Okay.
don't understand what you're talking about. You should go to t.me/hex trading and just ask them, hey guys, can you show me some wallets that have tried to nuke the price and go look at how much money they made? Millions and millions
I'm
and
gonna wrap
millions
up
of real
soon.
dollars.
I'm going to wrap up soon because I think I've made my point. And
Alex thinks hex is going to zero, everybody, but not Bitcoin and not Ethereum, even though they drop 85 and 95% every few years. Not those ones because they're special. They're unique. But hex
free
is.
markets.
No, they're not free markets, dude. No, they're not.
Well, I'm gonna love you and leave you.
All right.
We've got one of the best fundamental track records over the past 8 years.
He
We've
needs
got
money. He
6,000
wants you to
in
join
our
his paid group.
We've got thousands of hours of free education, guys, all on the website.
Yeah. Oh,
You don't need. You don't need
oh
to join
no. Oh, shilling canceled. Oh, the guy who got wrecked, his shilling got canceled. Poor guy. All right. So anyway, every once in a while I have haters on because I know you guys like to see when I savage people. So basically, Alex's brain doesn't understand that there's so much demand for hex. He doesn't get it that people have tried to murder the price over and over and over again. And tons and tons and tons of people that bought early sold all the hex they ever had and got a 10x and then missed out on the 4000x. They got a 20x and missed out on the 4000x. They got a 40x and missed out on the 4000x. He doesn't understand how much actual real money had to go and empty out all those guys' bags to be where we are today. He just can't understand it. He doesn't get it. His brain can't comprehend it. Sorry, man. He thinks volume is good, as though that liquidity, by the way, volume and liquidity aren't related. You can have very high fake wash traded volume and no liquidity. And then when you go and try and place a limit order, it just the orders just disappear as though they were never there, and you can't get your order filled. You go on any of these fake centralized exchanges and try and actually sell like $100,000 or something, the price disappears. It's crazy. You're like, so he doesn't understand that volume doesn't go on market cap. He doesn't understand that volume isn't liquidity, and he doesn't understand that Hex is extremely liquid, and people have dumped tons and tons of Hex, and the demand is just too high to care. He doesn't get it. And then he thinks people that have got 15-year stakes are somehow going to just want to sell everything. Like they just got bored. Hey, I know I've got millions of dollars of money tied up into these stakes, but hey, you know what? I'm just going to eject and start crap talking it. No, Roger Ver sold his Bitcoin, started crap talking Bitcoin. Mike Hearn sold his Bitcoin, started crap talking Bitcoin. You're not going to get that in Hex because if people have a 15-year stake, they're not going to be crap talking it. And so we have the best community getting tattoos and having meetups and just doing everything that an awesome community can do, helping each other, volunteering for each other, educating each other, starting YouTube groups, everything that's happening. Our community is absolutely amazing. Our price performance is amazing. Our uptime is amazing. We have the best price chart that I've ever seen. Everything is absolutely amazing. But he says, you know what? None of that matters. None of that matters. Because he thinks he understands the market better, which is why he's wrecked and trying to shill his paid group where he can get you wrecked, which I canceled by hitting end. I've never done that before. It's the first time I've ever done that. It's just disgusting to me. You know who runs paid groups? People that need your money. Do I run a paid group or I just make amazing price calls for free? I make amazing price calls for free. I called the Bitcoin top on the day. Did I charge you for it? Did I charge you anything for the education? No. Why? Because I've been a retired multimillionaire since 2003. Actually, 2005. Sorry. So that's what, 15 years, 16 years now? What do you want me to do? Free books, free coins, the best performing asset, the largest airdrop in history. People are buying amazing things everywhere. And God whales that have more money than any of you will ever probably have are delaying gratification for 15 years at a time. And then if it is the case that whatever these addresses are that are receiving the $170 million of Hex so far, let's go look up these numbers actually. Let's go look this up. So right now I'm looking at the sacrifice address, the pulsechain.com sacrifice address. There's 1,000 Ethereum in there. There was basically this address keeps turning the Ethereum into stable coins. So obviously someone has the keys because the Ethereum is being turned into stable coins. So something has keys somewhere. This got a single 10,000 Ethereum transaction today. And now I check the address and look, there's another 1,000 Ethereum there. There's another $2 million there. I think it's got like $10 million of sacrifices from Bitcoin users so far. It's got, and this is aside from the 23 million that the Sense Foundation got. And right now, this address is showing $250 million of value just in ERC20s and 2 million in just Ethereum. There's $166 million of Hex sitting here, 1.1 billion Hex. Nobody knows who or what may have the keys to this address. But what if it was the case that whoever had the keys to this address wasn't the kind of person that liked selling Hex? What if that was the case? Do your own research. I see a lot of Ethereum getting sold for USDC by this address. I don't see that happen with Hex. Interesting. Nobody knows what may be in the mind of what machine or human may or may not hold those keys. But a guy as dumb as Alex, he just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand it. He's like, it's not selling. It's just a transfer. They're going from someone's possession to someone else's possession. You're like, well, bro, can they dump the price anymore? Can those guys that don't have Hex anymore sell it and dump the price? Because they don't have Hex anymore. How are they going to dump the price? And so it matters the likelihood of selling and time frame of selling that each party has. And so you have to ask yourself, in my experience, whales have the longest time preference in my experience. And even if they didn't have the longest time preference, the number of coins that they have a very long time preference with, and by the way, I know they have the longest time preference because I've seen it. He just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. Everything is perfect and amazing, and he just wishes the rug would get pulled. He just wishes it would all end. And you're like, well, okay, who's going to pull the rug, bro? Everybody got bought out. Like everybody, the price went up 380,000%. Everyone that wanted to sell sold. Everyone's tons of stakes ended after big payday. Like, what do you want? It's the opportunity of a lifetime. The best time to buy Bitcoin was when the liquidity was the lowest, the ownership was the most centralized, the volume was the lowest, and this is the same exact parameters for Amazon, Facebook, Ethereum. But he sees opportunity, he looks it in the face, and he goes, "It's not opportunity. That's dumb. That's bad." And then he literally, with his own mouth, said, "I think this will be the top performing asset for the next 5 years, and is likely to go to $1 trillion of valuation." Too dumb to buy. What? So dumb. And you're going to have Hex on 2 chains soon. What? Now, let me include stuff. I usually don't like talking about the Hex price. Like you'll never see me say like, "Oh, I think price is going to do this by this." I never do that. I'm way more likely to do that for stuff like Bitcoin and Ethereum, but not with like Hex. So I want to be clear. You should have no expectation of profit from the work of others in anything that I'm involved with. You should have no expectation of profit from the work of others in Ethereum or Bitcoin or Hex or any of these things. These are open source projects by and large. And so you are the person that does all the work. You are the person that makes things better. You are the person that mints your own rewards. You are the person that burns your coins. You are doing all the work. It is you. I could die. Hex.com could go offline. Doesn't matter. Code can't be stopped. Trading can't be stopped. Multiple front ends run by multiple people. It's absolutely perfect and wonderful and beautiful. I'm very sorry that Alex had the opportunity of a lifetime to participate in something that was pre-viral, that had the best metrics. He's looking at the user count and he's going, "There's only 1,000 active addresses a day." Well, first of all, I don't think that's true because I looked on etherscan.io. Let's go look. Etherscan.io, and let's type Hex. Now I'm looking at the holders chart and I just see it going up. So let's see here. July 14th, 226076. July 15th, 227029. 7029 minus 6076. Calc. 7029 minus 6076. That's 1,000 people. So in one day, there was 1,000 new holders. That's at least 1,000 transactions to be 1,000 new holders. And then how many users were using the contract that day? Probably tons. So this like idea that you've got like 100 users a day, what? Doesn't make any sense. Let's go on DApp Radar. Ready? DApp Radar. And let's go look up some more stats. DApp Radar. We got to go to Ethereum. God, where's this stuff? Where's Ethereum? DApp Radar. Am I using this wrong? ETH. There we go. All right. So if you go to dappradar.com/rankings/protocol/Ethereum, you're going to see that Hex is number 8. It's number 8 on Ethereum. Hex is the number 8 application on Ethereum. You don't have any users. You don't have any users. Let's pretend he was right. He's not, but let's pretend he was right. Let's pretend there was no users. You went up 380,000% on no users. Oh my God. What if you did get users? Oh my God. What would happen then? He's just dumb. He's like arguing for this to be a better investment. I don't get it. It's just insane to me. Yeah. So, okay, bro. Yeah, I guess you just don't get it. Now on the site, the numbers for volume don't make any sense because volume is staking and end staking that don't measure that. And then when it shows balance, it also doesn't make any sense because there's not supposed to be any balance in the contract. The only balance is there is from people that accidentally sent ERC20s and they're locked forever. So on this site, balance doesn't mean anything and volume doesn't mean anything. If you want to see real balance and volume, you can go to installstaker.app, which will show you how many people are buying, how many people are staking, all the things. And you can go to hex.vision. Great website. Absolutely wonderful website. So I had on my show a guy who's broke, sells a paid group, missed a 380,000% move, says it's going to be the highest performing asset for the next 5 years, but doesn't think he's going to be able to sell it. And here's another thing I don't understand. There's just, people are so dumb. Okay, let's pretend that there was no liquidity in Hex. There was none. Absolutely none. But magically, the price kept going up. What happens when you place a limit order? You are the liquidity. And guess what? The price doesn't get to go up anymore until you're filled. So if at any moment, even if there's absolutely no liquidity at all, that means it's easier for you to get filled. So you just place your limit order. You can place limit orders on 1inch.io, matcha.xyz, or Uniswap v3 using the pool function, but you have to withdraw it after you're filled or it'll unfill. Okay. And if there's no liquidity, just set limit orders. And then the price can't go any higher unless you get filled. And then you are the liquidity. Doesn't make any sense to me. The price doubled 11 times. It's still going up. Like, I don't understand how to beat knowledge into these people's head. I try everything. I try role reversal. I try and show them their analogies don't make sense because they don't make sense for other crap that they like. Like Ethereum dropped 95%, but everyone thinks it's great now. But didn't it drop 95% though? Well, yeah, it's better now. That's how life works. Hey, Bitcoin, it dropped 65% in 2 weeks for the COVID dip. It dropped 85% in 2017. It dropped 2017, end of it. It dropped 85% from 1,300 to 266 at the end of 2013. It dropped 85% 4 years before that. And you're like, this is in crypto. Dips are in crypto. Hex has dropped 70% like 5 or 6 times or 7 times. It's in crypto. It's fine. It just keeps making new all-time highs. How can you make fun of something that's up 380,000%? What? Everyone's buying Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and the price is up 380,000% before staking. It's up like 5,000% after staking. How can you make fun of it? I don't understand. I don't get it. How stupid, how dumb do you have to be? I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, I'm gonna look at everybody's. Let's look up some. I'm gonna make sure that chat can hear me. Chat, can you hear me? If you can hear me, type moon. Go for that. Everybody's saying rug pull. This is so funny. Hey guys, let's play a game. Let's play another thought experiment. Okay, I love doing these thought experiments. Was I rich before cryptocurrency was invented? Yes, I was a retired multimillionaire before cryptocurrency was invented. I retired in 2005. Actually, had to be earlier than that. I think it was 2005, yeah. So I retired in 2005, started traveling the world, have been to, 100 different countries, lived in a hotel for 5 years, traveling all over the world. Bitcoin was invented in 2009. I've mined full Bitcoin blocks on my own, 50 BTC block rewards. And I was already a retired multimillionaire and helped make the $30 top and rode it down to 2, unfortunately. So I was rich long before Bitcoin was ever invented. What do you think's more likely? That I'm going to need to sell some coins that I like, or that I might buy some coins I might like? I just don't understand. So let's talk about some other stuff. People like to spread rumors. Like, I've got 1 million Ethereum. That's a rumor I've heard. Well, let's say that was true. If I had 1 million Ethereum, would I need to sell anything other than Ethereum ever? Seems like a lot of Ethereum. What is Ethereum? $2,000 now? Well, 2,000 times 1 million is 2 billion. Let me check the math on that. I mean, I know it is, but let's do it anyway. Nope. 1 million. Yep, 2 billion. Richard, when are you going to pull the rug? Bro, go look at the liquidity. Go see who's providing it. It's a bunch of people that have a bunch of weird coins I don't like. The guy, this God whale that's buying it up, he got his Ethereum back when I was saying Ethereum sucked. And he's bought some coins that, I don't know. I don't know why he would buy those. Like, ugh. So I'm glad that he's participating in things that I like, but some of the things, I don't know why I would participate in them. So it's just crazy. If you're gonna make up fan fiction fantasy crap about rug pulls, then I want to hear the fan fiction fantasy crap about magic carpet rides. I'm ready. It's just crazy. The dumb wrecked plebs out there are just insane. All right. Everybody's saying moon. Good. Oh, this is so funny. Somebody says, listen to how smart chat is. Why is Hex trending sideways? Oh, let's go look at the chart. Let's go see the intelligence of the statement. Let's do some measurement here. Okay. Hex right now. Let's pull up a weekly chart for fun. Okay. Hex on the weekly is up 62.5% on the weekly. Does that sound like sideways to you? No, up 62% over the last week does not sound sideways to you. Why is chat so stupid? That's not all chat. The people, like my people from my community that are in chat, very smart. Apparently Alex's community, I don't know, guys. I don't know. What are you typing in my chat here? Why is Hex going sideways? Weekly candle up 63.5%. 65.52 is what I see now. That's called a green candle. That's up. These people are so wrecked. Oh my God. By the way, since Alex is no longer here to support his argument, I want to give it a shout out one more time. Alex says that no one's going to be able to sell because there's no liquidity. Even though the liquidity is the highest it's ever been. And I've never seen more people sell out all their Hex. Their bags are empty. I've never seen more people get rid of their Hex and divest of it. Over 1.1 billion of it has been sacrificed already, and there's still 14 days to go on that. Although there's only 1 day left at the same rate. The rates go up 5% a day every day, starting, I think, I'm going to go on my Twitter and give you a specific time, twitter.com/RichardHartwin. By the way, when I get emotional and do that stuff, it's just for fun, man. Like, I know you guys like watching that stuff. I could just be like tranquil and zen and boring, but I don't think anyone would like that. All right, I'm looking at this timer I got on Twitter here. In 1 day and 14 hours and 20 minutes, the rate is going to be 5% higher. Then the next day, it's going to be 5% higher than that. And then on day 14, it's going to be 1.98x higher. That's what 5% increases 14 times does. It makes it 1.98x higher. So if you know anyone that wants to participate and donate to sens.org or make that political statement that blockchains are free speech and free speech is a protected human right, you can do that at pulse.info. You should really consider doing those things earlier instead of later. What were we looking at here? Oh, we got a lot of viewers. See, people love this drama stuff, man. We got 2,700 viewers here. People love the drama. So let's do the drama. Hi, I'm Richard Hart, retired serial entrepreneur that gives away free books, free coins, free videos, no paid group. I make my amazing, awesome price predictions for free. I got $1 million of watches sitting here. Hi. Oh, I also invented the world's best performing asset that is the world's first blockchain CD, and it went up in price 380,000% over a year and a half before staking. And with staking and interest, you could have made 5,000%, 6,000%, 7,000%. Okay. Yeah. And I have a community that loves me because I've made their lives better. I've made them happier, healthier, fitter, smarter, and they really appreciate that stuff. So they love me and I love them. I'm a Hexagon for life. And I think we have a lot of Hexagons for life. Yeah. What else? Oh, yeah. I'm making the world's largest airdrop. 10,000 new coins will be given away for free. And we just raised $23 million for medical research. How many coins do you know that have raised $23 million for medical research? It's never happened before. We're breaking the rules. We're breaking through the ceiling. We're doing things that people didn't know were possible. People don't understand Hex because they don't understand something they've never seen before that's so amazing. And I felt that way when I got into Bitcoin 11 years ago. I got in the first quarter of 2011. It's 2021 now. I guess, what is that, 10 and a half years ago. So 10 and a half years ago is when I got into Bitcoin, and everyone said we were retards. Everyone said we were stupid. No one liked us. Everyone said it was a scam. Everyone said it was a Ponzi. All the crap that this Alex guy was saying is the crap that I heard about Bitcoin when I got in the beginning. It's opportunity. The fact that they don't understand yet is opportunity. The fact that it's not big exchanges yet is an opportunity. The fact that it's not being said nice things about it in the press yet is opportunity. The fact that it's not on these front pages of these coin ranking sites is opportunity. The fact that it's hard for people to understand is opportunity. Michael Saylor, who's bought hundreds of millions of dollars of Bitcoin, said that Bitcoin was garbage and going to go down like online gaming did in 2013. Back when I had a whole lot of Bitcoin, he said it was garbage. And so he comes along 8 years later and starts buying it at prices 100 times higher, because it took him 8 years to figure out what the truth was that I knew 11 years ago. So billionaires don't know as much as I do. And I give this information for you guys for free. I mean, I'm not sure I can so easily remove myself from the billionaire category. So I guess maybe we're all not dum-dums. Who knows? Yeah, like you have the opportunity of your life in front of you. Now you're going to get Hex on 2 chains. Now you're going to have the world's biggest airdrop. Now 1.1 billion in supply was just removed from the hands of people that might have sold it and given to some other hands that nobody knows what they might do. Nobody knows. But so far, what we can verify on chain is that they sell the Ethereum they get. That's what I've seen. But it seems like they're not selling their Hex. Interesting. Who knows? Have no expectation of profit from the work of others. Okay. So yeah, we're just out here doing absolutely everything amazingly. And the haters that missed it and don't see the opportunity that's sitting right in front of them, that makes them very angry. He doesn't have to sell a paid group anymore. Had he actually said nice things about Hex in the beginning and participated, he could have been one of those guys that sold on a double, sold on a double, sold on a double 11 times. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's take a look at chat here. Well, let's go look at these numbers. All right, I'll look at chat real quick, but then I want to look at the numbers. Richard, do you use GitLab? When is GitLab going to be public to view everything? Yeah, we use GitLab. So basically, we want to publish the code. So here's the deal. If we publish the code, which is done, by the way. So if we publish the Pulse code early, before we have good servers to bootstrap system state for everybody, because we're going to launch it with the whole Ethereum system state, then people's user experience isn't going to be ideal. So you really want to seed the network with some strong nodes so that everyone that wants to get bootstrapped and on-ramped onto the network can pull all that historic system state. And so right now the devs are working on infrastructure stuff, which is like, it should be a lot easier, but these guys want to do everything super duper enterprise, out the yin yang. And so you've got load balancing and DDoS protection and, rate limiting and, it's just all of this extra obfuscation. I mean, look, if it were me and I was the guy that wrote the code, I would just on my home server be like, here's the first node, and then just publish everything, right? So like, but that's not the guys. Like the guys are hardcore enterprise guys and they want to do hardcore enterprise things. And so you're going to love it with the documentation because it's very well written. You're going to love the code quality, which is the reason that some of our improvements have already been accepted into upstream Geth. So we've already improved Ethereum. How many of you guys listening to the show right now has made the Ethereum network better and improved the Ethereum code? My guys did. Anybody else? Alex, have you improved any open source software lately, bro? No. Too busy giving people bad advice to make the world better. I'm making the world better. So yeah, we can't release or shouldn't release the code for people to start the network until there's good seed infrastructure there, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm chomping at the bit. I would really, really, really love, I mean, to tell you the truth, I really want this code to be seen ASAP because the sacrifice phase is ending soon. So I want people to see this code as soon as they can to know how awesome Pulse is. And hello, everybody. How's it going? I got the green candles. Green candles mean price up. We got them. They're even straight. I straighten them out for you, the people. Man, what a challenge. Today was a lot of fun. I'm working on 4 hours of sleep, but I tell you what, it's all worth it. Let's take a look at chat here and see if everyone can hear me. Let's get a keyword. If you guys can hear me, let's get the keyword mad gains. And then once I see mad gains in the chat, I know that you guys can see me and everything's good. Well, there's people saying hello. Now we're just waiting for that keyword. Probably about 10 seconds behind. Yeah, when you stream at 4K, the data rate's so much higher. When I stream 4K to YouTube then has to re-encode it to all those smaller resolutions for everybody. There we go. There's all the mad gains in chat. Hello, everybody. I've waited a very long time for this day. It's finally come. I'm very happy. So let's talk about what happened. We've had the contract done, the code that makes Hex what it is, for a good long while. And we just wanted to make sure absolutely everything was right. So we got 2 independent audits from 2 different auditors. We got a mathematics audit. That's 3 audits. They're expensive and they're time consuming. And they do 2 things. They, 1, convince you that there's no bugs. And 2, they present that evidence to the audience in a format that they can understand. So if you look on hex.win right now, down under the security tab, you can see how to use hardware wallets with MetaMask, which is the wallet that we suggest for Hex. And you'll also see the mathematics audit and one of the security audits. Now, touch up needs to be done on this. They need to be super duper finalized and prettied up. We'll get there. Since the bug finding phase is over, no reason to delay. What else? So the contract was supposed to launch at 7 p.m. EST, and I think we're 5 hours late. I'm not even sure how many hours late. And what that's going to do is it's going to make this first day, the adoption amplifier, where people send Ethereum in and it gets transformed into Hex, it's going to make it a little shorter. It's not actually going to have any effect after this day. So, actually I could look at the wallet. I've got the wallet in the browser here. Wrong computer, streaming computer. I don't have the wallet. I don't have the browser here. So if you go to hex.win right now, or if you want a 10% bonus, pumpamentals.com, you can click anyone's ref link. It's going to give you that same bonus. There's nothing special about pumpamentals.com. It's just the one that I talk about a lot. You could go to anybody else's. You'll still get the same 10% bonus. It works on the adoption amplifier where you transform ETH into Hex, and it also works on the free claim. Now, free claims will open. So here's the phase that we're in right now. The phase that we're in right now is there's a contract. It has all the game theory in it. It has all the logic in it. It has all the security in it. And for you to be able to talk to that contract, to be able to run that code, you either need to be really, really smart and go on something like etherscan.io and use their write contract feature, which allows you to interact with smart contracts manually. It's harder. Or you can do the easy way and go to go.hex.win. That's go.hex.win. I suggest you use https://. We like that security, the S. So if you want to run this code, so in Hex, you are the network. You mint your own coins, just like Bitcoin. If you're a Bitcoin miner, you brute force, find a hash of a nonce that has a number of starting zeros in front of it. And that's the difficult problem that you solve. It's not actually difficult. It's just energy consumption. It's literally the dumbest math you could possibly do, but you're doing a lot of it. It's not actually a difficult problem. It's just an energy intensive problem. So Bitcoin miners mine their own rewards, and hex stakers and people that use the adoption amplifier also mine their own rewards. When you open up MetaMask, you have to tell it where the contract address is of the software that you want to run, because you are the network. You are the only one that can mint your rewards. You're the only one that can stake your coins. You're the only one that can claim your coins. There are no coins unless I haven't even looked at the contract. I haven't even seen how many people are using it. We tested it and everything was perfect. And then I started prepping to talk to you guys. I'm seeing reports in chat that there's 560 Ethereum in there right now. Great. So how did people get 560 Ethereum into the adoption amplifier? Well, they went to go.hex.win, or they're really smart and use the manual way. And there's a tutorial, there's a guide on the front page of hex.win. It's the second video down. First video tells you why we're doing all this stuff, to replace the banks and do things Bitcoin can't do, even though it's great software, even though it's got, tons of really good things going for it. There's just some things it can't do, and it's never going to be able to do. So it only pays miners inflation. People think that Bitcoin's not proof of stake, but it is proof of stake. It means you have stake and mining hardware and electric bills. So it's a different form of proof of stake. It's the kind of stake that kind of pollutes the environment a little bit. It's necessary. And so my point is, right now, those people that are sending Ethereum into the adoption amplifier, the reason they're doing that is because at the end of this day, they're going to get 1 billion hex. So if let's say there was 10,000 ETH in there, if you sent 1,000 ETH, you would get 10% of the 1 billion hex at the end of the day. So this is really interesting because really no one can get like a worse ratio than they deserve, because the other peers are setting it, right? So it's not like someone can get a better deal than you by getting in earlier than you. It doesn't work that way. At the end of the day, everyone's getting the same ratio. It's prorated. Like if you're a bigger dude, you put in more money, you're going to get more hex out. By the way, I'm usually a little bit better at the old streaming and talking stuff, but I haven't slept in a long time. And we had it's funny, these attackers, attackers / spammers / scammers, they try and convince you guys out there to give them your money by impersonating me, putting pictures of me on their posts, trying to send you wrong contract addresses, trying to send you to wrong website, trying to get you to click their ref link when there's no value add, there's no content. They're just piggybacking off someone else's work, right? Gross stuff. So it's actually pretty fortunate that we didn't go live exactly when we thought we would, because we were able to shut all of that down, all of it. I knew this attack would come, and so we were prepared for it. And then as soon as the timer ticked, fake messages, hundreds of them, spamming up chat. So I know how to deal with that. I've got my own bots that ban their bots. And so what are the other things that we did to prevent people from getting robbed? Now, look, in an ideal world, everyone would be smart and have infinite free time to learn all the scammer tactics. But people have real lives, and they don't have, infinite time to learn about the newest scam of the week. So, for instance, one scam that they would do is they would tell you they're going to give you a great deal if you send Ethereum to their contract address, but it's not the real hex one. That should never work in hex. They should never be able to scam like that, because I will tell you straight up, never ever send any Ethereum directly to the smart contract. You will be donating it. You will get no reward from it whatsoever. If you want to make a donation, sure, go ahead, send it. But in my opinion, you should never ever send Ethereum to the contract, because you're not joining the adoption amplifier. If you want to join the adoption amplifier and turn your Ethereum into hex, you need to use a front end. Right now, the only front end I'm aware of is go.hex.win, unless you're a really smart guy and can manually do it. and then you're gonna, you're gonna put your ETH in your MetaMask wallet or another Web3 wallet. I'd like to see whether Konami works or not. Maybe when I get off the stream, if I can remain conscious. It's all mobile. Maybe their dApp browser works, and then you could like sign and claim and stake and do everything mobile. That sounds nice. Right now, what we focus on is what we've tested. We know works, which is MetaMask. I like MetaMask. It's pretty awesome. So, and it supports hardware wallets, right? If you got a Trezor, you got a Ledger, your keys stay in that hardware device safe. And then, something bad happened in your browser, your computer got hacked, whatever. Well, as long as you're like looking at your signatures that you're doing through your hardware wallet, you should be safe, right? That's the reason hardware wallets exist. And we also recommend if you're doing a Bitcoin signature to free claim, which starts tomorrow. Let me give you a real time on that, actually. Man, I should have updated the website to say I was doing this live stream too. I feel sorry for people that aren't in my Telegram because they get news absolutely first. So if you go to t.me/hex crypto, you're going to get all of the news instantly. Like you'll know things before I know them. And then if you're not in the Telegram and you're on the Twitter, okay, you're getting stuff almost as fast. Awesome. But if you're just on the website or the email list, man, 10% of our email list has never even been mailed because Microsoft keeps bouncing the mails out. Terrible. These are people that want to know what's going on. And because the life is hard, I've got to, in order to get delivery to these guys, I've got to go warm up like 10 different IPs and 10 domains just to mail my own mailing list. That's only 20,000 large, probably more now. That's retarded. I mean, it's just crazy that in the year 2019, to be able to contact your own customers. It's just the same thing on Twitter. 50 spam bots impersonated me on Twitter to direct message everybody to try and scam them out of money. And I reported so many of them that Twitter started bouncing my reports back to me as though they were spam. Just like, wow, that's awesome. And then my rate limit, the rate at which I can message my own followers, of which there's like 53K, I can only do 1,000 a day. So the spammers are able to access my customers better than I am. That's terrible. It's just stupid. So what am I telling you about all this scam stuff for? I don't want you guys to lose money. I want you guys to make money. And so I hate it when scammers get away with it, impersonating people particularly. So I don't ever want you to send Ethereum to a contract address that says it's Hex's contract address, because that is not how you join the adoption amplifier. That is not how you get Hex out of the contract. You've got to call the XF join lobby function. You got to use a front end to do that, or be a smart guy and do it by hand on Etherscan, which is just another kind of front end, right? Etherscan has like a generic front end that you could use for any smart contract on the Ethereum network. Whereas right now, go.hex.win is a front end that it just talks to the Hex contract, right? What else? So if you want to join the adoption amplifier, which is the only thing that's going on today. So yesterday we had the snapshot, went perfect. Everything went fine. Then we processed that snapshot today, and we took a top hash, which is also called a Merkle root, which is weird because they're opposites, right? So it's a Merkle root or a Merkle top hash. And what that does is it lets us very space efficiently store all of the data of all of the balances of the Bitcoin blockchain, the ones that are relevant to our project. We don't let multisig claim. So all those whales with multisig wallets, you guys watching, you don't have multisig whales. Whales do. Okay, you guys can't claim. Mt. Gox trustee, 138,000 Bitcoin, can only sell them legally. No free coins for you, buddy. He's out. And once we did all the reductions and ran the math on the UTXO set before we top hashed it, I think there was only about 9.8 million Bitcoin or 9.86 million Bitcoin that could actually try to claim of the about 18 million total coins. So right off the bat, you know that as a staker, you're going to be given, like if you were the only staker in the system on day 353, you would get all of those coins, over half of the claim supply. But you'd actually end up getting more because those will get multiplied by up to 3-fold with the critical mass and virality bonuses. Math isn't exactly 3. So for instance, if a lot of really small addresses claim, then that pumps the reward more because, well, the math's hard to describe to you. So if I'm giving you unclaimed coins and then multiplying them by the percent that was claimed, it's they both end up going up, but like hard to explain math, right? So more claims moves the bonuses higher faster than larger claims does. Because while a larger claim is inflating its multiplier, it's also deflating what's being multiplied by, which is the unclaimed coins, right? So at least now, what other coins are going to be given out to all the people at the day 353? Satoshi's probably not going to claim. I think he's deceased. If he wants to come out and claim, he's totally allowed to. It's awesome. People are going to get a lot of late penalties. So if you don't claim your free coins, you start bleeding out 2% every week. And by week 50, you have nothing left. You can't claim anything. That prevents people like the Mt. Gox trustee from seeing a wonderful project, an innovative project with passionate, inspired, awesome people, of which so many people helped out tonight. We've got volunteers from all around the world. Everything that needs done, they help get done, right? They see that there's some spammers hitting up the chat room trying to scam people. Hey man, put me on as mod. And there's people I know, I trust them. All right, mod up, man. And then they go and kill the spammers, right? Beautiful. Great work. Thanks, Dan. We got 2 Dans. Thank you both, Dans. You did great work tonight. And then we've got Meme Squad making amazing memes. Now, because we've had so many, we've had, a couple thousand people join the chat room over the last week or 2, I think. I should publish the stats. The rate at which, I would go to sleep for 4 hours. I'd wake up and there'd be, 1,000 messages. So if I slept 8 hours, it would have been about 2,000 messages. And then it went absolutely crazy today. You can't do these types of world-changing, impactful things without help from people. You just can't. And what I found is that people that are passionate about the project are just hyper efficient. They really, really care. We've got Paul, who built stakehex.com, where you can model how much profit you're likely to make depending on how many people stake and when they stake and how many people claim. And he built that on his own. He came in and said, "Hey man, I really love this project. I want to build something." I'm like, all right, well, build a model. And then like 6 months later, boom, looks beautiful, looks awesome, right? Now he's got his own, chat room and other stuff. You got another guy, he's helping people out with technical support. He set up his own, help people claim. It's called, what is it called? Hexhelpers.com. Now be careful with people that claim to help you, okay? A person that claims to help you has 2 options. He can tell you the truth and make a little money, or he could lie to you and get you to give him all your money and then just disappear, right? So you got to be super duper 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 careful. Like, if at all possible, have someone help you do it right on your own, and just know the mission, the game, is to not send them your money, right? Like pay them hourly, maybe he makes it on the referral. But so that's in crypto, the way nearly everyone gets scammed is they send their money to the wrong person, right? You either send your money to an exchange instead of holding your own keys, exchange gets hacked, you lose all your money. Some guy says he's going to make you really rich, says he's got some amazing thing that's going to make you all this money, but really doesn't have anything. You send your money, oh, bad trades, man. The trades didn't work out. Now think about that guy's position, right? It's a coin toss for him. You send him your money, he just goes 10x long, and then if it works, he gets 20%. And if it doesn't work, sorry, man, you're wrecked. And he just can't lose, right? Because it's like a call option. He can only make money. Hex is designed to get rid of all of that crap. Hex is designed to get rid of all of these crappy things I'm telling you about. All of these scammers that impersonate and get you to send the money for fake reasons and all that crap. Hex gets rid of all that because you don't have to deal with any middlemen. There's you and your computer and the smart contract, and you put the smart contract's address into MetaMask, or you don't even have to actually, just go to hex.win and it's done for you. So it's just beautiful that you don't have to lose all your money to exchanges getting hacked because the smart contract's got your money and you're the only person in the world with keys to it. If the Ethereum network disappeared and stopped functioning entirely, your money is still sitting in there in that smart contract. Didn't go anywhere, right? The system state could be paused and then you could airdrop it to any other network you wanted to, right? Or open the gates back on, it's funny, blockchains can work with one computer. When Bitcoin was invented, it had one computer that was mining, right? And it doesn't actually, you only need all this other extra infrastructure stuff if attacks start occurring. But if you're not getting attacked, like you could literally run a whole blockchain on one computer. It's like when I got into Bitcoin, I would mine full blocks on my own with no pool, just with my GPUs and my gaming computer. Easy, right? Now today I said something that, but I hope you're enjoying the chat. I'm so tired that I'm all over the place. That's okay. We're having fun, right? We're celebrating. We got the green candles. I'm delirious, so even if you guys tell bad jokes in chat, I'm going to laugh at them. I made a comment. Say I want to say smart, insightful things to my audience because no one else will do it, right? I see things, I recognize things that no one else sees or recognizes, and I package them in a format that's sticky and viral, and I throw it into the world and I see if it goes, right? So Pumpamentals, that's more popular than it's ever been because of me. Maximalish hasn't kicked in that hard, but we'll see, right? It's pretty good. As more maximalists figure out that they want more from their cryptocurrency than what it's doing, well then, man, you got two options. You could change what you got and introduce, security risk and political risk. Or you could leave what's already working good, leave it work, and experiment on these new things, right? And then if the new things work, awesome. And if they don't, okay, nothing was lost, right? So, Nick Szabo he works at Blockstream, and he invented the term smart contract. Super smart guy. He says he likes Monero because if you want to send anonymous money, it's really one of the only good ones out there. A lot of new things are coming, right? A lot of new ZK snarks and research and Lightning and a lot of other things that use, onion routing and confidential transactions. And I could go on the list of, all these cool things which will help people keep their privacy. Those are coming, but they're not here yet, right? So I when people say like, Richard, this is just a cash grab. This thing has no use, no utility. It just blows my mind because the second most popular product at your bank is the time deposit. Do you want to get rid of banks? Yeah? You don't like banks? They suck, right? Bad hours, bad fees, gotcha capitalism, slow, beg them to let you use your money, literally won't let you send your money certain places. They're just like, we don't like that place. We don't care if it's your money. So what? You go to get cash and they just don't even have cash. Like, yeah, you need to put an order in for that, like, day or two early. Then we'll see if we can sort some cash for you. Always less ATMs. Every year they close down more of them. Oddly enough, that's happening to Bitcoin ATMs too, which is unfortunate. Because you can't get people off of the old crappy thing if you can't touch the old crappy thing, right? You have to onboard those people. You have to get their economic energy out of the thing that sucks and into the thing that's good, which, if I remember, we'll go into more. I want to say these things to you guys, and I'm always met with outrage and controversy. It's like, if you look at the press around Hex, it's the most controversial thing ever, which I'm okay with, right? Okay. If you make a difference in this world, you're going to be controversial. If you're Elon Musk and you make the safest, quickest car that's ever existed, and they're so good at dodging accidents, they literally will brake and move the steering wheel and dodge an accident if a car's trying to hit you. That's amazing. I've been in some car accidents. I don't like them, right? If my car could dodge them for me, man, I'd love that. Everybody hates them. absolutely hates him, right? Sleeps on a couch in the factory. Blew out so many of his relationships in his personal life because he just cares about getting the work done. Now, his girlfriends have been pretty hot, right? Amber Heard, others. You think that the world would be better off if he was, with his family more? No, he sacrifices his personal relationships and those people's happiness and his own happiness for something that benefits millions of people. It scales, right? So those poor tortured souls that are driven through madness or excellence to do things that benefit the whole world, they should be honored and rewarded and praised. And this player hatery, this small-mindedness of not being able to create anything on your own and just trying to tear other people down to seem like you're in the same arena as them. I mean, there's a saying that says it's better than I can remember it. Glory to the gladiators who are on the sand bleeding. A couple minutes there is better than a lifetime in the stands. Something along those lines, right? And this is part of the reason I tell you guys not to trade and not to, game games. Do not play games that are grinding where it sucks away all your consciousness and there's no end, right? Because it doesn't leave room for the next game. It doesn't leave room for growth. It rewards bad behavior. You don't want to be turned into a pigeon with intermittent reward, right? Like, oh, sometimes I get a peanut, sometimes I don't. So trustless interest. We want to get rid of the banks. We want to get rid of the middlemen. We want to make the economy of the world more efficient. All we're doing is doing what Bitcoin does, but instead of paying miners the inflation, we pay stakers the inflation. That's it. That's the difference. And then somehow this becomes extremely controversial. Now to explain that this isn't a Hex issue, this is a everyone else issue, what does Monero do? You have a computer, you have a balance, you hit a number, your number goes down, another guy's goes up. That's it. That's all it does. It's a number mover. Here's my number. I move my number down, someone else's moves up. That's all it does. People talk about blockchain like it's the most complicated thing in the world. Nope. It's not. It's really not, right? It's an Excel spreadsheet that you have the password to that inflates and reduces everyone else's value to secure the network. That's what the block reward is. People think Bitcoin's deflationary. I'll finish this thread. I wanted to tell you guys that Bitcoin isn't a peer-to-peer cryptocurrency, but a miner-to-user cryptocurrency. But I feel bad doing it because everyone thinks that I'm bearish, right? They think it's going to hurt the price, or they think it's going to hurt the adoption to be truthful about it and to say insightful, unique things about it. Those insightful, unique things are how you make things better. You have to understand what your strong points are and what your weak points are. Bitcoin is the most liquid cryptocurrency in the world. It has the most on-ramps. It has the most regulatory certainty. The devs do build some cool stuff like bulletproofs, which Monero then, implemented. They built SegWit, which then, Litecoin implemented. There's a lot of really neat things that happen there, right? Like there's a large exchange that just released the ability for users to deposit onto their exchange with Lightning, which is super handy if you're an arbitrage guy. You see something high, you sell it. You see something low, you buy it. They're in the same pair. You just made the difference, right? But if you can't settle quick enough, then the market can move against you and you can lose. So that speed of processing is super important. And it's part of the reason centralized coins have some utility. If you send if you send a transaction to an exchange, they require you to wait a certain number of confirmations because they want to feel safe that the blockchain is not going to roll that back. Interesting technology. And then if it does roll it back, you're just like, now what? This is what happened with a snapshot. I wasn't comfortable telling people, listen, you can sell your Bitcoin now. Like they're not relevant to Hex anymore. until I saw that there were enough confirmations to be like, yeah, okay, there's 6 confirmations now. There's really more. There were 7. There were 6 on top of the original block, and the original block was its own first confirmation. You know, it's very rare, and I don't think it's ever happened other than like in a like a rollback. It's almost impossible to see the Bitcoin blockchain roll back 6 blocks. It would be a very noteworthy event. All right. So what am I getting at? Don't get scammed. Okay. We want you to make money, not lose money. How do we do that? By using my face and my voice to read you the contract address so that you know the contract address is the right one, so that no one is tricking you, telling you the wrong one, right? Now, could someone be streaming my copy of my stream right now and you're watching a fake copy of my stream? They could be, right? It's a very advanced tactic, but I've seen it. So go to youtube.com/Richard Hart. That's youtube.com/Richard Hart. This URL is the only URL that you should be listening to my voice on right now. And I'm going to read the contract address to you. Probably should have started there. All right. The contract address is, now, since I'm on my streaming computer, I am even going to go to more than one source, right? So like I'm on hex.win right now, and I could read you the address that's on hex.win. But what if magically somebody got in the middle and served me a funky web page? Well, I'm going to make sure they had to do it at every single different site I have access to, right? So now I'm going to go on the Telegram. I'm going to Hex Crypto in the Telegram. I'm going to click the pin message, and I'm going to read the contract address there too. And they match. And now I'm going to go to the Twitter, and I'm going to read the contract address there because I'm teaching you guys good habits. This contract address is the most important thing in Hex. It is where the software lives. If you don't go to that address, you don't have the software, right? Like you can't trust it. So you also know what that software is on that address because we have verified the code and made it publicly viewable. So if you go to etherscan.io, which I'll do in a second. So let me read this address to you guys. This is the most important thing that you need to know in Hex right now. The address is, well, I want to check Twitter just to make sure. That third check, remember? I'm even going to check Hex Crypto Twitter address and Richard Hartwin Twitter address. So then I'll have 4 points of certainty, right? Now, ideally, if I didn't just remember certain snippets of this code myself, because I know it's accurate, because I remember the beginning and the end, then I would also use a different internet connection. And then even if someone was like on my CPU and on my connection and feeding me bad data, I'd still have the right stuff from another channel. So twitter.com/Hex Crypto. And twitter.com. By the way, the reason I have to look at this is because this keyboard's so old that the control, it doesn't have a Windows key and the control isn't where it should be. I ordered like an ancient keyboard. Long story. All right, twitter.com/Richard Hartwin. All right, let's look at these contract addresses. All right, Richard Hartwin just retweeted the other one from Hex Crypto. That's enough. That's good enough for me. Yeah, they all match. I'm going to read to you this address now, so you know it's legit. It's, you know, it's safe. You'll be able to go to you'll be able to go to go.hex.win, and when you use MetaMask, know that you're connecting to the right contract because you'll see its address here. 0x2b591e. I'm going to make this a little bigger. The 0x2b591e 99af E9 F32 E AA 621 4 F7B7 629768 C 40 E EB39. Now, Ethereum does something worse than Bitcoin. Bitcoin's addressing is harder to screw up. Ethereum's addressing is a little easier to screw up. So Ethereum addresses, if you want to know that you're not just sending your money into the middle of nowhere and losing it all, then it's good to maintain the capital and lowercase relationships in the address, because they use those relationships as a checksum to know that whatever it is that you typed actually should be an Ethereum address. Now, I'm an expert on a lot of things, but this particular checksum, I don't think I'm the world's biggest expert on. So feel free to Google Ethereum checksum. So I'm going to read you this address again, but this time I'm going to say lowercase and uppercase. And this might be the clunkiest thing I've ever done on a live stream. Well, no, I've done clunkier. So number 0, lowercase x, number 2, lowercase b, number 5, number 9, number 1, lowercase e, number 9, lowercase a, lowercase f, capital E, number 9, lowercase f, number 3, number 2, lowercase e, as an elephant. I use radio alphabet code on you guys. Capital A for alpha, and another capital A for alpha. Number 6, number 2, number 1, number 4, letter F as in foxtrot, lowercase. Number 7, capital B like Bravo. Number 7, number 6, number 2, number 9, number 7, number 6, number 8, lowercase c like Charlie. Number 4, number 0, capital E like Echo, lowercase e like Echo. That's 2 E's. Lowercase b like Bravo, and number 39. So that's the contract address. Now, if you want to verify the code that's in that address to make sure it looks awesome, and I know it does because I've been looking at it a long time, it is etherscan.io/address/ that address that I just gave you. You know, or you could do the shorter way and just go to either the Hex Crypto Telegram or the Hex Crypto Twitter. Yeah, it's even in the bottom of this. It's even in the description of this video. Now, why do I make this so serious? Because some scammer is going to come along and try and convince you that the real Hex address is something else, and they're going to put my picture in their little profile image, and then they're going to post in the comments, you know, oh, my messenger wasn't working, this is the real address, or some crap like that. Or they're going to direct message you, right? This happens all the time. People direct message you and they say, oh, you know, my crypto is stuck on this exchange, and I'll give you some if you can help me get it off, but it's a fake exchange. And then you send someone to get it off, and then they keep it all, right? It's another form of advanced fee fraud. Yeah. So the contract's live, the contract's audited, the audit is on their website. The hardware guide tutorials on how to use MetaMask are on the website. You can see, here's what I'm going to do. I want to actually see what's going on. I haven't looked at what the contract's doing, so I want to take a look. So if you guys want, why don't you do this right now? You guys that are at home, why don't you go with your browser, you know, Control T, open a new tab, and go to https://go.hex.win. Now it's going to tell you need MetaMask installed, right? Well, install MetaMask. And you don't MetaMask is really easy to use. You don't have to actually go through the process of saving your keys and creating a password and all that stuff. If you really just want to create a throwaway so you can see this really quickly and just remember it's a throwaway, then you can just install MetaMask, click next a bunch of times, and hammer the enter button, and you're going to end up being able to see the contract, which is what I'm going to do right now. If you do that, though, just remember, if you forget that it's a throwaway and you send money to it, probably going to lose all your money. So, in the real world, your seed words are the most important thing ever possible. You should never, ever, ever enter your private keys or your seed words into a website ever. Don't ever do it. People say this about Hex because they're stupid and they just have low attention spans, I guess. They say things like, I don't want to lose my private keys. Well, don't. It's a feature that's built into the wallet. You sign a statement. The statement you can just do, you can give anybody you want the statement, as long as you understand what you're signing, right? The signature that we have is claim hex 2 your Ethereum address, and that's it. So tomorrow when claims open, so I'm gonna make this work real quick, and then I'm gonna tell you what the contract's doing for fun. Sorry for the delay, bros. And I'm gonna even check chat before I do that because I don't want to be missing anything. All right. Chat is excited about hearing how much Ethereum is in the contract. Apparently, the contract now has 4,469 Ethereum in it. What that means is that if no one else joined the adoption amplifier before it closes at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. Now, by the way, these times, there ain't no more missing deadlines anymore. This is purely trustless, peer-to-peer awesomeness. They're like, the contract runs, the blockchain runs, you're the only person that has your private keys. It's totally distributed and peer-to-peer. Right now, the only wallet that's friendly, that's easy, is go.hex.win. I definitely want to see more wallets arrive in the ecosystem. And it might already work. Well, I'm very excited to see more wallets, right? I believe in adoption. I'm a serial internet marketer. I retired in 2003, the 150 employees, did 60 million a year turnover, and I founded that business from scratch. I've had tons of successes in my life, so successful that I retired at the age of 24 so long ago. And what I did with all my free time was I just kept learning and learning and learning and learning. So now I'm 3 times smarter than I was then. And even if I was only as smart as I was then, the game hasn't changed very much at all. Like the internet marketing game, there ain't nothing different in it. Nothing. Maybe clickbait's a little more popular. Maybe, TikTok and video content's a little more popular. But man, like the things I'm doing, we've got over 20,000 people on the email list. And over today, when I left it, well, I could just look right now. There's 5,861 people in chat right now. As a Bitcoin maximalist on television promoting Bitcoin for years, I had the t.me/straight chat room. It has less followers in it now than Hex does. That's how awesome this is. Not a single dollar spent on marketing. The piratebay.org replaced their homepage with the Hex logo and a referral link. That is awesome. I was shocked when I saw that. I was like, man, that is a lot of traffic. The right kind of traffic too. These are technically minded. That's our demographic, right? So blockchain's complicated for most people. So who would really be ideally suited to be able to use the blockchain well? People that can use torrents, because torrents are a little complicated too. Oh, so good. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I was just in love to see that. So go to, if it's not blocked in your country, you can go to thepiratebay.org and see the Hex logo, beautiful and gigantic there. All right. What else? So much good news. Publish the audits, published a bunch of walkthrough videos, show you how to do everything. If you need to import your keys, that video is, that's on the website too, man. Everything's there, dude. Like, it's just so good. What else? Audits, hardware wallets, front ends up, contract codes viewable, been tested. People are sending ETH. Contract functions have been tested. What else? I wish we had been able to mail the rest of the list. 10% of the list not being mailed just bothers me greatly. I wish that in the year 2019, the best way that I've found to communicate with people is through Telegram. I absolutely love it. Now, there's downsides, right? It's not default encrypted. So if you want encrypted, it only works on the mobile. And, there's some trade-offs, privacy and security wise, but God, it's worth it. So worth it. There was a saying once, I heard it and I didn't understand it when I heard it. And then maybe 5 or 10 years later, I understood it. Sometimes you become more of what you want to be when you stop trying to be it. Does that make sense? So for instance, this is a dumb example, but it's what's at the top of my head. If you stop trying to be cool, probably be cooler, right? If you stop trying to be free, you end up being freer. That's a weird one, right? Especially to the cryptocurrency audience that absolutely loves freedom, absolutely hates the government. Imagine how much crappier my life would be if I didn't make so many sacrifices. So I traded in being able to like when I walk around now, if I make like a wise joke at somebody, sometimes they know who I am, and not because they should, but because just they know of me, right? So I don't get to just insult random people the way that I used to, without knowing that it's going to come back on me, right? Yeah, some guy had red hair, and I just called him Carrot Top, and he's like, "Why'd you say that, Richard Hart?" I'm like, "What? How do you even what?" I don't get it. But just random guy just recognize me. You get more and more of this, right? Why am I telling this to you? Because if you want to make a difference in this world and you want to make an impact, you have got to give up some of your freedom to get more freedom, right? Like let's talk about Bitcoin security, right? Is Monero more anonymous than Bitcoin? Yes. How many people actually go to jail from using Bitcoin? Almost no one. Why? Because that's just too hard for the investigators. They get you easier ways, right? They get your cable modem logs, and then that's all they need, right? They get you from someplace that's not the blockchain. So why am I explaining that? Because if you understand your threat model properly, then you can reduce your security where the threats aren't coming, and you can have more freedom and more enjoyment. I mean, if you were really, it's such a weird conversation. I spend the first half of this thing telling you how to be more secure and avoid every scam possible, and now I'm telling you to be like less secure in some ways. How weird, right? That's why Hex is so controversial, because when you speak the truth, when you speak with nuance and diligence and depth, there are trade-offs and plus and minuses to everything, and I can make everything look good or bad by choosing which part to focus on. And it's all true, right? Ethereum. A lot of people lost money using Ethereum. Did Ethereum lose their money? Nope. They used the network improperly, right? That's like saying, the burgers keep forcing themselves into your throat, and that's why you're fat, because of the burgers. You're like, no, the burgers aren't doing it. Your hand is doing it, right? If you stop doing this, then the burgers wouldn't be able to jump up in there, right? So it's nuance. So back in 2017, when people were losing money on Ethereum because they didn't know how to code it properly, that reality is no longer the same. Like, people figured out, oh, we really need security, and we really need audits, and we really need to use things that have had tons of money go through them. So the ERC20 contract that Hex uses, 5 of the top 11 cryptocurrencies launched on or primarily use the same contract, except Ethereum itself, I guess. But so related. So people say Bitcoin's so much more secure than Ethereum. I'm like, no, it's not. You believe in like hash rate theater, where you think hash rate protects you, but then you look at all the problems you've ever had, and they've never been a hash rate problem. They've been a software design problem. And people they don't get it into their head. Like, I kicked down the door of their echo chamber, and I let the light in, and I showed them. You care about this, right? Yeah. Let me tell you why I do that. If you have a conversation with someone, I'll give you the chess analogy. In chess, you don't win by attacking the king. You do not win by attacking the king, because the king just moves, and then it's that guy's turn. In chess, you win when you attack the king and he can't move. That's when you win, when he doesn't have a way out. So how do you stop the king from having a way out? You predict all of his exits, you lock him up, right? So when you're talking to someone and you want to be able to convince them of something, some part of them actually does want to be convinced. Some part of them really does actually care about the truth. But there's another part of them that wants to be right. And that part's usually up front and more and harder, right? Like, so first you get the yes momentum and you get the agreement and you build rapport if you can. And you say, what do you care about? You care about low fees? Now they know they don't want to answer yes because they know you're setting them up. But it looks too obvious if they try and wiggle out of it, right? And some people will. Like a legit politician, if you say, like, do you care about low fees? They'll just answer a question you didn't ask. They'll say, I care about the children's education. That's what I care about. Like, I hear you talking, but there's no relation. It's a non sequitur. There's no relation to what I'm saying. So if you get a maximalist or you get any type of zealot that ignores the world and is happy to be doing it, right? If you ask them, what do you like that's going on in other projects? They don't know because they don't know anything about any other project but their own. That's what happened to me, by the way. That's the reason I don't own any. Well, I used to go on the Bitcoin subreddit all the time, and they moderate it very well. And I had no idea other things were going on in the crypto world. I had my bag of Bitcoin, a lot of it. Waited, going good. And then like, oh, Ethereum has a higher market cap than Bitcoin on the year 2050 supply. What, where did that come from? How's that possible? Had no idea, right? Because I was technically advanced, but in an echo chamber, literally an echo chamber. Don't be like that. Do not pride yourself on ignorance. Do not pride yourself on not knowing what the next big thing is. So people ask me, they're like, why would anyone buy this cryptocurrency hex? I'm like, well, probably because the price will go up, is my guess. Well, how can you say that? I'm pretty sure it's starting at zero, and I don't think you can trade in the negatives. So nowhere to go but up. But that's not a good answer, right? That's like a weak answer. So what are better answers? Here's a better answer. How many percent up is Bitcoin right now? Let's take a look for fun. By the way, I love spreading knowledge and intelligence with you guys and talking about new ideas and finding new ideas and creating new things. And you can't do that if you have your head in the stand. You just can't ever learn about new cool things to talk about if you pride yourself in ignorance, right? How are you going to outcompete people if you don't know what the competition's doing? All right. What are we doing? We're going to go look up the Bitcoin price. All right. Bitcoin right now, $7,300. It was $1,400. So here's the themes I could talk to you guys about. I'm gonna actually let you vote on this one for giggles because I want to look at the chat. I never did get around to looking at the contract. I just want to have a chat with you guys. I just want to have fun. I've been working so hard for so long. I'm going to go to Telegram because, well, Telegram's going to be delayed as much because it's on the transmit side. Let's see here. I'm just clicking through the ats that I've got, which are so many ats. I'm not going to get through all these. All right, we're going to skip the ats. I'll look over at YouTube chat real quick. Make sure it doesn't say anything like, yo, man, your mic's not working, because I would hate that. Somebody says, thank you for all the hard work we have all night. Positivity, man, that's beautiful. All right, we're talking about Bitcoin. So let's address this controversy issue, right? What does HEX do? It pays inflation to stakers to hold the price up instead of paying miners to dump the price to pollute the environment, which is necessary. That's the security model. I get it. But if you could get the same security without enriching the energy companies and putting more carbon in the air, that's better, right? Now, currently, there's not really a way to do that yet. Maybe one day there will be. But you could get less pollution, right? You could get less energy waste. And the thing I really care about, it's not the energy waste, and it's not the pollution, and it's not the enriching of the electricity companies. It's they're selling the damn price. They're selling it down. When difficulty's at all-time highs and price is 3 times less than all-time highs, they have to sell every coin they get or go out of business. And a lot of them do. When you see the difficulty go down, that's people going out of business. It's not like they're switching to another network, right? There's no other network to switch to that would pay you more. If Bitcoin's at break even or loss, pretty much everything on SHA-256 is at break even or loss. So, I can get superior security for pennies in Ethereum with no inflation. So in HEX, if you're an average length, average size staker, there is no inflation to you because you are the one getting the rewards. Nobody else. This means it's a 0% inflation. Well, Bitcoin's had 20%, 10%, 8%, 4%. You can't go from 0 coins to 18 million coins in 10 years without a whole lot of inflation. Now, the rate at which it inflates is reducing. In 7 months, maybe 6 now, I'm time warped from being so sucked into producing things, that the rate will drop in half. Something weird going on with Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin has only had a reduction in supply rate from 50 to 25, 25 to 12.5, that's twice. And now we're going from 12.5 to 6.25. We've dumped into that. The price was 14K 3 months ago, and now the price is 7K, negative 50%. Now I know why, because I am a trader and I understand the plus token Ponzi, and I published the chart on Richard's calls, t.me/Richard's calls. I published on Twitter, twitter.com/Richard Hart Win. And I showed you guys. Here's the Bitcoin price chart. Here's this run up from 3K to 14K in 3.5 months. Now look at these plus token Ponzi balances ramping up at the exact same time. And the day the founders get arrested is the day of the 14K top. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that a Ponzi scheme that owns 1% of all Bitcoin, unless they've sold some of them, which I know they were routing some through a mixer, but the mixer can't do that much volume. So many things I could share with you guys that you just won't know unless I tell them to you. But I have to adjudicate my time, right? I could just do an 8-hour stream. Should be why would I do that? I don't know. Maybe I just talk until I'm bored. It's me and you guys, right? If you're trying to mix your coins for anonymity, so let's say you guys wanted to send your economic energy into the HEX contract to turn it into HEX, right? To get a piece of the future of finance, to get a piece of the best cryptocurrency I've ever seen in my life. This to me seems like buying Bitcoin when it was $1. Brand new, right? Everything starting out. Nobody in the world has a single HEX right now. Nobody. The people that are putting Ethereum into the adoption amplifier right now, when the timer ticks up, when the time ticks over, and it's 7 p.m. EST, and time zones are funny, right? 7 p.m. EST on one day, in Europe and Asia is, the next day, right? So it's at any given moment, one part of the world is at a different day than another part of the world, right? It's weird when you think about it because there's just so many places and you're like, well, am I before or after and whatnot? Thank you, Google. For instance, I was filling out a form a couple hours ago and it asked me what is the date that the launch phase is over? And I've always got things memorized in their size, right? but I'm new to this whole being launched thing. So like I know that the big payday, the giant payout of like so much hex is on day 353. Do you know why that is, by the way? The system could have been designed to pay out every day. Oh, here's some unclaimed coins. Pay it out, pay it out, pay it out, pay it out. Do you know what? Hello, Wax. Do you know why we didn't do that? Because the early guys would get too much reward, unfair reward. Now, some people don't understand that can exist, right? So I said this one time. I'm like, I bought the $30 top in Bitcoin. And if I'd bought a week earlier or a week later, I'd have, 5x, 10 times the money, whatever, some huge multiple of the money. And then for people that were a little earlier or a little later, is it fair or reasonable that they have like a higher net worth forever now? And you can't make it up. The vast majority of human beings, whatever your Bitcoin or crypto stack is now, for the vast majority of you guys, your stack will only get smaller. No one tells you that. No one tells you that but me. Don't know why. I guess I'm lucky, or everyone else is unlucky. I don't know. Why is it that Bitcoin is nearly impossible to grow your stack with in Bitcoin? Because you have to outperform Bitcoin to gain Bitcoin on your Bitcoin. So let's say, and I did this. Oh man, I bought a lot of mining hardware. I never made any money with it, and if I had coins, boy, that would have been nice, right? Same with people that have started startups in the crypto space, right? Tony Glippi, founder of BitPay, publicly says, I would have made more money just holding the coin than starting a startup. And I think you'll find that with almost every single crypto business, that the founders of the crypto businesses actually lost money doing a successful business with lots of users in the crypto space because what they were competing with was just too amazing. So if you do, normal business, you do so well, right? And then you get like a scalable business. You can ship products and double your volume. Cool, you do a little better, right? And then you get a digital product which has low costs. You do a little bit better. And then you get a referral program and you can get some more scale. And that's all awesome, right? And you keep adding these techniques to amplify your business structure to make it more effective and more powerful. Even after doing all of that cool stuff, Bitcoin's up 750%, 750,000x today. X, not percent. Bitcoin is not up 750,000%. It's up 750,000x. To get percent, you got to multiply by 100. So on Hex, I say, this is designed to outperform the price appreciation that Ethereum and Bitcoin have had. People go, oh, it's impossible, 10,000x. Like, is it? Isn't it possible? Because I know coins right now that have outperformed Bitcoin. It's not impossible. It happens all the time, right? The problem with these coins is, some coins, they'll go up really high, but then they'll come back down. And this is something I get into with Bitcoin guys all the time. Well, not all the time, because they're afraid to talk to me now, because I've left a trail of bodies behind me, just slaughtering everyone that I had a friendly chat with. Like, I am very friendly and honorable and steel man their positions and truly understand their positions and truly give them all the time possible. And they just have the misfortune of being on the wrong side of the argument. And then after watching a debate with me and any Bitcoin maximalist or any trader, I'm going to show you the truth, and you're going to understand it was true, and you're going to be able to verify it, because I'm going to give you my reasons. I'm going to give you the data that I have, and then I'm going to give you the processing that I did on it and the conclusions I came to. And if we agree on the data and we agree on the processing, we should agree on the conclusions, right? I'll take you the whole way there. I've got a good, a very smart Bitcoin guy named Giacomo Zucco, I think his name is. He's coming up December 9th, 6 days on the channel here. And my intention with him is to just learn and talk about smart stuff, because he knows things I don't, right? I got to be smart by shutting my mouth and learning from people smarter than me. And everyone's smarter than me in some way, right? So I respect that and I honor that. And I also know the things that they're retarded in, and I'm willing to call them out, right? So like honesty, right? I know I'm fat. I know I'm old. I also know I'm funny and rich and powerful and smart and witty and all this other crap, right? I know what I am. I don't have to, pretend, right? It's like, that's why I can go to the beach with my shirt off. Like, yeah, I know this looks terrible. I wouldn't look, but I'll try and stay on this end of the beach over here so you guys can enjoy your day. But I'm not trying to hide and like pretend that, I don't exist, right? It's the same intellectually, right? Everyone's got their warts intellectually. So for instance, like when I do some of these videos, right? Like when I said we went from 3K to 14K in about 3.5 months, maybe we went to like, maybe it took 3.8 months, right? Or maybe it took 4.2 months. It could be off 10% there, right? I'm not speaking to perfection. I'm speaking Pareto efficient, 80% of the value with 20% of the effort. So Bitcoin, 750,000x. You could have bought it for a penny, waited, gone up 750,000x. Now you could sell what was a penny for $7,500. And it used to be about 3 times higher. I don't know why people are so shocked or astounded or don't realize these numbers that I'm quoting are accurate possibilities, because I could show you tons of charts like that. And these are currencies that have less starting adoption, less features, less virality. Like just everything in Hex is so good. The only thing we're missing is anonymity, and it will show up. Like we already have Zephyr, which is full ZK snarks functional on Ethereum. However, it takes too much gas. Okay, well, if you run on a side chain, then there's more gas available. If you raise the gas limits, if there's all these cool things coming down the pike, right? Tons of really cool things. Optimistic rollups with fraud. I'm speaking gibberish to you guys. Sorry about that. So do I think that Hex can go up faster than Ethereum did and do over a 10,000% return in 2.5 years? Yes, I truly do believe that. Yes, it is really possible. Yes, other things have done it. Will it do it? Will Hex do it? I have absolutely no idea. I don't know how much money is in the contract right now. I don't know how much Ethereum is in the contract. I don't know how much people are sending. I don't know how many people are sending, because instead I'm here talking to you guys. Because in reality, those things don't actually matter right now. What matters right now is building amazing infrastructure, getting things right from the start, right? Once the infrastructure is there, the virality and the design can take off and fly. I did not make that Pirate Bay thing happen. Front page of the Pirate Bay. I didn't make that happen. Other people made that happen. Why? Because we have a referral program. Do you know how many times I've seen amazing content for Hex because there was a referral link attached to it? This is how I've got rich, by the way. I retired back in 2003, basically off of referral programs. I believe in them. They scale. They're awesome. They align incentives. If the audience wants something and you offer it to them, they buy it and you make money and everyone's happy. That's what pay per action marketing does. The world sucks and is made worse when people do pay per impression marketing. Pay per impression marketing means I'm too stupid to figure out whether you actually bought or not. So I'm just going to shove ads down your throat anyway, whether you like it or not. And then if you don't like it, they've invented a new button that could, if you know where it's at, and if you get into the hang of hitting it, and if you don't mind doxing yourself and giving away more about your personality, you can ask to not see this ad again. And then I'll show you another terrible ad. So something I did with my John McAfee interview, I said, it's the year 2019 and they have all of your data. You leave your location on your cell phone because you want to get an Uber. They know where you are. If you turned your location off, they still know where you are because they triangulate with the cell phone towers, right? If they, you are totally 100% doxed into oblivion when you have a cell phone, right? But do you want more fake freedom by getting rid of the cell phone? Or do you want more real freedom by having the cell phone? I mean, think about it. Who has gotten pwned and ruined and had their life made worse by their cell phone? And then who has made their life made better? So by stopping trying to be free in some places, you become more free. By stopping trying to be anonymous, you gain more influence, right? By there's so many trade-offs that are just awesome to take. So good. The referral program is one of them. Could you make more money as the entrepreneur if you reached everybody with no middlemen? Sure. But if you want scale and you want to find markets you never knew existed, all of these other people have niches and abilities and will fit into cracks and crevices you never thought of, ever. Period. Right? I know this because I've studied what works in the real world for decades. I know who makes the most money. I know how they do it. We're there. We have a product with infinite margin where other people in the space have done insane, the highest returns that have ever been seen in the entire world, in the entire world's history. Nothing has made more money than cryptocurrencies, percentage-wise. Nothing. So the fact that we could build a better cryptocurrency and give it away for free to Bitcoin holders, wow, right? So I try to describe, there's so many open threads here. I'll finish this one. In cryptocurrency, these are already the highest, fastest appreciating assets that have ever existed in the history of mankind. I and the Hex community have designed and made something that has never been seen before. It's got all of the onboarding and stickiness and slogans and videos translated into Chinese and all the marketing stuff that makes complete scams successful. Complete scams. OneCoin, Plus Token, BitConnect, Fairwin, on down the list, right? Just 100% scams. Those scams onboard new users at larger rates than real honest crypto. Is that good for the world? No, it's terrible for the world. How do you fix it? Do you want to fix it? Do you like seeing people lose all their life savings? I don't. I don't like that at all. I want to save the world. I want to heal the humans. I want to make the world a better place, right? I want to do medical research. I want to cure mental illness. There's so many things I want to do. They're expensive and they take a lot of people. Well, how do you get people to do what they should do instead of what they want to do? Like you do what Steve Jobs did. When Steve Jobs made the iPhone, back when he made it, if you would have asked people what they wanted more buttons. They didn't want no buttons. No buttons doesn't make any sense back then. But he did the smart thing, the better thing, the harder thing, the more profitable thing, the thing that gives you a bigger moat to defend yourself against other competitors. He gave them what they should have wanted and then made them want it. And that's what I'm doing with Hex. People should want trustless interest. People should want to get rid of counterparties. People should want cheaper fees. People should want to use an ecosystem that stays in the same blockchain so that all of that trustlessness can plug with everything else. You can't do that in Bitcoin. If you want to use a stable coin in Bitcoin, you got to go to a central counterparty that could lose your money and get a coin where there's a bank and then there's the middleman who takes all the interest and isolates you from the bank so that you can't sue the bank. And then how is that better? Crypto was designed to get rid of counterparties, not add them. Well, in Ethereum, the ecosystem that Hex is built in, we have a trustless distributed stablecoin that still has some risk and that there's still some voting involved. But the question is, what's more risk? A couple guys voting on some numbers, or a bank that could just be like, no, we're keeping the money, which they have already done. Or the government, they could say, hey, bank, keep the money. Or law enforcement, they could say, hey, government, seize the money. And then there's so many points of failure with traditional finance and centralized DeFi. How am I going to wrap up all these threads? We're going to be here a long time, guys. So I hope that you're... Trustless interest. Why is Satoshi stack smaller now than it was before, percentage-wise? Because the currency inflated faster than he could grow his stack. We know where his coins are. We know they weren't lent out. We know they weren't transferred. He used to have a larger percentage of the total market cap, which is also called a Vlad number, if you want to look it up, which is the price of what it costs to get 1/10,000th of a currency. Now, the digits might be off, but the important part is how much does it cost to get a percent of a currency, right? So Satoshi used to have a much larger portion of Bitcoin, and now he has a much smaller portion of Bitcoin. Why? Because he couldn't get his Bitcoin stack to grow at the same rate that it was inflating. You see? Now, why is that? Because Bitcoin doesn't pay developers. Bitcoin doesn't pay marketers. Bitcoin doesn't pay lobbyists. Bitcoin only pays people that you've never spoken to in your life. It pays miners. The miners don't talk to you. They do not talk to you. They don't know who you are. They don't know what you're saying because they live someplace where they can't speak to you. You're literally digitally isolated. Twitter, blocked. YouTube, blocked. Telegram, blocked. Facebook, blocked. Google, blocked. How are they supposed to find you? Probably nice people over there. Probably wonderful people over there. Too hard to find you. I mean, I live stream and punch pretty hard, right? 8,500 people in Richard's Calls Price Calls channel. I called the 20K Christmas back when it was 3 or 4K months ahead, nailed it. And then I called the 19K short. And then I called long at 9,300, had to close at a loss at 8,500. And then I called the multi-year bear market at 8,500, went down to 3K. And then I told everybody to stop their shorts at 4K. Then I said the long 10, went up to 12, came back down, said to close at 10.4. Why? Because the market's not doing what it used to do. Technical analysis and some fundamental analysis used to be enough in 2017. In 2019, it's China analysis, Ponzi analysis. The Ponzi's are onboarding the new users. The Ponzi's are chewing these people up and stealing all their money. If you want to stop the Ponzi's, you got 3 ways to do it. You can complain to the regulators. They never get the money back. They only come after the carcass has already been picked clean. Okay, that doesn't work. Why? They're underfunded and it takes too long. The scams pop up quicker than they kill them. It's called the asymmetry of bullshit. It's 10 times harder to refute bullshit, and it's 10 times harder to do law enforcement than it is to just commit crime, right? Like, think about it. You're walking down the street, somebody punches you in your face, they run away. One guy, one crime, 30 seconds. Now, how long does it take to get justice for that? 4 guys, a week, right? Like 100x more time, right? And then how does society compensate for that? They overpenalize. Not exactly the best way to do it, right? So Bitcoin's already up 750,000%. Ethereum people bought for 15 cents on Kraken and it went up to $1,500. That's 10,000x. 10,000x. Bitcoin's up 750,000x. I think that's, I don't even want to multiply by 100. I'll do it. 750,000 times 10, 7.5 million times 10, 75 million X, right? So, 75 million %. That's how up Bitcoin is. Now I'm on 4 hours of sleep. Feel free to check the math. Whatever it is, it's an absurd number, right? So back to Hex. Hex can do things no other cryptocurrency has ever been able to do, ever. Second most popular product at the bank, time deposit. $7.2 trillion in the United States and China alone. Many more trillions globally. It's a weird market in that it has a different name in every country, which sucks because I have to choose one name for the web page, right? Or I have to geo-target and have the web page change based on who's looking at it. It's just doable, but hard. Well, it's doable and easy. It's just time consuming. So in Canada, a time deposit, so in America, we call them a CD or a certificate deposit. In Canada, it's called a GIC. In the UK, it's called a bond. In Asia, it's called a time deposit. Well, it's all the same thing, right? They pay you more interest if you lock your money up for longer. The time value of money is obvious to everyone. We're taught it in school and we live it. You borrow on your credit card, the longer you have your money out, more you're going to pay, right? You want to lend money to someone, he wants a longer period of time, I'm going to need some more money, man. Like how long you want me to be out my money, right? So the time value of money is obvious. Now, who in crypto has monetized the time value of money? Proof of work has not. They only monetized electricity burning. I think the people that have best monetized time value of money so far in cryptocurrency are centralized exchanges who beat you up on fees. So if you see an exchange founder, they're often worth $1 billion. Several of them. Several exchange founders worth $1 billion. Where'd that money come from? Now, I'm going to go pretty easy on these guys because, I think it would be pretty cool if Hex was listed a lot of places. So I'm going to go easy on them. That money came from their customers' pockets. So moving $1 billion of value out of cryptocurrency investors' hands and into their pockets made the world better. How? Did they improve the software? Nope. Nope. Didn't improve the software. Did they improve the network? Nope. Matter of fact, they can't even really run mining hardware because it would be like a conflict of interest, kind of. So no, they're not improving the network. So they're making $1 billion. They're not improving the network. They're not making the mining work better. So what are they doing? I'll tell you what they're doing. They're hiring developers to build new products to screw their customers over for more money. That's what they're doing. So what do you see? 125x margin. What you can do with 125x margin on something that's down 50% in a couple months? Had a 42% green candle about a month and a week ago. You need 125x margin, right? You don't need that. You shouldn't have that. Trading will destroy your life. Trading is where you sit and stare at a screen and try and take another guy's money who doesn't want you to have it. And he's wasting his life the same way. So you're in one part of the world looking at your screen, and he's in another part of the world looking at his screen. And you're both trying to figure out ways to take each other's money. And you know who's getting rich the whole time? The people in the middle. They're happy to see you fight over, is the price going to go up or go down? A lot of times, the price is non-deterministic. It is literally impossible to predict, no matter who you are or no matter how much data you have access to. Not everything in the world is predictable. There are things that are not predictable. And so there's this experiment they do where they have two like people they're testing. One of them, they have try and figure out whether someone has cancer or not by looking at their lung radiology, their x-rays. Might have been CAT scan, but I think they were x-rays. So they tell that guy the real truth about whether he got it right or not. So, that looks like cancer. Okay, it was cancer. Okay, that looks like it's not. Oh, it really was. And then they give him real data, and then he refines his model, and he learns that when I see this, it means cancer, and when I see that, it's not cancer, right? Then they give another guy the same exact tests, but they lie to him about when he was right and when he was wrong. And what happens is the guy that's given the good data, he comes up with a really simple heuristic to discern what is true and what is false. Very simplistic. But the poor guy that they give the false data, the randomness to, he comes up with very advanced, ornate, exotic ideas for why sometimes things are the way they are, right? When you put these two guys together and they communicate with each other, guess what happens? The guy that was fed wrong data, who has no idea what really means what in the world, that guy, because his stuff sounds more complicated, he convinces the guy that had the right system, the simpler one, to get worse results and adopt ideas from his thing that never actually worked because it was more complicated. That's trading. Trading is, here's a random system that you're going to think that you can find certainty in, even though you can't, by using ever more complicated, ever more complex crap that brings you farther and farther from ever having something that actually works. So like, you get into trading, you go on TradingView and you're like, oh, look at all these indicators. Let's add as many as possible. And then what you realize is like, now really let's use 3 and that's enough, right? And then really you shouldn't trade at all, because how are you making the world better screwing that guy out of his money? And by the way, you're both going to lose. You're both going to lose, because the guy that actually wins is the person in between you. The person telling you, hey, you can copy trade, right? You would have not done this risky thing because you felt scared, because you didn't have certainty in yourself. But we're going to trick you to have certainty in yourself by saying you could copy someone else successful and get destroyed that way, right? And here's a celebrity. Here's a way to lose all your money. Press that green and red buy and sell button as often as you want. Rack up them fees, right? Terrible. I want to replace all of the counterparties, the banks, the margin lending houses, all of those things, which I don't feel make the world a better place. Now, in theory, the exchanges could make the world a better place by onboarding more users. But, you know, they did that and the price went down 85%. Anytime someone says like, you know, that hex, it's a money grab, you know, there's no utility, I'm like, it's pure utility. Like everything's better. The fees are lower. The audits are more numerous. The track record of the thing we're running on has had no inflation bugs. Bitcoin's had 2. The transactions are faster. The throughput is higher on the network overall. You know, if you have to work with a lot of other ERC20s on the same network, you have to compete over that. Currently, it's like what, 3 cents to do a transaction that confirms in like a minute or something. 3 cents is cheap, right? What else? We have a referral program. Can you get rich referring people to Bitcoin? Nope. Not unless you're ruining them and destroying their lives with margin. If you want to ruin people's lives with margin, you can get money in crypto, right? And I've got a link if you want to destroy your life with margin. I'm not even going to tell it to you. I'm not even going to utter the words. I could, I have, but I'm not going to, because it's a better way now. You don't have to get wrecked on margin. You can sit with your stack and hold it, and it will get interest. In Bitcoin, if you could have locked up your coins for 10 years, do you know how happy you'd be? You'd be 750,000x happy, more actually, but real happy, right? What do people do? They get greedy. They try and predict a pattern in a thing that doesn't tend to have patterns, right? So like the problem with margin trading is when you get the game right, the game changes. So you went from $200 to $20,000, about 2.5 years. And you had no dips over 40%, and it never took more than 34 days to find the bottom of the dip. That was awesome. And then we started doing Dipsville from 20K when the CME launched. Buy the rumor, sell the news. It launched. Okay, well, that's the news. What do? We exceeded the 40%. We dropped like 47%. And then we pumped. And we went to like 16.7, 16.4, or 15.4, something in there. And then we dumped again. And then we pumped to wreck everybody that thought it was over. Oh, you thought it was over? Okay, we're going to go up to 17,550 now, right? And then now everybody got long. Now they get wrecked, right? The system changes when you figure it out, right? You shouldn't do it. You'll lose all your money. You'll lose all your time. You'll lose all your relationships. There's a better way now, right? Let the technology and the design of the thing work for you. Let people refer. Let people transform ETH into Hex. Let people stake for longer and larger. What do you think is going to happen in the system where tons of people are putting money in and everyone's locked up and they're not taking it out? What do you think is going to happen to the price? It's the simplest thing ever. It's going to go up. Now, is that a guarantee? No. Anything could happen, right? A nuclear war could EMP shock the internet. Now we don't have internet for like 10 years and we have sticks that we have to like fight with, right? I don't know, right? Anything's possible. What I try and tell you is I tell you what is possible. I give you my data and then you draw your own conclusions from it. I didn't know how many people would join the contract today. I still don't know. You know better than I do. I haven't looked. I don't know how much money they're sending. I don't know how long they're locked for. I don't know how many people are referred. I don't know the average size stake. I don't know the average length stake. I don't know whether they're smart enough to spread their end stakes out to not hit the market at the same time. I don't know any of this stuff, right? All I know is that we have designed something that has features that are superior to other products. We have marketing that's superior to other products. We have traction and growth that is superior to other products. And there ain't much else more you can do. That's about as good as you can do, right? So in that video that says, this is designed to do over 10,000x in 2.5 years, it is designed to do that. Just like Bitcoin was designed
to go higher than it is now. Bitcoin was designed to take over fiat and to displace national currencies. And if it did that, or a larger portion of it than it's doing now, it would be up millions of percent, right? So it was designed to do millions of percent return, and it's already done 750,000x of that return. It's really more depending on where you bought it, right? So I'll give you an example. On Ethereum, if you quote it from its ICO price to 3.5 years later, it's a 4,500x. But if you got it on exchange, the price dumped under ICO price and it wicked down on Kraken, and you could have got it for about half of ICO price. It was either 14 cents or 17 cents or something like that. It was actually 15 cents. So if you're quoting the multiple off of ICO price to the top, you're going to get a 4,500x in 3.5 years. If you're quoting the price on exchange and you go to the ETH USD pair on TradingView and look up Kraken, you're going to see it went from 15 cents to $1,500, and that's a 10,000x. And it did it faster than it did in 2.5 years. So, and I know other currencies that have done, I think, better things, but if not better, equal, right? Like, these numbers are so gigantic that you almost can't reason about them. I was making a video about what your gains will be in the adoption amplifier, getting in Hex early. Share price only goes up. The earlier you stake, the lower share price you get, the more shares you get for the Hex that you lock. If you're the first guy, and this happened today, someone was the first person in the world to use the adoption amplifier in Hex. And when that person did it, the returns that he saw as potential, right? Like the amount that would get paid out if no one else staked after him, were actually millions of percent, because that's the math. The contract knows that it's got to pay out about 180 billion Hex on day 353, because that's what's unclaimed, right? And nothing's claimed yet, because claims don't open until 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. So if you're the first guy to stake and you put in if you're the first guy to put in Ethereum into the adoption amplifier and you only put in one GUI, which is 0.17 zeros and a 1, right? You would get all 180 billion Hex on day 353. Now do that math. That math is 180 billion divided by 0.17 zeros and a 1. And when you divide by a fraction, it just multiplies, right? And so really what you're doing is you're taking 180 billion and then you're slapping an extra 18 zeros on the back of it. And you have a number that's impossible to reason about. It's more than there is grains of sand on the earth. I think there's 7.4 or 7.5 e to the 14th or e to the 15th grains of sand on earth. So in Hex, we actually have enough units that you could price each grain of sand on the earth with a resolution of 3 or 4 hearts. So in Bitcoin, each Bitcoin is made up of 100 million Satoshis. And in Hex, each Hex is made up of 100 million hearts. When you stake them, you get staked hearts. Got a bunch of little jokes in there. Hex is so good. People like to say the word. It's quick, it's easy, it rolls off the tongue, plugs into a million puns. Hexual healing. Hexited, hexcellent. Dude, so if you want to make good Hex puns, you can replace the first letter of words that start with like any consonant and then have EX as the next words. So like Hexited wouldn't be one. You're appending an H to the beginning of it. But like Hex, drugs, and rock and roll, kind of a verbal play. Or I don't want to use the hexual healing again because I didn't think it was that good, but I guess I am going to. We're replacing the S with an H, right? So, and everywhere you look in the world, there's hexagons. All of the places that are trendy and cool and technological. If you go on YouTube and you do a search for Doug DeMuro Lamborghini hexagon, the Lamborghini Huracan, every Lamborghini is covered in hexagons now. The rims have hexagons in them. The buttons have hexagons in them. It's a beautiful, technological, modern brand that you can't misspell and is more futuristic than any other shape. There is no more futuristic shape than a hexagon, at least in the Western culture that has movies I watch, right? And the images that I look at. And you've got a pretty limited range, right? Like there's not that many platonic solid kind of shapes. And the hexagon isn't actually even a platonic solid. So platonic solid is when you can take a shape and then enclose an area with it with no other weirdness. You can't do that with a hexagon. You end up with a truncated dodecahedron, which is actually just a soccer ball. And that's what soccer balls have. They have hexagons and pentagons mixed. Totally relevant. I know that because I, designed ideas like, hey, we want to go to the moon. All right, well, let's make a hexagon moon. Okay, so how can we get a moon skin, a moon texture over a rotating spherical mass? And someone volunteered and did it. And so now we have a hex moon GIF, right? I love the hex community. Like, there's a lot of really good people. Even people that I was hard on when they first came aboard, they just stuck with it and became useful and became awesome. Some of the demo videos on like how you can sign using Coinomi to sign for your Bitcoin statement. I didn't have time to go and do it. I'd love to. I'll probably get around to it at some point. But someone else did it, and we linked to it. We're like, yeah, there you go. You want to learn how to sign Coinomi? It's there you go. That's how you do it. Another guy did one for how to sign with Ledger. You get your Electrum wallet, and here's how you get your Ledger to sign through it. It's a little bit like the manufacturer should do this stuff better, but I don't know. When you're smart and creative, everyone should do everything better, including me, right? Like there's just an endless amount of better that can be done. Like now I've just noticed my candlestick holders covered in green wax, so somebody's gonna have to clean all that up. But I was smart though. See this? I didn't let it get the chair. Smart. I like this chair. So Hex, how much returns could it really do? I think it could do better than 10,000x in 2.5 years. Why? Because Ethereum did that, and Ethereum addresses a smaller market with no referral program. Like its original sales pitch was world computer, and they gave up on that. And then it was like distributed anonymous companies, and then they gave up on that. And then it was like, I guess now it's distributed finance. Maybe that won't work, right? Bitcoin's had the same kind of narratives. Bitcoin was like, hey, we're gonna be the platform that everyone else builds on. Nope. And then everyone that built on it failed. Counterparty built on it, 5-year coin, failed. And the funny part was when Counterparty and Omni failed, they do less than $100 of volume a day. They were built to allow other things to build on top of Bitcoin. So not only did nothing else succeed building on Bitcoin, but the products that would have allowed that to even happen also failed, right? Now when I say failed, it's not really fair. Like, I know Omni still functions and it's still usable, but if you bought that coin, it ain't never going up, right? It's over, right? $100 a day of volume after 5 years, call it quits. And it even had adoption. Tether used to do a ton of transactions on it, and the adoption wouldn't even make the price go up. So if you've got utility and you're doing good work and you're making the world a better place, but you still can't get the price to go up, what are your options? Make the world more better? It turns out that utility is not what makes these things go up in price. What makes these things go up in price is people pressing the green buy button. If you press the green buy button in Hex now, you're going to get a lot of Hex, and you're going to get it first. If you lock your coins and you lock them for longer, you're going to get even more Hex, because day 353, that's when all the big payouts happen. Then guess what happens? Then there's no more inflation. 3.69% maximum. And it's very unlikely to reach that maximum of 3.69, which is lower than Bitcoin has ever had. Maybe it's at 3 point, maybe they're tied at this point, because it was like 3.8 like a month ago. Who knows? You have 0% inflation if you're an average size staker. You have no overhead. You have no servers you have to run. You have no electricity bills to pay. And you have no other people being paid inflation that have electricity bills to pay, selling the price down while you're sitting there holding. The only people in the system that are diluted, the only people in the system that feel inflation in theory, right? You can't really feel it unless you're onboarding less people than the inflation rate. If you're onboarding less people than the inflation rate, then the price is likely to go down. Then you're not likely to be making profit. But every cryptocurrency that is a mined cryptocurrency has had high inflation rates to pay for its network security, to pay for its miners, and the prices have still gone up insanely high anyway. Imagine how much higher they would go if they didn't have that load and that overhead, right? There's this nuance. There's so much nuance that I'm the only person that tells you. People tell you Bitcoin's deflationary. It's not. It's inflationary. And it's had 2 inflation rates drops before, and it's having its 3rd one now. And the price is dying into it, which is never done before. I know why, because we overpumped from the plus token Ponzi. I'm still bullish Bitcoin. I still think the price will go up. You just got to wait for the next Ponzi, right? Or the killer app ain't going to be a killer app anytime soon. Can't do DeFi. Can't, like, there's just, they don't want other things to build on top of them. They tried to kill Counterparty. They used to have 80 byte space in the opcode. Counterparty used it. They're like, all right, well, we'll just shrink that to like 30 bytes or 40 bytes and now, or bits, Google it, right? And they just tried to kill them off. And they had to change all their code. And they just went and failed anyway. So I'm trying to tell you the truth about things. I want to tell you the truth about Bitcoin. I want to tell you the truth about Ethereum. I want to tell you the truth about Hex, right? I should say this again, in case you guys didn't hear me. I do not know what the price is going to do, and neither do you, and neither does anyone else. The best we can do is guess, right? And if you're going to guess, say you're not a financial advisor. I'm not a financial advisor, right? I know what it's designed to do. I can describe design intentions to you. And since you're the network and you're the one minting your coins and you're the one minting your rewards and nothing can happen without you, probably could actually be more liberal talking about the gains, right? We wanted to be. I prefer to be more conservative. The design of this thing is what makes it awesome. The design of this thing, the community, the peer-to-peer trustless network is what got us where we are now and is what is going to take us to the future. It's all there. It's running now. You could become part of it now. You could go to go.hex.win. You can install MetaMask. You literally could buy Ethereum in MetaMask, right? You click deposit and it's got options to buy Ethereum. They're going to make money on that. That's fine. They earned it, right? They built a good product. They're going to make some money on that. Now, there's other options, right? Like there are other ways to interact with the blockchain that aren't MetaMask. So there's something called Ethers, which is really cool. There's other, anyway, there's so many things you can build when you've got distributed finance, programmable money. So when you give them programmable money, first thing you should do is build interest. What else can you build? You could build margin products if you wanted to, without the liquidation wicks, probably. Well, maybe not. Someone's got to get liquidated in margin. It's just how it is. What else could you do? You could wrap these stakes in another contract and then made them tradable while they were locked, and they would be more like a T-bill, something like that. Someone could build that. As a matter of fact, developers keep messaging me and telling me they want to work on this project because they find it interesting. And like, what do I think a cool idea would be? Right now, I'd like to see someone finish those charts. I want to see a chart of future market supply. That's what I want to see. I don't have to manually calculate it, right? Hope someone builds that soon. I know someone's working on it. That's great. What else would I like to see? I would like to make sure the mobile onboarding works well. What else? I guess that's it. Like be able to wrap and trade the contracts, maybe. Someone could add some margin, maybe. And then verify that the mobile onboarding works. Everything else is mostly adoption, right? Like the stuff's already, when EOS launched and made $4.2 billion on an ERC20 contract like Hex is, where you sent ETH and got EOS tokens, ours is nearly the same. The difference is they were security and they promised you all this future work and entrepreneurial effort, and it wasn't functional at all. And we're the opposite of that. Promise you nothing, and we're fully functional. Opposites, right? They got $4.2 billion, did a 40x return in the bear market, and I believe their price, even now, after this bear market, is still higher than what they launched at. And their market that they address is tiny compared to what Hex addresses. The market Ethereum attacks, the market Bitcoin attacks, and the market EOS attacks are all tiny compared to the market that Hex attacks. None of those pay you for locking up your money. None of them. There's some things that pay you for locking up your money, but there's no time involved, right? You can just unlock it whenever you want and dump the price whenever you want. Well, that's not what we're doing here. We're doing the CD, just like they do at the bank, right? In the bank, if you lock up your money an extra year, they give you 20% more interest. In Hex, if you lock up your money an extra year, you get 20% more shares. In the bank, if you have a $100,000 stake or a $100,000 lockup, they call it a jumbo CD, and they give you 10% more interest. In Hex, if you reach a 150 million lock, then you get 10% more interest. We just took what already works in the real world and digitized it. And then people still yell like there's something like controversial going on here. Where's the controversy? We're paying stakers instead of miners. We're monetizing time instead of hash rate. This network's already got 5 of the top 11 market caps launched on it or using it. I just don't understand where the controversy comes in. Is it the fact that I know how to look at a chart and the fact that I know Bitcoin's up 750x and 2 years ago was up 2 millionx? I know that and you don't. So 10,000x seems like weird to you? Maybe. I'm in a unique position to be a trader, a marketing guy, a technical guy, and I guess a broadcaster guy, right? Now I need to be this diet guy. That would really, I would say, make me more well-rounded, but the inverse, it would make me less well-rounded. You get it? So yeah, I built the best cryptocurrency I've ever seen. I've researched all the other ones. It is very likely to do amazing things, in my opinion. And we already see them, right? So let's take a look. All right, chat. I'm going to look at you guys. I'm going to look at your questions right now. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. If you posted something earlier, I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now. If you posted something earlier, I'm not going to see it. So, what is this? Somebody asked, why did the Ether amount drop in Etherscan? I don't know. I'm not looking at it. But there is a flush function that anyone can run that sends the Ether that's in the contract to what's called the flush address. So if you saw the amount of Ether go down, probably because someone ran the flush address. So it's important to note that the Ethereum in the adoption amplifier is not the Ethereum that's in the contract, right? Because anyone can run flush whenever they want. I killed Tone Vase, and I'm happy to do it again. Any of you guys that know anyone that I have a disagreement with, I will destroy whoever they are on live stream, unless I'm wrong. And then I'll just rather switch to being right. I've never even come close to meeting my match. I've bested everyone that I've seen. And it's weird because I don't even look at it like this conflict thing that everyone wants to shove it into, right? I'm just speaking the truth about things. I'm doing it respectfully. And I wish I could have more conversations like that. I'm pretty sure with Hex getting the adoption numbers that it is getting, we're going to have as many of these good conversations as we want soon. That's my guess. Someone says, sup, man, impressed with the price already. I don't know it. I don't know what the price is. I don't really care, right? I'm in this for the long haul. As a matter of fact, I'd be happy if the price started out really low so that I could get some insane multiple X return. Because I'm looking at that. I'm looking at multiples and X. Once we hit some of those, we'll be looking at volume, right? So doing a lot of X of volume is only as useful as people can gain benefit from it. Now, got to dance around this Howey test thing. You do all the work. You mint your coins. You mint your rewards. You are the network. Totally distributed, totally peer-to-peer, totally trustless. Hard to use. It's a blockchain. It is hard to use. They all are, right? Who and what is responsible for the gains that you're seeing? It is not me. It is not my entrepreneurial effort. I promise you nothing. I promise you absolutely nothing. And further than not promise it, I will tell you to not expect it. When you send Ethereum to the contract, you must expect no work from others. Why do I do this? Why do I tell you this? there are laws regarding securities. A security is when people in the United States, different countries have different laws. In the United States, when people give money to a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others, could be a security. It's called the Howey test, Howey. If you don't do those things, you can't be a security. If you want to be a security, you can't just opt for it. You can't just choose it. You have to actually fit those parameters, right? Now, do people make things that go up in price? All the time. Houses, collectibles, they go up in price all the time. Are they securities? No. Why not? They went up in value. Because going up in value doesn't mean you're security. It's why you went up in value. They're trying to protect investors. Investors, and we started out this call this way, investors get screwed all the time. People promise them a lot, they get their money, and then they leave with the money. They use fraud and they lie to them, like a Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme promises you returns, gives you an excuse as to why they can get those returns. The excuse is a lie. They don't actually have any returns, and they're stealing the money from new guys to pay old guys. It's fraudulent. Hex cannot be a Ponzi because Hex promises you, well, it doesn't promise you anything. You're the one running the code. You're minting your own rewards. It's just math, right? So when I tell you about these like multiples you do in Hex, I'm telling you what the software is designed. Really? What's going on here? Oh my God. Dude, I might have to call these candles quits. This is such a mess. Whoever invented this, they could have done a far better job. How am I going to blow these out without looking stupid? Not bad. All right. Well, Richard the Magic Dragon. Yeah, there's like a big mess there. I've got a green wax laptop now. Hey, since I'm delayed on my screen, I can actually see myself blowing out the candles. I had to tilt the camera up a little bit more too to get the height here because the candles are so tall. All right. I'm looking at chat here. Will the amount of ETH sent to the AA dictate the starting market price of Hex? No. So here's the way markets work, free markets, right? There's an order book, and an order book has buyers and sellers. The sellers are on the top and the buyers are on the bottom. And where they meet is called the bid-ask spread. If you have market makers, it tightens the spread up and it makes it so that you don't have such a big hit when you cross the line and place a market order and remove liquidity from the other side. And exchanges usually charge you. You ain't going to see these candles for a while, guys, so I hope you enjoyed it. Or I could just run with it and just let a giant wax thing build up. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So you've got, now I was a very, 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 very intelligent businessman at the age of 24, but I didn't understand order books. It took me a long time to like figure them out. Don't know why. I understand them now. I could explain them to you in an easy way now. You'll probably get them. But if you don't find the right guy to explain an order book to you, man, it's just going to be, you may never get it. You may never understand it. So all an order book is, it's a list of all the people that want to buy and a list of all the people that want to sell, the prices they want to buy and sell at, and the quantity they want to buy and sell at. And that's it. That's all it is. And it's all in the same product, right? So let's say they were, well, let's call it Bitcoin. There will be differences in order book thickness. So if you want to see order book thickness, you can go to a site called coinmarketbook.cc, I think. It's got some stupid suffix at the end. And that compares cryptocurrency by their order depth in the order book, which means how much volume could you sell into this order book and not move the price against you too much. And you can see these volume adjusted things. You can see it on Bitcoin Wisdom, which is on the top right side. You could see it on think Bitcoinity used to have it on the bottom, but I don't think Bitcoinity even exists anymore. Bitcoinity.org, they might, but I haven't been there in forever. You've got a combined order book that you can go on. So like I'm telling you all these trader things, but I'm actually going to stop doing that now. I'm going to stop talking about trading because you're going to think you found something that works. And you're going to get wrecked. You're going to lose all your money. You're going to wish you'd locked up your money and just sat on it. Or even better, locked up your money and sat on it and watched it make gains. When have you had that opportunity before? Satoshi has less percentage of Bitcoin than he ever had because he couldn't sell his Bitcoin and put it into something else that would return him a higher return that he could then buy more Bitcoin with. The only things in this world that can outperform cryptocurrency performance is other cryptocurrencies. Period. You can't do numbers this large in the normal world. You just can't do it. Look at Amazon, right? Amazon is a chart that just basically looks like .com crash down 95%, moon forever, occasional dips, right? I think even Amazon's only up 35x, I think, or 350x, one of the two. And that's nothing compared to cryptocurrency. And that's over 20 years. And they're 50% of all internet commerce in the United States. They couldn't possibly have done better. They're in multiple industries. I think like maybe a third of their revenue is from their digital products with Amazon Web Services. So like this is a company that is diversified and maximized its margins, and they literally cut through it. They cut out their, if you're a reseller and you buy things off of Banggood or Alibaba, you white label them, you put your brand on it, and you send it to their distribution warehouses, which is Amazon fulfillment. And then you start selling on Amazon, right? And it's great because people can just put it in with their package. You don't have to pay extra shipping, and they've got all the picking and sorting people there. If they see you doing good money, being a middleman between Asia and their warehouse, they will literally go to the warehouse and make an Amazon Basics product out of what you were making money at and put you out of business. And they already know all your customers because you sent them your customers. They already know your supplier because you sent them your supplier. And they'll even sell fake stuff as though it was your real stuff because they pack everything together. They won't keep it isolated, right? So like if you're selling AirPods and this other guy's selling AirPods, regardless, your AirPods will get mixed into the same drawer. And then ones were fake and ones were real. And it's just a bad customer experience for everyone involved. My point is, if you are in the best, most successful business that you could think of, which would be Amazon, right? Like when they name the big tech companies you're going to work for, it's FANG, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google. They still didn't do cryptocurrency returns, not even close. So the best companies you could dream of don't do cryptocurrency returns. So I'm very, very comfortable quoting really big numbers that are mathematically accurate because of what you get from hex alone in the hex. And your profit is your hex return, how many extra hex you got from staking, times your USD return, right? Or whatever fiat currency you're multiplying by. Those two returns multiply by each other. So if you 10x your hex over the first year and the price goes up 10 or 100x, you're up 1,000x, 10,000x. It's hard dealing with these zeros, right? Some level of magnitude. Level of magnitude just means how many zeros there are, right? So I can quote you in the front end. I don't like calling it a wallet because people misunderstand what a wallet is. Your coins live on the blockchain. Your wallet does not hold your coins. Your wallet holds the keys to your coins. It should be called a keychain, but someone was stupid and named it a wallet. So they misnamed it, and so now everyone misunderstands how it works. The way that you know that your coins don't live in your wallet is because you could put your keys in 10 different wallets and have access to your coins in 10 different wallets at the same time. That's how you know they're keys, not coins. So what is the hex front end? And the disclaimer, it's called the user selected software system or something like that. Because you're choosing contract addresses, you're choosing what you want to do. This thing tries to help you get what you want, right? It doesn't hold your keys. It doesn't hold your keys. There's no logs, right? So like when you log into the server, There's no like database that you can open up that shows like, hey, these IPs did these things. There's none of that. Why would we want that? How would that help? The best way to protect your customers, the best way to protect your users is to know nothing about them. And then there's nothing to steal. There's nothing to lose. There's nothing to worry about, to store, right? People ask, they're like, hey, when I go to hex.win, I should drop my ref link. If you want 10% bonus for free claiming or for sending Ethereum to the contract address, go to pumpamentals.com. Or you can click anybody else's referral link. Now, why do I tell you that? Because there's a lot of people out there working hard to create value and value add, right? Maybe you like the Pirate Bay guy. Maybe you click his ref link, right? We want to reward people for good, wholesome behavior, and spreading the word about something that could change the world for the better. That's good, wholesome behavior. So I say my ref link, I work really hard. And then, there's a lot of other people that do too. So click whatever one you like. Where were we? Virality, spreading the word, ref links. Can't remember. Before I was asleep. I'll wait 20 seconds and you guys will tell me. We're talking about security, right? I care about your security. That's why I defaced the website and made it ugly and spent time stopping scammers and spammers from stealing your money by doing things differently. I could have just released the contract address, went to sleep. But I wanted to show you how to do it better. I wanted to show you how to prevent someone lying to you and showing you a false version of reality and falling for it by using a quorum, by using separate side channels, right? If someone direct messages you, now this is funny. I'm going to help my competitors here. I'm going to help the other cryptocurrencies that are starting out in the world. If you have a project, fake personalities are going to direct message you and tell you they can promote your project for money. And because you're stupid and you're noobs, you're going to give them your money. But in reality, what you were talking to is an imposter. When you are dealing with someone that reaches out to you, you have to treat them with more scrutiny than if you had reached out to them. And there's still an advanced tactic where they make you reach out to them, but really they put you in a situation where you would be likely to, right? The best way to know whether someone is really the person they say they are is to look them up by a channel that they didn't expect you would, right? So like we did this with the scammers and the spammers today in chat. I was very liberal with people posting links in chat. I was very liberal with this insane rate at which the chat was moving. And that's fine. We're having fun, right? But then the timer ticked. And the spammers and the scammers knew it was on, and I knew it was on. So what am I doing? Rate limiting, activating link blocking, blocking images, like just everything, right? Now, I could have done that earlier. If I would have done it earlier, they would have been prepared for it. And it's a war. It's a war of, not a war of attrition, but an arms escalation. So just like chess, so many threads I haven't closed for you guys. When you're talking to someone and you want to lock them into a position and win, you've got to get them to lock down on something, or they'll just rotate and get out of check. They won't let you checkmate them, because when you crush that argument, they'll just roll to the next one. So you got to lock them into an argument, lock them into a position, and then kill the position. And then when they try and rotate, pause them and be like, I know you just lost that point, and I want to be clear that we refuted the central part of the argument here. You had all the time to address it, right? If you're trying not to move on to the next thing now and pretend it didn't happen. So you lost that point, and what you said wasn't right, and now we can move on to the next thing. If you don't do that, and you don't get all that locking them in the beginning, they just wiggle out of it, right? It's like when people, the Bitcoin versus Ethereum security thing. Bitcoin's got more hash rate, okay? But it's had like more critical failures, right? They had to roll back the chain when they printed 6 billion coins in 2010. And they just had another print as many coins as you want inflation bug a year ago that a Bitcoin Cash developer found, and they have no bug bounty program, and they have spaghetti code, and there's no modularity. And so the consensus code is tied to the networking, is tied to the wallet. So not only have you had more bugs, critical actual network bugs, but you're likely to have more in the future because you don't have a bug bounty program, you don't have as much money going into the development, and you have spaghetti code. but it just rolls off of them. Like I'm not saying those words. They never address anything I'm saying. They attack me personally, right? So I say Ethereum is more secure than Bitcoin. They say I'm a scammer. Why? Because it's easy to say. It doesn't involve thought. And if you're a maximalist and you don't want to know what's going on in the rest of the world and you don't want to spend time thinking, it's easy just to say everything's a scam. Not everything is a scam. Even ICOs that were 99.9% scams. BNB did 450x better return than Bitcoin. And Bitcoin did pretty good. And it did 450x better than Bitcoin. And it was an ICO. But the maximalists would never get in on that junk. Why? Because they have their heads in the sand. They've seen so many scams and so much garbage that has fatigued them and they can't take it anymore. And it's just easier to shut off. And so that's what they do. They shut off. Well, shutting off, that's fine when everything is indeed a scam. But when the 1% or 0.5% of things turns out to not be a scam, those will be the things that come kill you. Those will be the things that take all your customers. Those will be the things you'll be crying and moaning about, jumping out and saying bad things about other projects, just like I did in 2017 when Ethereum came and went higher faster than Bitcoin did. It did. It outperformed Bitcoin by a lot. So if you go on hex.win or pumpamentals.com, you look at the very first paragraph, it shows you the difference. In about 3.5 years, Ethereum did a 4,500x from ICO to peak. And then on exchange, it did a 10,000x on Kraken. Bitcoin did, I think, a 733x, something mid to high 700x in that same 3.5 year period. That's a big difference, man. It's a 5x difference. And then they talk like everything's a scam. You're like, okay, everything's a scam. All right. Everything's a scam, but Bitcoin's not a scam. All right. Dogecoin went down 95%. It's a comedy currency based on a dog. It's a fork of Bitcoin from way back when. Doesn't get any upgrades. It's worth $250 million. A joke coin. Literally a meme joke coin. Also, I don't hear anyone losing money on it. Like the transactions seem to work fine. $250 million. Funny picture of a dog. Dogecoin. Okay. How much did Bitcoin go down? So Dogecoin went down 95%. Ethereum went down 95%. Most altcoins went down 95%. How much did Bitcoin go down? 85%. Blue chip, best there is. So wait a second. So if I bought the comedy coin versus the blue chip, best possible. I don't even know why people use the word blue chip. I don't even know what it means anymore. It just means like the largest liquidity, most stable, most likely to not do weird things in the price chart. That is not impressive to me. Now, could Bitcoin do anything better to prevent that? I am not sure. I am not sure because price performance is not something you can directly program. Bitcoin has 2 pumpamentals. 2. It allowed you to onboard for free with a freemium offer, like a coupon at a store, by double-clicking an EXE and getting free coins. Now, when I brag and say I've mined full blocks on my own with no pool, and they're 50 blocks, 50 Bitcoin each, sounds awesome now, right? The Bitcoin's $7,500 each, $7,200, $7,300 last I looked. Back then, it was $25. Who gives a shit about $25? That's all that was back then. $25. So freemium onboarding, they gave me $25 worth of stuff. I liked it enough. I bought a bunch. They got me. They got me with a freemium. Come on, buddy. Come on, come play. They got me with a freemium. I saw the mad gains, and then I FOMO'd. I bought 30. I helped make the top. They do it again and again. It's going to keep happening because it works, because it's smart. It's awesome. It's effective. That's why there's coupons in newspaper. That's why there's television ads that offer you a discount on a product. You've got to get engagement. You've got to get mind space. You've got to do things normal businesses do. Bitcoin did that with its double-click the AC mining stuff. And then it went away. They don't have that anymore. Bitcoin used to be a peer-to-peer currency where you had the same playing field, the same relationship to everybody else. You had a CPU, they had a CPU. You had a GPU, they had a GPU. Now it's not a peer-to-peer currency anymore. It's a miner to user currency. You've never spoke to the miners, they won't talk to you, and you're not a miner. And every coin that exists goes through the hands of a miner. Interesting. It's interesting. Is it damning? No. Like, it's, perhaps inevitable. Definitely inevitable. I'm not going to explain to you why. It's complicated, but you will have vertical integration and centralization and high fancy technical word for how much resource intensive. When you've got a high capital intensive business that has huge vertical integration advantages, you're going to continue to get centralization, which is why when we were on CPU, everyone could be a miner. When you're on GPU, just gamers could do it. And now that we're on ASIC, I don't know anyone that mines. I know there's a lot of mining going on. I see the Shandong mining factory, and I think it's in the northwest Mongolia or something. So I mentioned to you guys because it's important and unique and no one else is talking about it. The fact that it's not a peer-to-peer currency, but a miner to user currency. And I want you to see the miners for what they are. They're security theater and they're a protection racket. When we mined CPU, we had to reward the miners to be honest and protect us from other CPU miners that want to be dishonest, because we had a threat of other CPU miners that could have came and attacked the network. So we had to pay enough guys to protect the network. On GPU, okay, maybe some script kiddie gets, a certain video game to get hacked and then he's got access to a bunch of GPUs. Okay, maybe now we're paying our good, honest GPU miners to protect us from the potential bad GPU miners. Okay, I get that. Not a protection racket yet. Real security, okay. Now where are we? Now we're where the only people that could attack the network are actually the same people you're already paying. And that's what a protection racket is, right? Mafia comes in your store, baseball bats. He says, it's a real nice store you got here. It would be a shame if a bunch of the gas was broken, right? So who are you protecting yourself from? The guy with the bats. Anybody else? No, your store was fine. But he knows he can get you to pay, so he will. He forces you to pay under threat. And that's what the miners are doing. The only people that could attack the Bitcoin network are the same people that you're paying, the SHA-256 miners. So what do they do in other industries? What do they do in other coins? Monero just had a hard fork a couple days ago, maybe a week ago. Why? To kill the ASIC miners. Why? Because they're bad for blockchains. Why? Because they're centralizing force. And only decentralization gives us robustness and resistance to collusion and mal influence, right? So if all of your mining is in a single entity, if he just decides to mine empty blocks forevermore, okay, well, then that's the end of the blockchain. There's no more transactions. Just all the blocks are empty, right? You fork, he tax your fork with his hash rate. You do proof of work change. Now you're back into being attacked by anyone that has more money than you, because they can just buy whatever resource you're buying, right? Oh, you got CPUs? All right, they rent them on AWS or DigitalOcean. So I like that Monero gets rid of the ASIC guys. I don't like what any of the mining companies has done for the ecosystem whatsoever. They dump the price to pollute the environment, and they don't write code, and they don't onboard people, and they've done nothing good that I'm aware of. You do need them to agree. You do need a minimum amount of security, but the money that's being paid in inflation rewards to these guys would be much better spent on hiring auditors to audit the code. Hex has 3 audits, Bitcoin has 0 audits. Why? Is it because I've got more money than all of the other Bitcoin guys? No, it just has the tragedy of the commons. If you're a nice Bitcoin guy, and I could refer you to auditors that do good work because I've done the research, it's going to cost you, about $400 an hour, and they measure your effectiveness of your audit in man weeks, right? So 40 hours a week, $400 a dude, that's 16 grand a dude a week. How many dudes do you want? How many weeks do you want to work them? You spend 80, 100 grand on it if you wanted to. But you'd probably find some bugs before they became big problems, right? Is it that hard to come up with 100 grand in Bitcoin? Depends on who you are, right? If you're a mining manufacturer, you're an exchange, you're a Ponzi scheme, easy to come up with 100 grand. You're an honest actor, you make content on YouTube, you ain't getting 100 grand. unless you feed your users to the meat grinder. Watch them get annihilated, ruin their lives to make a percent. When you deposit on exchange, they know how much percent you're going to lose. It's cash in the bank. They already know what's going to happen to you. It's inevitable. You don't know, right? And they hide that. They hide it. They don't think about it. They don't realize it. That as a content creator, the only way that you can be profitable in crypto is by empowering scammers. And that sucks. That sucks. And they're doing it to kids these days now. They get kids addicted to loot boxes. And what's a loot box? A loot box is a slot machine for a kid. Children's slot machine. Terrible. Terrible. Even I have fallen for a stupid casual game. They get you addicted, man. Right? It's no good. If you want to get out of a gaming addiction, I got a video on it. YouTube.com/Richard Hart. And all my early videos, since I was retired, just trying to make the world a better place. I wrote a couple self-help books called Sci-Vive. One's stuff you can personally do, and one's systematic things that the whole world needs to do better. Education system, politics. The books aren't totally complete. Once Hex, how do I say this? Now that Hex is launched, the most important thing that I can do is make sure that there's no securities violations. So that means promising you nothing and making sure you know I have no idea what the price is going to do, and neither do you. And making sure you know you are the network. You're the only one that can mint your coins. When the contract was created today, no Hex existed. No Hex still exists to this moment. Once 7 p.m. EST happens, and block time is what we use to tell what time it is, and it can shift some number of seconds into the future from the last block. So there could be up to, I think, 300 seconds of variance. You could Google it. Ethereum block time, reliability. They used to tell you not to use block time and to use like block number, but then that doesn't work because they change the rate at which the blocks come out sometimes. So then you'd have a fast clock or a slow clock. So we use the best way. So this is what I mean about blockchain, right? If I want to speak with nuance, I barely ever get to actually finish an idea because there's 40 other ideas in there, right? And I have to come back like 10, 20 minutes later to finish the idea. Like the arguing with people, locking them in like you lock the king on a chessboard, and getting to stick on something before they can roll off. Knowing you're going to win and anticipating what they're going to do when you win, right? That took like an hour to get that across because something else came up, right? So talked about miners, miner centralization, security theater, protection racket, miner to user currency, audits. I think we left on audits. So somebody could make the Bitcoin code better, but they won't do it because it costs money. And the end result for them personally would be that they just lost money. Everyone else would do better and they would do worse. And it's called the tragedy of the commons. The only way to solve the tragedy of the commons is, I'll give an example. There's a developer named Mike Hearn, and he worked at Google, and then he worked on Bitcoin. I think he wrote Bitcoin J, which is like a Java version of it. And he also wrote a project called Lighthouse, which would allow people to lock up money. And then if enough other people locked up money, then it would release that money to somebody, right? That is one way that you can get over tragedy of the commons. Listen, we have something that's really expensive to do. If any one of us paid for it, it would be a shitty deal. But if all of us paid for it, it would be pretty cool, right? Like roads or parks or clean air. There's these commons that benefit everyone that individuals profit from harming. And, it just creates this thing where who gets rich in crypto? Exchange founders who bang up their customers, Ponzi schemers who bang up their customers. Do developers get rich in crypto? Nope. Well, that sucks. Sucks for them. They built the stuff, right? Gave it away for free mostly. And they get yelled at and demonized for it. I gave away something for free too. It's hilarious that Bitcoiners say evil, terrible, horrible things about you with no justification whatsoever. They're just so used to doing it. It's their nature, right? And then you look at what they benefit the world, and you're like, what have you done for crypto, everyone else? Most people have just talked about it. The developers built it. The investors bought it. I see a lot of value there. But the talking heads, the mouths that always say the same thing and they never learn. They never improve what they're saying. They just keep saying the same thing. They talk about crypto. Some of us build it. They talk about crypto while some of us are solving real problems that really exist, right? So I'll give an example. There's a smart guy. His name's Trace Meyer. I hope to do an interview with him at some point. Old original gangster Bitcoin guy, investor in Kraken, smart dude, right? I think he represents the brand very well. Always wears a suit, doesn't curse, right? Clean cut, you know. I think he represents the brand very well. There's not many guys. I represent the brand very well when I'm doing public brand representing, right? If it's you and me on live stream, I'm going to curse. I got no sleep, right? Like I'm going to be the way I want to be. But if you see what I did in Malta when I just said good things about Bitcoin and called out fake Satoshi for being an imposter, you know, that was more professional me, right? So Trace Meyer invented a thing called proof of keys. And I think it's on January 3rd, I think. A lot of people change their usernames in Twitter to have like a little key sign and then a date to show, you know, hey, if you're tired of seeing these exchanges get hacked and exit scam you for hundreds of millions of dollars, stop giving them your money. Can you imagine? Think about how stupid you have to be to have a currency that costs only pennies to transact in, that you literally can store the coins right next to your nudes that you're already protecting to make sure no one steals them, right? So your nudes and your private keys can go right next to each other. You can get more fancy with it, but that's a pretty good start. And it costs pennies to take your money off the exchange. Why are you leaving money on an exchange? Why? Mostly due to laziness and lack of practice, truthfully. So Trace Meyer's movement to get people to take their coins in their own possession and to try and find out who's really been swimming with their pants off and you know, acting like they've got a lot of balance, but really they lost some, got hacked some. They're not really solvent, right? But they're not telling anyone. They're letting their customers take a bunch of extra risk depositing onto an exchange that's not solvent. Tries to detect that, right? Well, that's nice. That's nice. Those are nice words. That's good marketing. That's a good idea. You want to know what really makes people take their coins off of the exchange? Hex did. Hex paid people to take their coins off the exchange so they could get free Hex if they were in the snapshot and their private keys were in their wallet. So yesterday at 7 p.m. EST, I think it happened 18 minutes or something less than 20 minutes after. So it's the first block after 7 p.m. EST yesterday. That was the Bitcoin snapshot where if you had the private keys to a Bitcoin balance in that snapshot, you can now claim free coins as long as they're eligible. Multisig can't claim, Mt. Gox can't claim. You know, there's some weird transaction types that are in there can't claim. We made crypto better. Hex made crypto more secure. Hex got people to, one, notice that they might not have had their private keys, thought that they were in control, but then discovered they weren't, took them into their own possession, gave them something free for it. What else? That's the difference between talking and doing. That's the difference between being a critic and being a director. Critics are garbage compared to directors. You will remember very few of the critiques of movies that you've seen, but you will remember hundreds of hours of scenes from films that you've seen. It takes more energy to make a film. It takes more money to make a film. It takes more expertise to make a film. And that's why critiques get less views, take less time, take less money. It's lower effort, lower reward behavior. And being someone that talks about crypto instead of building it, when it's peer-to-peer open source, you have to build it. You have to represent it. If something sucks, you have to fix it. And I'd see a lot of people ruining you with margin and beating you up with fees. And I don't see enough people getting rid of counterparties and making things more efficient and making things more secure. So could I have built Hex and not given it a good sales pitch? Could I have built Hex and said, you know what? I'm gonna let all of these basement dwellers shame me into not saying good things about a good product so that they keep me in their club of people with their head in the sand. No, that's worse for everybody. That's worse for everybody. Bitcoin can be better. Crypto can be better. Everything can be better if we actually try, right? And it's when you add up all these little things. So let's take a look at Hex. It's funny that I've talked about everything but Hex. Like Hex has been maybe 30% of this chat. What do you want out of your cryptocurrency? What do you want? Security and mad gains. Well, which one do you care more about? Well, if it's secure enough that it just doesn't get broken or robbed, I just care about the price appreciation. What about all the other stuff? You can buy all the other stuff with a profit from the price appreciation. You want to solve Africa? Buy the fix. Hire the right people. Do the right things. Africa is not being saved by crypto. This concept, remember I told you about proof of keys? The summary was, what Trace Mayer is doing is good, but he's not paying you to take all your keys. What I'm doing is paying you to take possession of your keys, right? I say me, not me. You're paying yourself, but I designed the damn thing that allowed you to pay yourself, right? So it's like me telling you, hey, you should clean your room. And then you go clean your room, and now you've got the profit of a clean room. I didn't clean your room. I just told you it's a good idea, right? Hey, you should go and make trustless interest a thing. So people don't get they try and make their coins into bigger coins by lending them to the exchange, and the exchange lends them out to margin traders, and then they all get hacked and they all get robbed. And the margin traders lose all their money, and the people that lent them their coins lose all their money. And we have extra counterparties and extra buildings full of people that are supposed to be replaced by peer-to-peer trustless technology. We now have exchanges that are the banks. In that proof of keys thing that Trace does a good job with, he links to the balances, the known cold wallet balances of exchanges. Coinbase has $7.1 billion in their cold wallet as of yesterday. Why? Why do they have $7 billion there? How does that make the world a better place? It doesn't. Now they're a bank. Do we want to make new banks? Is that what we want to do? Because that's how banks got started. Gold was a hard currency that you couldn't just mint anytime you wanted, right? And then banks encapsulated it and allowed fractional reserve lending. And that's how that got started. You gave a bar of gold to the bank. It really wasn't a bank back then. It was just a guy. And the guy's like, yo, here's a piece of paper. You can come get your gold whenever you want. And then he looked and he's like, you know what? No one ever comes and gets their gold. So what if I just gave out like twice the paper and just had half the gold? And as long as no one like makes a run on the bank here and tries to get their stuff out at the same time, it works fine, right? And then that's how fiat was born, by making credit out of something hard. And the same thing's happening in Bitcoin. You give your Bitcoin to the exchange lets everyone get loaded up on derivatives and margin to amplify the house advantage against them, to watch them all get destroyed. To what end? To what end? Those people have their lives destroyed now. Their relationships are wrecked. Their health is wrecked. Their checkbook is wrecked. It's one of the few things in the world where the harder you work, the more you lose. And what are they going to do with all the money they get? They're going to hire actors to go on television to convince more people to do the same thing. Are they going to build better software? No. Are they going to onboard people in a way where there's a low margin experience that derives benefit for the user, where he gets cheaper fees, he gets more privacy, he gets more freedom, he gets discounts more places? No, they're not going to do that. Why would they? They're for profit business, and by annihilating their customers, as long as there's a new sucker born every minute, they just keep churning through them, right? Just like the Ponzi schemes. Maybe not as hardcore as the Ponzi schemes, right? It takes longer to bleed out through dying through margin trading. The Ponzi schemes get you quicker. I want to save all those people. I want to use the same marketing tactics that gets a good product in front of these guys. So think about it. Plus Token has 200,000 Bitcoin, or did a couple months ago. They, what was their sales pitch? Cryptocurrency and arbitrage. Okay. So what is arbitrage? It's just some technical excuse that people don't really look into that makes them feel like, oh, this thing's going to go up so high in price because of excuse. And I don't want to look into it because I'm busy watching football or whatever. Unfair to football watchers. I take that back, football watchers. Doing some other thing that just makes them not look into their investment, whatever that thing might be. So they lose billions and billions of dollars. It pumps the Bitcoin price up and then ruins the chart for all the technical traders because everyone got annihilated on unreasonable pump up and they get annihilated on unreasonable pump down. And who makes money on that extra volatility? The exchanges and the occasional options trader, but they get wrecked too. Just when, right? So what if we use the honest message, which is cryptocurrency, but without the fake excuse scam crap, without the fraud, right? Look, here's a cryptocurrency that is more secure, faster, cheaper, with rewarding people for honest behavior. If you refer somebody that's a good, honest behavior, you're going to get paid. Really, the person you referred is going to pay you. That's how that works. If you lock your coins up for longer and delay gratification, you're going to get paid more. You're going to pay yourself more. You'll learn to use that language. It's accurate. Those are awesome, real breakthroughs that no one else is doing. So our sales pitch is great, right? Like, hey, here's our technical excuse why you think this can work. And then here's the audited code that shows you that it works, right? There's the math. So what's the only thing that's missing? The mad gains. Okay, well, here's a chart of Ethereum. It did 4,500x from its ICO in 3.5 years, and it did in 2.5 years a 10,000x from 15 cents to 1,500 on the Kraken exchange. Real numbers. Didn't have a referral program. Addressed a smaller market. World Computer is a smaller market than CDs, which is the second most popular product at the bank. Fiat, digital, like printed money, I think is about 5 trillion. CDs larger than printed money. So we're addressing a larger market than Bitcoin, a larger market than Ethereum, a larger market than EOS, and it's totally done already. There's no thing to build like, oh, like, well, maybe this thing will happen and then it will become worth more. That's done. The smart contract has the consensus code locked into it, safe and secure, where it's nearly impossible to screw up. Unlike Bitcoin spaghetti code, where you improve the network and you introduce and print as many coins as you want, bug. Which happened about a year ago, maybe 8 months. Better design, better game theory, better fundamentals. Bitcoin has 2. Inflation rate drops in half every 4 years, and freemium onboarding of users. And that's it. That's all it had. 2 fundamentals. I can't even count how many Hex has. It's crazy how many fundamentals Hex has. Like crazy. Go to pumpamentals.com or hex.win if you don't want the extra 10% free. But let's be serious, you probably do want that. Pumpamentals.com, look at the game theory, watch the videos. Every single question you could possibly ask has already been answered numerous times. It's just a question of whether you have the attention span to find the answer. At the bottom of every video I make, I think every video I make, might be like 85% of the videos I make, we have the world's best timestamps. I've never seen better on the internet. A very smart gentleman enjoys the content and goes through, his name is Michael, and he timestamps and well organizes, better than probably I could, the structure of the ideas that I explain to people. And so I basically created in the chat room, t.me/hexcrypto, a copy pasta list, a menu of all of the frequently asked questions. Where does the Ethereum go? If I told you, you might expect things. If you expect things, it might be a security. If it's a security, it can't list on exchange. Therefore, I'm not in the giving you expectations game because it's not good for what we're doing. There's no necessity for that whatsoever. I can describe to you the math of the code that you're running, And I could describe to you what other things with, other properties did and tell you, maybe if you build similar to that or better than that, maybe you should do better than that, right? What else can you do as a founder? You build the best, you have a dream. And this dream, man, it took a lot longer than I thought it would. I thought it would be very easy to take a boilerplate ERC-20 contract and add some game theory to it. Man, was I wrong. Wow. Like, it turns out that the game theory in Hex was far more crazy and advanced than even I knew. And it's even more crazy and advanced than I even know now. There's things that I keep discovering that are awesome that I didn't know before. So for instance, Kyle works for a huge company, always does, great guy. He did an economics analysis. He took the contract and he transpiled it into C#. And he ran this program called LinkPad. And he wrote scripts that would simulate all types of different user behaviors and what would the economics of the system look like. And we had another guy, Paul Hughes from StakeHex, who did something similar. I believe he did his in JavaScript. So one model is built in JavaScript, one model is built in C#, and the actual code is in Solidity, which is kind of a relative of JavaScript. And so everyone's got different models trying to predict what the system will do. It turns out that the shares become more scarce than the coins because the share price only goes up. Every time someone ends a stake, the system looks to see if that person made more of a profit return than anyone else ever made. And whatever that person's profit return was, gets set as the new price. So for that person, if he gets out and he's got all his profit and he goes to get back in, he'll have less shares than he did before. Best case scenario, if no one else moved the price higher while he was out, he might be able to rejoin at the same number of shares, maybe, but he'll have missed a day because every time you end stake and you restake immediately, you miss a day because you can only get counted for full days. So there's a partial day because there's time to end and start. So even if you got back in at the same shares, you'd still be missing a day. That system doesn't exist anywhere else. I invented that. It's really, really neat. It's computationally efficient. And it's mathematically equivalent to compounding the earlier guys. If we didn't have the share price system, then longer wouldn't pay better, shorter would pay better because you're getting a 20% linear bonus for every extra year you stake. But if you could externally recompound, you would get an exponential bonus. An exponential over a long enough time frame will always outperform linear, right? So exponential, your gains build more gains, and linear, it's just like straight line, right? Straight line tilted up. So like exponential is like a squared function, and linear is just kind of like a normal first order function. So had to resolve that. That took months to get that right. And it was hard, right? So just the game theory was hard. And then you discover things like, oh, the scarcity of shares. So shares will become more scarce than Hex. Oh, that's neat, right? What other things did we come up with? Look at the market cap. When you stake your Hex, they actually get burnt. And so the total supply goes down, which means that if the demand is static or increasing, that the price will go up in a free market. So what happens when coins are locked up in Hex, and if you free claim your coins, 90% auto staked, minimum 350 days. You can choose longer to get more bonuses, right? You could stake for 10 years, you can get 3x the shares. The maximum stake is 5,555 days. If you rareness of shares, okay. When you lock coins and the price moves up, now we're assuming static or increasing demand here, right? If the demand goes down, the price can go down, right? So we're assuming static or increasing demand. Let's just call it static. If the supply goes down, the price goes up. But when the supply goes down in Hex, the coins are burnt, which means that the circulating supply is lower. And the circulating supply is the only number that's used to calculate market cap. In crypto, see, market cap just means market capitalization. And it's not actually that advanced of a metric. It just means what is the share price and how many shares are outstanding. So if everyone tried to liquidate all of their positions instantly at market, and the order book was thick enough to do that, which it ain't never, then this is how much money that we get. And so right now, Bitcoin's got 18 million coins. There's 7,500 each. I'm just going to round up a third and call it 10 grand, which makes it 180 billion. And then I'll round down the third, and we're like 150 billion, 160 billion. That's the market cap of Bitcoin, right? So does Bitcoin burn its coins? Very rarely. We went through and looked them up. There's maybe 3,000 coins that have been burnt, 2,000 by the counterparty guys that tried to build on Bitcoin. They burnt 2,000 Bitcoin to launch. How stupid was that? How stupid is it to burn money to launch? Talk about, like, the tragedy of the commons is bad enough where you make things better and then it's worse for you. Imagine making things worse for you and not making anything better for anyone else. Just straight burning resources. Now people say, well, that money gets spread to everyone else. Come on, man. That's not how things work. Like if someone gave you like a quarter of a raisin, would that be a good thing for you? No, it would be irritating. Nobody wants a quarter of a raisin. It sucks. It's a bad experience, right? No one wants to make infinitesimally small gain and watch some other guy get annihilated. Just life doesn't work like that. So when you stake your hex, they get burnt, and now the value has gone up and been virtually lended to everyone that is unstaked. So the unstakers have the freedom and the opportunity to be able to sell at market and get other things like perhaps USD or some other cryptocurrency, or spend it at a store, whatever. And so they've got that freedom, and they pay for that freedom sitting unstaked. They pay by getting diluted. They're not staked. They're not getting reward. They're being diluted. The people that are staked are getting the rewards, and they're making gains, and the person that's unstaked isn't. I call it the truth engine. So the truth engine is, if you tell the truth to the market, and you tell the market when you're going to sell or when you want the ability to sell, then the market will reward you for your honesty with inflation, low inflation, lower than Bitcoin's has ever been, and delayed because it's only paid at the end of your stake. And the future inflation is based on that delayed earlier inflation. So it won't ever be 3.69%. It'll always be lower. It might be a lot lower, especially in these early years. I can't wait to see how that works out, because I've seen so many models. I want to see which one of them was right, So as the market cap goes down in Hex, the price goes up. Listen to that. It's interesting. I figured it out a couple weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago even. Just occurred to me, right? So you've got your total supply in Bitcoin, which is 18 million coins. And that's what's used as the circulating supply. I assume because not that many are locked up. In theory, there are some locked up in the network, Lightning Network, about $4 million, which is basically nothing. That's 4 hours of miner rewards. They pay miners $1 million an hour to sell the price down. Hex doesn't do that. We don't pay the miners any dollars an hour in inflation, nothing. No miner gets paid in Hex. They get paid in ETH. They sell the ETH. ETH price can go down. Makes fees cheaper. Cool, right? So as Hex is staked and the demand is static or increasing, the price will go up and the market cap will go down if the sites that are listing it measure it properly, because the circulating supply is going down and market cap is circulating supply times price. And so what does this mean to a person that's not staked, or to a person that is staked? What does it mean to a speculator that invested economic energy into Hex? It means that the price is going up a lot, but the market cap is going down. And that's counterintuitive. That is totally counterintuitive. When the Bitcoin price goes up, the Bitcoin market cap goes up. When the Bitcoin price goes down, the Bitcoin market cap goes down. But in Hex, When people lock up their coins, and that is what caused the price to go up, then the market cap will go down, which gives you more room to grow, because then you don't have to kick other people out of the top 10 market cap so quickly. And then you could just keep building appreciations and mad gains without hitting the market cap that hard, right? And then it gives you just more room to reach. It's really neat. Like I don't know of any other cryptocurrency that operates like that. It's awesome. Like super, super cool. If you think cryptocurrencies are just gambling, and you care about, I invented a term called speculative stickiness. I like to use alliteration. So Hex is the future of finance, FF, speculative stickiness. You could rhyme it like stake it till you make it. In normal cryptocurrencies, you've got hash rate, on-chain transaction volume, and price. You can make a bunch of chart patterns and crap, but that's its own thing, right? So the things that are in the currency: price, hash rate, on-chain transaction volume. 3 things. Anything else? I don't think so. And even doing on-chain transaction volume with like an NVT indicator is advanced for most people. So what does Hex have? Well, we've got hash rate because we're on the Ethereum network and they have hashing. Okay, so I guess we've got hash rate. And the only reason people care about hash rate is because it affects network security. It affects it. It's not the majority moving factor. It is a minor factor. Depends on where you are. If you're a big guy, it's a minor factor. If you're a small guy, it's a much larger factor. But since Ethereum's the number 2 and Bitcoin's the number 1 as far as hash rate goes, they're both hegemons. It doesn't really matter. So we have price. We have Hex USD price, right? So we're going to be trading on an exchange called ByDesk. I mean, they might already have trading open now. I don't know. But if they wait for the coins to actually be able to get minted around 7 p.m. tomorrow EST, then that's when they'll have the listing, apparently. ByDesk.com. If you go in Hex t.me/Hex crypto, I should really put that link everywhere probably. Look, I've never traded there. They seem new to me, but they're responsive. They, I felt around their system, seems fine. But I don't see a problem with it. Like, I don't know, they don't have the longest track record. It's like when you have we're a new cryptocurrency, they're a new exchange. Unless they're exit scammers, it seems like it should be fine, right? We'll probably get listed lots of places. I'm curious to see if this one turns out to be good. It's very nice to have someone list us on the day, right? Ethereum pair, BTC pair, Tether pair, USDT. I think they have a normal USD pair as well. So you might be able to onboard to fiat into Hex on ByDesk.com, BIDESK. If you want 50% off fees, you should use the referral link. It is in t.me/Hex crypto, pinned at the top. I might have tweeted it too, but I've been tweeting so much I can't even keep track. Sorry that my voice is like losing it. Once I'm sleep deprived enough, my voice just starts getting out. I start getting shaky and like empty inside. But you know what? We burnt the green candles. We'll launch something that's going to change the world. I put years into this. I'm willing to push it. So chat saying ByDesk, Ether Delta, and Fork Delta will list first. So Ether Delta and Fork Delta, anyone can add the contract just by pasting the address. And when you use these distributed exchanges, you really, really, really need to make sure that you're using that contract that I read to you earlier, because sometimes they'll make a fake hex with a different contract number, and then you'll buy a fake hex on a distributed exchange. It doesn't happen on centralized exchanges. They don't fall for that. But on a distributed exchange where anyone could add anything, you want to make sure that the contract that you're interacting with, the trading pair that you're interacting with, is the right hexed one. That contract is on hex.win up at the top. It's also down at the bottom without the 0x in front of it. It's in the Twitter. It's pinned in the Telegram. Where else is it? I should probably post it in the Facebook and the Instagram. We've even got a Tumblr that's never been posted on. And there's so much like stuff that I would like to see happen. I'd like to see some more videos for how to free claim, right? Why do we want to give you free money? We believe that if you give yourself and mint yourself free money and you see a good performance and this thing does what you want, reliable, cheap transactions, the possibility of some very mad gains, you might want to get more. That's how I got into Bitcoin. I got my Bitcoin free and then I bought more. That's how people got into a lot of proof of work cryptocurrencies. They started mining, made a little money, and said, let's dream the dream, make big money, right? I'll take some questions. Sorry for jumping all over the place, guys, but like, I have so much to share with you and everything is related and I have no sleep. So I'd say this is still about 75% as good as I could give you. Please mention some projects which Hex could be implemented in. Sure. So any distributed finance product, Hex is extensible. That means that anyone can call the contract from any other contract, which means that you could trustlessly build on top of it a protocol that wraps a stake and allows you to trade a locked coin would be one invention. A margin product that used perhaps over collateralization to allow you to like lock up more coins at an earlier, lower share price. That could exist. You could use it as collateral for DAI, which is a stable coin on Ethereum. I think they would need to build that. I think that requires some building. I don't think it's like instantly something you can plug in. What else could you build on top of Hex? You could be a normal retailer and want to use it for adoption. You could really want to replace a bank CD and onboard a portion of your savings for, potential yield. What other cool technical stuff could you build on top? For anonymity, like right now, if you want, so you guys that want to get into Hex and you love your anonymity, even though no one has been screwed up over that, right? Like how many people in crypto have really been screwed up over not managing their identity properly? I don't think very many. But let's say you're hyper secure and you're really interested in that type of super secure stuff. If you want to send anonymous Ethereum to the adoption amplifier to turn it into anonymous Hex, I can tell you 2 ways that I've heard of it being done. One, there is a website called tornado.cash. Apparently, you send Ethereum in, and then it comes out anonymous, apparently. Tornado.cash. I have to talk less loud now because I'm actually losing my voice. Maybe I dragged on the candles too hard. The other way, and I think this might be part of the reason that the BNB does so well, amongst many other reasons, you can log on anonymously to BNB with any email address. Maybe some throwaway email addresses won't work. Some throwaway email addresses will work. Now be real careful using a throwaway email address to sign up for something, because when you deposit, your email address can reset your password. And so if the server admin that runs the server is like looking and like, oh, look, another one of those emails, and that dude could go and empty your account real quick. So maybe don't use like a public throwaway email. Maybe like use like a normal kind of sign up throwaway email, right? Free email that not everyone can see. You have a password that just you could look at it. So now there's no AML, there's no KYC. You can sign up. And then once you're signed up, you can send money to it. And apparently you have to actually add the 2FA, even though it doesn't tell you that you have to. You have to add the 2FA, like the Google Authenticator. Once you've done that, you've now sent economic energy tied to you or whatever to a centralized exchange, but that doesn't have any extra data. You could access it with proxy, then they don't have your IP. You could access it with VPN, they don't have your IP. And now what do you do with it? Well, I'll give you the easy way and the hard way. You can just take that one like cache break there and then send it to whatever you want, right? So like you could go on Binance, and if you really want a referral link for it, there's one in Richard's Calls. If you go to Richard's Calls, t.me/Richard's Calls, and do a search for Binance, you'll find a referral link there. If you're trying to be anonymous, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't see how they can tie that. If you open up your Binance account on your semi-throwaway email that only you have access to, you send economic energy to it, you add your 2FA, you can exchange it for whatever coin you want. So in this example, let's say you wanted to trade Bitcoin for Ethereum. You open up your Binance account, you send your Bitcoin in, you wait a couple confirmations, and then you sell it for Ethereum. And you send your Ethereum to your wallet, your MetaMask wallet. And then you join the adoption amplifier with it. And then what happened? What happened was you used to have Bitcoin, you turn it into Ethereum. And the only people in the world that know that that Bitcoin is tied to that Ethereum is the centralized exchange themselves. And they don't know whose Bitcoin that was because you didn't give them a username. You literally just gave them an email and a password and a 2FA sign up, which doesn't involve an email or anything like that. Well, that's pretty cool. Now it's limited to 2 Bitcoin a day, but I guess you could open up 20 accounts if you wanted to, right? Now, I'm telling you this only for legal use, okay? Do not do anything illegal, please. Do not hide the proceeds of crime. Do not structure. Do not launder money. I'm telling you what I've heard of people doing. I hope that free speech is not penalizable. I love to educate. Sometimes you got to educate people about all the things, right? I think that privacy is a requirement for free speech. And if you don't have privacy, then you can't truly speak freely. It's called a quenching effect, a chilling effect. So now you've got one cache break. What if that wasn't hardcore enough for you? Maybe they're doing chain analysis or something, right? You want it more hardcore? Here's what hardcore looks like. Go to an exchange, take your Bitcoin, trade it for Monero, send the Monero to your wallet, open up only give them a username, only give them a password and a 2FA Binance account, send your Monero to that Binance account, then turn it to Ethereum. Can't do any chain analysis on it. Binance is not, Monero is anonymous, right? So you just turned your Bitcoin energy into Ethereum energy that you can put into the adoption amplifier and you get anonymous hex. Really neat. And I would trust a rotation through Monero more than I would trust a mixer. The problem with mixers are you are only as anonymous as the other parties in the mix aren't really just the same guy. So if you've all got a different color marble, right? And then you all throw them in a jar and then you take one out, you know whether you got a different marble than you put in because you saw your original marble, right? Well, if everyone else knew everyone else's marbles, they would know what your original one was too, because they would just subtract it out, right? Through deduction. So basically your anonymity set in any type of mixing operation is the point of attack where most of the failures occur because they just have a bunch of fake mixers in there, right? And then they're all just looking at you like, hey, look, this guy's trying to hide, an idiot. That's why like Plus Token tried to launder a lot of money through I always mix them up, Wasabi or Samurai. I think it was Wasabi. You're familiar with Hamlet and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern? and how they're just interchangeable. Every once in a while in life, you just meet two people. You can't remember which one's which. That's how I feel about Wasabi and Samurai. I just don't have any level of detail to like get deeper in there. And I probably, now that I'm kind of out of the Bitcoin ecosystem a little bit, like, why would I care about, there's so many things in Bitcoin that I care about that I don't have to care about as much now, right? So like oh, Bitcoin's, going to do some dramatic fork thing. Okay. Doesn't affect tax. It's like, I'm far more excited about everything in distributed finance and everything ZK snarks and everything, all of this stuff on the Ethereum side. There's just so much more going on. And this is another thing that people don't get. There's a guy named Peter McCormick who's he's a fun guy. He's a nice guy. And he's just starting to get into this drama for clicks thing. Like, he's been super dramatic the last few days for no particular reason, other than, I guess, if you're in the media and you want clicks, or maybe he's drinking. I don't know, right? Like, he's just doing more dramatic stuff. He wanted to be a Bitcoin maximalist. But now if you look how he spends his time talking to people that aren't doing Bitcoin things. Why? Because anyone that's in the media in crypto needs to cover things that aren't Bitcoin, because there isn't enough going on to make gainful employment. Who are you going to sell ads to? Remember when I told you that being in the media business is a hard spot? Because most of the people that want to advertise, do you know how many? I have a YouTube channel with, I don't know, 45,000 more or less subscribers. I get advertisements and offers all day, every day, to sell you guys garbage. All day, every day, people beg me to rip you off or help them rip you off. And I've never done it. I've never taken any of it. I've never, ever had an advertisement on my channel. Ever. Million offers. Why? I'd rather have less money than see you get robbed, truthfully, right? I've had margin trading links, and I spent the first half of my career telling you never trade. And then I was like, actually in a bull market, since we only draw down 40%, that looks pretty good. Then the market changed. And it's like, all right, back to never trade. It's like, all right, game changed. Back to the never trade. Let's get out, right? So if you're in crypto media and you're not building crypto and you're not giving the users what they really want, what they really pay for, the only way that you can survive is by talking to other people that are building stuff that people want. And unfortunately, a lot of times what people want is to be scammed and be told a story. Unfortunately. And so, I don't think Peter is going to be a successful maximalist. Like, you cannot, if you want the world to be a better place, you can't do it through a position of ignorance, and you also can't do it through a position of belligerence. So I'll give you an example. I didn't like the way that Bitcoin Cash launched. I didn't like that they tried to actually kill Bitcoin with an emergency difficulty retargeting, and had literally the same hash rate as Bitcoin and half of its price. I didn't like that. It was more centralized. People put and exposed their private keys to some new wallet that they downloaded from Wix website, where any Wix admin could have backdoored that Electrum Cash wallet signed by some Ronald Fookball guy, which doesn't sound like a real name to me. I mean, maybe he's Dutch and it is a real name or something. But everyone was put at risk. Bad operational security. Everyone was put at risk. Look at the difference between the Bitcoin Cash launch and our launch, right? Bitcoin Cash launch, get your private keys and stick them in some weird EXE that no one is audited. It's already pre-compiled for you, and it's on a Wix website. That's how Bitcoin Cash launched. And it still worked out. No one lost any money. But that don't mean drunk driving is a good idea. A lot of people drive drunk and don't get into an accident. Does that mean you should drive drunk? Right? Your private keys are your money. Don't ever put your private keys into some piece of software that you're not totally familiar with. That's why Hex does not want your keys ever. Never, never, ever, ever, ever. We don't want your keys. You hide your keys. You keep your keys safe. If you have a hardware wallet, keep them in Trezor or Ledger hardware wallet. Then if you use Electrum, your keys stay inside your device, and you sign your claim statement, and you submit your claim statement, and your keys stay on your device. They're totally safe. You don't have a hardware wallet? That's fine. You can take a computer offline, put your keys in it, sign, securely delete the keys, and submit the signature offline. No risk, right? As a matter of fact, you might discover that some of your backups were old and that you needed to refresh them, or that your memory was getting a little rusty and you might have forgot that 13th word, right? Or like I go down the list of like key security is actually hard, you know? It's good to go every once in a while, check and make sure that if you need to recover from a backup that you can. Well, we did that. We designed something that let you pay yourself for taking possession of your own keys and will let you continue to pay yourself for having possession of your own keys. It's like getting free mining hardware and free electricity. Staking Hex is like getting free mining hardware and free electricity. You get all of the inflation as long as you're an average stake, average size. Now, if you're longer than average, you're going to get paid more, and the other guys are going to get paid less. If you're bigger than average, you're going to get paid more, but less more. So staking longer, you can get up to 200% bonus shares, which is a 3x. But staking bigger, you can only get 10% bonus shares. That's not very exciting, right? Like we did that as an anti-spam prevention and to emulate what they did with jumbo CDs and to give opportunity for someone to build on top a contract that lets little guys get in and add up to a big guy. But then you have the counterparty risk of making sure that contract is audited and is secure. The best software is no software. If you can simplify and get rid of code, that code can't be buggy, right? Elon Musk will tell you this. Anyone that does development will tell you that like refactoring and getting a more beautiful, perfect, simplistic thing is like the ideal dream of every developer, but they never get to actually execute that dream because it's too time intensive and they end up just continuing down abstractions piled on top of extractions. And then when the abstractions leak, they have to fix bugs. So our launch is more secure than Bitcoin Cash's launch. Now, Roger Ver, we had a conversation back before the Bitcoin Cash fork. And I saw he was working with someone that pretended to be Satoshi. And I asked him, like, why are you working with that guy? And he said, well, he seems to know what he's talking about. And he was fooled by him. And unfortunately, good, honest people get fooled pretty often. It sucks. Makes the world a worse place. So so basically, like, people get lined up politically. So the politics with Bitcoin Cash and Roger and I were, Roger wants adoption and he wants to make a difference in the world. And that is very good. I support that. He supports freedom. He supports smaller governments. He supports economic education. We want the same goals. We want the same ends, right? He tried to make those things happen by trying to get Bitcoin to be more scalable. And the problem with that is that when you execute and force your will onto the thing, it kills the thing. So remember earlier in this conversation, I told you that you can become more free by stop worrying about freedom a little bit. You can be more cool, stop worrying about being cool a little bit, right? Tactically, strategically. You can get, like, if you try and get more scalability, it's not a perfect analogy, right? Because you try to get the thing and then you get less of the thing. Well, I guess it works for the freedom because if you introduce centralization to a blockchain product by reducing the number of developers that work on it, or reducing the geographic spread of its miners, or reducing the ethical and worldview diversity of its participants, then it's easier to execute bad influence on the system. So the mafia could get specific nodes, put guns to their head. The government could just one country be like, yo, we're shutting it down or nationalizing it or taking it over, or these are all possible things, right? And we want to not have them happen. So when he tried to do the right thing, the right goal, the right end, get more throughput and cheaper fees, I mean, fees were $60, $70 back then. It's bullshit. It's not good, right? He wanted the right things, but the way that he went to try and get them caused everyone that bought to lose money. So it launched it when it launched the first time on Hit BTC. So basically, only a couple exchanges would let you trade the coins before you could possibly have sent them in. So if you held your keys off exchange the safe way, once the fork happened, you had to send them onto exchange and wait for confirmations. But for a couple exchanges, if you did it the unsafe way and left your coins on the exchange, then when the fork happened, you were able to trade before other people because your coins were already in the order book, right? So the first one to open was Hit BTC, and there was actually a futures market, I think on OKX. And on some exchanges, I think on Hit BTC, it wicked up to like 4 times worth more than a Bitcoin, but just a stupid red wick, right? When there's an empty order book and someone places an order, it just wrecks the chart forever because someone blew the order book out, right? Well, that's what happened in the beginning on Hit BTC. And then, on August 1st, when the fork actually happened, it came in at about 30%. Bitcoin Cash now is at like 3%, 3.5%, I think. So someone lost 90% of their money by choosing that horse. And then on top of losing 90% of their money, like it was also a bear market too. So like you lost against Bitcoin and you lost against fiat at the same time. So like you double lost for a good period there. Well, that didn't make anything better. That made everything worse. Now they are doing some stuff now, which seems pretty cool. And if it's already hit bottom, the price has already bottomed out, okay, well, maybe there can be upside. I don't think any fork that has game theory. So the Mt. Gox trustee, this whole long conversation was a story about me telling you how you should become more powerful by stop trying to check nuts and be more political. And so I'm happy to work with Roger because I believe that he has the best goals in mind, the same goals that I have in mind, right? I'm happy to work with the man. He's got a good audience. He's got good, properties. He's got good stuff that he wants to do. Okay, well, what more do you want? Okay, so I wish some tactics were different. Well, maybe if we're buddies and we're talking, maybe I can help push the tactics towards good places. And by push, I really mean pull, right? I'm just saying, like, here's what you want. Okay, here's the data, and here's why I think that you can get what you want this way better, right? And then, like, it should work. I usually have good conversations with people, and they usually get more of what they want after they talk to me. I try and improve people's lives, even my enemies. I try and improve their lives. Like I think Abraham Lincoln said it best: "Do I not destroy my enemies if I make them my friends?" Right. So I don't think I've ever had a enemy relationship with Roger, but it's like you should be effective politically and find agreement where they can be had and make progress instead of putting your head in the sand and pretending that everything is perfect, even though you don't know what other things are even doing. And then you just get left behind, right? Like why did MySpace get replaced by Facebook? And why did Jabber get replaced by WhatsApp? And why did I go down the list, right? Like people want better stuff. They choose the better stuff. You have to keep bringing the better stuff. You can't, maybe people want anonymity one day. Well, you got to bring it to them. So Hex, more secure launch, cares more about your privacy, cares more about your security, took less risk, right? Had audits. Bitcoin Cash launched, no audits. Bitcoin Cash logs, Wix website, unknown executable you run, could steal all your keys. And then the price just died from 50% of a Bitcoin down to 3% of a Bitcoin. So they might be able to do okay things now, but damn, they had a lot of pain to get there, right? And what they do, they gave 40,000 coins to the Mt. Gox trustee. They gave 200,000 coins, about 189,000, Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash to the Mt. Gox trustee. Not only say give, they weren't smart to do the fork better. I did it smarter. I put more thought into it. I don't let the Mt. Gox trustee have any entries in the UTXO set, so he can't claim, so he can't dump. Because him dumping 140,000 Bitcoin worth of claims onto the heads of the believers to help pay Mark Karpeles and perhaps Peter Vincennes, that does not make the world a better place, right? This currency is designed to appreciate. This is design intention, right? Which is different. Bitcoin was designed, it was also designed to appreciate. That's why the cutting the interest rate in half every 4 years is in there. It's not in the white paper. That game theory of cutting the interest rate in half every 4 years is not in the Bitcoin white paper. It is one of two fundamentals that Bitcoin has, and it's worked out very well for it. Hex just has more, right? Ponzi schemes, emptying out millions of wallets a year. All of these people's life savings, millions of people's life savings are being emptied out by Ponzi's that tell you they're a cryptocurrency, that tell you they have high yield, high interest, then the exit scam is steal the money. What if you present a cryptocurrency with high yield, it's mathematically verifiable, and you're paying the yield to yourself? No Ponzi. You pay yourself what you owe yourself from the audited code that you are running. Okay? Well, that's the opposite of Ponzi. That's the best thing ever. That's trustless interest. Okay. Well, what if, was it a pyramid? Was it a pyramid scheme? Was it an MLM? Nope. There's only one level of refer. Just like Amazon, just like Tesla, just like nearly every successful everything, right? Single tier referral program, awesome. Aligns incentives. You love our product, great. If you could tell some more people about it, you'll get some money and they'll get a bonus. No brainer, right? You go to pumpamentals.com, you get 10% more. No brainer. When you sign up, then you get a referral link. There it is. It's not really sign up, right? You're going to the front end and there's a link, creator or sister. You can figure out how to do it manually as well. If you try in Hex, if you try and screw a refer by being honestly referred and then try and screw him out of his commission by being tricky, the system fights back. It doesn't want you to be able to screw refers. It wants you to be honest about it. So, another stuff I'm missing. So we did a better thing for price appreciation by eliminating the whales. I was saying, I was going to say like, yeah, maybe BCH could go up, but here's the issue. You are always going to have a nearly unlimited infinite supply of bag holders that you gave huge bags to that didn't deserve them, that didn't care. And only when they see that your project's doing good will they come out of the woodwork and crush your price with their giant bag. Rewarding people sitting around with their thumbs up their butts is not actually useful to the world. It's bad. The people that are out there working hard, building, selling, onboarding, trying, memeing, shilling, those guys, and the investors, by the way, that put in their economic energy, they don't like it when some big crappy whale comes along and dumps on their heads and makes more money than they did for absolutely no work because they just sat around for longer. It's not right. And it's not useful for the world. And it's the reason I think that Bitcoin forks in general, forks of any sort in general, just perform pretty terribly. They all seem to trade at about 3.5% of their parent currency, right? So BCH, about 3.5%. ETC, maybe it's about 3.5%, probably less if Shilbert didn't have his ETF buying it up. Not his ETF, but his, what's it called? I guess it's just an investment fund or something. So our system doesn't have those same bag holders from higher. It's new price discovery. Our system kills off all the whales by cutting their balances by 75%. If you're multi-sig, you get killed off by 100%. And if you don't claim in the first year, you get killed by 100%. And if you wait till half of the year to claim, you're missing half your stack already. And you're missing your bonuses too. You're getting diluted by all the people that got in earlier with a 20% speed bonus on day one, which is today. Actually, for speed bonus, day one is tomorrow. because you can like start claiming tomorrow after 7 p.m. EST. So what have we done? We've more positively aligned ethical, useful behaviors between the users and other participants of the system. We've created trustless interest. We've removed counterparties. We try and save everyone being annihilated by the cryptocurrency high yield investment pitches by giving them a high yield cryptocurrency. This yield is denominated in hex, the software you're running to pay yourself your rewards. What the USD yield will be, I have no idea. I don't know what the price is going to do. I can look at these other charts of lesser well-designed systems that attack smaller markets. Look how far we are with not a dollar spent in marketing, not even $1 spent in marketing. Imagine if someone came along and spent some money. I bet it would be pretty interesting. On an unrelated note, speaking of marketing, did you know that I'm an internet marketing expert that retired at the age of 24 with 150 employees and did primarily referral marketing, but also radio and print? Pretty neat. So I know how to give people, refers, the kind of tools and ideas that they can go do great things with. It's not an accident that we have a giant hex logo on the front of the piratebay.org today. It's not an accident. It is a well-designed system. A well-designed system caused someone else in the world to do what was in their own best interests and happened to be in the best interest of everyone else. That's awesome. I'm very, very proud of what we've built here. I think the front end looks really great, by the way. Night mode, day mode, real-time refreshing where you don't have to hit F5, like referral link builder with, a thing that prevents people from, when you're referring them, like screwing you out of it. There's a lot of cool stuff there. So I'm gonna reach in my head real quick. I'm just gonna make sure that I hit the pumpamentals because I'm talking to you like it's a regular conversation, but it probably should have been more hex focused. Trustless interest, stake it till you make it, program to pump. Design intention, over 10,000% return, 10,000x, which is 1,000,000%, I believe. So if it was only, I guess 1,000,000%. Well, 10,000 times 10 is 100,000. 100,000 times 10 is 1,000,000. So I guess 1,000,000% return. Just crazy quoting these numbers. You never in your life think that these could be realistic. You're just like 1,000,000%, please. The S&P 500 averages around 10. Berkshire Hathaway, it's not been able to double the S&P 500 like it used to anymore, but it used to average, if you reach back into the 50s, 20% a year. Okay, and so we're talking about Bitcoin, which does like a 42% up in a day candle, single daily candle. Okay, it's up 750,000x today, and it used to be 3 times higher. God, that's a good business. This seems like a really good business to be in. So, trustless interest, remove the counterparties, pay people, reduce the environmental damage, which also causes the price to hold higher. Incentivize good behavior, have a referral program, pay people longer for longer and larger pays better, just like it does in the real world, just like it does at the bank. Second most popular product at the bank. $7.2 trillion of value. Wonderful logo. Wonderful logo. Wonderful brand name, Hex. Hard to misspell, but if you want to play games, you want to go to hecks.win, go ahead. Pumpamentals.com, maximalist.com. It's like you want to be a maximalist, but you just still want anonymity and distributed finance. So you still want to be able to have a referral program to show that doesn't annihilate people by destroying them with margin. Well then, Pumpamentals, Maximalish. We got satoshizvision.com too. Offered it to Calvin Iyer. Homeboy doesn't read, doesn't like his reading. I don't know. Buy this crap domain, bud. Your project's called Satoshi's Vision. I owned it before you thought of it. I thought of it before you did. Buy it. I don't want it. You take it. I don't know. Those guys aren't that good at marketing, I guess. What else? Got a lot of chat rooms. We got so many chat rooms. Hex AA, which just talks about the adoption amplifier. Hex Crypto General is kind of like a meeting place where we're sending other people to other chat rooms now. Hex Memes. You're going to see a lot of memes coming up. Like now that the launch is over and I don't have to talk about the stupid snapshot anymore, I can start memeing, which I'm very excited about. We got a lot of memes you haven't seen. Well, if you've been around long enough, you have seen them, but you haven't seen them in a long time. I'm sure we'll get new ones. We got Hex News. That's like a very good spot to just, stay up to date without that much noise. Hex Charts, where we talk about price. Hex Trading, where if you want to trade, over the counter with other people, it's just a place where maybe you could talk to them and meet them. And, we registered this way back when because we didn't know how fast the exchanges would onboard. And there's still a place for OTC anyway. So, if you want to talk to other people and actually trade Hex, we got Hex Trading, t.me/Hex Trading. I think I'm going to roll out like a VIP kind of smart people only room, because as we reach out into the rest of the world, I think you'll find computer literacy goes down, and some of the memes you might want to joke around with, they're just lost on them, plays on language and such once you start spreading out wide enough. So we're probably going to end up, we've already got a German Hex channel that someone else started. They've got a meetup group. I'm like, wow, okay, that's pretty awesome. Apparently there's a German meetup group that has their own Hex channel. We got Hex Asia, but it's like in China, they can't access Telegram. So we have a WeChat for China. And, we had to host the videos on another server so that we could serve them from not YouTube, because YouTube's banned. The guy showed me a better design for the shirt. I used to have a Hex shirt with just like Hex on the logo here. It looked 100% nowhere near as good as this. This looks so much better, like wonderfully better. And so I wouldn't have known to like enlarge the scale had he not done it, which is awesome. What else? I think one of the only things. So here's something that bothers me. I believe in the referral program. We're already on the front of the Pirate Bay. It's an amazing, excellent thing that I retired on 15 years ago. That's a long time. God, I'm old. So the issue is, if you go to some like media personalities, some of them just list everything. That's awesome. I'm cool with that. I think most of them do just list everything. The thing that worries me is I keep trying to save people by getting them to not get destroyed on margin. Like I got a ref link. I could give it to you. You get destroyed on margin. That ref link could get paid. I'm not going to do it. Removed all the links. Ain't no links on my YouTube. Ain't no links on my Twitter. Not going to see any more margin trading links. We built a better thing with trustless interest. How would you feel if you could have locked your Bitcoin up 10 years ago? So much better. Amazing, right? So let's use this awesome thing we built. The only conflict I see is because I speak out so strongly against margin trading, it is the only thing that all of the personalities are making money on. That's what they make their money on. Because what else are you going to sell a crypto user, right? What's a ledger, like 60, 70 bucks? I've never bought them. I've actually been given them. I don't even know what they cost. How much profit margin is left to pay a referrer on that deal? Maybe I'll probably set up a referral link, because if you're going to buy it anyway, might as well get a discount, right? But like 10 bucks, that ain't much, man, right? So it's tragic to me to see that all of the media personalities in crypto are forced to promote things that are just about the most harmful you could promote. If you wanted to destroy someone's psychology and you wanted to harm their life, what options do you got? All right. I'm very tired. I won't go into the grotesquities. But let's say that one of the only hobbies you could get them into where they might end up killing themselves and not like accidentally, like they're having fun and their parachute doesn't open, but like, yo, everything sucks so bad, I'd rather just end it. You can get there from trading. Trading can get you there. Trading can get you to the place where you don't want to be around on this planet anymore. Why do you want more of that in the world? It's horrible. This is destroying mankind. Not mankind, because there's not that many people participating in it, but the most creative, competitive, honorable traits. It's this. I had a guy yesterday message me. I wonder if I could tell this story. I wonder if this violates his privacy. I'll anonymize it. A lot of people are reaching out to me now because they believe in the project. They see the potential. They want to work with it. Developers reach out and say, hey, I want to build on top of it. Speculators reach out and they say, hey, I want to get in. This guy's already successful in the space. He's already built something that's got traction. He said, I've always watched your stuff. He said this to me. I was like, oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, because usually when people say that, they're talking about the crypto stuff. He's like, yeah, I watched that video that you did on how bad poker was, and I was a professional poker player, and it got me to stop, and I haven't played poker since. I love it when people tell me that stuff. I love it because from my background, I'm used to doing things that scale. And I tried to do the personal self-help thing and give people good advice. Here's how you give a good apology. Here's how you not get ripped off. Here's how you should, invest, how you can buy your freedom and buy yourself the time to do something that scales, right? But you got to work hard to save up the money to buy yourself the runway to do the next thing. So like if you Google Richard Hart, one way to buy your freedom, or one way to get rich, it's called. Those videos, they didn't get viral, right? I posted them, and they just didn't go anywhere. And it was weird. Like, since I was new to it, I just didn't blink. Blinking seems to be pretty cool. So if you make a video, like when you first start making videos, it's when you're looking at the camera, like it's a thing, it's weird because it doesn't have a face. It's not human, right? It's just there. You're like treating it like a human. So for me, I just get deep in thought and I'm in my head, right? And I'm not absorbing what other people are doing. Elon Musk seems to do the same thing. Like we seem to use our eyes to access different parts of our head, and we don't do the eye contact thing. He stutters more. Smarter too. He's smarter than I am. So my point is, what the fuck was my point? Eye coding, smarts, camera, blinking, traction. So yeah, it didn't go viral. But even though those videos didn't go viral, and they only got, I don't know, maybe 20 or 30,000 views each. Oh, actually, this time I am actually going to look. I'm going to look. Many times I've tried to look at this computer and find something. This time I'm actually going to find it. YouTube.com. Richard Hart. All right. 42.9K followers. Yay. By the way, in the real world, it's absolutely nothing. But in crypto, it's a lot. So let's go to playlists. And let's go to save the world. Fix the world. Or success. All right, let's go to success. And then I used to be drinking back then. I haven't drank in a long time. So you can see I was puffy and hungover in a lot of these. Glad I stopped doing that crap. I'm older, but I look better. My voice was all girly. Okay. So here's the poker video.
Today
I've renamed it. It used to be called Poker Sucks, Video Games Suck, and Gambling Sucks. But now, since my audience is all crypto, and really, it's the same stuff. Now it's called Trading Destroys Your Health and Relationships. To lose money or take another's who has it as bad. So this has got 77,687 views. This has changed lives, literally changed lives. My stop playing video games video got people that were addicted to games to stop being addicted. My gambling sucks video got people to stop gambling and build something with their life. So imagine how many people are out there who I've affected positively that I've never heard from. That's awesome. Because if they didn't tell me, I would just consider this stuff a failure, right? Like, a few years, not even 100K views. Like, what? Like, a kid makes a farting video, he gets like 100K views in an hour, like, right? But the question is, how many lives do you have to positively affect? How many lives do you have to change before it was worth it? I mean, when I was making that video, if I knew I could save one life, right? That's enough. Like, awesome. Now that I know that it's more, makes me feel good. And that's the next thing for me. Like, Sci-Vive and making the world a better place and working on medical research is the next thing for me. What am I going to do with more money? I literally only have one thing on my wish list of things I want. I want to get a wireless microphone kit for my interview camera. So the next time I'm doing an interview with somebody, I don't have to run all the wires. I got everything else I want. Maybe I'll pick up one of those fancy 64-core Threadripper AMD CPUs when it comes out for giggles or something. But I don't even feel like moving everything over. Like, probably won't even do that. CPUs I got now aren't loaded up. I've already delidded them and put liquid metal compound between the heat spreader and the CPU, which dropped another 20 Celsius so I can overclock it harder. Like, I'm already... What I want is to not die like my grandparents did. I didn't help them. My dog died. I didn't help her. And now I'm 40 and I ain't skinny. Strong, real strong, 3-plate, 12 rep deadlift. Still could do more, but my hands gave up. We'll do some more of that stuff, right? But that don't make you live longer, right? The old people home, the only people that are alive there are smaller women and people with low body fat are the only people that are left at that age. Big dudes all die. Currently, I'm a big dude. So I want to invest in the technology that will save me and my loved ones and everyone I know. It's all that matters. Because life is already very, very good. Life has already been very good for a very long time. I retired when I was 24. I'm 40 now. Traveled the world, lived in a hotel for 5 years. I did it, right? What's left for me is legacy. Like, I want to make an impact, a larger impact. I'm very lucky to be in an industry that could really change the relationship of man and government, get a couple % of extra GDP efficiency out of the world. Like, there's so many good things to be in this business at this time. It's awesome. And the macroeconomic view with the helicopter money and printing infinite money, that's a great, great, strong, bullish signal for hard currency, right? If it has adoption. This is the problem. People think high inflation is bad in crypto. And you're like, well, it doesn't make any sense. Bitcoin went from 0 to 18 million coins. It went up 2 million X on high inflation. Used to be 4 times higher. So did every other crypto that pumped. Every other crypto that pumped like crazy had high inflation rates. So, and then I could point low inflation rate coins that didn't go anywhere. Why? Because your inflation rate is like a delta of, like, let's call low 4% and then let's call like high 10%. Well, that's a 6% delta. It means difference, right? Well, how much of a difference could your marketing make? 600%, 6,000%, 60,000%. So, like, you're trying to push with a string, right? Like, your inflation rate is a string and you can move it around all you want, but it really, like, it's not that effective. It only is effective in one direction, kind of. So I like to brag about Hex having a lower inflation rate than Bitcoin, but in reality, that's not what matters. What matters is the onboarding of new users. What matters is the referral program and this trustless interest that mathematically shows you. I wonder if I could do this. Let me try something here. Chat, since you're on lag anyway, why don't you guys ask me some smart questions, and I'll answer them when the lag catches up. So I want to see something. Interesting. So that's how long it took me to install MetaMask and go to the website, that little quiet spot that you had there. On my stream computer, I don't have any like software really, so it makes life easy. That's why when we start streams, my stream's always on time and everyone else's is all messed up. So I got a dedicated streaming computer, right? So I'm looking at the contract here. I want to pull your guys' chat up at the same time. So I'm at go.hex.win. So why don't we do this? I took 60 seconds of silence to install MetaMask so that I could see what was going on with Hex. And I'm going to describe to you what's going on, but then I'm going to sit here quiet until you guys, well, let's reverse it. I want you guys to go now on your desktops, and I want you to go to go.hex.win. Somebody in chat says, MetaMask requires full info of browsers. How can I trust that? Use a separate browser, bro. Just have a MetaMask only browser if you don't trust it. Or use profiles, right? So use Chrome, you click up on the top right and you go add user. It just makes you a whole new Chrome with whole unique everything, right? You have to reinstall the browser for each new user. Not a hard problem at all. You're worried about your keys? MetaMask supports Electrum and Trezor. Stick your keys in there. Or do what you need to do on the blockchain and then uninstall MetaMask and then keep your seed word somewhere and secure delete, erase the empty space on your hard drive. Right click properties, tools, optimize, right? Run the trim command on your SSDs. If you're using a spinning head disk, use eraser from Heidi.ie and use, Gutman 3-pass or 7-pass. I have so much information to give you guys. It's crazy. I could talk to you about interesting stuff for days. I think Richard has 3 super wide 4K screens. The problem is that you can only see, let me finish telling you guys what you need to do if you're on a desktop now. And then me and the mobile guys will just have a chat. Actually, we'll just do the desktop guys for now. Desktop guys, open up your browser, go to go.hex.win. It's going to tell you need to install MetaMask. Go to metamask.io and hit enter. And then just click install and yes a bunch of times. And when it asks to share data, I click the gray box that says no. Now, when you get your private keys there, you can save them to a notepad somewhere. But since we're just making a throwaway account here, you don't have to actually use it. You can just say, remind me later, right? It's unsafe. It's insecure. You should never send money to it, but that's fine. We just want to see what's going on right now. We don't want to do key management right now, all right? When we're done doing this, you can just right click, remove MetaMask, and do the same thing again whenever you want. It's very super, super simple. Very simple. And so when I broadcast, it's delayed to you guys by 20 seconds. So I told you to do those things. So now you're doing them, I hope. I assume you're slower than I am. So I'm going to sit here in uncomfortable silence because I'm waiting for you guys to go to go.hex.win. It's going to tell you, actually, what am I doing? Hold on a second. I should have told you to go to pumpamentals.com and get your 10% bonus cookie in your browser and then install MetaMask. But whatever. You can click pumpamentals.com whenever you want, or someone else's referral link, whatever you like. Go to If there's someone else streaming on 4 hours of sleep for multiple hours, click theirs. So go to metamask.io, install the app. You can save the seed words if you want. You can say, remind me later. If you don't save them someplace awesome, definitely don't send their money there, right? Those keys are super important. And then once you've got installed, just go back to hex.win, go.hex.win. And it's going to ask you to connect. If it doesn't ask you to connect, like click the little fox on the top right there, log in, give it your password or whatever. And you should be able to see Hex. It should be in front of you. So now that you guys have installed MetaMask from metamask.io and you've gone to go.hex.win, somebody in chat saying like, stop taking my referrals. Last click wins, bro. Get them back. Build content, right? If you're shilling a ref link by just forwarding it empty from a domain name, you're not adding value really, right? There's a lot of content to be built. There's a lot of tutorials to be written. There's a lot of explainer guides. There's a lot of animations that could be done. There is a lot of stuff that could be done. Somebody put that link on the front of the piratebay.org. It's a referral link. Awesome. Shocked when I saw it. I was like, God, what? I was really impressed. I hope that guy does very well. All right. So now that you guys are at go.hex.win and you can see what's going on because you installed MetaMask, here's what we're looking at. Maybe I'll, one of these days, I'll be able to like show you the screen live and then talk over it. I don't feel like setting that up right now, but maybe I'll do that tomorrow, maybe. Transform ETH into Hex. I'm in the home, which is the top left corner here. I use the dark mode because I just like it better. Let me see what light mode looks like at this hour. Ugh. I like the dark mode. So transform ETH into Hex. What does this really mean? Well, let's walk through it. So we're in day one. There's 1 billion Hex available. And right now there's 6,704 Ethereum in the lobby. Why do we call it a lobby? Well, you're waiting. You're waiting for the end of the day. And at the end of the day, your Ethereum will be turned into Hex. And you can run the leave XF lobby function, which here you just click exit and then, pay a fee or mine your own block, and you're going to mint yourself your Hex and they're going to write into your wallet. But in the contract, like behind the front end, it's running the XF lobby function. So leave XF lobby function. I'll try and do this the very simple way, and then maybe we could complicate it. So here's a simple way. Right now, there's 2 primary ways to get Hex. Either you can free claim, which means you open up your Bitcoin wallet tomorrow after 7 p.m. EST, and you copy your Bitcoin address to this tool. It tells you what to sign, and really all you're going to sign is claim Hex to your Ethereum address. But it's easier for you to like see it instead of memorizing it. And then you sign that, and you copy paste the signature here. You click submit. You have a little bit of Ethereum in there, a couple pennies, maybe 3 or 4 cents. And then some other miner can run your software for you, right? That's what you do when you pay the Ethereum network a fee. Some other miner somewhere is running your code for you that you chose, right? So you can also just mine your own blocks, but it's a lot harder. 1 billion Hex available in 14 hours, 43 minutes, 25 seconds. Whoever puts Ethereum into this adoption amplifier transformation lobby will have it transformed into Hex when they run the leave lobby function, which just means click exit, right? So when the day ticks over, you can see all this. I made a video of this. It's the second video on the homepage of hex.win. It shows you how to enter the lobby, how to leave the lobby, how to stake your coins. 5-minute long video. Actually, I think it's like 8 minutes and 5 seconds or something. So right now, I bet I should remember this number because it probably goes up while we're talking, right? Because I mean, it started the stream at 0, I think. And so since I've been on the stream, I don't know, it's gone up 6,713 ETH. So let's say right now that no one else sent any Ethereum and the lobby just closed right now, just for math's sake. Now, usually I could try and do this math in my head, but man, I am really tired. Like when my face starts like looking funny, you can feel it. So I'm going to divide the hex so tired. Oh, it already does this math for me. It's sitting there in my face. I was going to do some division on the calculator, but it's sitting in front of my face. If you free claim one whole Bitcoin, $7,500 worth, tomorrow, you'll get a 20% bonus on top of the 10,000 base rate, which would end you up with 12,000. If you clicked pumpamentals.com, you would get 10% more, which would be 13,400. Going to actually use a calculator. That's how tired I am. That's amazing. Yeah, 13,200. I was off by 200. So if you claim first day and are referred, pumpamentals.com if you want one. Click anybody's. You're going to get 13,200 hex per Bitcoin. If you were to send one Ethereum to this contract, if you were already in the lobby right now with one Ethereum, you would get 150,000 hex. So right now, if no one else joins the lobby, you would get 10 times more hex than if you free claim tomorrow and were referred and got the 20% speed bonus. Now I'm really tired, so let's check my math, okay? 10% base claim, or 10,000 hex per BTC. That's your base rate. Speed bonus, day one, 20%, goes down to 0% over the year. So if you claim earlier, you get more bonus. You claim later, you get less. Referral, 10%, stacks on top. I'm so tired. I hope it stacks on top. I'm pretty sure it does. It might be beside it, but I'm pretty sure it's on top. Yeah, I'm sure it's on top. So 10,000 times 1.2 for your speed bonus times 1.1 for your referral, that's 13,200. And I can see by going to go.hex.win with MetaMask enabled that 1 ETH gets you 148,718 hex. Now, what do you think is easier? To have a Bitcoin to free claim from, which costs $7,200 last I looked. Let's check. 7305. So what's easier? In order to get the same amount of hex by free claiming as you would get right now if you join the contract right now, let's do that math. So 13,200, we'll invert it and we'll multiply it times 148,640. 11.2 times better. So you would have to free claim 11.26 Bitcoins tomorrow and be referred to get 1 ETH worth of hex right now. I think an ETH is like $170. Let's take a look. I'm gonna have to learn this ETH chart like I know the Bitcoin chart. Memorize it. All right, right now Ethereum costs 148.55. So we'll call it 150 bucks. So $150 into the adoption amplifier right now equals 11.2 Bitcoins of free claim tomorrow. Do you have 11.2 Bitcoins or do you have $150 of ETH? That's the math. I told everyone about this again and again and again and again because I did this math, because this is the one day where the math is guaranteed to be determinable. So the next day, the number of hex that are available is reduced by all the free claims that get made. And I don't know how many free claims will be made. So I don't know how much it will be reduced. So it gives a crappier estimate. On this day one, I know there's no free claims because it's not open yet. And I know that there's a billion hex. And so the math when I did it was that there's 83,333 Bitcoin worth of free claims handed out from the adoption amplifier day one, which is today. So it's a lot of money, right? Like to get, let's see how much money that is. 83,333 times 7305, I think it was. $60,874,565. So $60 million of Bitcoin would need to it's the only way that you don't get a better deal from the AA system than you do from free claiming is if you're paying absolutely no fees on your free claim, right? Like you already own the Bitcoin. So you didn't pay the bid-ask spread. You didn't pay 0.5% to get in, 0.5% to get out. The price didn't move against you during a snapshot. And we don't have to worry about any of those things anymore because snapshot's over, right? Like you don't have the option to go back in time and purchase before the snapshot. That time's over. So the only way that the AA system will be less efficient cost-wise to a person that did actually have to pay a bid-ask spread or transaction fees is if a ton of economic energy comes into it. And all the AA system is doing is it's giving out a copy of the unclaimed coins, unclaimed and unclaimable, and late penalty, and Gox Me Not, and multi-sig can't claim, a bunch of there's a whole lot of coins that just can't claim or won't claim and all that stuff. And those unclaimed and unclaimable coins and all those other things are given to this adoption amplifier to onboard the world, right? We can onboard the world and have everyone minting their own coins and minting their own rewards in a trustless peer-to-peer system with no order book, with no AML KYC, with no flash crash, with no all of the crappy centralized things that happen, right? A decentralized system where you mint your own money is beautiful. Really. It's really neat, right? Because all money is a proxy for things that are rare, like human time and goods and services. So we can create a better proxy with less friction. It's just so good. So, and by the way, the price is like 2 million X return on Bitcoin in 10 years. That's pretty good. And it's really better than that. Like I'm just quoting it from like a penny, but it was cheaper than a penny, right? It was so cheap that it didn't even have a price. So right now, the math that I did, it's 11.2x. Well, let's refresh it. If you compared 1 Bitcoin to 1 ETH of input value, then right now you get 11.2x more with the ETH input value. Now this is a little funky to me because like, why did we choose to compare a Bitcoin and an ETH, right? Like their scales are so different to start with. So let's flesh that out. Why are we comparing? Let's start from the beginning. Humans have limited economic mass. Rational actors choose to maximize their returns. They like better deals. They don't like worse deals. So if you wanted to put $1,000 into something, and if you wanted to do it in hex, then your options are buy it when it comes out on exchange tomorrow, after everyone mints it, because it won't exist until then. And then you've got to worry about signing up, not being that guy that ruins the chart by pressing a huge market buy or sell because he doesn't understand order book and just sells into an empty book, right? And just ruins the chart. Like if you're going to ruin the chart in that way, please push it down so that we can have a cooler, super duper multi-bazillion X or whatever, right? Or better yet, don't try and manipulate the thing at all, right? That's even the best thing. Let the price do what it's going to do and don't try and manipulate the price. Let the market and reality just decide. I just aesthetically hate a terribly stupid looking chart because someone wicked with no volume, basically an error, and now everyone has to look at it for the rest of time, right? Everyone has to look at this stupid error, which is not useful for trading at all because there wasn't any real economic mass there, right? It just traded there for a second, like an infinitesimally small size. So your options are, if you had $1,000, you could either, you've already got MetaMask. Let's see what they do. Let's see what these guys do. So if you're in MetaMask now and you click the little fox on the top right, and then you click deposit, blue box, middle, left. Here's where you send your ETH. If you're sending ETH from an exchange, right? Directly deposit Ether, view account, that's what you'd click. But then if you didn't have ETH and you wanted to get ETH, I think this is where they generate some revenue. My mouse didn't do what I wanted. I'm scrolling down here. They got something called Wire. They just let you turn credit card into ETH. All right, cool. I guess this is a competitor with a guy I interviewed when I was in Singapore. I think that the leader in this space is Simplex. I guess this is like a Simplex competitor. They're probably good if they're on MetaMask. I was Google it, right? CoinSwitch. CoinSwitch is the one-stop destination. Am I reading an advertisement right now? I'm not going to read that. Hold on. Let me verify it. So this looks like a shapeshift, I guess. Click it. I clicked it. Instant exchange. You send Bitcoin, you get ETH. Okay. That's pretty neat. Cool. So what we're trying to do here is compare what a better deal looks like. I'm not a financial advisor. I have no sleep. You need to check my math. But even at my worst, I'm probably still pretty good. So you have $1,000. Your options are buy it on exchange tomorrow. We have no idea what the price will be at all. And you got to go sign up. Or it looks like you could just buy ETH directly with other crypto or with a credit card from this wallet. It's pretty awesome. All right, well, I'm gonna try one. Let's see what the other one does. So I clicked the CoinSwitch one. That looks pretty simple. I mean, it really looks really simple. On one side, you have how many Bitcoin you want to put in. What else do they take? Dollar, euro, dollar. How do you send dollars? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to send you money. How does that work? I'm going to take you to the website. All right, what if I don't pick dollars? What if I pick Bitcoin? Where'd the Bitcoin option go? Yeah, they carry like everything. All right, neat. They carry like every coin. So apparently you can convert every coin into Ethereum and join the adoption amplifier. That's pretty cool. I like this ecosystem. Can you imagine if Hex had launched on Bitcoin, right? Launch on Bitcoin, user installs the wallet, very hard to use, uses like a Qt, like C++ client thing. He's got to install an exe. Like that all sucks, right? You try and download the exe, it warns you. You're downloading the exe, watch out, right? Terrible user experience. No night mode, right? Nearly impossible to upgrade. Oh, you want to upgrade it? Install a new exe, watch out, right? How much better is this? You go to go.hex.win, you install MetaMask, easy, right? And you could already, like, I've never even seen this. I've never been on this before in my entire life. It's the first time I've ever seen it. But if people really wanted to turn whatever economic energy they have now into ETH to get into the adoption amplifier day one, this seems pretty easy. Like, I don't know how you could get easier than this. Yeah, it's a thing where you pick whatever you want for an input, and it takes like everything, including cash, including dollars, and it gives you ETH. You can't do better than that. Like, and I didn't have to do any work for this. It just came built in. God, that's good. So good. All right, let's look at the other things. Deposit. I'm clicking deposit in MetaMask. I click the fox in the top right. I click deposit again. I'm going to click view ether so you guys see what that looks like. If you already have some ether, there it is. That's your address. You can scan it, or you can copy the address out, and you can send your ETH to it, and then you can join the adoption amplifier lobby. And if you want to free claim Bitcoin anyway, you have to do this kind of stuff anyway, because you need to pay your transaction fee for someone else to run the software that you chose. So, you need 3 or 4 cents of ETH, even if you're just free claiming. Or you could mine your own block and become a miner, and that's a lot harder. You do it, but it's harder. All right, so we clicked the fox on the top right. We clicked deposit, the bottom kind of middle blue box there. I'm on a 4K screen, so your guys' stuff might be different. I'm clicking deposit again, and this time I'm clicking the wire option because I've never seen this stuff before. Continuing to wire. It's taking me to a website. I see some sign up stuff here. But if they're taking your credit card, they got to do that, I guess, right? Email address, password. This will be the end of my journey. For you guys that want to spend on credit card, you can dive farther into this. I'm too tired. Yeah, so what ways do people store their value? They have cash, they have crypto, they have credit card, and they have illiquid assets. And this already covers cash and crypto and credit card. What more could you want? Like, that's really good. I'm glad I picked this ecosystem. Really good. Okay, so let's go back to the, let's like close this window, goodbye wire, and close this instant exchange by CoinSwitch. Close that. Close the Ethereum price chart. And now we're on my favorite website in the whole world, go.hex.win. For you guys that are just tuning in, go to go to pumpamentals.com. Get 10% more. Lucky you. Then go to go.hex.win. You don't have to go to Pumpamentals. You can go to anyone's referral link if you want the 10% bonus. There's a lot of them. There's one on the cover of piratebay.org. Install metamask.io, and then you'll be able to see what we're looking at, the people that listen and are on desktop. You guys that are on mobile, man, I'm so tired. If I wasn't so tired, I would love to like walk you through mobile with this. But I can't do it. I can't. It's the energy. I don't have the energy to do it right now. I'll bet some other referrer would be more than happy to do it though and stick his link near it. So right now there's 6, these numbers keep going up. So right now there's 6,828 ETH in the contract. How many was there earlier? Wasn't it like 6,700 something? It was 11.2 ratio. The number keeps going up, right? We started the stream at 0. Now it's at 6830. So in 14 hours and 22 minutes and 37 seconds, this lobby will close. The people that were in the lobby will be able to click the exit button, pay their 3 cents Ethereum for some other miner to run their software for them, mint their coins for them. And it will mint them, currently, if no one else joins, 146,000 hex per ETH. And if you want a free claim tomorrow with a 20% bonus and be if you want a free claim tomorrow with a 20% speed bonus and be referred, you would end up with 13,200. And so right now, a single Ethereum that costs less than $150 gets you more than 10 times, gets you more than 10 Bitcoins free claim tomorrow, is the math. That seems pretty good. Now, the only way that that deal moves to a crappier deal is if a ton more ETH comes in, right? So in order to get the ratio down to like 1 Ethereum sent to AA equaled the same as like 1 Bitcoin free claim tomorrow, which is the best ratio you'll ever get, right? Because the speed bonus just keeps getting lower. In order to equalize those, 10 times as much, more than 10 times as much ETH would have to be sent to this contract by the close of the period. So in order for free claiming a Bitcoin to equal the same as just sending 1 ETH, I think there would have to be like 70,000 ETH in the contract by the end of the day, which is 14 hours from now. How much money is that? $10 million, 10.4. Yeah. So the only way you will get less, check the math. I'm very tired, but I think this is right. The only way you will get less than a Bitcoin free claim worth of hex, which is 13,200. Out of this, so it's just algebra. I just actually do the algebra. It's just 1 billion divided by 13,200. $75,757. In order for 1 Ethereum to equal 1 BTC of free claim, there needs to be 75,757 ETH in the contract. And right now there's less than 10 times less than that, right? So divide by 6,848. It's 11-fold. So when we first did this math, it was like 11.16, 11.19. Now it's 11.06 because some more ETH came in, right? So right now, you would need 11 Bitcoin free claim in 14 hours and 18 minutes to equal $150 of Ethereum sent to the contract. Now, when I say sent to the contract, I mean using the adoption amplifier where you click enter, right? And you use this front end. If you send Ethereum directly to the contract, you will lose that Ethereum. You will not get it back. You will get nothing in return. It will be considered a charitable donation. So unless you want to charitably donate, do not send Ethereum directly to the contract. Use the front end, use the button, enter the lobby, right? Love to look at this on mobile. Love to. So what do I see on the screen for you guys that aren't looking? I'm looking at a screen called go.hex.win. I can see the cool numbers and stuff that's live on the blockchain because I've installed an application called MetaMask that is an Ethereum wallet, Hex wallet, lets you transform other cryptocurrencies into ETH, lets you buy ETH with a credit card, all in this little app. And those other two things are like sites in the app, right? They're not like MetaMask isn't billing your credit card like this other company is. It's convenient. It's there. So I see 1 billion hexes available. I see 6,863 ETH has been sent. The day closes in 14 hours and 16 minutes. And right now you get 145,708 hex per an Ethereum. That number will go down as more people send ETH until the lobby closes. If I clicked enter and sent some ETH in, then a little tab called Your ETH would appear. And then it would also say Your Hex. And your Hex is, if no one else joins, how many Hex you're going to get. And your ETH is how much you sent. Right? If you send 10% of ETH, you get 10% of the billion. If you send 5% of ETH, you get 5% of the billion. It's fair, right? Totally fair. Then below that, I see stats. And these are stats about Hex. So today's the first day. It says current day 1. When will the next day be? 14 hours and 16 minutes from now. Total supply of Hex, 0 Hex, because none of them have been minted yet. As soon as it ticks over in 14 hours and 15 minutes and 55 seconds, the people that had their Ethereum in the lobby will be able to click exit, pay their 3 cents to somebody to run their code for them. And within, very quickly, the Hex appears. And you could stake it. You could send it to an exchange and sell it. You could send it to a friend. You do anything you want with it, right? It's peer-to-peer cryptocurrency. It's awesome. What else could you do? You could free claim, right? So when this day is over, right now we have no supply. When this day is over, 14 hours, 15 minutes, 8 seconds, the people can leave the lobby. It mints their Hex. 1 million Hex will be created right there. A billion, right? If everyone exits. So like you do have to hit exit and pay your 3 cents, and then you're the one minting the coins and updating the system state in the network because you are the network, right? If that assault also opens up free claims. Now, why did we start AA a day before free claims? Because starting AA is what you have to do to finish it at the same time as the free claims, because it takes a day to settle. So, it's open for the whole day. 14 hours, first people will be able to free claim. And when you free claim, it's 90% auto staked, minimum 350 days. You can add extra days to amplify your shares. 10 years, you get 3x the shares. And since the share price only goes higher, even if the bonus maxes out, you still might want to push farther, because if you end stake, you're always going to end up getting less shares. Like you're not going to ever have more shares than what you had the first time that you started your stake, because the price only goes up. It can't go down. Not the USD price, the share price. So the share price is how many Hex are you staking to get a share? And the shares become more rare than the Hex themselves because the price only goes up. Yeah. So that's it. Tomorrow, trading, Ether Delta, Fork Delta, BuyDesk. If you want 50% off fees on BuyDesk, click the referral link at the top of t.me/Hex Crypto, or find my tweet. Should be on Hex Crypto, Twitter, and Richard Hart Win. I tweet a lot more on Richard Hart Win because you can be more spicy. On the corporate stuff, you got to be more. So like you're not going to see Pumpamentals on a Hex Crypto like tweet in the body, right? It's not going to happen because it's not fair to other referrers. You're not going to see Pumpamentals pinned in any of the official hex chats, right? It's just not there. And a matter of fact, in those chats, the majority of the referral links that you see are from other people posting their content, because there's many of them and they generate more content than I do. So I really would love to see referrers do very, very well. You can do very well. Put your work in, right? You got to bring the views. If you go to someone else's channel where they brought the views and they brought the value add and they brought the content, and then you shove your little stealthy, scammy, trick people to click thing, gonna ban you. That ain't bringing value to the world. You're just leeching, right? So if you want to do the referral thing well, piratebay.org, referral link right on the homepage. Apparently they're adding value. Got a lot of visitors, right? It's a brand new project. It's a world of open opportunity to carve your niche at. This should be around for a long time. So you could be a hex addict. You could be a lot of unique and cool things in this new ecosystem. You could take whatever you think about in other cryptos and you could be the hex of that, right? A lot of opportunity here, a lot. So is there anything else? There's other buttons here, right? So I'm gonna do a question. I don't enjoy kind of just staring at the screen. Maybe it's because I'm nearly unconscious. Do you guys want me to click these other tabs and like tell you what I see? So I've got a transfer tab, a stake tab, a claim tab, and I'm just going to do it. It's so quick. All right, home tab has the transform hex, ETH into hex, and the stats of the whole system. And it shows you, anyway, transfer, you want to send your hex to somebody else. Stake, longer pays better, bigger pays better, shows you all the stats, shows you your bonus shares, shows you your effective hex, which is really your bonus shares. And then it shows you your APR. That thing's just crazy. You will see such a gigantic number there that is mathematically accurate because there's not many people staking right now, and there's a huge giant reward guaranteed to come out on day 353. And so what happens when you've got a huge reward and a little bit of input, and that huge reward goes to that little bit of input, you get insanely sized percentage returns. And so what happens? People look at those returns and they go, you know what? I want some of that too. Then they join in, they stake longer and they stake larger. Then those returns come down and they start in the millions of percent. So, and guess what happens when everyone starts locking up their coins? There's no supply. Well, what happens when there's no supply, but there's demand? Price goes up in a free market. No brainer. Cool design. Cool design. This is what they do in normal companies, you know, like the time value of money is what they do with the bank. The time value of money is what they do with startups, with vesting periods. It's just god darn smart. Claim. I mean, all the stuff I could show you guys is on the hex.win homepage right in the front. Shows you how to set up MetaMask. Shows you how to install your hard wallet through MetaMask if you want. Shows you how to free claim. Shows you how to transform ETH into hex. Shows you how to do everything right there on the homepage. I think if you want to import keys, you have to click the videos page because it's only on the Hex Crypto YouTube. I can't make content for both, right? So I've got 55,000, 53,000 followers on Twitter, and Hex Crypto's got like 3,500. So I either have to make two videos, one without a ref link and one with, and I just haven't had time to do that, man. Probably, you know, can't say I'm going to do anything. Can't give you any expectations. So refer, obvious. Transform, obvious. Claim, you stick in your Bitcoin address. It tells you to copy this thing to sign, which says claim hex to your Ethereum address. Paste it in your wallet. You sign it. Copy the signature out. You put it back in. Hit enter. You see your 3 cents of ETH you got to spend. You don't have to spend it. You can mine your own block, but man, it's a lot easier to just pay someone else to do it, 3 cents. And then, yeah, like you get your free claim done. Ooh, here's a trick. I got a trick for you. You can free claim. Wow. Yeah, I forgot to tell you this. So if you click pumpmetals.com, you get a 10% bonus. That works on 2 ways. It works when you transform Ethereum into Hex, and it works when you free claim Bitcoin. You can get both of those bonuses. You can, since the BTC snapshot's already over, you can sell your Bitcoin for ETH, transform it into Hex, get the 10% bonus. And you can do that now. And then when you free claim tomorrow, when it opens in probably 13 hours, something. Now let me click it. 14. Well, time hasn't moved at all. Felt like an eternity in my head. 14 hours and 6 minutes is when you can start free claiming and staking and getting your coins out of the adoption amplifier. I changed that language. Minting your coins at the end of the adoption amplifier's previous day. Just like you mint your coins when you free claim. That would give you the bonus twice, right? Because you're getting it on the free claim and you're getting it on the AA. Pretty neat. That's if you want to get what I believe is the best design cryptocurrency that I've ever seen. And I guess we could derive a price if we wanted to. So in theory, in a free market, there will be some arbitrage between the exchange and the adoption amplifier. So if the adoption amplifier is ever too cheap compared to the exchange, you would expect someone to capture that opportunity by selling the exchange down and moving the ratio up on go.hex.win. I mean, a lot of this stuff has already been done and is already known because EOS launched with a very similar system. And if you want to see how much ETH they got every day of their 350-day transform ETH into a token phase, it's published. I'll actually just put the links in chat, which will be lost in the middle of chat. Like no one will ever find them, but I'm going to do my part anyway. It would be cool if these got added to the homepage, because if you're trying to predict how much will come in when and patterns like that, it's maybe useful if you look at other things that are designed similarly, then maybe there might be some similarity in the pattern. It's hard to say, right? Because there's other things that matter. Like, was it a bull market or was it a bear market? Was, how was the altcoin thing at the time, and all these other things. All right, I was going to look up the EOS values for how much their 350-day contract got per day. So, gotta go to chat. If you go into t.me/hex crypto and you type !pasta, you're going to get a list of all of the other triggers you can call that answer like every question that you have, right? Like our FAQ is pretty awesome, but then we also have this extra thing that is, I think, even more awesome because it's like more recent, more real time, and has been refined by more people talking about it and iterating on it. When someone reads your FAQ on the site, you're not getting any feedback from them. But when people read these triggers, instant feedback hundreds of times a day. So they get refined and thoroughbred. Looking for those links for you guys. You might as well join t.me/hex crypto since you're just listening to me. Okay. Here are the tweets that have the values, and in those tweets you will find the links to the source material where you can download the Excel spreadsheets for yourself and do your own analysis. I think this is pretty cool. I like data. I think data is cool. Let's find this other link. Yeah, so these are like, one is, ETH divided by token, and the other is token divided by ETH. You can see both charts. I am so tired. My head's hurting now. Here's the other, that's probably not good for my health. I think in the next 10 minutes, I should probably stop streaming. I guess I'll take questions. So the summary is, currently, let's look at the contract here. God, I gotta tell you, I actually love this looking at the contract thing. This is speculative stickiness, right? In Bitcoin right now, what do you got to watch? Price ain't moving. Volume dead. On net, like on-chain transaction volume, you've never even looked at it before. What do you got to look at? Nothing. Look at Hex. Look at this. How many ETH are going to come in? What percentage of the people that get them out in 14 hours, what percentage of them are going to stake? How long are they going to stake? How many of them are there? What are they going to do the next day when there's only 500 million? There's going to be about 500 million instead of a billion tomorrow. It's going to be half as many available. How's the market going to respond to that? Only goes down. Every day people make free claims. Number that goes to AA only goes down. What's going to happen to that 2 million% for the first guy that stakes, the first staker, in 14 hours when he stakes and he sees he's going to make? I think when I was doing my test runs, it was like, the number was just insane. I was off by like 100 or 1,000 or something, because my brain saw it as like a decimal instead of a comma. But that's what happens when you've got 180 billion unclaimed tokens that need handed out. I like to call them coins. 180 billion unclaimed coins that need handed out versus whatever energy the first staker put in. He could put in 1 Gwei, and then his ROI is 180 billion times 18 zeros. Insanity. Mathematically accurate insanity. Now, will he end up getting that? No, other people are going to stake, and it's going to come down from insanity to lesser insanity. But it's still, think about how many stakes would need to occur to lower the percentage return on like 180 billion of return times the adoption multipliers of critical mass and virality plus interest. I mean, it's just, you got to have some other very large number. Like, let's say you wanted to get it down to 10%. And let's say I'm just picking, so let's say it's like, I don't know, 300 billion or something. Just picking a number with no real thought behind it. I know it's going to be a lot. So it's not double, right? Like 18 to 30, it's not double. So it seems like very reasonable. And you'll see it, like the front end tells you the reality, right? It shows the actual math. If you want to get the return to only be something small like 10%, and you know the payout's 180 billion, well, then you've got to lock up about what, 160 billion? So what's 0.9 times 100 well, we said the payout would be like 300. Let's just make it 200 for easy math, right? So what's 90% of 200? It's 180. So there would have to be 180 billion hex locked up to like lower the ROI on the big payday to, and it's just not even possible. Like there's no reasonable way that I can see to make the big payday not really big. because it's really hard to get people to claim, right? It's really hard. They're just dead or lazy or lost their keys or, live in a place where they don't speak English. It's just hard to get them to claim, right? And if they don't claim, then, maybe they're not staking. And if they're not staking and there's low percentage participation in the staking, God, like the returns on the big payday will just be insanity. So I really cannot wait to see. So in the models I was doing with like really high kind of, millions and millions of BTC free claims, you'd end up with like a 5x, in between a 1.5x and a 10x, depending on what everyone did. But if it could be far, far higher, right? It could be, it's very hard to get it lower because the reward is so large. It's very easy to get it higher because people could just stake less, right? The adoption amplifier guys could just be like, yeah, not staking. I have no idea what they're going to do. I'm very excited to see how large the stakes are, how long the stakes are, how many people participated, how many free claimers, did Satoshi claim, right? And what is that ROI percent? I think I would love to see the ROI percent that said the annualized return for a person that was staked yesterday in Hex was X 1000%, right? So what you do when you annualize a return is, it's like, okay, so you made a little bit of money today. Cool. But what if you did that for a whole year? Dun, 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 a giant number, right? Because, if it compounds daily, it's a 365 times larger number. And then, the old interest multiplies times the new interest. So now that compounding in our system works a little bit differently because, there's shares involved. And the price per share reduces new entrants. There's a lot of math that goes into it. You might want to read the economics audit if you like mathematical formulas. It's on the homepage underneath security. So my position is very simple. If there's a giant reward at the end, which you can see, right? Like right now, the giant reward is just today's giant reward of $1 billion. But at the end of day 353, or actually the beginning of day 353, there's going to be an absolutely gigantic big payday that's paid out. And it's going to be larger than the entire adoption amplifier. So why is that? Because the adoption amplifier is just getting a copy of the unclaimed coins, right? It's getting 1/350th of the unclaimed coins for 350 days, plus late penalties, plus Goxminot, plus whale penalties, plus multisig can't claim, plus a lot of pay to script hash can't claim, blah, 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 tons, right? It gets that, and that's cool. But the stakers get more. The stakers get that times virality and critical mass, which means if like 4.5 million coins claim, I think it was 9.8 million was the max out. So if 9.8 million BTC claims after all the penalties and whatnot, then it would double the payout of big payday. Or it would double the multiplier, and then you're multiplying by a smaller number because those claims are it's complicated math, man. All I can say is if at 100% of people that could possibly claim do, that whatever those coins are that were unclaimable, right? Plus multisig, plus Goxminot, plus whale penalties, all that stuff gets multiplied times those extra bonuses, right? So you're going to end up, because the AA system doesn't get those bonuses, the AA system will get paid less than the stakers get paid. The stakers are going to get paid more, a lot more than the AA system. I think I can't say a lot more, but more. A lot more if a lot of people claim. More if fewer people claim. All right, let's look at your questions here. Sorry that I'm not sharper, guys, but I can't remember how long I've been awake, and I've only had 4 hours of sleep. I think I'm still here with you guys because I care. I've worked on this for so long. Like, I can't believe that it's finally here. I fought so hard for so long, and everything was hard. Everything. There's nothing easy. I guess that like click MetaMask and people can onboard to ETH and credit card. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. But everything else was hard. All right, I'm looking at the questions here. These are gonna have to be some good questions to keep me alive, guys, because I would like to go to sleep. If all 9 million BTC are free claimed tomorrow, how much will be left for the AA? Tons. In my models before the latest snapshot, so the state of the blockchain changes, every 10 minutes. So in my models that I did, they're on hex.win/techspecs.html. And if you go to the bottom there, I think my estimates were that about 2/3 of the total supply was just not claimable no matter what. And so that would be given out to the AA system and to stakers, and then multiplied by virality and critical mass bonuses for the stakers. So I'll go. It's a good question. It's a really good question. And let's go to the site. And if you don't want to go to the site, you just look at me. I'm going to read it to you anyway. We're going to hex.win/techspecs.html. And we're going to go down to the bottom. There's some code if you want to read it. You're better off reading the code from the etherscan.io link in the description of this video, because that's the code is in the contract, verified proof, right? This could have, typos or be old or whatever. The code on etherscan.io is what the contract is using, right? So I'll probably just change this to a link to that because it's the most secure, auditable, best resource, I think. I'm thinking of other ways to get like a quorum of opinions and whatnot. All right. I'm going to read this to you and then I'm going to explain it. Stakers get rich on day 353. Oh my God, they get rich? Yeah, Hex rich. They get rich in Hex, bro. Around 12 million or more of these 18 million total Bitcoin worth of Hex claims will be given out to the stakers on day 353. And it gets multiplied by the viral and critical mass adoption bonus multipliers. I should say virality, I think, which can increase it up to 3x. Now that 3x, it can increase it, but in order to increase it, the thing that it's increasing has to be a little lower. So it does. I don't think it can actually be 3x the 12 million, but it could maybe be like 2 or something, right? Hard to explain. So only about 12.6 million of the 18 million total Bitcoin can claim, because multisig can't claim, Goxby not. So multisig's most exchanges. Goxby not. There's 140K coins from Mt. Gox there. The silly whale penalties, which 42% of Bitcoin will be hammered by silly whale penalties. So 42% of Bitcoin has over 1,000 Bitcoin in their addresses, and there's only 2,000 such addresses. I mean, last I looked, there was like 2,003 of them, which means that over 42% of Bitcoin is controlled by less than 2,000 people, because most people have more than one address. That sucks. That's a lot of suck. There's a terrible, terrible giant bunch of suck, and Hex solves that by slaughtering those guys, killing the old whales to make new whales. Everyone hates the banks until they own one. Everyone hates the whales until they become one. We're not socialists. We just believe in survival of the fittest. You were told this project was launching. You were told there was a whale penalty over 1,000 coins. You could have been a smart whale and split your wallet up into smaller wallets of less than 1,000 each. But instead, you were a silly whale. And because you were a silly whale, you're going to get your possible stake murdered by 50 to 75% from 1,000 coins to 10,000 coins, Bitcoins. So if you have a 10,000 Bitcoin address, 75% of it is being given to the stakers. You've only got 25% left to work with. Should have been a smart whale. So this is how we prevent people who don't have any value coming and dumping on the heads of the believers and movers and the shakers that make good things happen. This is the mistake so many other projects made. They give coins to the wrong people that do not align the incentives. They do not make good things happen, make bad things happen. You know why people get paid on Friday instead of Monday? Because they would stop coming to work. You've got to set the game up right. Imagine if when you were speeding, they gave you a bonus. Like, oh man, we caught you speeding. Here's $100. Good job, man. Get a lot more speeding, wouldn't you? People respond to incentives. So when you pay people that don't deserve money, they don't buy more of it. They chuck it in the garbage. That's why we auto stake. You're going to hold on to this. You're going to watch it. You're going to care about it. And you're going to see how good it is. Then you're likely to get more. That's how coupons work. That's how freemium works. That's how I got my Bitcoin for free and then bought a lot. I was mining whole 50 block reward blocks by myself, no pool. It's only worth $25. But then they got a lot more. They got a lot more than $25 out of me, right? So this stuff works across all industries. And it's apparently working for Hex pretty amazing, right? Like not a single dollar spent on marketing, just a good design. The design is what's causing appreciation here. Since we've been chatting, I think we've been on, I think it was like 14 hours and 6 minutes last time we looked, or 3 minutes. Now it's been like 18 minutes and the number of ETH has gone up 500 or 600 ETH, I think. Let's do the math. What am I doing? The math's already there in front of me. Anyway, the design is working. The fundamentals are working. Everything is going to plan, except for the launch was delayed by a couple hours. Some network routing crap. I love that my darling that I put so much blood, sweat, and tears into, so much effort, so much thought. I mean, I haven't gone outside very much at all. As you can see, like I just keep getting bigger. I've taken a health hit. I've enjoyed my life less than I otherwise could have to do things that were very, very, very hard that I didn't really want to do. I like building things and making things happen. But when I have to start like writing code and editing things and like doing hard work where you're learning a whole new domain, you're like, oh, I guess I'm going to learn about Solidity code now. Didn't really want to, but here we are, right? Do you want to make better design decisions? Well, then you have to understand all the parameters that you're working in, you know? So now I know a couple new fields of stuff that I didn't know before, right? To tell you the truth, I would have been happy to not have had to learn this. But sometimes if you want things done right, man, you got to do them yourself, you know? You got to ask yourself, what's going to be quicker? You to learn how to do it and just do it, or try and find the right guy that'll not only can do it, but will do it. Because you'll find a lot of guys that can, and they just won't. They will not. And then how long till you figure out that's what's up, and then get the next guy, right? We've been through a lot of developers, and they're all good guys, and they're all really smart, and they're all the right guys. But when you're dealing with something that's this hard as blockchain, like imagine designing secure software is nothing like designing normal software. Every single attack vector has to be anticipated and prevented. We're dealing with the real world here. The real world is an adversarial place, right? Just like when we launched, everyone wanted to scam. Everyone wanted to get you to send your money to the wrong address. Everyone wanted to get you to click their link instead of an honest link. And we had to fight and shut it all down. And we won. They didn't get crap. I think they might have sent their own link $25. That's all that link got, was $25. I think they might have sent it themselves. But maybe they successfully scammed somebody. I don't know. I've been talking about this. I've had "Do not fall for imposters" in my profile on Twitter for months, because the 50 impersonators just spamming up my list, and they didn't get paid either, right? Because I think I've educated my audience well enough that you guys know not to fall for that crap, right? Or you all got wrecked margin trading and you're not there anymore. Stop trading. Literally stop trading. If you're trading right now, exit your position. Okay, this sounds pretty much like financial advice. Let's not do that. Disregard what I just said. You might find your life far better if you stopped working really hard to lose all your money and be less happy and have worse relationships and be torturing some poor son of a bitch on the other side of the screen that's in the same bad position you are. What are you doing with your life? Are you becoming stronger? Are you becoming smarter? You realize that chart you memorized, it'll never matter again. It's over. I got the chart memorized. 2017 didn't happen again, bro. Oops. Fractal didn't play. Oh, okay. So what am I going to do with all that chart knowledge now? Talk to you about it and then convince, like, you think now you can discover order and randomness, and then, oh, look, it turns out Las Vegas was built on losers. It wasn't built on winners. It's built on losers. Exchanges are built on losers. They're built on your fees, right? So yeah, trustless interest. I think you're much less likely to get liquidated. As a matter of fact, I can't think of how you could get liquidated, right? Not being liquidated is pretty cool, right? And you know how much time you got to watch the chart? Not at all. How many servers you got to run? Not at all. Internet connectivity? Nah, don't need it. Don't need anything. Stake your coins, long as large as you can. Write the date down. Save your keys somewhere safe, and you can delete them off your computer. You just get rid of them. They're not even on the internet. They're not in a computer connected to the internet. They're in your cold wallet, safe as could possibly be. And then when it comes time to end your stake, load them back up, end your stake. You need to end your stake within 2 weeks that you said you would, or you will get penalized. If you end your stake early, you will get penalized. Be very careful about doing those things. You do not want to use the emergency end stake function unless you really know what it's going to do. You are the network. You're minting your own coins. You're minting your own rewards. And if things go well, it's because you made them go well. I'm warning you right now. Do not end your stake before you're supposed to. You could pay very, 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 very steep penalties. I don't think anyone likes being penalized. So I would suggest staying away from the emergency end stake button. If you really need to, do a lot of research and talk to people that you know about what that code's going to do, because it could result in a penalty you don't like. And on ending your stake, oh, and by the way, if someone harms their account through a giant penalty, stakers get half that. So the same way that you see people, lying and spreading FUD to make the price go down, stakers might lie and spread FUD to get you to early end stake and pay them. I don't know if they will, but anytime there's money on the line and someone's going to receive it and someone's going to lose it, Usually the guy receiving it kind of prefers that, and usually the guy losing it doesn't, right? So it's an interesting, Bitcoin doesn't have that, right? And Bitcoin, the FUDsters are primarily talking heads that don't own any, and they just want press, or they really just believe it sucks. And some percentage of people always believe everything sucks. But I mean, hey, it drops 85% every once in a while. So it's not that hard to make fun of, right? But you just have to ignore the fact that it went up like 750,000%. So like you have to cherry pick your time frames, right? What are we talking about? Emergency on stake. Oh yeah. So Bitcoin, like the FUDsters that could make money, like fudding it, are really just the guys with shorts open. They usually get annihilated because if you short from 20K down to 0, 1 Bitcoin, you made 20K. You made a 1x profit, 2x your stack, 1x profit, right? But let's say you didn't even buy at 0. You bought it at $1, and it went to 20,000. You're up 20,000x. Okay, so which one do you like better, 20,000x or 2x? Well, one of them is 10,000 times better, and that's why all the shorts get annihilated, and they don't survive. They get totally annihilated because of math. You've got something that's up 750,000x in 10 years. How many shorts do you think can survive that? Not many. So, and this is a weird mathematical thing. It's kind of like the Monty Hall problem, if you want to look it up on Wikipedia. It's something that's factually mathematically true, but for some reason, smart people still get it wrong all the time. Smart people get that wrong all the time. The way to get them to understand it is to let them know that what they're thinking is true, and you can make a ton shorting if the price goes all the way down and you close your position at the bottom, and then it goes all the way back up. Then you do well. But you got to cover twice the distance. That sucks, right? That totally 100% sucks. So just knowing how much better longing is than shorting and being able to explain it to you in a way that is intuitive is worth more than like most of the education I've seen from any other fake trader, right? People that teach you how to trade but don't trade themselves. They destroy your life. You pay them to teach you how to lose all your money instead of you just losing it all on your own naturally. You're like, hey, where are the customers' yachts? Where are your students with their Lambos, bro? And they make more money every year, right? So where are your students from like 2 years ago that are just at the peaks of their lives right now because their Lambos compounded into 2 Lambos now? Oh, there aren't any. It's just wrecked plebs and new wrecked plebs and new wrecked plebs because you're feeding them to the meat grinder. Horrible. Right now, the contract's got 7,544 ETH, which means you get 132,555 hex per ETH that you enter into the AA lobby if no one else joins after you. Now, we did the math earlier. Free claim, referred, 20% speed bonus first day, 13,200. And right now, you can get the same as a BTC free claim with all that bonus stuff for 150 bucks of ETH is where the math's at. Now, tomorrow, half as much hex is going to be available. It's only going to be 500 million about. And if a bunch of people make free claims, it'll be less. And you'll see the numbers in real time, right? Like I'm looking at these numbers. I love that I don't have to hit refresh or anything. It's so cool. I'm literally looking into the blockchain and watching the state of a peer-to-peer distributed system and not having to I wanted to do math with my calculator, but it's already done. It's so cool. Like, I'm very proud of what is here. Let me look at chat. How am I still alive right now? I have no idea. Should be like, I guess it's because I'm passionate, like, because my voice is gone. My face, I feel like I'm just in constant face pain. Hello, chat. Wouldn't it be horrible if my stream died a few hours ago? That'd be terrible. I don't know about these candles, guys. I feel like I need to get a level and actually. Shouldn't these melt straight down? I should know more about candles. Sorry, little girl. You're all greened up for the gains. Save my chair, though. Genius. Laptop's not liking it. When Richard starts petting his statue, he is too tired. Or talking about himself in the third person. We answered the if all 9 billion BTC are free claim tomorrow one. Will you stake ETH 2.0? No, because it doesn't pay crap. And it's a full-time job. And you take great risk. It is not a profitable endeavor. In Hex, you're getting absolutely massive returns. And they only go down if tons of other people do the same thing you are. In ETH 2.0, like Casper validating, you're starting with like pitiful gains to start with, and then you have to subtract all your costs, bandwidth, hardware, maintenance. And if your software screws up, you actually just lose money. You get slashed. So if you want to read about that, it's a hotkey in t.me/hex crypto. Just do exclamation mark Casper, and then you'll see Vitalik's video called "So You Want to Be a Casper Validator?" So you want to be a Casper validator. Why am I wearing this earpiece? I'm not talking to anybody. Wow. Old habits, man. There's been no sound. I've been streaming for 5 hours with that earpiece in, and I'm just talking to myself. There's no sound. Oh, my Lord. What's the maximum stake length? 5,555 days. Where you need to sleep and drink water? Yeah, I do. Badly. Let's take your advice, man. Let's put this Hex mug to good use. I learned something about 4 Keller printing. The Kellers that your monitors can make, they're RGB. They're very bright and vibrant. You can't actually do the same things with inks because they're reflective, not generative. So if you look at the top right corner here, when you use a CYMK printing process, this magenta is a lot darker. But I got this vinyl kick going on, and it keeps the hot vibrance up here on the top. So I don't know whether it just is a better ink on the vinyl or the vinyl is a better substrate, but this punches a lot harder. This is supposed to be pure magenta in the design, and it is in RGB. It's pure magenta. But then when you print it CYMK, it turns this dark thing. But for some reason on this vinyl, it just stays popping. I don't know if you guys can. So I shoot 422 Keller, which is like 10-bit Keller. It's a much higher, you can maintain a much higher gradient, a much higher range of Kellers. But I don't think YouTube passes it to you. I think YouTube converts it to 420, which is 8-bit. So I wonder if I can, it'd be weird if they let me stream HDR, which they do, and like 4K 60 frames per second, which they do, but then not let me use a higher Keller bitrate, because that bitrate wouldn't increase the bandwidth as much as doubling the frame rate. So it's a no-brainer to let them pass it. I guess I could test it by, I got 2 capture cards. One does 420, one does 422. I just capture with the same camera on against the 2 cards and then see if the playback was different. I feel literally sick now. That water did not make me feel good. I don't know why, but the water made me feel like shit. All right, guys. Scrolling down. I don't know, 5-hour stream's pretty good for a launch day, right? So people in chat, one person in chat is saying the web page is not loading. Well, man, it's loading for me. So you should go to a website called Down for Everyone or Just Me. And then I think it'll tell you. You know, my eyes are like wiggling against my will. I think I'm gonna have to go to sleep very soon. I mean, everything's up for me, man. I'll check it on. Why would someone say that 100 times? I think I'm going to have to ban them for flooding. I don't know why you're doing that. It's very dumb. He is no longer going to be visible. Everyone else is saying that the webpage is fine. I'm dehydrated. Yeah, I'm all fucked up over here, guys. I'm going to answer this question for fun. Richard Hart, why didn't you just stick with a BTC snapshot and scale it rather than take ETH? If this isn't just about stealing money for a coin with zero value now and maybe forever. Cool story, bro. It turns out that airdropping coins onto people has been done quite a few times. So, for instance, I was airdropped Bitcoin freemium for free by double-clicking an exe file. Oh, but you paid? No, man, I didn't pay nothing, man. I double-clicked an exe, bro. That's not paying for something, right? That's like saying that if I give you free ice cream, you had to walk to get it. No, it's still a free ice cream, man. Like, free does exist, regardless of what a bunch of idiots will tell you. Like, just because friction exists and like side stuff exists doesn't mean that free doesn't exist. All right, I'm not going to let you guys destroy the word free for your silly purposes. I like words, and particularly useful ones, and free is a useful word. So who gave out free coins? XLM did, XRP did, BCH did, BTC did. But did they give out the majority of their coins for free? Nope. No, they didn't. You see, free coins is only as useful as it gets you to buy more of them if you want the price to go up. If you give people free coins and all anyone does is sell them, I could show you a lot of charts that look like that. And a lot of those charts are the garbage that you just suggested that I do. But I know more about the market than you do. You are an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. The history of free-only coins sucks. It sucks because people don't want what they got for free. And they don't want free things for free. People want expensive things for free. So how do you give someone an expensive thing for free? Well, how do you make it expensive? Someone has to buy it. Someone has to buy it to make it expensive, to make the free thing worth having. So this is just, first I'm explaining to you So let's look at each of his arguments here, right? Why didn't you stick with a BTC snapshot? Let me translate that for you. This guy doesn't want to buy new coins. He wants to sell coins that were given to him and push the price down. That's what he wants. Is that useful for our design intention of getting 10,000%, 10,000x returns? Is that useful for that? No. As a matter of fact, if we can get guys like him to not claim, it's better. Now, what's the caveat? The caveat is that when you give someone something and you make them hold it for a year and it works well and they enjoy it, why wouldn't they want more? It's a great way to onboard people. Great way. That's how I got onboarded. PayPal paid you $10 to join them. Worked out well for them. They lost $10 signing up and you stayed. Anybody that offers a discount gets paid less, but has the opportunity and the chance that you might participate more. Every referral program lowers the margin of the vendor, but amplifies the chances that they could find scale. So do you want to do you want to onboard the world? Then you need to give them something of value for free. Giving them something free for free is worth nothing. Garbage is free. Do you want garbage? Do you want a quarter of a raisin? You want a half-eaten cheeseburger? You want one rib? No, right? Well, that's what all of those other free-only projects turns into. I think the best performing free-only project was Nano, and it's like number 26 when I last looked, like 6 months ago. The most important part of this project is the non-free part. The fact, how stupid are you, man? I want to onboard millions and millions and millions and millions of people. What percentage of the planet has Bitcoin right now? Almost no one. There's 2.85 million addresses with over $1,000 in them. 2.85 million? Clash of Clans has 100 million users a day. I can list you 6 other casual games that have 100 million users a day. 3 million after 10 years? Garbage, right? So I'm going to choose that tiny, insanely tiny little subset of the world and restrict myself to just onboarding those guys who 20% of them seem to be violently against anything. They just hate all things. Okay. Well, no. You know who I'd rather deal with? I'd rather deal with everyone that didn't already blow their load all in Bitcoin. When you blow your load all in Bitcoin, you don't have any extra money to buy anything else with. When Bitcoin came along, and I and all the other libertarian, like small government guys saw an opportunity to do something really cool. Goldbug saw it. Anti-government guys saw it, right? We all emptied all our money into Bitcoin. And then we didn't have any money left. And then the price went down 85% because we ran out of our demographics, economic energy. And then what happened? Ethereum came along. Did Ethereum tap the gold bugs? Nope. Did Ethereum tap the libertarians? Not really. Who did the Ethereum people tap? Soy, software development, venture capital, unicorns, that stuff. Totally different group of people. Hadn't been wrecked by crypto yet. So they got to make a new top, buy that top, and watch it drop 95%. Now what's happening? New demographics that haven't been wrecked yet. Now the magic is that if you can hold for longer than 3 years in Bitcoin, you've always made a profit. Will it always be that way? I don't know. We really like this pump 4x and went from 3K to 14K in 4.5 months, and then just straight died. We're down at like negative 45% now, and we've wicked down to 6,500, which is negative 55%. That's not normal. And this is over. We went up 42% in a single day on President Xi's China loves blockchain news with absolutely no follow through whatsoever. We 100% retraced that entire candle over 30 days and made new lower lows. That is not normal. That's not normal in Bitcoin. If you look back at the chart, that's never happened. There's one spot where you could see something maybe similar, but man, it ain't doing what it used to do. It's fine. Why would it? The world changed. Why would it keep doing the same thing, right? So what were we talking about? Oh, you were insulting the project, and you were giving your wonderful ideas about what you think would make it better, but you probably are wrong, and I'm going to explain to you why. So no, free only sucks. People don't want free things for free. They want expensive things for free. 2, free only to your little tribe of little guys. You don't have the majority of the new economic energy that we're looking for. The real world has all that. Your entire market cap is only 160 billion, the whole thing. Well, in 2017, the market cap of all crypto was $1 trillion. It's 5 times larger than your market cap. I want all the other energy. I want to onboard through referrers all of everyone else that's never heard of crypto before and hasn't had their opportunity to ride it up a few thousand X and then watch it drop 85%. That's what happened to everyone in Bitcoin. That's what happened to everyone in Ethereum. That's what happened to everyone in almost every coin. It does returns that you could never, ever possibly dream in your entire life. And then everyone is destroyed if they sell. If you don't sell, there's a good chance you get to ride it for the next cycle if you're in a coin with traction, with more things going well than going wrong, right? For instance, if you were in Counterparty versus Bitcoin, it just died forever. If you were in Omni versus Bitcoin, it just died forever. Even Dogecoin gets a super sick pump sometimes, right? If you were in Zcash, almost just died forever, right? I mean, it had a small pump in like a couple months after launch. So, and small in crypto is probably like a 3x or something. But if you see what it has done death-wise in the chart, my point is, you cannot, bubbles and price predictions that humans make are emergent and non-deterministic, and you find it very hard to tell where the top is. Cryptocurrencies can go higher than you think and lower than you think, to the great happiness of the exchanges who get paid on volatility. Hex is the first project, the first cryptocurrency in the world to have a chart of future market supply. If Satoshi told you he was going to sell all his coins tomorrow, you wouldn't believe him. You would assume he was lying to you, because it's not in his best interest to tell you the truth about that, because you might sell before him. But in Hex, when someone stakes, they're declaring through the truth engine when they are going to be able to sell. And so you need not impugn their intentions. That's when they can sell without being penalized, right there. And then you can end your stake before or after them to not hit the market harder if you plan on selling when they might plan on selling. No other cryptocurrency has that. What that should result in with rational actors is a reduction in volatility with an increase in appreciation due to the uniqueness and utility of the feature, which is increased Sharpe ratio. Your Sharpe ratio is how much upside price movement you get that is paid for with volatility. So we've got the world's first blockchain CD to monetize time, to remove counterparties, to pay trustless interest, to get people to hold their own keys with lower fees than Bitcoin, with more secure modularity and locking the consensus code immutably away from all the network upgrades. So if Ethereum gets anonymity, Hex gets anonymity. And if they don't, who cares? If Ethereum gets more scale through optimistic rollups and does 100 to 1,000x more scale on chain, Hex gets that. And if they don't, so what? Like, it's just a lottery ticket to the strongest roadmap that exists. There's so many good, unique things in here. So let's continue to listen to this guy's stupid comment. Now, his stupid comment causes me to say unique things that you might not have known, right? You might not have known that analysis was done on how do free-only coins do market-wise, right? And how do you onboard the whole planet? Not by giving just a couple guys that already blew their load on one currency something free, because we could see how that worked out, right? That this has been done before. Hex is not using the Bitcoin brand because we can do better than the Bitcoin brand. Hex is a better brand than Bitcoin. It's a better logo. It's a better brand. It's, IBM, right? International Business Machines. They never got called International Business Machines because people don't like long words, right? They like short words. So International Business Machines got called IBM. Google, they didn't even keep their name. They changed their name to Alphabet, right? So now Alphabet owns Google or whatever. I can't remember if I think Google's a subsidiary of Alphabet, but anyway, what about GoTo? They used to be all the search engine traffic back when Yahoo was big, before Google had pay-per-click. That's when I got into internet marketing, before Google had an AdWords program. They just had banners. There was no pay-per-click. They stole that idea from GoTo and had to settle with them for $300 million. GoTo rebranded to Overture, right? And so every company ends up rebranding to a short, memorable, pronounceable word. I'm a branding expert. I'm a logo expert. I'm an internet marketing expert, right? You notice Facebook changed their logo? No, you probably didn't, because you don't care about this stuff, but I care about it, right? So now it's rounded and circular and capitalized. Their actual F is rounded and circular in lowercase, I believe, but the actual Facebook is giant and capitalized, right? You know how much analysis has gone into all this stuff? Do you think our color scheme's an accident? It's not. We tried every permutation you could dream of different colors for this logo, right? Like, every single thing in this system is very, 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 very well thought out. So you begging me to, as a choosing beggar, to do what's worse for you. So when I give this free coin to you as a Bitcoin guy, and I also allow other people to onboard and 10x the adoption by globally onboarding everyone without middlemen and friction, that seems like a bad idea to you because you're a player hater and you're counting other people's money and you want a bigger piece of a smaller pie. Guess what? If you own 10% of a pie and you 10x your stack and you get all your pie, congrats, you 10x your stack. Can you 100x it? Nope. But if you make a bigger pie, can you 100x your pie? Yes, you can. And so you small-minded guys that have never done scale and never taken a company up to 150 employees and never built millions and millions of dollars and never operated the scale that I've operated at, you live in the small-minded mindset where you want more of your little thing, where I believe the opposite. I want to align incentives and reduce margin to onboard globally because we can 1,000x, million-x adoption. We can million-x adoption. You can't million-x your margin. You can't million-x lower your cost. You can't million-x higher your price, but you can million-x higher your scale. Go read my books that I wrote, t.me/scivive. You might make less stupid comments. So let's continue with his comment here. So what is a libertarian? Do you mind people giving something that they have for something that they want? I thought that was pretty cool. I thought capitalism, and let me look around my room real quick. Yes, indeed. Everything that I see here was made by a company and resources were exchanged for it. And it worked much better than a government trying to set a price for it and force people to make it. Yeah, I think the highest and best commercial use is to exchange what you have for what you want. So I don't understand why you wouldn't like that. I don't get it. A coin with zero value now and maybe forever. Okay. Well, there's 7,859 ETH in the contract now. How much money is that? If I were awake, I'd be able to just multiply that by 1.5. but I'm not awake. This keyboard, man. Wish I had my other keyboard. It broke and I haven't had time to fix it. When you build your own keyboards, they're a little bit less reliable. I don't know, man. There's like $1.2 million of ETH in the contract right now, and it's only been live for like half a day. I think you might be wrong about your value thing. I think you might be stupid. Sorry, man. There's a world of people that can see the potential here. And you know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to remind you of the hex gains every day. Every day. I'm going to let you know how we're doing. And if the number is high, and it's a high multiple, you can be sad every day you read it until you rage quit. The best success is a life well lived, right? So I'm not sure I'm using that quote properly. I hate when people think that they know what they're talking about, but they've never done anything good with their lives ever. You look at their lives, they're ugly, broke, poor, stupid, stinky, and then they come step to you and tell you how to do everything better. Like, hey, I just got here, and I'm going to tell you how to do everything better. And it's like Dunning-Kruger. Like, the dumber they are, they don't realize how dumb they are. Like, so stupid. And I'm being a little bit hard on this guy because I've seen far, far stupider. Yeah. So for fun, by the way, have you looked at the coin market cap top 100, top 10? Dogecoin's worth $250 million, bro. Dogecoin. Stupid people. All right, let's go down here. He didn't deserve that amount of meanness. I'm a little bit tired and irritable. Well, maybe he did say he was stealing money. Very stupid. Someone says the AA is what gives Hex its value. Yes, it turns out that the most successful project that ever launched in crypto history launched nearly the same way. Oh, wait a second. So Block 1 had a 350-day launch phase where you sent Ethereum in and you got an ERC20 token, and they raised $4.2 billion, more than anyone else has ever made in crypto ever. And it wasn't in a liquid coin that they couldn't know. They actually dumped the ETH they got. Apparently they own 100,000 Bitcoin now too. Wow. So Richard did what he knew would work because he saw it work already. Amazing. I'm just doing what works, man. We know this stuff works. We've seen it work. Stupid people. Blows my mind. EOS did a 40x in the bear market. What more do you want? Attacking a smaller market. Hey, we're going to do higher throughput, even though all the blockchains are empty. Okay, I guess it worked out. But like, I'd rather do time deposits. You know how much bigger the market for time deposit, time value of money is? 7.2 trillion, second most popular product of the bank, versus there's already a million other blockchains and they're all empty, but like, we just want one that's like a little higher throughput. All right. Like, I believe people should be allowed to have security trade-offs without getting browbeat and yelled at by people that live in basements. If you want higher throughput with less security, it's a viable trade, right? If you want more security with less throughput, it's a viable trade. And as long as you know the trade that you're making, that's fine. Like, perfect. It just, with the hate, choosing beggars, that the free that they're given isn't good enough for them. And then what do they give you in return? Let me know when you make something that I can get for free, please. Why Hex Launch doesn't have a giant billboard in Times Square? Man, to the best of my knowledge, no one spent. Well, I mean, I see some Google AdWords, so I guess somebody spent on some clicks, right? But I haven't spent $1, not a single dollar. So I bet one day if someone starts spending dollars, there's a world of opportunity. In general, as a digital marketer, I like metrics and data, and I like to double down on what works and cut what doesn't work. And you'll find in life that a lot of things don't work at all, at all. I'll give you an example. My first business was a car stereo store. If I got the yellow pages and I started calling people, white pages, residential, my lips are pretty dry here. I need some more water. If I start calling the white pages and asking people, hey, would you like a pair of Rockford Fosgate Punch 12-inch subwoofers in the back of your car? It'll take most of your trunk space. If you turn corners pretty quick, it'll thump right there unless we start drilling holes, making it hard to get to your spare tire. They'd be like, no, I don't want that. Now, when I was growing up, I would love that. They're like, yeah, Rockford Fosgate Punch 12s, yeah, I like that. Are they the Power series? Which series do I get? You live in a niche, and in your worldview, you think everyone else has the same beliefs that you have. And when you expand, as you get older and smarter, if you do, you grow social consciousness, and you expand your sphere of influence, and then you have empathy and can understand what's going on in other people's lives because you may have been there yourself and worked it all out already. Can you make money in a car stereo business? Yes, you can. Will your door customers all day long? Sure. But does that mean that you can advertise on television and make money? Nope, you'll lose money. Can you get a billboard? Nope, you'll lose money. Can you do direct dial? Can you get a robo dialer and start calling everyone up? Nope. You can do it if you're selling free vacation scams, but you can't do it if you're selling a real product, right? Like car stereo equipment. Most people just are not interested. So if you do marketing into the public and you can't track what's working and what's not, you will waste so much human consciousness on things that there's no synergy for. And you wouldn't even know it. Like my ads in the Bargain Trader did wonderfully, but my ads in the Penny Saver did terribly. And they're nearly identical publications. Weird. Okay. Well, that's just how it is. I'm glad I could measure that. I'm glad I had 2 different phone numbers to track which one was working. I can do that digitally. So if you're using a peer-to-peer cryptocurrency, and you've got to be on the internet to really enjoy the maximum use of it anyway, then why not use digital advertising? I mean, like I said earlier in this, maybe 4 hours ago, the Pirate Bay is an ideal place to onboard crypto users because these are technically advanced people, period. And they're obviously interested in a bargain, perhaps. And so maybe a freemium onboarding thing would be wonderful. It's too bad that we've only got freemium for Bitcoin users. I would like to see some other type of freemium, right? Maybe the referral program is that, maybe, right? Something to think about. So to answer your question, like, I don't think that I would buy a billboard in Times Square for anything unless I was Coca-Cola. If you're Coca-Cola, you can make money on a billboard in Times Square because the distance from them getting that hit to being able to purchase a Coke is short. There's so much other video and media going on there that everyone that is exposed to it can relatively immediately purchase Coke somewhere. But for any type of niche product that doesn't have a great penetration into the general public, no way you're cash positive on that. Like I dare set up, flyers with a phone number on them and then see how many calls you get. You would be surprised. Like it's things that you think shouldn't work sometimes do, and things that you think are no brainers they sometimes don't. And digital gives you the tracking to be able to tell the difference. But if you've just got a billboard with a picture of a URL and you're sending everyone the same URL, you're screwed. you don't know which one worked. You'd have to interrogate the customers, and half the time they don't remember. Oh, all right. The guy I've been making fun of responded, and he seems to be nicer. I appreciate the reply, not the insults, but granted, I said stealing money. Wish you well. Please drink and sleep and remind me every day how it goes. Thanks, man. I'm sorry for coming at you a little bit hard. I'm real tired, man. That's, I mean, if you're honest with somebody and you tell him what the data is and how you arrived at it, he wants the same things you do. He wants to see mad gains. He wants to see people do well, you know? So you can reach more people than you think you can. Good on you, Ian. That was good of you. A lot of people wouldn't have commented. Ah, shit. Did I put HTTPS in front of the link? So when you go to pumpamentals.com, I did. God damn it. So now that guy that I banned that posted 1 million times the link's not working, he was right. This Pumpamentals, how am I going to unban him? I'll find a way. So when I post the Pumpamentals link, it's a forwarding server, and the forwarding server doesn't have a secure cert. So you can't use HTTPS to go to pumpamentals.com. You just have to go to HTTP. But for everything else, there's an HTTPS. And so I'm just used to typing that S. Thank you very much. Condolences to the guy that posted the same thing 100 times. If you would have told me what link you were talking about, probably would have been cool. I fixed that link, by the way. See, guys, it's a good thing we streamed for 5 hours and 37 minutes because we fixed the link. It's pretty awesome. Where am I in the 4,000 initial ETH? I didn't send any ETH to the contract whatsoever. Nothing. Like, nada. People talk this crap so much. Richard's going to pump it. Richard's going to pump it. Richard's going to put his own ETH in. I didn't. So you guys going to say sorry or probably not? Just keep talking, right? Yeah. You guys are disgusting, by the way. If you make accusations all day long and it turns out that they were wrong, you suck. Like, you're doing the world harm. Stop. There's a lot of actual scammers actually harming the world. I can refer you to them. Go bother them. Oh, all right. Ian says that the guy banned was spamming other stuff earlier, so maybe I got lucky. Can we change BTC back to other coin? Can't sleep if not in something less risky. What? You gotta work harder on your grammar, man. Yeah, I'm physically falling apart here. You know you're in trouble when everyone's telling you to go to sleep. You're like, yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to take the advice. You guys called it. Cool. Listen, between you and me, I actually don't care how much ETH's in there. If it's a lot, great. If it's a little, great. Like, I don't see how what I plan to do anytime soon is going to change based on it. Videos, like, there's stuff to do, and I don't see how that number is going to change it. So I'm focused on the goal. That's what I'm focused on. Now that I'm getting offline, everyone decides to start hammering the keyboards. Yeah, I fixed the candles, but I got to tell you, there's going to be some cleanup involved here. Did I just get dumb candles or something? This one seemed to work all right. These other ones got all weird. They're green for the green candles on chart, price up. All right, so I'll finish up with you guys. Listen, Bitcoin's awesome. I hope the price goes up. I hope Chinese Ponzi starts. It ruins a lot of lives. I hope it finds real world adoption. How about that? I think if you care about price appreciation and you care about something that can go up 10,000x, I think Hex is really, really, really awesome for that. So I'm not a financial advisor. You shouldn't consider this investment advice. If you believe in Hex as much as I do, I would sell everything else. Get ETH, join the adoption amplifier, maybe spread it over a week, maybe spread it over 2 weeks. The share price shouldn't move up against you that hard because the share price only goes up every time someone ends their stake. Whoever's got higher profit keeps raising the price up, keeps raising the price up. So while you could try and like time it and spread your entry out over time, hoping for a better ratio one day, I'm not sure how that play works versus if you've got two things that are competing with each other. Your option is, are people going to over FOMO day one? I think people have been taking my advice. This doesn't look like over FOMO to me. This looks like very, very reasonable to me. It's a Keynesian beauty contest. If everyone thought that someone was going to overload on day one, then everyone would spread. And then when everyone spread, since there's double the supply in day one, you would have been better off getting in day one, right? Because there's 1 billion Hex day one. There's only 500 million the next day. So it matters what everyone else does, right? So no one in the world knows whether the price of Hex is going to go up or down or high or low. Nobody knows. Nobody. I still, I've been watching this thing. I don't even know how many entrants there are. I've got to go to Etherscan or Bexy, I think BEXY.info. When I linked you guys to the EOS data on the 350-day launch of EOS, that website that is in those links is an excellent website. Excellent website that no one else links to. I've only seen my link to it. So check it out. It's pretty awesome. You can see how many people entered the contract and how large they were and have a chart and download the Excel sheet and make your own charts. That is awesome. That is so cool. So you know what? I'm going to make sure that I got that URL right for you guys. Because if you're analyzing the performance of Hex, I think this would be a vital tool. Absolutely vital tool. I'm too tired to fight it. You got to look at those EOS links. So if you go to chat, go to t.me/Hex Crypto, ask for the EOS data on the EOS 350-day launch. And then you'll see the chain analysis that I did on that website. I just type in the address of it and download in the Excel sheet. It's something that ends in XY. I thought it was Bexy, but you'll find it. Someone asked, what will the ETH raised be used for? This ETH is not being raised for anything. You send it, and then you don't have it anymore. And then it's not yours, right? And then that's it. You don't get anything for it. You get no expectations. You get no promises. You get no hints of promises. You get nothing. When you send ETH to the contract, you don't get anything from it. You don't get anything. Right? So you're gonna be like, oh, but are we gonna buy ads? Nope. Oh, you're gonna build stuff? Nope. I'm gonna nothing. Right? Now why? Why is that? Well, the Howey test says that securities, well, the securities law says that securities can't list on exchange. Okay, so what's a security? A security is when people give money to a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others. So why isn't Texas security? You're doing all the work. You are the network. You mint your own coins. You update the state of the network. You mint your own rewards. You do everything. No one else can mint your rewards but you. No one else can make your free claim but you. Period. You are the network. You are doing the work. That's enough. That's enough to fail the Howey test. But let's go farther. Let's make it more safe. Let's make it more secure. Let's make it less even possible to even be bothered, right? What do? Well, since you're doing all the work, we're good on that leg. So what about the expectations leg? All right, well then let's just have no expectations. There you go. There's 2 legs down of the 4, right? Some people count them as 3, but you know. So the point is, if you knew what types of entities might hold the keys, then you might try and derive some type of weird thinking that ends up in an expectation, right? But if you don't even know who might have the keys, then you can't brain screw yourself into finding an expectation where you shouldn't have had one. Because expectation from whom, right? So it's better for the system and it's better for the security of the project to not make people promises, right? You know what ICOs do? ICOs make you big promises. They take your money and then they leave. And that's it. It's the vast majority of what ICOs did. They take your money, they make you big promises, and then they leave. Hex is the opposite of that. Hex is fully functional, complete, audited, tested, running now. And it makes you no promises or expectations of anything at all because it's already awesome now. It's great now, immediately. It's awesome now. It's cheaper transactions than Bitcoin now. It's wonderful. When EOS launched and they did their 4.2 billion raise, as you call it, what did they have? Dreams. They had dreams, and the promise of work is what they had. Hex is the opposite of that. Hex is done with no promises and no expectations. EOS was not done and had only promises and only expectations. Right? Yeah. So I'm very happy with the way Hex is running now. If one wanted to see the adoption amplifier receive more ETH and more economic energy, it would be so much easier for them to make promises that aren't binding anyway than to do the hard thing, which I'm doing, which is to have clunky conversations like this, right? Long conversations about the law and following it. It would be so much easier to just say, you know, right? Wouldn't that be easier? If you had a lot of money and you wanted to convince people of things, you say things, right? Not saying those things is vastly harder. and I don't really like it, but it's what's best for the project. What's best for the project is the way things are being handled. If you love Hex the way I do, you love it because of its design and how much you enjoy running the software and being the network and minting your own coins and minting your own rewards. Not because there's someone out there working for you. Someone says, I was interested in getting in it, but I can't do it because of religious reasons, but I respect the hell out of what you've done. I think you should talk to some of your imams and ask them about how this is more like a dividend and less like interest. Because you ask them, is Hex more like a dividend or more like interest? And I think you'll discover that they'll be totally cool with it. It sucks not being able to tell you things. I would be very surprised if someone didn't spend the time to get a note or a letter from someone respected by the Muslim religion regarding the dividend versus interest status. So most people watching probably don't know this, but in certain Muslim countries, they, consider charging interest illegal and immoral. But they can get dividends if they own shares in things. And so the difference between immoral and not is whether, someone's paying you more back than what they borrowed, or whether it's, I'm not going to go into the religious banking explanation stuff right now because it's hard and I'm not an expert at it. I know a little bit. Let me know if in fact there was some other religion that wasn't Muslim that has that restriction. I mean, maybe you could be Amish and it's just a technology thing, and I just thought you were Muslim. What can you buy with Hex? Well, it's on exchange tomorrow, buydesk.com. It's also going to be on Ether Delta and Fork Delta, I believe. So you can buy currencies that you can then turn to other currencies, that then you can turn to products and services. What can you buy with a credit card? Anything you want, right? Like, these things are relatively fungible between each other. I just showed you on MetaMask that I really don't like shilling other people's stuff, right? Because I'm used to being competitive and trying to maximize margin. But I'm going to do these MetaMask guys a solid because their product has worked so well today. If you click the little fox on the top right corner, that's your MetaMask window. And if you guys haven't installed MetaMask, go to pumpamentals.com and then install metamask.io, metamask.io. So easy. So easy. Just click the little fox top right corner and then click deposit. And then you can send ETH directly to your wallet, which is your MetaMask wallet. You can join the adoption amplifier. Right now, you get 124,000 hex for every ETH, which is about 10 times more than you would get from a Bitcoin claim on day one. I mean, 13,200 is what you'd get from a referred Bitcoin claim on day one in 12 hours and 38 minutes. Whereas right now, you could turn $150 of ETH into 8 times more, 9 times more. This math I can actually do. 1, 2, 4, 4, 5, 7 over 148.55 last time I looked. Did I just do totally the wrong thing? I think I just did totally the wrong thing. Yeah. It's 124,418 over 13,200. Yeah. So when we started out this this stream, the ratio was like 11.19, and now it's 9.42. So it would take, so originally, maybe 4 hours ago, it would have taken you 11 Bitcoins to equal 1 ETH into the adoption amplifier. Now it only takes you 9.4 Bitcoins free claiming tomorrow and being referred to equal 1 ETH. That's pretty awesome. Like, I think that's really cool. I'm actually pretty excited about that. Yeah, so if you click this little fox, right, you can turn your credit card into ETH, join the adoption amplifier day 1. You've got 12 hours and 36 minutes left to get in. Then day 2 happens, and there's half as many hex available. There's only 500 million. There's some rounding in there, right? Like when I ran my test, it was like 497 million or something. But I think my test set had a smaller UTXO, so now it's a larger UTXO, so it's going to be around 500 million. It only goes down from there. Yeah, so look, I want a MetaMask. No, but like, I don't know why I'm like, you could do this anywhere, right? Like at the beginning of the thing, I told you how to create anonymous Ethereum from Bitcoin using Binance. I explained you how to do it if you wanted to. Now, if that's not legal where you live, disregard the advice. Please only do legal things, right? What else? Some people need VPNs. So if you don't like people knowing where you're coming from, it's good to have a VPN. There's 50% off link if you want it for TourGuard. And I think it might even be in this video at the bottom, maybe. Look around my channels. Look around, like in one of the Telegram's channels, it'll be there, and maybe in some of these videos, it'll be there. So if you don't want people to know where you're from, you can choose what country you appear from, right? So you might want to appear like you're from somewhere in Europe. Maybe the websites that you're going to love European people. Who knows, right? Maybe they put like an orange shirt on your icon if you say you're from the Netherlands. They love orange. What else? I think I'm so fucking tired. I think the best thing I can do is go to sleep, serve you this language. I think the best thing I can do is go to sleep and wake up and be able to have fun chatting with you guys tomorrow. I hope to be awake before 12 hours from now so I can see the next day start and see people start claiming and staking. I'm really curious how long people are going to stake, how many people are going to stake, how many people have claimed. Like there's so many cool things to look at here. And we're going to be on exchange tomorrow, unless the sun stops or something. I mean, anyone can add to contract either Delta and Fork Delta, so I can't imagine that doesn't start tomorrow. And Bidesk has confirmed to me that trading will start tomorrow. So that's what I've been told. Hopefully the things I've been told become reality. I think that if you had the chance to buy Bitcoin at $1 and you didn't, you would really regret it. I was there when Bitcoin was $1. I know what it felt like. This feels better than that. Our memes are better. Our infrastructure is better. Auditing's better. The amount of energy that we could take out of other coins is higher. The referral program is there. Everything in this is so good. It's so good. I really, truly believe in it. can't believe I'm saying this because it just seems so weird to me. I've been a Bitcoin maximalist for so long. The chance that you're going to make a 10x or 100x in Bitcoin, to make a 10x in Bitcoin, the price has to go up to 75,000 a coin. Good luck with that. I don't like picking on Bitcoin because I believe the rising tide rises all ships. Like if you look on the front of Hex.win, we don't say anything bad about Bitcoin. We hide it. We don't even have a menu that has the comparison. But there's like one link to the comparison between Hex and Bitcoin, and we put all the positive language up front, and we, but then eventually you have to get to the point where like, actually this is more secure than Bitcoin, and the fees are lower, and the miners don't get paid to dump it because they don't get any of it. They only get paid ETH. They can go sell that. And it's got a referral program, and it's got freemium onboarding, and it's got audits, and it's more likely to stay secure because of the modularity and the non-spaghetti code. And it's got all these extra features on the roadmap that are more aggressive and more likely to get rolled in. And there's just so many ands. There's so many things better. I think the ROI potential is larger, a lot larger. I think the technology is superior. I think it's better in every way. Like the only thing Bitcoin has is liquidity, which will come, I think, right? Can't guarantee you anything, right? I'm telling you what seems statistically likely to me. So Bitcoin has liquidity. It has on-ramps. But like if the on-ramps are that awesome, why are we down at 7K from 20K for 2 years? Why did we just drop 55%? The on-ramps are so awesome. Backed launched. We got backed. Oh, that's cool. Price just dropped 55%, mate. What's going on? China all in. China's like, we love blockchain. We love it. Full 100% retrace of the 42% candle. New lower lows. Dying in price into a halfening when the supply is supposed to cut in half. The new supply. What? And this is like, I don't get it. This is without FUD. There's not even any FUD, right? Tim Mnuchin isn't on television talking crap from Treasury. Trump isn't on television talking crap about Bitcoin, but we're down 50%. Well, we're, about, 48% or something like that. It's not good. So you're telling me that you're going to hold Bitcoin for like price appreciation. Here's what happens usually. When you have a parabolic rise, like we did from 3K to 14K, and you violate the parabola, which to me seems to be exceeding a 40 to 42% dip, is what it looks like to me. That was the beginning of the bear market. When we hit the 20K top, we violated the 40% max drop. We made a harsher drop, and then it just did the dead cat bounce into fake horizontal support, opened the trap door, dead cat fell right through the bottom of it, and then we found our Ponzi bottom. And the plus token bounces ramped up, and then we found our new top at 14K when plus token guys got arrested. So, at some point, Mt. Gox's coins are going to get sold or distributed, and that's not going to help the price. It's going to hurt the price. At some point, plus token guy, he probably wants to sell some of that stuff. He's already been, funneling a lot of it through Wasabi and then into Huobi. So I want to be bullish on the Bitcoin price because I'm so sick of the hate, right? And I thought China going all in blockchain would be good until And I warned everyone, they always do this. They oscillate. I made a GIF of it. I made a GIF of a roller coaster going ban on ban, Chinese roller coaster. They do this every single time. You can like watch my Tone Vase interview where I annihilate him. He destroys people's lives through feeding them into a meat grinder for margin. I told him he didn't even heard of plus token. He never even heard of it, literally. He just looks at the chart and doesn't care about fundamental analysis. So as a trader, when the president of China says nice things about blockchain and you don't get part of the 42% up candle, you're just bad at trading. Like, what? That's one of the biggest green candles Bitcoin's ever had. And all you had to do was literally be awake when the news came out. Easiest long in the history of longs. I only caught like 10% of it because I didn't know if it'd be follow through, right? I want to be bullish on Bitcoin, but there's a lot of not bullish things going on. It sucks that the game in Bitcoin back launched, price dumped. Every day back does volume, price dumps harder. Okay, that's not good. CME is going to save us. Okay, CME is going to save us. CME does like $200, $300 million a day in their futures contracts. How's the Bitcoin price doing? So it turns out that like we don't have on-chain transactions. We don't have retailer adoption. We don't have memes. The chat rooms are dead. We don't have Hex has memes. Bitcoin doesn't. Like every measurable thing, except for the order book thickness, which is thicker, I guess, because more institutional players are happy to make lower returns by market making. Unless another Ponzi comes along and ruins a lot of people's lives, I don't see a lot of people buying Bitcoin. I don't. It was 14K a couple months ago. Now it's 7K. Can we get real? Can we be serious right now? It used to be 20K. And we're coming into the halvening. Why the 7K? Why the no follow-up at all whatsoever on a 42% candle? Does that sound normal to you? Does 100% retrace on lower lows sound like a reasonable follow-up to a 42% up candle? No, that doesn't sound right to me. So I think I would be happy to dump all of my Bitcoin for ETH and send it to the adoption amplifier. The question is, how many days do you spread it over? I don't know. I don't know how many people joined today because I haven't looked at that analysis website yet. And I haven't, the day hasn't closed. It's got another, 12 hours. Because we were delayed by, I think, like 4 hours. We've really only served 4 of 24. Like we've only, like, actually my math's wrong on there. 12, 4, we've served 8. We've served a third of, we've had a third of a day here to get 8,207 ETH. I'm even more bullish on ETH than I am on Bitcoin, but I'm not bullish on that either. Anytime you buy these currencies where you've got bag holders from higher, they're happy to break even and stop the pain. People don't like holding positions underwater. It hurts. It sucks. Being underwater in a position sucks a lot. And it keeps sucking until you end the pain with the take profit at a loss button or or the price goes your way, right? So why wouldn't, it just seems a no-brainer to me that a new currency with the best fundamentals ever and so much traction with no marketing spend. It's only had one article on Cointelegraph, one,